On that day, a dense fog enveloped everything. On that day, he became the captain of a phantom vessel. On that day, he traversed the fog, confronting a world that had been utterly overturned and fragmented. The former order had vanished, and bizarre phenomena reigned over the endless seas beyond civilized society. Isolated city-states and fleets daring to challenge the ocean had become the last flickering lights of the civilized world, while the shadows of the past lurked in the abyssal depths, poised to continue devouring this world on the brink of oblivion. Yet for the new captain of the lost homeland, there was but one pressing question. Who knows how to operate the ship? Now, let us commence the main narrative. The boundless fog rolled outside the window, so thick that it seemed as though the entirety of the world had vanished beyond its veil, with only the dim light of dawn piercing. Through the mists, casting a half-lit glow within the tranquil room, in the slightly disheveled bachelor apartment, Zhou Ming sat hunched over his desk, the clutter on the surface hastily pushed aside, as he, looking weary, fervently penned his thoughts. Seventh day, and there has been no change. The fog shrouds everything outside the window, which is sealed by an unknown force. The entire room feels as if it has been cast into some peculiar dimension. There is no way to contact the outside world, and we are devoid of water and electricity, yet the lights remain illuminated, and the computer can still be powered on despite having unplugged its power cord. A faint whisper of wind suddenly wafted in from the direction of the window, prompting Zhou Ming to lift his weary head from his diary. A glimmer of light flickered in his tired eyes, yet in the next moment, he realized it was merely an illusion. Outside that window loomed only a persistent, pallid fog, enveloping his humble abode in a cloak of desolation. His gaze drifted to the windowsill, where lay a wrench and a hammer, carelessly discarded remnants of his futile attempts to escape the confines of his room over the past few days. Now, these sturdy, coarse tools merely rested there, as if mocking his predicament. After a few moments, Zhou Ming's expression regained its tranquility, imbued with an unsettling calm. He lowered his head once more, returning to his writing. I am ensnared, ensconced in a perplexing quagmire. Over the past few days, I even endeavored to dismantle the roof, the walls, and the floor, yet despite exerting every ounce of strength, I left not a single mark upon the surface of the walls. This room has become akin to a box, melded with the very fabric of space itself, devoid of any escape, except for that door. But the circumstances beyond that door are even more disconcerting. Zhou Ming paused again, meticulously scrutinizing the words he had just penned, then idly flipped through his diary, observing the oppressive expressions he had inscribed over the past days, meaningless ramblings, restless doodles, and the cold jokes he had forced himself to write in an attempt to find solace. He was unaware of the significance of his writings, uncertain as to whom these nonsensical musings might one day be revealed. In truth, he was not even one to habitually pen a journal. As a secondary school teacher with limited leisure time, he had little energy to devote to such pursuits. Yet now, whether he wished it or not, he found himself with an abundance of free time. Upon awakening from slumber, he found himself ensnared within the confines of his own room. Outside, an impenetrable fog lingered, so dense that nothing beyond it was visible. The world seemed to have lost the rhythm of day and night, replaced by a constant, oppressive twilight that filled the room. The windows were locked, utilities severed, and his phone devoid of signal. No matter the commotion he created within, it could not summon aid from the outside. It felt akin to an absurd nightmare, where all elements operated in defiance of nature's laws. Yet, Zhou Ming had exhausted every means to ascertain one truth. This was neither an illusion nor a dream, but rather an abnormal world, with only his own self remaining relatively sane. He inhaled deeply, his gaze settling finally upon the solitary door at the far end of the room. That a standard, inexpensive white wooden door, adorned with a calendar he had forgotten to replace since last year. The doorknob gleamed from where, and the welcome mat lay slightly askew. That door could be opened. If this enclosed and alienating room resembles a prison cell, then the most insidious aspect of this confinement lies in the fact that it harbors a door that can be pushed open at any moment, perpetually luring the captive within to step outside. Yet what awaits beyond that door is not the outside that Zhou Ming yearns for. There are no familiar, comforting corridors adorned with nostalgia, no sunlit streets bustling with vibrant crowds, and none of the cherished familiarity he longs for. Instead, there exists only a strange and unsettling foreign land, and that other side is equally a trap from which escape is futile. Nevertheless, Zhou Ming is acutely aware that the time for hesitation is waning. The so-called choice has never truly existed. His food supplies are limited. With only the last quarter of a few bottles of mineral water remaining, he has exhausted every means of escape and plea for help within this confined space. The path laid before him is singular: to prepare himself and seek a fragile glimmer of hope on the other side of the door. Perhaps there remains a chance to uncover the reasons behind this bizarre and distressing supernatural predicament. Taking a gentle breath, Zhou Ming lowered his gaze to inscribe the final passages in his journal. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, the only option left is to venture to the other side of the door, make tea least on that peculiar vessel. There may still be sustenance to be found, and my explorations and preparations over the past few days should suffice to ensure my survival on that ship. That even though the preparations I can undertake there are, indeed, quite limited in the end to those who come after if I fail to return, and one day in the future, some rescuers or similar individuals open this room and discover this diary. Please do not dismiss my writings as an absurd tale. It is indeed true. Although it is chilling, there truly exists a person named Zhou Ming, trapped within a maddening and bizarre temporal anomaly. I have endeavored to document the various anomalies I have witnessed in this diary, as well as all my efforts to escape. If there are indeed those who follow, please, at the very least, remember my name. Remember that all of this once occurred. Zhou Ming closed the diary, tossed the pen into the nearby holder, and slowly rose from behind the desk. It was time to leave, before he was utterly ensnared in passivity and despair. Yet, after a brief moment of contemplation, he chose not to approach the sole door leading to the outside, but instead made his way directly to his bed. He needed to confront the foreign land beyond the door in a state of complete readiness, and at present, particularly his mental state, was far from adequate. Zhou Ming was uncertain if he could fall asleep, but even forcing himself to lie on the bed and clear his mind was preferable to venturing into the other side in an excessively fatigued state. 8 hours later, Zhou Ming opened his eyes. Outside the window, a shroud of chaos and mist lingered, the indistinct light of day and night casting a suffocating gloom. Zhou Ming deliberately disregarded the circumstances. Outside the window, he retrieved a meager portion of sustenance from his dwindling reserves, consuming enough to satiate himself to a degree, before proceeding to the dressing mirror nestled in the corner of the room. The man reflected in the mirror appeared disheveled, his hair untamed and his demeanor rather dismal, devoid of any semblance of elegance. Yet, Zhou Ming remained fixated on his own image, as though he sought to etch this visage indelibly into his memory. He gazed into the mirror for several minutes, then began to softly converse with himself, as if addressing the figure before him. You are Zhou Ming, at least on this side. You are Zhou Ming. Always remember this. After this, he turned away. Standing before the door he knew all too well, Zhou Ming inhaled deeply, placing his hand upon the doorknob. Aside from the clothes adorning his body, he carried no additional items, neither provisions nor defensive gear. This was a lesson learned from previous expeditions. Apart from himself, he could not transport anything through this threshold. In truth, he even questioned the validity of his own existence, for, with a twist of a doorknob, he forcefully pushed the door open and a mass of undulating, gray-black mist unfurled before him like a curtain, and within the shifting haze, he seemed to hear the distant sound of crashing waves. Stepping through the layer of mist, a slightly briny sea breeze greeted him, and the ethereal sound of crashing waves became strikingly vivid. Beneath his feet, a subtle, swaying sensation revealed itself. After a brief moment of dizziness, Zhou Ming opened his eyes to behold an expansive wooden deck, a towering mast looming under the dark, ominous clouds, and an endless sea beyond. The ship's railing, gently undulating in rhythmic motion. Lowering his gaze, he observed a physique more robust than he remembered, clad in an exquisitely crafted and seemingly costly captain's uniform, yet entirely unfamiliar in style. His hands, adorned with prominent knuckles, grasped a beautifully ornate black flintlock pistol, its classical design captivating. Indeed, even the notion of self had become a subject of inquiry. My goodness, I have returned. Chapter 2. The captain of the Lost Homeland. This was not Zhou Ming's first passage through this door to the other side. Several days prior, he awoke to find himself ensnared by a peculiar phenomenon within his own chamber, a strange mist shrouding the entire world. It was then that he discovered this bizarre realm beyond the door. After all, that door had become the sole exit from his room. He vividly recalled the bewilderment and helplessness that washed over him when he first pushed the door open to reveal the deck, as well as the astonishment and panic that engulfed him when he looked down to see himself in an unfamiliar body. Nevertheless, in pursuit of an opportunity to escape his predicament, he had boldly embarked on several successful explorations of this realm. Although he remained uncertain about the nature of the events that had befallen him and the enigmatic ship that loomed outside his door, he had at least garnered some experience and acquired a preliminary understanding of the vessel. As he had done in previous instances, Zhou Ming swiftly compelled himself to shake off the disorienting sensations brought on by crossing the threshold, immediately confirming the condition of his new body. He examined the short firearm in his hand, meticulously comparing every detail from memory, ultimately assuring himself that the items he carried were consistent with those he had possessed when he last departed the deck. It seems that each time I traverse through this door, my body undergoes a seamless transition. If only a camera could be positioned on this side of the deck, I could ascertain whether my form alters as I push open the captain's cabin door to return to my apartment. Unfortunately, the items from the two worlds cannot pass through the door, and I cannot bring the camera over. However, the mobile phone left in the apartment did capture the scene of my passage through the door. Indeed, I walked through that black mist. So, is it true that my body transformed into this state while traversing the dark fog? Zhou Ming muttered to himself, aware that his solitary musings on the empty, eerie ghost ship might appear somewhat comical to an outsider, yet he felt compelled to produce some sound amidst the desolate silence. He needed a semblance of evidence to prove he was still alive. A gust of briny sea breeze swept across the deck, stirring the unknown fabric of his black and blue captain's attire. Zhou Ming sighed softly, but instead of proceeding towards the deck, he turned to gaze at the door behind him. He placed his hand upon the doorknob. Turning the handle, he knew that by simply pushing the door inward, he would be greeted by a thick, gray-black fog, and by passing through it, he would return to his long-occupied single apartment. With determination, he pulled the door outward with force. The slightly heavy oak door creaked open, revealing a somewhat dimly lit cabin. In the subdued light, one could discern exquisite tapestries adorning the walls, shelves brimming with various ornaments, and a spacious nautical table at the room's center. At the far end of the chamber, a small door stood, its entrance adorned with a burgundy carpet. Pushing the door open would lead back to his apartment, while pulling it ajar would unveil the captain's quarters, the latter evidently being the more conventional facility aboard the vessel. Zhou Ming stepped into the captain's cabin, and as he passed the doorway, he instinctively glanced to the left. Affixed to the wall was a full-length mirror, reflecting Zhou Ming's current appearance with striking clarity. He was a tall man with a mane of thick black hair and a commanding short beard. His deep-set eyes conveyed an air of authority that seemed to emanate even in repose. Although he appeared to be in his 40s, his formidable visage and the piercing intensity of his gaze obscured any sense of age. The finely crafted captain's uniform he wore further accentuated the uniqueness of his status reflected in the mirror. Zhou Ming stretched his neck and, facing the mirror, made a grimace. He considered himself a genial and affable individual, yet the reflection staring back at him seemed incongruous with his amiable disposition. However, he soon abandoned this endeavor, for he perceived that the image in the mirror not only failed to exude friendliness, but transformed his authoritative captain's visage into that of a deranged serial killer. As Zhou Ming engaged in these antics, a faint crackling sound emanated from the direction of the navigation table. Without surprise, he turned his gaze toward the source of the noise and beheld a wooden goat's head sculpture gradually orienting its face toward him. In that moment, it appeared to come to life, its obsidian eyes embedded in the wooden visage gazing intently in his direction. A fleeting memory of the initial panic upon witnessing this bizarre scene flashed through his mind, yet Zhou Ming merely smirked at the corner of his mouth. He approached the navigation table, and the wooden goat's head continued to rotate its neck slightly. A raspy, somber voice emanated from its wooden throat. "Name? Duncan." Zhou Ming replied calmly, "Duncan Abnomer." In an instant, the voice of the wooden goat's head transformed from a hoarse and somber tone to one that was warm and inviting. "Good morning, Captain. It is delightful to see that you still remember your name. How do you fare today? How is your health? Did you sleep well last night? I hope you dream sweetly. Moreover, today marks a splendid day for setting sail. The sea is tranquil, the wind blows favorably, it is refreshingly cool, and there are no bothersome naval officers or boisterous crew members. Captain, you are well aware that a noisy crew member, you have been sufficiently loud. Despite having encountered this peculiar goat-headed figure before, Zhou Ming currently feels a shiver run through his very core. He casts a fierce glare at the individual, his voice barely escaping through clenched teeth. Silence. Oh, of course, Captain, you prefer tranquility. Your loyal first mate, who also serves as second mate, bosun, sailor, and lookout, is well aware of this. Maintaining silence has numerous advantages. There was once a figure in the medical field, or perhaps in philosophy or architecture. At this moment, Zhou Ming feels not only his mind trembling, but even his bronchial tubes beginning to quiver. What I mean is, I command you to be silent. As the command escapes his lips, the goat-headed figure finally falls quiet. Zhou Ming lets out a subtle sigh of relief and strides to the navigation table, taking his seat. Now, he is the captain of this desolate ghost ship. Duncan Abnomer, a foreign name, a convoluted surname. The instant he passed through that shroud of dark gray mist and stepped onto this vessel, he understood these truths. He knew that this body he inhabited was named Duncan, that he was the master of this ship, and that it was embarking on an extraordinary journey beyond imagination. He grasped these facts, yet they were all he comprehended. The memories lingering in his mind were indistinct and tenuous, comprising only the aforementioned pivotal fragments. The remaining details were utterly blank. As if he were aware of the ship's remarkable voyage plan, yet completely oblivious to its intended destination. The original owner of this vessel, the true Duncan Abnomer, seemed to have perished eons ago. The remnants of recollection in Zhou Ming's mind resembled the faintest, most profound impressions left by a ghostly captain after his complete demise. Instinctively, Zhou Ming sensed that there was a significant enigma surrounding the identity of Captain Duncan, especially in light of the supernatural occurrences aboard the ship, such as the talking wooden goat's head. The mystery enveloping this Captain Duncan could potentially signify a danger he had never envisioned. Yet, he was compelled to bear this name to navigate safely aboard the vessel. 4. Akin to the previously mentioned wooden goat's head, certain elements within the ship relentlessly sought to authenticate the captain's identity. Even the ship itself seemed to be in a constant state of verifying its captain's name. It felt as if some insurance mechanism were at play, as if the captain might indeed forget his own name at any moment, and that such an amnesia would precipitate an extreme and terrifying calamity. Thus, the ship was equipped with various means of verification. Zhou Ming was uncertain of the consequences that would ensue should Captain Duncan forget his name, but he was convinced that misidentifying himself would undoubtedly lead to dire repercussions. After all, even the wooden goat's head on the navigational table does not exude an air of benevolence. Yet, if one were to bear the name Duncan Abnomer, everything aboard this vessel seems rather amiable. In any case, they appear to possess a rather limited intellect. Perhaps Zhou Ming should call out to Duncan, who had just concluded a brief reverie filled with reflection before directing his gaze towards the laid-out nautical chart on the table. However, the chart bore no recognizable routes, markers, or even islands. Instead, its coarse, substantial parchment was overwhelmed by vast, swirling masses of gray and white, as if the fog-like formations obscured the original courses that should have been present on the paper. The only discernible feature in the center of the chart was a faint silhouette of a vessel, barely visible through the dense mist. Duncan, Zhou Ming, had no experience of setting sail in the vast ocean over the decades of his life. Yet, even someone unfamiliar with nautical charts would recognize that a standard chart does not appear in such a manner. Clearly, like the wooden goat's head on the table, this nautical chart is also a form of supernatural artifact, of which Duncan has yet to decipher the rules of its usage. It seemed that the captain's attention had finally shifted to the nautical chart, and the goat's head, which had remained silent for an extended period on the table, began to stir once more. It emitted a series of creaking sounds as would rubbed against wood, its neck twisting slightly from side to side. Initially, the movements were restrained, yet soon the cacophony reached an undeniable crescendo, causing the entire head to vibrate as though it had been set to a peculiar mode of agitation. Duncan, fearing that this creature's antics might ignite a conflagration upon his navigation table, could no longer restrain himself and cast a glance at it. "Speak," he commanded. "Indeed, Captain," came the response. "Allow me to reiterate. Today is truly a splendid day to set sail. The lost homeland awaits your command, as ever." Shall we hoist the sails? Chapter 3. The boarder's bewilderment. The rigid, jet-black visage of the wooden goat's head fixated on Duncan, who sat at the navigation table. The obsidian eyes seemed to shimmer with an eerie light. Yet, this inanimate object possessed no capacity for expression. Nevertheless, Duncan distinctly perceived a sense of anticipation emanating from that wooden countenance. In truth, this was not the first occasion the goat's head had urged him to set sail. Each time he found himself in this place, the goat's head would prompt him anew. He even felt as though the ship itself was persistently beckoning him to conclude this aimless drift upon the sea and to embark on a journey back to the rightful course. However, Duncan fell into silence, his naturally commanding features overshadowed by a gathering storm. In contemplation and reticence, he became acutely aware of two significant dilemmas. First, he was utterly alone aboard this vessel, which, in its sheer magnitude, was a manifestation of madness. As a sailing ship, the aptly named Lost Homeland spanned an estimated length of no less than 150 to 200 meters. To maneuver such a colossal craft, one would require the expertise of dozens, if not hundreds, of seasoned sailors. How could he possibly navigate it alone? Second, aside from the aforementioned technical considerations, a vital issue obstructed his maritime ambitions. He did not possess the knowledge to operate a ship. A wave of anxiety washed over Duncan as he endeavored to imagine the consequences of consulting the bizarre and clamorous goat's head about the art of navigation. The more he contemplated, the more his unease intensified. However, the goat-headed figure remained oblivious to the captain's contemplations and simply inquired, "Captain, do you harbor any concerns? If it is the matter of the Lost Homeland that troubles you, rest assured, the Lost Homeland is perpetually prepared to navigate alongside you to the ends of the earth. Or is it that you fear today's voyage may be ill-fated? I possess a modicum of knowledge in divination. Might I inquire which method you prefer? Celestial signs, incense, or crystals? Speaking of crystals, do you recall?" Duncan strained to maintain a neutral expression while suppressing the urge to engage in a fierce confrontation with the goat-headed entity. He spoke in a low tone. "I will first go to the deck to assess the situation. You remain here in silence. Your wishes shall be honored, yet I must caution you. The Lost Homeland has drifted aimlessly for far too long. You must seize control promptly to restore the course of this voyage," the goat-headed figure replied. And with the sound of wood creaking, it resumed its original posture. In that moment, Duncan felt as though the entire world had settled into tranquility. He exhaled gently, the resonance within his mind gradually calming. He then grasped the flintlock pistol resting on the table, rose, and exited the captain's cabin. This seemingly aged flintlock was unearthed during his explorations aboard the ship, alongside a one-handed sword, which currently hung at his waist, both items serving as his assurance of safety while navigating the vessel. Over the past few days of exploration, he had dedicated considerable time to learning the rudiments of wielding these two implements, despite having yet to encounter any living beings aboard, apart from himself. Speaking objects did not count. The briny sea breeze swept over Duncan, momentarily calming his restless spirit. He stepped onto the deck outside the captain's quarters, instinctively tilting his head to gaze at the sky. Dense, ominous clouds shrouded the horizon, obscuring any trace of sun, moon, or stars. Only a murky twilight enveloped the vast expanse of the sea. This dismal spectacle had persisted for an extended duration. In fact, since the day Duncan boarded this vessel, he had only witnessed such a sky. This led him to ponder whether the world truly possessed normal weather, or if this perpetual gloom was, in fact, the eternal phenomenon of these waters. Turning around, he noticed the door to the captain's quarters standing silently, above which was an inscription etched in unfamiliar characters. As his gaze fixated upon the words, their meaning crystallized in his mind. The Gate of the Lost. The Gate of the Lost, the lost vessel. He murmured to himself, a hint of self-mockery lacing his tone. Indeed, the ship bore a fine name. He then proceeded to circle around the captain's quarters, descending the stairs along the edge of the deck to the upper stern. Here lay a wooden platform, the most unobstructed vantage point on the entire ship aside from the crow's nest. A heavy black helm awaited the helmsman's touch, resting silently upon the platform. Duncan furrowed his brow, inexplicably struck by a sudden sense of urgency and agitation, a feeling that seemed to materialize the moment he beheld the helm. On previous occasions when he had visited this place, he had never experienced such a sensation. As if to echo the agitation within his heart, a sudden, chaotic gust of wind swept across the deck, stirring the previously tranquil sea into waves. Although this tempest posed no immediate threat to the colossal vessel, the Lost Home, Duncan felt an urgent alarm ringing within him. The next moment, instinct compelled him to gaze towards the bow of the ship. Before the Lost Home, amidst the hazy expanse of sea and sky, an immense wall of white mist materialized as if conjured from thin air, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. It was a fog that seemed to envelop and isolate the entire world, a sheer barrier connecting heaven and earth, pressing forward with an oppressive force. Yet, more than its alarming scale, what heightened Duncan's, Zhou Ming's, vigilance was the unsettling resemblance this phenomenon bore to the boundless mist outside his own apartment window. The Lost Home was heading straight toward this mist wall. Duncan was oblivious to the nature of the dense fog, unaware of what lay hidden within its depths. Yet he instinctively sensed a formidable danger. His survival instincts warned him that being consumed by that fog would spell disaster. He instinctively rushed towards the platform where the ship's helm was located, a profound sense of helplessness engulfing him, even if he took command. How could he possibly steer such a massive vessel away from the impending fog wall all by himself? Yet he instinctively approached the helm, and almost simultaneously, he heard a hoarse and ominous voice emanating from a copper pipe connected to the captain's cabin. It was the voice of the Goathead, that bizarre entity. And this time it bore a hint of panic. "Captain, a collapse at the border has been detected ahead. We are nearing the limits of reality. Please adjust the course immediately." Listening to the Goathead's frantic tone, Duncan nearly erupted in expletives. Adjusting the course is an easy task to suggest. Why not conjure up a dozen or so capable brothers to steer this vessel for me? He then glanced up towards the direction of the mast, only to behold a few bare masts standing forlornly on the deck. A wave of melancholy washed over him. There were no sails to speak of. Those masts were utterly devoid of any canvas. In his agitated state, he scarcely had the time to contemplate the peculiar phrases that had sprung from the Goathead's words. Instinct alone compelled him to grasp the helm, which seemed to tremble slightly for reasons unknown. For days, this was the first occasion he had actively placed his hands upon the helm of the lost homeland. The strange occurrences aboard this vessel, coupled with the Goathead's incessant urgings, had instilled a profound sense of doubt within him, making him reluctant to take the helm. Yet now, the opportunity for hesitation had vanished. He gripped the wheel tightly, his mind a blank slate, unprepared to devise a plan for commanding a ghost ship that was empty and abandoned. Change, however, was imminent, occurring in the very next moment. A sound akin to a mountain's roar or a tsunami erupted in Duncan's mind, as if a multitude of jubilant voices stood upon the shore, bidding farewell to a departing vessel. It was as though countless sailors were on deck, fervently calling out the captain's name, intermingled with the melancholy strains of a ship's song and the invisible tumult of the raging sea. A flicker of emerald flame materialized at the periphery of his vision, prompting Duncan to instinctively gaze at his palm. A vivid green fire suddenly erupted from the helm of the ship, the Lost Homestead, sweeping towards him with astonishing swiftness, enveloping his entire being in an instant. Amidst the blazing flames, his corporeal form transformed into something hollow and ethereal, while his captain's attire appeared tattered and worn as if it had languished in seawater for centuries. Beneath this sudden ghostly semblance of flesh, Duncan could faintly discern the crystalline, jade-like structure of his bones, with flames dancing upon them, an unquenchable fire coursing through him like water. Yet, he felt no pain nor searing heat. Instead, within the inferno, he perceived his awareness expanding in all directions. The fire cascaded down from the helm, sweeping across the deck, surging over the ship's sides, and climbing the mast. The flames intertwined like a net, breathing life as they ascended from the deck, trailing along the solitary mast until they converged between sea and mist, forming a colossal sail that resembled gossamer. The Lost Homestead set sail, poised at the threshold of a rapidly collapsing reality. Chapter 4. The spirit ship. The eerie green flames blazed fiercely upon him, transforming flesh and bone into a translucent, ethereal form. Duncan grasped the helm of the lost homeland amidst this inferno, his perception seemingly extending along with the flames, eventually enveloping the entire vessel. It became evident that the ship required no crew. The lost homeland could set sail autonomously, needing only its captain to steer it, ready to embark at any moment. As the ghostly green fire soared into the air, Duncan experienced a fleeting moment of panic. However, through his explorations over the past few days, He had witnessed numerous supernatural phenomena aboard this ship, experiences that compelled him to regain his composure, ensuring that he did not relinquish the wheel during those crucial seconds. Now, he was convinced that this flame represented a force that posed no threat to him, regardless of whether his physical form could be restored later. It was evident that the power of these flames was assisting him in commanding this ghostly vessel. The cacophony of cheers within his mind gradually subsided, and Duncan found his thoughts clearer than ever before. The lost homeland responded to him like an extension of his own body, transmitting a myriad of indescribable sensations. Though he still lacked the requisite knowledge and experience of a competent captain, he now possessed the singular ability to command this ship. The ethereal sails, resembling gossamer and mist, billowed against the mast, while numerous auxiliary fore and side sails began to adjust their angles autonomously. At this moment, the air currents over the sea were in disarray. However, those spectral sails appeared to draw from the invisible tumult a unified force. The grand vessel, the lost homeland, concluded its aimless drifting and began to stabilize under the propulsion of the sails. Duncan attempted to turn the helm in his grasp. A tangible force reverberated in his mind, and he felt the immense hull beneath him gradually shifting direction, striving to distance itself from the boundless fog ahead. Yet, the speed of this maneuver seemed insufficient, as the vast, dense mist continued to encroach upon them. From the copper tube beside the helm came the sharp cry of the goat-headed figure. Caution! We are nearing the limits of reality. We are about to plunge into the spirit realm. Captain, we need. I am doing it, Duncan bellowed, cutting off the voice of the goat-headed figure. Instead of making a racket down there, why don't you think of something useful? The goat-headed figure fell abruptly silent. However, just when Duncan believed the interruption had ceased, a sudden, hoarse, and chilling shout erupted from the copper tube. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going, Duncan. At this moment, he suddenly sensed that everything around him had lost its sense of reality. He accepted the bizarre phenomena he was experiencing, embraced the supernatural forces aboard this vessel, and even acknowledged that he was being simmered slowly in a cauldron of green fire. Yet, he could hardly fathom that the goat-headed figure, which had instilled a profound sense of eerie danger from the very beginning, would now engage in such astonishing actions. This peculiar entity had always been unsettling, but now it transcended the bounds of the uncanny. However, the encroaching mist offered Duncan little opportunity for further contemplation or sarcasm. Although the lost home had begun to pivot rapidly, its massive hull turning with a speed that could almost be described as drifting, the distant fog seemed to consciously pursue its prey. Wisps of thin mist spread forth from its edges, rapidly enveloping the entirety of the space surrounding the lost home in an instant. As the mist rose from the sea, Duncan distinctly felt a strange transformation in his environment. The daylight dimmed abruptly, and the once azure waters were now interlaced with countless black threads that had seemingly emerged from the depths. These dark filaments floated up like tightly entangled strands of hair, swiftly cloaking the entire ocean in a shroud of darkness. Within the mist, countless shadowy figures seemed to materialize. We have fallen into the spirit realm. The cacophonous and eerie cries of the goat-headed figure finally subsided, its calls echoing as if resonating from an exceedingly distant realm, interspersed with countless low, sinister whispers, as though a multitude of malevolent voices encircled Duncan. Yet, the lost homeland had not fully succumbed to the depths. The captain maintained his grip on the helm. Before plunging into the abyssal ocean, the vessel still possessed the means to steer its course. We can still escape, provided that I discern the direction, Duncan bellowed, his voice intertwined with the crackling of emerald flames, as if it were a lament from the inferno. I have lost my sense of direction. Intuition, Captain, intuition. The goat-headed voice shouted through the brass tube. Your intuition is more precise than the lines on a nautical chart. Duncan felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Yet he lacked the energy to engage in a futile argument with a bizarre goat-headed entity. Since the other insisted on relying on instinct, he resolved to be audacious. Following the faint trace of sensation that lingered before the mist had risen, he gripped the helm tightly and, with all his might, turned towards the direction he believed to be correct. The lost homeland emitted a series of chilling wails from stem to stern, its massive hull carving an astonishing arc across the now pitch-black surface of the sea. The wind howled, and the mist swirled, while in the dim light and fog, the periphery of Duncan's vision suddenly caught sight of something gradually materializing within the haze. In the next moment, he realized that it was a vessel, A ship seemingly a size smaller than the Lost Homeland, a white ship with a jet-black chimney rising from its midsection. At the terminus of the elegant arc traced by the Lost Homeland, this vessel, which had suddenly emerged from the mist, was barreling straight towards them, or rather, the Lost Homeland was hurtling directly towards it. Duncan could only muster a single exclamation in his mind. What the hell? The Spirit World-S speedboat has gone awry. After exploring this bizarre realm for so long without encountering another living soul, why did a ship suddenly manifest at this moment? What an improbable convergence this was. The howling winds roared, and colossal waves surged, as the boundless sea unleashed its terrifying power, before the natural forces capable of tearing apart even the most formidable beings. The White Oak was squeezing out the last remnants of strength from its steam engine to stave off the clutches of death. The grizzled captain, Lawrence Creed, stood in the cockpit, where the sturdy walls and glass windows offered him no solace. He gripped the helm tightly, while the agonized groans and convulsions of the White Oak as it faced its demise seemed to surge into his consciousness through the intricate gears and linkages behind the wheel. Through the expansive window, he clearly observed the monstrous waves rising outside the ship, but what instilled greater terror than those formidable swells was the eerie, thick fog creeping over the distant sea, interspersed with flickering black lightning amidst its depths. The White Oak is the most advanced steamship in the world. Yet even the most sophisticated machinery can only ensure that she sails powerfully across ordinary seas. Now, however, she and her captain must confront the crumbling borders of reality, where an icy chill creeps forth from the foul palaces of malevolent deities lurking in the depths of the world. Captain, the priest can no longer endure. The first officer's anguished cry echoed nearby. Lawrence detected a murky, hoarse resonance in his voice. He then turned his gaze to the helm, where he beheld ominous, purplish-black flames rising from the incense burner on the altar of prayer. The venerable and loyal clergyman, clad in a deep blue robe, trembled as he sat before the burner, blood filling his mouth and nostrils, his eyes flickering between madness and lucidity. A weight settled in Lawrence's heart. He understood that the esteemed priest still stood with humanity, battling the cries emanating from the abyss with his final devout faith and sanctified soul. Yet this resistance was waning, and the purplish-black smoke billowing from the incense burner was irrefutable evidence that the corruption had breached the sanctity of prayer. Should the priest falter, every awakened mind aboard this vessel could become a gateway to the unfathomable depths or even to subspace. Captain, the first officer's voice pierced through once more. Lawrence interrupted him, his countenance resolute. Temporarily deactivate the holy beacon. We shall descend into the spirit realm. The first mate was momentarily rendered speechless, as if struggling to grasp the gravity of the situation. A man who had spent a lifetime navigating the seas could scarcely believe his ears. The captain? By submerging into the spirit realm, they could evade the most ferocious wave of the impending border collapse for at least 10 minutes, allowing the priest a chance to recover. Yet, Lawrence issued his command with an undeniable authority, adding 2 explanatory phrases: "Execute my orders." The first mate opened his mouth, seemingly poised to voice further objections, but then clenched his teeth. "You are the captain." The crew swiftly set about executing the captain's orders, while Lawrence, at the helm, inhaled deeply. The sacred beacon situated deep within the ship was gradually dimming, and he could sense the invisible protective field enveloping the White Oak weakening rapidly. Deprived of the relic's safeguard, the vessel was slowly sinking into the liminal space between the tangible world and the profound depths of the spirit realm. A thin mist began to rise upon the surface of the sea, and the waters were steadily darkening. This was perilous. Yet history bore witness to ships that had returned from the spirit realm, embarking on adventures as members of the Explorers Society. He had perused countless tomes on this subject, alongside various survival guides penned by survivors of such encounters. How much worse could it get? All he needed was to keep the White Oak at the edge of the spirit realm to weather the storm. Then utilize the powerful thrust of the advanced steam turbine for a daring drift through the spirit realm. If fortune favored him still, he could lead his crew back to the world of the living. Hastily, he resolved to deliver the damned Anomaly 099 from the warehouse to the governor of the Prander city-state, vowing never to wade through the murky waters of authority again. It couldn't get any worse, he reassured himself. Then, from a distance, he beheld the sea, suddenly engulfed in darkness, where a majestic 3-masted ship, larger than the White Oak, emerged with an unwavering momentum, slicing through the waves in a breathtaking arc, barreling directly towards him. Captain Lawrence stood frozen, his gaze fixed ahead. Damn it. Chapter 5. Entwined, a colossal shadow loomed, casting its weighty presence upon the crew of the White Oak, each individual witnessing a moment destined to be etched in their memories for eternity. Emerging from the mists was a venerable, three-masted warship, its ancient visage commanding respect in an era where steamships had become commonplace. This sailing vessel appeared as if it had been conjured from the canvas of a century-old painting. Its masts towering and its hull steep, the dark wooden surface ablaze with an eerie, ghostly green flame. The immense sails stirred in the void, coalescing into a cacophony of roaring illusions and cascading flames, a scene that, even upon the treacherous and boundless sea, could only be likened to the most harrowing tales of maritime disasters. Collision imminent. A crew member bellowed in alarm. The sailors, known for their rugged bravery, found themselves momentarily undone in the face of such a behemoth. They cried out, racing about in frantic disarray. Some sought refuge upon the deck, while others clung desperately to anything that might secure them. A few even knelt amid the tumultuous waves, their hearts filled with an unprecedented fervor, invoking the names of the storm goddess, Gamona, or the Lord of Death, Bartok, in fervent prayer. In this vast ocean, the blessings of the gods had indeed waned, yet the powers of these two deities remained steadfastly vigilant over all their subjects. Not all crew members succumbed to panic. The chief mate immediately turned his gaze toward the captain, the one he trusted most. He understood that navigating the boundless sea was fraught with peril, and that an experienced captain was always the linchpin in determining the fate of the vessel. Lawrence had traversed the oceans for over 30 years. This seasoned captain, now in his 50s, may not possess the vigor of his youth, yet his survival skills in these vast waters might still offer a glimmer of hope for all aboard. The ship that emerged from the dense fog was clearly not a vessel operating within the realm of the ordinary. It resembled something that had materialized from the spirit world or deeper realms. If it were indeed some extraordinary phenomenon, perhaps it could be confronted with an equally extraordinary force. The elder captains sailing the limitless ocean possessed some experience when faced with such anomalies. However, the chief mate could only discern fear and shock etched across the captain's face. The old captain remained rigidly at the helm, seemingly oblivious to the fact that the entire ship was enveloped in shadow. His gaze was fixated on the looming silhouette of the ship ahead, his facial muscles taut, as if carved from stone. Finally, he managed to utter a few words through clenched teeth, words that were colder than the frigid winds of the sea. It is the lost homeland. Captain. The chief mate was startled by the name that drifted into his ears. Like every other soul making a living on the boundless ocean, he had heard this name from many older, more experienced, and superstitious seafarers. What did you say? The lost homeland. Captain Lawrence seemed oblivious to the voice of the first mate. He gripped the helm of the White Oak with all his might, as if preparing to roar at some unseen entity. Almost simultaneously with his utterance, the towering hull of the lost homeland collided with the bow of the White Oak. A chorus of screams erupted from nearly all the sailors. Yet, contrary to expectations of a cataclysmic impact, no such upheaval occurred. The colossal ship, ablaze with emerald flames, appeared as a grand illusion, sweeping across the deck of the White Oak with a howling blaze. The thick hull, the ominous chambers, the dimly lit corridors, and the fiery keel and supports. The sailors stared wide-eyed in terror, helplessly watching as they crashed into the phantasm of the ghost ship. The green flames flickering aboard it resembled a fiery net, brushing past them with a sweeping motion. Lawrence, too, beheld the approaching inferno, but before his gaze could fixate on it, he first witnessed the flames engulfing the body of the first mate ahead of him. In the surreal fire, the mate's form abruptly transformed into an ethereal specter, its bones igniting like kindling. He then caught sight of the priest beside the altar, observing the flickering flames upon the clergyman, as if the deity behind him still offered a feeble blessing to shield him from the insatiable maw of the lost homeland. Subsequently, the flames engulfed Lawrence as well. He witnessed his own body undergoing a similar transformation. An overwhelming sense of fatigue, submission, and dread permeated his being. The oceanic talisman concealed upon him began to exert its influence, a sensation of searing heat and refreshing coolness alternating to barely sustain his sanity. With the remnants of his reason, he traversed the vessel's cabin and corridors of the lost home. The oppressive, eerie atmosphere of the cabin surged forward, then receded, revealing ancient wooden pillars ablaze with green fire, entwined with decaying ropes and barnacles. He beheld a vast cargo hold, wherein lay an array of bizarre artifacts that ought to have been entombed in the deep sea. He then encountered an opulent chamber, where a table at its center bore a wooden goat's skull. The skull turned, coldly regarding Lawrence with its unfeeling gaze. In the end, with every ounce of strength, Lawrence lifted his head to behold the figure at the helm, a tall silhouette clad in a black mariner's uniform, exuding an air of authority and terror akin to that of a ruler in a nightmare. This figure commanded all the spectral flames, and even the depths of the ocean, steeped in the spirit realm, seemed to bow before his majesty, tearing open a rift behind him. Resigned, Lawrence closed his eyes, aware that he had now become a part of the lost home, and that this nightmarish captain sought offerings to sate his insatiable void and solitude. Yet in the following moment, he summoned every ounce of courage to open his eyes. It seemed as though all the bravery and madness he had ever possessed coalesced in those few fleeting seconds. He recalled the knowledge gleaned from tomes and legends, resolutely gazing at the terrifying captain aboard the Lost Haven with as much sincerity and composure as he could muster. "You need not take everyone. Spare my crew," he implored. However, the imposing figure offered no response, merely casting a detached glance in his direction, a hint of curiosity flickering in his eyes, as if bemused by the audacity of a mere mortal captain daring to negotiate with him. At last, Lawrence could contain himself no longer and let out a furious roar. "They have wives, children, and families." The figure on the Lost Haven finally reacted, fixing his gaze upon Lawrence, seemingly uttering something. Yet, a resonant howl pierced the air, drowning out the words. Amidst the cacophony, Lawrence could only grasp a vague sense of commotion, but not a single word was discernible. The response from the Lost Haven dissipated into the tumultuous roar of the waves. "What did you say? The wind is too strong. I cannot hear." In the next instant, an overwhelming din surged into Lawrence's ears, mingling with the sounds of the wind, crashing waves, and the shouts of sailors outside. From the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of green flames swiftly fading, and the last remnants of the Lost Haven's phantom dissipated from the air like mist. Lawrence inhaled sharply, only to notice that his hands, previously consumed by green flames, had miraculously returned to their original state. The others in the cabin had also reverted to their corporeal forms. The devout priest was sprawled beside the altar, gasping for breath while fervently reciting the sacred name of the storm goddess, Gormona. Meanwhile, the ominous purple-black smoke from the censer gradually dissipated, yielding to a pure white mist that ascended from the brass cover. After a considerable time, Lawrence managed to steady his breath, casting bewildered glances around as if struggling to fathom that the nightmare had truly come to an end. It was then that the first mate's voice broke through. "Captain, the ship Lost Haven has departed." Lawrence appeared momentarily dazed, and after a few seconds, he muttered in disbelief. "He actually spared us?" The first mate, momentarily confused, inquired, "Captain, what did you say?" "The Captain Duncan," Lawrence instinctively murmured, but immediately afterward, as if he had inadvertently uttered a forbidden name, he slapped himself. He then abruptly lifted his gaze to the first mate, commanding, "Call the roll. We must ascertain if anyone is missing." The first mate promptly nodded in obedience, but just as he was about to leave, Lawrence halted him again, insisting, "We must also check if anyone is unaccounted for." The first mate hesitated for a moment, then comprehended the urgency, a flicker of fear and uncertainty crossing his eyes. He took a deep breath, quietly invoked the name of the storm goddess, and swiftly made his way to the deck. Aboard the White Oak, still traversing the ethereal realm, the bell tolled ominously, echoing like a death knell. As the noon bell tolled, its urgent chimes echoed alongside the hurried, chaotic footsteps of the sailors. Lawrence remained in the wheelhouse with the second mate and the still breathless clergyman. The old captain gazed out at the seascape. At that moment, the White Oak was ensconced in the depths of the spirit realm. A pall of mist loomed over the ocean beyond the ship's rail, the water's surface as dark as ink. However, the storm had abated, and the fearsome lost home was nowhere to be seen. This absence evoked a peculiar illusion, as if the previous tempest and the crumbling boundaries of reality were conjured by that phantom vessel, and now, with its departure, all calamities had receded from the White Oak. Lawrence's mind traversed the terrifying legends surrounding the lost home and Captain Duncan Abnomer, recalling the fleet consumed by the boundaries of reality over a century ago, as well as the vessels that sank into the abyss during encounters with the lost home. It suddenly seemed plausible that such events could indeed transpire. Nevertheless, with the lost home now departed, The surrounding waters had momentarily regained their tranquility, although still enshrouded in the perilous depths of the spirit realm. He and his crew had been afforded a brief respite. Next, Lawrence needed to ascertain what the lost home had taken from the White Oak or what it had left behind, and he must do so with utmost urgency. He dared not recklessly allow the vessel to ascend into the realm of reality, as certain entities brought forth from the spirit world could unleash dreadful pollution upon the tangible world. However, if he and his crew lingered too long in the spirit realm, they would inevitably suffer irreversible consequences. Hearing the clamor resounding from the deck, Lawrence abruptly lifted his gaze from his contemplation. He directed his attention to the priest seated before the incense burner, whose complexion had improved somewhat. With a grave expression, he inquired, "Mr. Ron, what is our current stability?" The priest cleared his throat a couple of times, and then retrieved a beautifully crafted compass from within his robe, its surface intricately etched with various maritime symbols and sacred insignia. With a decisive snap, he opened the metallic lid, prompting the compass needle to whirl rapidly before eventually settling steadily in a particular direction. We linger at the surface of the spirit realm, slightly encroaching upon the tangible world. Influenced by depths most profound, the impact is exceedingly faint. The priest observes the state of the compass needle, his expression suddenly tinged with confusion. It is peculiar. We have achieved complete stability here. Under the circumstances of the sanctified relic being sealed, there is virtually no descent. Cough. Perhaps the collision of the lost homeland has inadvertently set us upon a secure course. Lawrence offers a wry smile, attempting to lighten the mood with a jest. I have heard that within the spirit realm, there exist subtle balance points that can shield the physical world from deeper tugs. Captain, that joke was far too cold, the priest remarks, coughing twice more. Although he has regained his composure, his condition remains far from favorable. Cough, regardless. The events of today must be reported to the church. The appearance of the lost homeland is no trivial matter. Over the past few decades, there have been numerous reports regarding encounters with the lost homeland, only to be later dismissed as mere fabrications of the crew or collective hallucinations born of uncontrolled visions. Yet today, we have undeniably witnessed it. By the grace of the divine, upon your return to Plant, it would be prudent to prepare for the psychological ramifications of not being able to set sail for some time. I understand that neither the church nor the city authorities would permit a vessel that has recently encountered a cataclysmic vision to return to the sea, as this is a matter of safety for all. Moreover, my report must encompass not only the church and the city-state, but also the Explorers Guild. Alas, there is also my dreadful wife. Captain Lawrence pressed his forehead firmly, sighed deeply, and waved his hand, dismissing the thought. There is no need to dwell on that. You must rest now. Until we reach port, this ship requires the goddess's blessing. The priest nodded gently, and soon after, the first mate, who had just departed, returned to the helm. The ship was neither overcrowded nor deserted upon their meeting. The first mate reported without waiting for the captain's inquiry. I personally inspected the sailors gathered on deck and checked on the mechanics in the boiler room. Each of them could accurately recite the names of their respective deities. They are indeed alive. Not a soul is missing. Lawrence's eyes widened. This should be good news. Yet he found it difficult to trust the first mate's report. What about the Saint's beacon? The relic is functioning normally, the first mate promptly affirmed. The navigator is preparing incense and essential oils, awaiting your command to reactivate the relic. Lawrence listened with uncertainty, unable to suppress a murmured question. Has he truly spared the ship? Fortune favors us, Captain, the first mate shrugged. We have incurred no losses. Perhaps that fearsome ghost captain merely passed by or inadvertently collided with us. Do you truly believe such words? Lawrence immediately cast a piercing glance at his first mate. If fortune truly favored us, we would never have encountered. Just as he was halfway through his words, a hurried sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the door. In an instant, the door to the cockpit was thrust open, revealing a panting bosun, drenched in sweat, standing before Lawrence. The tall man's face was etched with terror. Captain, Anomaly 099 is missing. A profound silence enveloped the cockpit as all eyes darted among one another. Yet, for reasons unknown, amidst the fleeting shock, Lawrence felt an unexpected sense of relief wash over him. How splendid! After the encounter with the lost home, it seemed that something was finally amiss aboard the ship, which was precisely as it should be. However, he quickly composed his expression and, striding towards the entrance, urgently instructed his first mate to take the helm while commanding the bosun to lead the way. The sound of hurried footsteps resonated through the corridors of the White Oak. And before long, Lawrence, following the bosun, arrived at the deepest recesses of the steamship. A peculiar chamber came into view. The door of this chamber was adorned with an intricate array of esoteric symbols, and the heavy, dark door appeared to be forged from a solid block of iron. The arcane symbols stretched from the edges of the doorframe, extending into the corridor, vaguely resembling an attempt to form a closed cage, intended to confine whatever was preserved within the chamber. Lawrence cast a glance at the door, confirming that neither the door itself nor the surrounding symbols bore any signs of damage. He then raised his gaze to the sanctum above, where the sacred emblem and marker were situated directly above the sealing chamber. This marker was pivotal in ensuring that vessels remained unaffected by the depths, serving as a secondary safeguard for the sealing chamber. Even in its dormant state, it should have guaranteed the integrity of the chamber's barriers. However, under such circumstances, where both layers of protection were intact, the most crucial cargo escorted by the White Oak on this voyage, the Anomaly 099, the doll's coffin, had vanished. Taking a deep breath, Lawrence approached and opened the heavy door of the sealing chamber, forcefully pushing it aside. Inside, the chamber was brightly lit, with gas lamps suspended from 4 pillars illuminating the center of the room with no shadows. Yet, the cargo that should have occupied that space was inexplicably missing, leaving behind only a tangle of interwoven chains and a scattering of ash-gray remnants across the floor. The voice of the bosun echoed from behind Lawrence. In accordance with the sealing requirements of Anomaly 099, this chamber has been perpetually illuminated, and every 2 hours a crew member is tasked with reinforcing the chains surrounding the coffin and scattering ashes upon the floor. However, when that ghost ship appeared, chaos ensued, and the sailor on duty failed to enter the room in a timely manner, arriving nearly 7 minutes late, only to discover that Anomaly 099 had vanished. Merely being 7 minutes late should not have resulted in the entity's escape. At worst, it would have led to a weakening of the seal and some aberration. The most dire outcome would be a coffin roaming within this chamber. The layers of seals and the sanctified markers of confinement are not mere decorations. Yet, Lawrence furrowed his brow and shook his head. The current predicament is that it has disappeared. The cargo has left this ship, and this is unrelated to the sailor's actions. The bosun's expression grew tense. So what you imply is, it must be the lost homeland, Lawrence replied gravely. That captain has taken Anomaly 099. He paused momentarily, then sighed softly. Perhaps we should consider ourselves fortunate. The lost homeland only takes what it desires. And that captain sought Anomaly 099, not our lives. The bosun glanced at his captain's expression and then at the desolate sealed chamber, hesitating for a long while before inquiring. Then, how shall we explain the loss of such a significant cargo to the city authorities? Lawrence met the bosun's gaze and firmly patted his shoulder. The lost town is a victim of a natural disaster. We possess maritime insurance. Will the insurance company cover this? If they refuse to compensate, we shall request the Explorers Society to issue a new bounty for the lost town. Captain, are you feeling a bit anxious? Silence. Chapter 7. The blazing green flames were gradually diminishing, and the surrounding sea began to settle. After confirming that the lost homeland had departed from the treacherous waters, Duncan removed his hand from the heavy, dark helm. He lowered his head, and what met his gaze was the corporeal form he had regained, along with the deck of the lost homeland, restored to its original state after the extinguishment of the green fire. Yet, in the depths of his being, he sensed that many things had irrevocably changed. He felt that at the moment he grasped the helm of the lost homeland, a transformation had occurred. The green flames had forged a connection between him and the vessel, even linking him to the vast ocean. Though the flames had now receded, he could still perceive this intangible bond, feeling every intricate detail of the grand ship beneath his feet. Duncan slowly closed his eyes, hearing the faint whispers resonating from the dim, shadowy corridors within the lost homeland. These murmurs exuded an inexplicable familiarity. He noticed that the lantern in the captain's quarters had been lit at some point, casting a pallid glow through its glass shade. The sound of waves crashing against the hull reached his ears, as if those waves concealed profound gazes beneath their surface. However, when he attempted to trace the source of those scrutinizing eyes, they seemed to retreat into obscurity, as if possessing a will of their own. Duncan opened his eyes, exhaling softly. The gossamer, mist-like spectral sail atop the lost homeland's mast began to billow. He approached the staircase leading to the deck, and the ropes alongside it writhed. retreating to the sides. He came to understand that only after taking the helm could he truly be regarded as the captain of the vessel. "Captain, we are ascending from the brink of the spirit realm and shall soon return to the material world." The voice of the goat-head resounded beside him, not through the copper tube used for communication aboard the ship, but rather directly manifesting within Duncan's mind. During matters of significance, it adopted a much more solemn tone, devoid of its usual clamor. "We have been fortunate. At our deepest, we merely bobbed at the bottom of the spirit realm, scarcely affected by its profound depths. The realities of the material world, the spirit realm, the unfathomable abyss, and seemingly the deeper subspace coalesced within Duncan's thoughts as these peculiar terminologies emerged before him. He recognized that these words pointed towards the true nature of this bizarre world, yet he remained oblivious to their actual meanings. However, as he listened to the goat-head refer to him as captain, Duncan sensed a subtle shift in its tone, leading him to speculate that even if he were to reveal his identity as Zhou Ming, the goat-head would still heed his commands. This transformation arose after he had grasped the helm and successfully emerged from the green fire. Nevertheless, after a moment's hesitation, he refrained from making any impulsive attempts in this direction, nor did he inquire of the goat-head regarding the spirit realm, the abyss, or subspace. Just days prior, he had been ensnared by anxiety and unease, desperately seeking to comprehend his situation, yet now, he found himself strangely unhurried. In this world, there exist other individuals, other vessels, societies imbued with order, and civilizations beyond his own. This realization was sufficient to instill within him a plethora of hopes for the future, even leading to the emergence of some rather nebulous plans. Lost in contemplation, Duncan recalled the details of his encounter with the ship that had suddenly materialized from the dense fog. He remembered the ship's conspicuous smokestack and the mechanical structures that had immediately invaded his mind as it passed by the lost homeland. It was a vessel powered by machinery, whereas the lost homeland appeared to be a relic of a bygone era, a sailing warship. Duncan muttered to himself, yet it was not entirely a mechanical ship. There were enigmatic chambers aboard, arranged as if for some kind of sacrificial rite, and on the hull's keel, one could discern numerous peculiar patterns and symbols, which seemed more than mere ornamentation. "A goat's head," Duncan abruptly exclaimed, uncertain of the name of the goat's head. He instinctively voiced the term that had sprung to his mind. When he had crossed paths with that ship, the individual who seemed to be the captain had shouted something at him. What was it he said? The goat's head appeared indifferent to the captain's address, responding cheerfully. "The waves were too tumultuous. I could not catch what was said." "You couldn't hear it either?" Duncan furrowed his brow, feeling that the captain's expression had been tragically resolute, as if he were prepared to face oblivion alongside him. What he had shouted must have been of considerable significance. The desire for mutual destruction is a natural human response, particularly among sailors, and should not be met with undue astonishment. Their roars in the face of insurmountable odds are hardly worthy of your concern. The reply from the figure with the goat's head appeared to be rather self-evident. Duncan, ascending the stairs to the deck, nearly stumbled, his astonishment causing his lips to quiver. "To wish for mutual annihilation is a normal human reaction?" he uttered, only to feel a twinge of discomfort as the words left his mouth. It seemed to expose a flaw in his identity as captain, revealing a lack of self-awareness. Perhaps the recent exertion from the green fire had drained his energy, or the sensation of merging with the lost homeland had dulled his vigilance. Regardless, a sense of unease washed over him, while the figure with the goat's head appeared entirely oblivious to his disquiet. "It is only natural for them to fear you," the goat-headed figure remarked, almost with a hint of pride. "Any mariner traversing these boundless seas ought to harbor such fear, akin to their trepidation toward ancient deities and the shadows of the subspace." Speaking of shadows, one recalls the words of a distinguished engineer, or perhaps it was an agriculturalist or a gourmet, who once said. Duncan wisely refrained from engaging in this discourse, concerned that its continuation would lead him into a conversational quagmire, though, more importantly, he simply wished to avoid the goat-headed figure, for any response would exponentially amplify its incessant chatter. In the very next moment, his attention was drawn to another object on the deck. What is this peculiar object? Duncan stood at the edge of the deck, gazing in astonishment at the item positioned at the entrance of the captain's quarters. It was a wooden chest that measured over a person's height, exquisitely crafted from an unknown dark wood, meticulously joined together, reinforced with a metallic substance that gleamed like gold. Along the edges of the chest, intricate engravings could be discerned, resembling both text and deliberately distorted hieroglyphs. This chest was certainly not a belonging of the lost homeland. Duncan had not seen it when he departed from the captain's quarters earlier. The voice of the goat-headed figure fell silent for a moment before resuming. "I do not recognize it, but it must be a trophy." "A trophy?" Duncan was momentarily taken aback. He circled the chest twice, finding it reminiscent of a coffin, albeit far more exquisitely crafted than an ordinary one. "Wait a moment, a trophy? Are you suggesting that this object was acquired from that ship we encountered earlier?" "A successful capture, Captain," the goat-headed figure replied with a tone of gravity, laced with what seemed to be a hint of flattery. "Your voyages invariably yield bountiful returns. Such outcomes are to be expected." Duncan instinctively opened his mouth, contemplating that he had no intention of taking anything from another ship. What kind of capture and bountiful return was this? Yet, upon reflection, he feared that expressing such thoughts would tarnish his image as a captain. More importantly, that mechanical vessel had vanished into the depths of the sea mist. Recalling the expression of the white-bearded captain, who had glared at him with a ferocity that suggested a willingness to perish together, he concluded that there was no way to return whatever had been brought aboard. Thus, he suppressed all his words deep within. Standing before the opulent wooden chest, which resembled a coffin, he noticed that its lid appeared to be slightly ajar, looking as if it could be easily opened. After a moment's hesitation, he placed his hand upon the lid, determined to ascertain what his recent spiritual voyage had brought aboard. His physique proved to be more robust than he had anticipated, and the lid was lighter than he imagined. With a mere exertion of force, the dark lid lifted enough to create a gap, which he subsequently opened entirely. Duncan gazed into the chest, utterly astonished. A person? Inside the chest lay a stunning young woman, her silvery hair cascading like mercury within, her features exquisitely flawless, exuding an aura of noble transcendence. Clad in a magnificent purple-black court gown, her hands were gracefully folded before her, as if she were ensconced in a deep slumber. She was perfect, resembling a doll. Yet, upon closer inspection, Duncan abruptly noticed her inhuman joint structure. Chapter 8. The Sun-A doll, exquisitely crafted to the point of lifelikeness, lay quietly within a magnificent wooden chest, resembling a lady in slumber within her coffin, awaiting the gentle stir of awakening. Duncan truly felt that the figure would awaken at any moment. Yet, this was but an illusion. The doll remained still within the box, offering no response to its surroundings. Duncan observed this peculiar entity with a blend of wariness and caution, while the doll in itself was not extraordinary. Its unervingly realistic appearance and the coffin-like chest instinctively evoked a sense of peril within him. Coupled with the inexplicable manner in which this box had manifested aboard the lost homeland, it was no wonder he felt compelled to be on guard. After a prolonged examination, Duncan finally ascertained that this ornate Gothic doll would not suddenly spring forth to startle him, allowing him to breathe a slight sigh of relief. He then furrowed his brow and inquired of the goat-headed figure, "What do you believe is the nature of this situation?" "This should be the significant cargo escorted by the previous vessel," the goat-headed figure promptly replied. Although it had previously claimed not to recognize the enigmatic box that had appeared on deck, its experience regarding maritime matters evidently surpassed that of Duncan, the foe captain. The exterior of the box bore symbols pointing to the divine, and there were pins used for securing chains around it, suggesting it had once been in a state of sealing. Transporting sealed items across the boundless sea is a perilous endeavor. It seemed that the ship had an intriguing background. Sealing? Duncan's eyelid involuntarily twitched, and he immediately turned his gaze towards the lid of the box he had completely opened. When he arrived on the lost homeland, this lid was already damaged, allowing him to easily push it aside. Although he had little understanding of seals and such matters, he was convinced that whatever seal this object possessed had undoubtedly failed, rendering it a potential danger. For fragile ordinary people, it posed a significant threat. However, he did not believe it would endanger someone of your caliber. This anomaly, which could be sealed by those with special skills, would find it impossible to withstand the might of Captain Duncan. Duncan remained silent, his expression grave, while a tempest of thoughts surged within him. The flattery from the goat-headed figure was quite flattering. If he truly were Captain Duncan, he might have actually believed it. Yet he was not, and this realization filled him with profound unease. The goat-headed being's words had made it abundantly clear that the figure lying in the coffin was indeed a hazardous entity. It merely posed no threat to the true captain, despite currently bearing the name of Captain Duncan and seemingly occupying the body of the latter, wielding some measure of power. Zhou Ming was acutely self-aware. He did not believe this would elevate him to the stature of the genuine Captain Duncan. His understanding of this world, this vessel, and even of his own present form was still woefully inadequate. Moreover, he keenly noted a new peculiar term that had emerged in the goat-headed being's speech: anomaly. The term abnormal connotes a sense of deviation from the norm, a notion that may seem commonplace at first glance. However, the particular emphasis placed on this word by the figure of the goat's head subtly suggests that it bears a unique significance in this context. Perhaps, in this world, abnormal does not merely denote what is extraordinary. It may specifically allude to a certain category of entities. For instance, a doll lying within a coffin. Regrettably, he lacked a suitable rationale to inquire about such an ostensibly common matter. After a moment of introspection, he recognized the necessity of prudently gathering information and accumulating knowledge. Thus, Duncan furrowed his brow and cast one last glance at the doll, as if resolving upon a momentous decision. I ought to cast it back into the sea. As he uttered these words, a flicker of hesitation stirred within him, particularly as he gazed upon the doll, an emotion that became increasingly pronounced. This was certainly not due to the doll's mere aesthetic appeal. Rather, it was because she bore an uncanny resemblance to a living person in eternal slumber. The thought of hurling her back into the ocean made Duncan feel as though he were casting a living being overboard. Yet, this very hesitation ultimately fortified his resolve. He had long been aware that this world harbored many strange and bizarre phenomena. Although thus far his encounters had been limited to but a single vessel, the Lost Homeland, he had already witnessed a talking goat's head, a mast that hoisted sails on its own, an everlasting lantern, as well as the perilous and uncanny sea, the haunting spirit realm, and the endless fog. Just moments ago, he had encountered a mechanical ship navigating this eerie ocean, tasked with transporting sealed objects, one of which had mysteriously found its way onto the deck of the Lost Homeland. As a rational and cautious individual, he could not allow himself to keep this beautiful yet potentially dangerous object close, given the ominous powers it might contain. Regretfully, Duncan resolutely replaced the lid of the coffin. Unsatisfied with his initial action, he retrieved nails and a hammer from the cabin and meticulously secured the coffin with a ring of iron nails. Ultimately, he pushed the sarcophagus, containing the doll, to the edge of the deck. The voice of the goat's head reached his ears. You may dispose of your spoils as you wish. Yet I humbly suggest that you need not be so wary. The Lost Homeland has not acquired new spoils in quite some time. Silence. Duncan curtly interrupted the goat's incessant chatter. The goat's head fell silent, and Duncan kicked the sarcophagus with force, sending it crashing into the depths of the sea. A heavy wooden crate plummeted straight down from the edge of the deck, plunging directly into the sea, which had regained its normal hue. It emitted a dull thud before resurfacing, gradually drifting towards the stern of the lost home. Duncan watched as the crate floated away with the waves, feeling a slight relief only after it was completely obscured by the ship's rear. He then lifted his gaze to the distance, observing that the mist over the sea had entirely dissipated, revealing the azure waters gently undulating around the lost home. The vessel had fully emerged from the spirit realm, returning to the tangible dimension. Nearby, there was no trace of the mechanical ship that had briefly intersected with the lost home. Duncan furrowed his brow, calculating the time elapsed since the two ships had crossed paths and their respective speeds. Given the current conditions of the sea, that vessel should not have vanished from sight so swiftly. Was this due to the enigmatic nature of these waters? Or perhaps it was related to the so-called spiritual navigation? A murmur of doubt stirred within him, but soon his attention was captivated by another sight. He noticed a glimmer of golden light suddenly emerge from the depths of the ever-present dark clouds above the sea. The bright golden sunlight gradually filled the space, as if an invisible hand were sweeping away the heavy drapery of clouds, causing the somber sea, shrouded in gloom for an indeterminate duration, to be illuminated by the sun's rays. Standing at the bow of the lost home, Duncan widened his eyes, gazing at the unfolding scene of the dissipating dark clouds. In that fleeting moment, he was unexpectedly touched by a profound sensation. Since the day he first became aware of this side's existence and embarked on his maiden exploration of this peculiar vessel, an unyielding shroud of gloom has perpetually enveloped the entire sea. It led him to nearly believe that this world was devoid of sunlight, that it was eternally shrouded in clouds. He had been estranged from the sun for far too long, even across the corridor in Zhou Ming's modest apartment. The thick fog outside had long obscured its rays. Yet now, The boundless ocean has cleared. After a prolonged separation from sunlight, he finally felt the warmth of daybreak in this realm. Duncan instinctively inhaled deeply, extending his arms towards the sunlit horizon as the heavy clouds seemed to dissipate in response. Retreating swiftly. In that moment when the light shone most brilliantly, a colossal sphere, enshrouded in countless twisted golden rays, appeared before Duncan's eyes. His expression froze in that moment of welcoming the sunlight. He stared wide-eyed at the sky. The sunlight was indeed blinding, yet not nearly as harsh as he remembered. He could distinctly perceive the object suspended in the heavens, observing its surface, which appeared to be adorned with a myriad of intricate patterns, and the magnificent rays radiating from it. In the backdrop of the intertwining light, two ringed structures, rotating slowly in concentric circles around the central sphere, became visible. Duncan squinted, and he could faintly discern that the two circular rings seemed to be woven together by countless intricate runes, as if some supreme force had inscribed an eternal binding across the heavens, imprisoning the sun within the sky. Duncan was unable to embrace the sunlight he had long yearned for. This world possessed no sunlight at all. "What is that?" he murmured, his voice low and tinged with a hint of chill. "That is, of course, the sun, Captain," replied the voice of the goat-headed figure, as calm as ever. Chapter 9. The Return. And return again the sun shone brightly. If that luminous object suspended in the sky was indeed the sun, then its rays were undeniably radiant. Duncan was unaware of how long he had been gazing at the heavens. It was only when his eyes began to ache painfully that he finally withdrew his gaze from the clouds. Yet, the image of the sun remained indelibly etched in his retina and deep within his mind. Even with his eyes closed, he could vividly recall its form, a sphere emanating a soft golden glow, the streams of light swirling and dispersing around it, and the concentric rings quietly orbiting its periphery. The sun was not like this. It should not appear thus in the world he had known. Even beneath the sky of an alien planet, the stars would not take on such a guise. But now he had to accept the reality. He was in a foreign land, a far more distant realm than he had ever imagined. Even the sun had transformed into something beyond his comprehension. Duncan instinctively turned his head towards the door at the front of the captain's quarters. Pushing the door open would lead him back to the room he had inhabited for many years, back to his modest apartment. However, outside that room, a thick fog had long since shrouded the entire world. In a certain sense, his beloved homeland had been reduced to that final 30-square-meter dwelling. What appeared to be a simple push of the door to return home was, in reality, merely another solitary vessel adrift upon the vast sea. In the prolonged silence, the voice of the goat-headed figure suddenly broke through to Duncan's ears. "Captain, where shall we go next? Do you have any navigation plans?" A navigation plan? How could Duncan possibly possess such a thing? Although he longed to devise a comprehensive scheme to explore this world and finalize the upcoming voyage, he didn't even have a proper nautical chart at hand, nor did he know what lands existed in this realm, what factions held sway, or whether this boundless ocean had an endpoint. Just a few hours ago, he had merely learned how to steer the lost homeland. Yet he found himself lost in thought, and after a few moments, he spoke inwardly. From where did the vessel that collided with the lost homeland originate? "You wish to venture toward those city-states?" The voice of the goat-headed man expressed surprise, followed by a note of caution. "I advise you to refrain from approaching the trade routes controlled by those city-states, at least for the time being. Despite your esteemed status as Captain Duncan, the condition of the lost homeland is, ultimately, not what it once was, and the naval garrisons of those city-states, along with the Papal Guard, will undoubtedly exert every effort to repel your incursion." Duncan found himself momentarily speechless. He was suddenly curious about the deeds of the Captain Duncan he had replaced. What heinous acts had he committed that would evoke such ire? As if merely appearing in this world could provoke a 25-man raid. Moreover, from the insinuation in the goat-headed man's words, Duncan realized that the state of the lost homeland and his own position as captain was perhaps not as commendable as he had been led to believe. It seemed the ghostly captain and his ship remained ensconced in the vast ocean out of fear of returning to the ports of civilization. A different expression for exile could be described as a journey to the ends of the earth. Duncan felt a twinge of distress. He was in dire need of a means to comprehend this world. He had to devise a way to engage with the civilized society of this realm, whether for the sake of enduring existence or to unravel the enigma that would lead him back to his familiar homeland. He could not continue to drift aimlessly across this boundless ocean. The dilemma lay in the fact that the civilized society of this world seemed to hold a contrary view. In the eyes of the locals, Captain Duncan was merely a formidable world boss loitering outside the main city, someone who, upon being spotted, would necessitate the assembly of a 25-member raid party. Duncan sighed. If only there were a book aboard the lost homeland. He would not find himself in such a passive state. His sole source of intelligence here was that cryptic goat-headed figure, yet at this stage, he dared not reveal too much of his true self in its presence. Nonetheless, one must ponder, how is it that such a grand vessel possesses no books whatsoever? The solitude and protracted nature of maritime life impose an extreme psychological strain on those who dwell at sea. One must have some means of alleviating this pressure. Ordinary sailors may lack the leisure to indulge in reading, but surely the esteemed Captain Duncan could not be illiterate? It is essential to note that a captain is a skilled trade demanding a high level of knowledge. Even the most brutish pirates must possess a leader capable of interpreting nautical charts, understanding celestial navigation, and calculating routes. With a heart full of uncertainty, Duncan casually posed a question, exercising caution to appear as though he was merely making an offhand remark. The response from the goat-headed figure was devoid of hesitation. Reading? Engaging in literature at sea is indeed a perilous endeavor. The profound depths and those entities from the subspace are ever vigilant, waiting for the frailty of a mortal mind to reveal itself. The only safe reading material consists of those classics published by the church. While they are secure, their tedium hardly makes them preferable to scrubbing the decks. Were you not always disinterested in the church's offerings? Duncan raised an eyebrow in surprise. How could reading a book at sea pose a threat to one's life? And why could only the church's classics be deemed safe for reading? What affliction plagued this boundless ocean? Although he felt that he had gained a modicum of insight into this world, it was swiftly overshadowed by new perplexities. Duncan forced himself to suppress these fresh uncertainties as he approached the edge of the ship, gazing out at the infinite expanse of sea and sky. The golden sun cast its radiant beams, creating rippling reflections on the water that resembled scattered flecks of gold. If one were to disregard the sun's oddly enigmatic appearance, it would indeed be a picturesque scene. After much contemplation, Duncan cautiously addressed the goat-headed figure, expressing his growing weariness with this aimless voyage, perhaps. Just as he uttered these words, an unsettling sensation surged from the depths of his heart, stemming from the connection between him and the lost homeland. It felt as though an alien force had suddenly brushed against the vessel. Almost immediately, a thud resonated from the stern, as if a heavy object had collided with the deck. Duncan furrowed his brow, swiftly drawing his primed flintlock pistol from his waist, while his other hand unsheathed his longsword. He then hastened towards the direction of the sound. Moments later, he arrived at the stern deck, where a sight rendered him utterly speechless. It was the ornate wooden chest, reminiscent of a coffin. Beside it lay the eerie doll. A chilling sensation washed over Duncan as he fixated on the still damp surface of the chest, as though it might spring open at any moment. He then noticed that the nails securing the lid had vanished without a trace. These were the very nails he had driven in before casting the chest into the sea, meant to be exceedingly secure. After several tense minutes of vigilant standoff beside the chest, Duncan finally resolved to act. With one hand firmly gripping the flintlock pistol, he inserted his long sword into the crevice of the chest's lid and forcefully pried it open. The ornate lid of the box creaked open, revealing the lifeless Gothic doll that lay still within, enveloped in a crimson velvet lining, reminiscent of a slumbering princess. Duncan gazed at the doll for several seconds, adopting a grave tone as he solemnly declared, believing he exuded sufficient authority at that moment. "If you are alive, rise and converse with me." Repeating his command twice, the doll remained utterly motionless. Duncan, with a serious expression fixed upon her, finally remarked with a hint of resignation, "Very well. Then I shall have no choice but to return you." With that, he resolutely closed the lid once more and proceeded to affix a series of coffin nails in a crisscross pattern around the box. After hammering in the nails, he procured an iron chain, securing the lid firmly using the hooks already present on the box. Once he had completed this task, Duncan stood upright, satisfied, and clapped his hands lightly, nodding at the coffin he had bound and reinforced with nails. "This time, you should find it impossible to rise from your grave." Without hesitation, he kicked the box back into the sea. Watching it sink beneath the waves, rising and falling with the currents, Duncan exhaled softly, then turned to leave the stern of the ship. However, halfway through his departure, he abruptly turned back, casting a glance toward the direction in which the box had drifted. The wooden box continued to float upon the surface of the water, Duncan nodded thoughtfully, turning away once more, only to suddenly look back again. The box still bobbed on the sea, having drifted further and further away. Perhaps I should place a cannonball within, allowing it to sink. Duncan muttered softly, finally turning to make his way towards the captain's quarters. You have been rather harsh towards that lady. The voice of the goat-headed figure echoed in his mind. Silence. How dare you refer to a cursed doll as lady? It certainly resembles a cursed doll. But what curse on this boundless sea could rival that of the lost home and the illustrious Captain Duncan? Captain, in truth, that lady seems quite gentle and harmless. Duncan pondered. Why does this goat-headed creature exude such pride when speaking of the curses and infamy surrounding the lost home and Captain Duncan? Perhaps sensing Duncan's discontent in his silence, the goat-headed figure swiftly changed the subject. Captain, you previously expressed a desire to hear my counsel, specifically. Let us defer that discussion for now. I require a moment's respite, for navigating the lost home through the spirit realm has drained my energy. Please remain silent for the time being. Very well, Captain. The goat-headed figure fell silent, and Duncan returned to the captain's quarters, approaching the nautical table, his gaze casually sweeping over the sea charts. In the next moment, his attention was abruptly captured. The chart appeared to exhibit a subtle transformation, the once all-encompassing. Seemingly animated grayish-white blotches began to dissipate slightly, as the waters surrounding the lost home grew increasingly distinct. Could it be that this chart updates in real time, reflecting the conditions of the surrounding seas as the lost home sails forth? Duncan immediately approached the navigation table, his full attention fixated on the subtle fluctuations of the sea chart. However, this intense focus was soon disrupted. Deep within his psyche, the lost homeland issued yet another signal of contact with foreign objects, and almost simultaneously, he heard a thud emanating from the deck behind the captain's quarters. The coffin had returned. On the stern deck of the lost homeland, Duncan gazed impassively at the ornate wooden box lying quietly before him. Droplets of water cascaded from the edges of the box, falling at his feet, affirming that his earlier memory of casting it into the sea was indeed not a figment of his imagination, and confirming that this object had, not long ago, been adrift upon the ocean. Such an eerie circumstance would chill anyone's heart. However, for reasons unknown, Duncan's demeanor was remarkably more serene than he had anticipated. Perhaps it was the nature of this already bizarre ghost ship, or perhaps it was the recent harrowing experience of traversing the spirit realm and the collision incident. Or maybe it was having engaged with a similarly peculiar goat-headed entity for several days. Duncan seemed to have developed a certain immunity to the extraordinary supernatural phenomena of this world. In truth, even when he had cast the cursed doll into the sea last time, he had a vague premonition that the matter would not conclude so simply. He lowered his gaze and, as expected, discovered that the iron nails previously affixed around the coffin and the surrounding chains had vanished without a trace. Subsequently, he bent down and, with his pirate sword, pried open the lid of the coffin once more. The resplendent Gothic doll lay quietly at the center of the crimson velvet lining, her hands elegantly crossed, exuding an air of serene grace. Yet, Duncan distinctly noticed that the hem of her gown appeared to bear traces of seawater, a faint whiff of brine emanating from the inner side of the coffin lid. Thus far, this eerie doll had exhibited no other peculiar or perilous behavior beyond her repeated comings and goings. But even that alone sufficed to classify her as an object of curse. Duncan gazed at the doll with an impassive expression for a moment before abruptly shattering the silence with a wry smile. I find myself compelled to satisfy my curiosity. As the words left his lips, he turned and strode towards the nearby cabin entrance, quite at ease leaving the doll on the deck. Despite his personal wariness towards her, he felt assured that, given his familiarity with the lost homeland and that goat-headed figure, temporarily placing the doll on the deck would not pose significant risk, even if she were to suddenly turn hostile. The myriad creatures aboard this vessel would be more than capable of handling her. He had preparations to undertake during this interval. Duncan traversed the aft deck, unlatched the wooden door leading to the lower deck, and, with the familiarity of long practice, descended the time-worn wooden staircase into the ship's hold. This space, situated within the upper hold, served as the armory for the cannons. The antiquated muzzle-loading cannons lay quietly along the sides of the chamber, their weathered wooden covers, stained and darkened by mildew, resting beside the gun ports. Blackened barrels of gunpowder and solid iron balls, resembling cannonballs, were haphazardly stacked between the gun positions, as if they had accumulated there for a century. As Duncan's gaze swept across these relics of a bygone era, A sudden thought struck him. On this vessel, he had not encountered a single soul besides himself. Who, then, was responsible for operating these formidable cannons? Could it be that, like the ship itself, these artillery pieces were capable of self-loading and autonomous firing? What of the freshwater tanks aboard? Were they also replenished without human intervention? And the damaged areas, did they possess the ability to self-repair? Or perhaps, did this ship even comprehend the notion of damage? A cascade of questions surged within him. Yet he found himself at a loss for answers. Duncan was acutely aware of his limited understanding of the vessel. Despite having conducted a modicum of exploration over the past few days, he had only gleaned a general comprehension of its upper structure. The deeper regions of the ship were far more enigmatic and daunting. Furthermore, having previously harbored hopes of escaping his solitary apartment to return to the normal world on Earth, he had not devoted significant attention to the lost homeland. This lack of focus diminished his motivation for action aboard the ship. However, an unexpected curiosity had begun to blossom within him, or perhaps a newfound sense of agency. This was his ship, and it was imperative for him to comprehend the lost homeland. This shift in perspective may have been sparked by his grasp on the ship's helm. Shaking his head, Duncan temporarily set aside plans for further exploration and made his way to the ammunition storage area. Moments later, cradling several cast-iron cannonballs, he returned to the stern deck. As anticipated, the cursed doll within the coffin lay undisturbed in its wooden box. Had it stirred at all? Not in the slightest. The voice of the goat-headed figure erupted suddenly, as if it had been pent up for too long. Its words tumbled out in a cacophony. This lady, as silent as her appearance suggested, should be regarded with trust. She is benign and harmless to you. Given her repeated returns to the ship, it might indicate a certain connection between her coffin, and the lost homeland. A great horticulturist once. Silence. Oh. Duncan gazed impassively at the figure within the coffin. It remained uncertain whether she was genuinely unable to move or merely feigning slumber in this dire moment. Either way, Duncan was indifferent. He felt compelled to satiate his curiosity. The solid iron cannonballs were exceedingly heavy when executing traders aboard the execution ship. Binding one such projectile was sufficient to send even the most seasoned sailor to a watery grave. He placed 4 cannonballs into the coffin and returned to the hold to retrieve another 4. The 8 projectiles nearly filled every remaining space within the wooden chest, encircling the elegantly grotesque Gothic figure, which now appeared remarkably vigorous. Elegance had been replaced by an unsettling aura. Duncan sealed the coffin's lid once more and, with considerable effort, pushed the wooden chest to the edge of the deck. Even with his current physical strength, this task was no small feat finally. He delivered a powerful kick, sending the coffin into the sea. The heavy sound of it striking the water echoed as the ornate chest plunged straight down, disappearing beneath the surface. Duncan stood silently at the edge of the deck, observing the spot where the chest had vanished, unmoving for an extended period. The voice of the goat-headed figure resonated in his mind. "Captain, have you had a change of heart? If you regret discarding this prize, the ship Lost Homeland could attempt to retrieve the chest with the anchor. Though it is not the proper use of an anchor, it claims it could give it a try." Silence. "But it seems you have been standing at the edge of the deck for quite some time." Silence. "Oh." Duncan exhaled softly. Before the goat-headed minion, he could never admit that his toe hurt. Thus, he endured the pain at the edge of the deck for several minutes, striving to maintain the solemnity befitting a captain, until he began to wonder if he resembled a stone longing for its beloved. Finally, he regained his composure and leisurely returned to the upper cabin beneath the deck. After a few moments of quiet contemplation, he estimated that enough time had passed, and suddenly made his way to the stern area of the upper cabin, where he opened the observation window between the 2 stern cannons, intently focusing on the movements upon the sea. The goat-headed minion remained silent for a short while, but soon could no longer contain himself. "Captain, what are you?" Duncan, fixated on the surface of the water, replied without lifting his gaze. "I am curious about how that cursed doll managed to return." Is it because she is a cursed doll? I appreciate your unyielding curiosity. However, I believe that even a cursed doll must undergo a certain process to reboard the ship. She feigns being dead, yet returns repeatedly. There must be a reason behind this, and she must possess some means of communication. Yet she currently refuses to engage. So I must find a way to discern her patterns of movement and force a means of communication with her. Listening to Duncan's explanation, the goat-headed minion fell silent for a moment, then cautiously inquired, "Captain, it seems you have become quite enthusiastic all of a sudden? Oh, this is indeed a positive development. Since the last time you awoke, your mood has remained rather dismal, and you seem to have lost interest in many matters. Your loyal first mate and second mate. Silence. Oh, once the goat-headed figure quieted, Duncan continued to focus intently on the movements upon the sea. And within his line of sight, the waters towards the stern were eerily tranquil. That coffin appeared to have truly sunk into the abyss, never to resurface. However, drawing from the experiences of the previous two encounters, Duncan exhibited remarkable patience this time. He silently calculated the passage of time, patiently awaited, and observantly watched, allowing time to flow unimpeded. Unbeknownst to himself, he found himself actively anticipating the reappearance of that figure. Then, indeed, a small shadow materialized within his field of vision. Amidst the rolling waves, that shadow darted into Duncan's view. It was a splendid wooden box, breaking the surface of the sea like a solitary vessel amidst the tempest. And the exquisite Gothic doll stood within the box, striking a commanding pose as she clutched her magnificent coffin lid, desperately paddling forward against the tumultuous waves. A Gothic doll wielding a coffin lid, riding the waves. Elegance was no longer quite elegant. It was truly more bizarre than 8 cannonballs combined. Duncan was utterly astonished. Goodness. Chapter 11. Alice. Duncan felt that he would probably never forget the bizarre and perilous scene unfolding before him. A magnificent coffin bobbing upon the boundless sea, while a mysterious, Gothic automaton stood within it, clutching a massive coffin lid, bravely navigating the tumultuous waves, and it appeared rather displeased. From any perspective, this sight was overwhelmingly uncanny, leaving Duncan momentarily at a loss as to whether he should be astonished by the fact that the cursed doll was indeed animated, or rather, shocked by her formidable demeanor as she wielded the coffin lid with such force. He realized that this spectacle contradicted his previous imaginings of how she might return to the ship. He had envisioned it numerous times, yet never in such a manner. In the brief moment that Duncan was lost in thought, the automaton had already approached the stern of the lost homeland. Despite wielding a coffin lid as her tool, her strokes were astonishingly swift, imbued with an unusual grace and strength. Cautiously, Duncan peeked out of the observation port, only to witness the automaton toss the coffin lid into the coffin, then reach for a protruding piece of wood at the ship's rear, beginning to climb with remarkable agility and speed, as if an invisible rope were pulling her upward. Curiously, the seemingly heavy wooden box floated effortlessly beside her, as though it had shed its weight. In a flash, Duncan withdrew his head, hoping to escape the automaton's notice. The figure, seemingly oblivious to the fact that the captain of the ghost ship had been watching her in the shadows, swiftly ascended the towering stern of the lost homeland. In a mere blink, she leapt onto the deck, and with a graceful flick of her finger, directed the floating coffin beside her to settle gently at her feet. She then glanced around, surveying the deck to ensure no one was present. Once satisfied with her surroundings, she hastily adjusted her slightly damp dress and began to crawl into the coffin with both hands and feet. Midway through her ascent, she was abruptly halted by a pirate's sword that had materialized beside her. Almost simultaneously, the distinct sound of a flintlock being cocked reached her ears. The figure froze in an instant, attempting to turn her head, only to find herself confronted by a ghostly captain enveloped in green flames, coldly regarding her. A voice that seemed to emanate from the depths of the spirit realm echoed chillingly. "Ah, I have caught you, puppet." Before Duncan, the figure visibly trembled, her instinctual fear prompting her to dodge to the side. However, in her panic, her movements faltered, her upper body swayed, and Duncan heard a sharp crack emanating from her shoulder. Then her head fell. In the presence of Duncan, a beautiful visage detached from the marionette, cascading silver locks unfurling in the sea breeze, entwining with the head as it tumbled to the ground beside him. The marionette's body remained poised in a posture of attempted escape beside the coffin, one hand grasping aimlessly in midair, while the head helplessly gazed at Duncan, its lips moving in a silent plea. "Help! Help! Help!" It is not an exaggeration to say that at that moment, Duncan's heart ceased to beat, though he harbored doubts about the existence of his heart while being scorched by ghostly flames. The sight of the marionette's head falling struck him with profound shock. The fierce, burning ethereal fire masked his horrified expression, and his brief moment of astonishment was perceived by the marionette as a form of indifference, leaving Miss Marionette oblivious to the fact that the fearsome Captain Duncan seemed even more frightened than herself, incessantly repeating, "Help! Help! My head has fallen." Finally regaining his composure, Duncan soothed the metaphorical heart that resided solely in his imagination, exerting every effort to control his movements and voice. With utmost calmness and poise, he observed the marionette for a while, confirming that despite her myriad peculiarities, this cursed marionette appeared to harbor a greater fear of him, the ghostly captain, than of her own bizarre nature. Realizing this truth in an instant, Duncan understood that he must maintain this composure. He remained oblivious to the intricacies of the world around him, as well as the enigmatic cursed doll that lay before him. Before he could seize full control of the situation, the formidable identity of Captain Duncan served as his greatest assurance of safety. On another note, he could not disregard the doll that stood before him. Though the unfolding events diverged from his initial expectations, it had ultimately become a being with which he could communicate. He stowed away his flintlock pistol, while his other hand firmly gripped the sword, recognizing that in close quarters, a single shot from the pistol was far less reliable than a blade. Moreover, the hastily practiced marksmanship he possessed was insufficient to render him a proficient gunman. Subsequently, he seized the doll's severed head, which had fallen to the ground. The sensation was undeniably peculiar, despite knowing that it was merely a cursed doll. The act of grasping a head incited a flicker of unease within Duncan. The faint warmth emanating from the head nearly compelled him to discard it, for it felt exceedingly unnatural and bizarre. Yet, he ultimately subdued the unsettling feelings within him and calmly locked eyes with the severed head. "Shall I assist you in placing it back?" Aye. All right, you do it yourself." Duncan nodded, casually handing the head to the doll's errant grasp. Then he beheld those hands, remarkably adept and deft, skillfully catching his head, casually tidying the disheveled silver hair, and adjusting the angle before placing his head back onto his neck. Accompanied by a crisp crack, the spherical joints fit seamlessly. The entire process flowed with an effortless grace, clearly not the first time such an act had occurred. Soon after, the somewhat rigid face of the puppet animated swiftly as she blinked and exhaled. "Ha! I'm alive again." Duncan, regardless of the perspective, he felt a compelling urge to voice a quip. Yet after contemplating his identity as Captain Duncan and the ambiguous situation of the puppet before him, he ultimately merely nodded expressionlessly at her. "Very well, now you shall accompany me. You have visited my ship on numerous occasions. We must converse." As he spoke, he dissipated the ghostly flames that had entwined around him, restoring his original appearance. The ability to voluntarily transform into a spectral form was a power he had acquired upon grasping the helm of the lost homeland. Yet it was still a skill he had only recently encountered. He could hardly claim proficiency, and further, he remained ignorant of any other functionalities this power might possess beyond steering the vessel. The earlier display had been merely to project an imposing presence before the enigmatic cursed puppet, simultaneously bolstering his own confidence. Now that the image had been established and the puppet was cooperative, there was no further necessity to sustain the flames, which consumed considerable energy. The cursed doll obediently rose from beside the coffin, only to be astonished by the sight of Duncan's transformation back into human form. She stood there, wide-eyed, exclaiming, You're not a ghost?" Duncan cast her a nonchalant glance and replied, "When necessary, I can be." The doll raised a hand to touch her head, her eyes reflecting a hint of reverence. Duncan, perplexed by what could possibly inspire such awe, observed that her head appeared rather precarious, as if it had nearly been startled off moments before. He turned and made his way towards the captain's quarters. Sensing through real-time communication with the lost homeland that the doll hesitated for a brief moment before dutifully following him. As anticipated, the ornate and peculiar coffin floated closely behind her, seemingly an inseparable companion wherever she went. Moments later, Duncan brought the cursed doll into the captain's quarters. Under the watchful gaze of the intricately carved goat's head, the ghostly captain and the cursed doll sat across from each other at the navigation table. Duncan settled into his dark, imposing armchair while the doll, elegantly poised, utilized the coffin-like wooden box as a seat, sitting gracefully atop it. Indeed, she exuded an air of elegance and dignity. When she sat quietly, her silver hair cascading and adorned in a Gothic gown, she appeared as a strikingly beautiful figure, akin to a masterpiece that belonged in a palace, guarded by sentinels. Unfortunately, every time Duncan laid eyes upon her, he couldn't help but recall the young lady's recent exploits. Navigating through challenges and taking independent actions, he sighed, regaining his indifferent yet commanding demeanor, and gazed into the eyes of the doll maiden. "Name? Alice. Race? Dull. Occupation? Dull. Why inquire about these matters? Duncan pondered for a moment, to establish a fundamental understanding. Chapter 12. The Ghost Captain and the Cursed Doll. On either side of the expansive nautical table, Captain Duncan of the Lost Homeland sat facing the Cursed Doll, Miss Alice. The atmosphere between the two, though both may not be entirely human, was far from harmonious. The doll, who referred to herself as Alice, appeared somewhat anxious. Despite the ghostly captain's assurances of temporary safety, before Duncan's naturally imposing visage, even a cursed doll seemed unable to find solace. She maintained a poised demeanor while perched atop her coffin lid, but the fingers discreetly clutching her skirt betrayed her unease. Duncan remained silent for the moment, contemplating as he observed this peculiar lady before him, an automaton propelled by an unknown force, undeniably lacking flesh, yet capable of speech, movement, and even possessing a semblance of warmth. Such a phenomenon, in his homeland, would warrant at least 3.5 episodes of a scientific exploration program. Duncan was uncertain of the classification of dolls like Alice in this world, yet through his recent interactions with the goat-headed entity, he had gleaned fragments of information. He understood that while extraordinary phenomena existed, they were not commonplace occurrences. Thus, he speculated that this doll, even in such a bizarre and extraordinary realm, must belong to a category of unique existence. His conjecture was not without foundation. The mechanized vessel that collided head-on with the Lost Homeland was relatively new and boasted a well-trained crew. He had witnessed firsthand how, despite being engulfed in profound fear, many sailors aboard that ship steadfastly maintained their posts. Moreover, the interior of the vessel was replete with numerous incomprehensible chambers and items, many adorned with intricate runic symbols, reminiscent in style to those etched upon the surface of Alice's sarcophagus. In other words, such a cutting-edge ship was likely dispatched with the purpose of escorting, or rather, transporting, the cursed doll, Alice. Duncan adjusted his posture in the seat, gazing with a blend of ease and seriousness at the remarkable guest aboard Alice's own ship. That much was indisputable. Yet, from another perspective, this young lady of the doll seemed far from terrifying. Her demeanor suggested she possessed quite a timid nature. After all, upon their first encounter, before he had uttered a single word, she appeared utterly frightened. May I ask, perhaps it was Duncan's prolonged silence and intense gaze that created an overwhelming pressure, prompting Alice to finally speak up. "And where do you come from?" Duncan, at last, withdrew his penetrating stare and inquired with a more tranquil tone. Alice seemed momentarily taken aback, as if grappling with the implications of Duncan's question. After a few seconds, she delicately tapped the ornate wooden chest beneath her. "From here." Duncan's expression momentarily stiffened. "I am fully aware that you previously resided within this box." He cleared his throat twice. "However, my inquiry pertains to your origin. Do you comprehend? Do you possess a homeland? Or perhaps something that could be deemed a point of departure?" Alice pondered carefully for a moment before calmly shaking her head. "I cannot recall." "Cannot recall? How can a doll have a homeland?" Alice, her hands elegantly folded upon her lap, responded with grace and seriousness. "Most of my memories are of lying within the box. I was transported from one place to another. Occasionally, I could vaguely sense someone moving about or guarding outside the box. I do remember some hushed conversations. Those who watched over me spoke in tones laced with fear and anxiety about certain matters." Duncan raised an eyebrow. "What matters were they discussing in your presence?" "Merely trivialities," she replied. Yet, I found myself intrigued. Duncan spoke earnestly, expressing his belief that those discussions were likely inconsequential, but now he desperately sought to understand this world, even if it meant gleaning insights from the mundane chatter of ordinary people. Well, the most frequently mentioned name was an unusual designation, Anomaly 099. They seem to use this term to refer to me and my box, though I do not favor it. "I have a name," Alice recounted as she reminisced. "Beyond that, I occasionally overheard them discussing seals and curses, yet most of those memories remain hazy. While I was confined within the box, I would often succumb to slumber, paying little heed to the sounds beyond my enclosure." The doll spoke leisurely, and then as if a sudden thought struck her, she added, "However, I do recall some of the things I've heard recently. That must have been before I arrived on your vessel." The voices conversing outside the wooden crate frequently mentioned a place called the city-state of Prander, which seems to be their destination, and perhaps mine as well. Duncan's gaze narrowed, silently committing the name to memory. At last, he had gleaned a fragment of useful information, albeit uncertain of when this intelligence would prove beneficial. He then lifted his eyes to regard the doll-like lady once more. "What else?" he inquired. "Aside from that, I mostly slept, Your Excellency," the doll replied with utmost seriousness. "When one is confined within a coffin-like box, with incessant, drowsy whispers infiltrating one's ears, what else is there to do but sleep? Would you have me perform sit-ups in a coffin?" A flicker of a smile tugged at Duncan's lips. Though she maintained an elegant demeanor, appearing as a graceful beauty when her head remained intact, she was not only capable of navigating the waves like a seasoned sailor, but also had a penchant for delivering surprisingly blunt remarks. In his mind, Duncan swiftly crafted a new image of Miss Alice. Yet he maintained the composed and authoritative facade of Captain Duncan, merely acknowledging with a non-committal murmur before continuing. "Thus, apart from languishing in that wooden crate, you possess no knowledge of the outside world. You are unable to enlighten me about the current transformations of this realm, nor can you specify the locations of any port or city-state." "It seems to be the case, Your Excellency," the automaton lady replied earnestly, her eyes widening slightly as if a sudden realization dawned upon her, nervously fixating her gaze on Duncan. "So, are you planning to cast me overboard? Because I am deemed of no value?" Before Duncan could respond, Alice continued, "Very well, I understand. After all, this is your ship. But could we refrain from stuffing me back into the crate with cannonballs this time? To be frank, 8 cannonballs is rather excessive." It was evident that the automaton lady was not in the best of spirits, though she hesitated to express her discontent openly. Duncan felt equally awkward, primarily because he had entirely failed to consider the possibility of needing to discuss this matter calmly with the very individual he had unceremoniously stuffed into the crate with cannonballs. At that moment, he had only perceived Alice as a standard horror film-esque cursed doll, envisioning scenarios in line with that genre. Little did he realize that this cursed doll had not emerged from a horror tale, but rather from a courtyard filled with complexities. Consequently, the preparations made to combat the terrifying curse had now transformed into a source of embarrassment. However, what sets Duncan apart is his remarkable resilience. His stern and imposing visage appears as if it has been chiseled by the very tools of fate. As long as his nerves remain unshattered, he can maintain his composure. Thus, he deliberately disregards the discomfort brought on by the 8 cannonballs, merely shaking his head with a nonchalant air. "I have yet to decide whether to cast you overboard, for you seem to possess an uncanny ability to return to this vessel. I am merely curious as to why you persistently return to the Lost Homestead. It is evident that you harbor a certain trepidation towards me and this ship. If that is the case, why not distance yourself from this peril? Is this vessel indeed called the Lost Homestead? Very well, I admit to a modicum of fear towards you and your ship. But is it not true that the depths of the ocean pose an even greater threat?" The doll-like maiden gazed intently at the ghostly captain before her. In her line of sight, the towering figure was shrouded by an endless expanse of shadowy void, an unsettling amalgamation of the gloom and the tangible reality within the cabin, as if 2 realms were forcibly superimposed. Yet, compared to the suffocating enormity of that dark abyss, the unknown horrors lurking in the fathomless depths of the sea instilled a far greater sense of danger within her, for in this world, could there be anything more terrifying than the deep ocean? Goodness. Chapter 13. The detrimental effects of prolonged bed rest on the cervical spine. The deep sea is a source of trepidation. Alice, though a mere puppet, possesses a captivating gaze that conveys emotions and an enigmatic array of expressions that defy rational explanation. Duncan could readily discern the palpable fear and aversion she harbored towards the abyssal depths or, perhaps, certain entities lurking within. Reflecting upon his prior encounters with the spectral realm and the peculiar phenomena at the borders, he easily grasped the undeniable terror concealed within the vast expanse of ocean surrounding them. Yet, the lost homeland continued its voyage across this boundless sea, paralleling the mechanical vessel he had previously encountered in the spirit world. This circumstance sparked a curiosity within him about distant realms. What might the terrestrial landscapes of this world be like? Did a normal land even exist in this realm? However, the puppet before him remained silent, unable to answer his inquiries. Most of Alice's memories seemed shrouded in an opaque haze, likely a consequence of some form of sealing or suppression, as Duncan surmised. He recalled the moment their paths crossed with the mechanical ship, where he glimpsed the interior through the vast perceptions of the lost homeland. The intricate and arcane runes, the religious symbols steeped in significance, and the engravings adorning Alice's coffin all pointed to a singular truth. This cursed doll was undoubtedly regarded with deep apprehension within civilized society. Duncan cast a meaningful glance at the puppet lady, who met his gaze with an expression of serene composure. Once more, let me confirm, you have no recollection of your origins, nor do you recall the experiences of your past, correct? I cannot remember, Alice replied earnestly. Since the dawn of my memory, I have been confined within this grand box, although I am unsure of the reasons. It seems I have always been surrounded by a group of anxious individuals, fearful of my emergence. They have taken various measures to seal the box. In all honesty, upon reflection, I find it rather amusing that the circle of nails you previously affixed to my lid strikes me as somewhat benevolent. Although you later added 8 cannonballs, at least you did not pour lead inside, did you? Duncan, this time, chose to disregard Alice's rambling and continued his inquiry. Then, from whence does your name derive? Who bestowed this name upon you? If you have truly never left the confines of the box nor interacted with others, how is it that you possess a name? Did you perhaps bestow it upon yourself? Alice suddenly fell silent. She appeared to be truly engulfed in confusion, maintaining a state of stupor for several seconds. Just as Duncan began to worry whether this doll possessed a glitch in its programming, the doll lady resumed her activity. I cannot recall. I have known from the very beginning that my name is Alice, yet this name was not chosen by me. She murmured in bewilderment, instinctively cradling her head with her hands. This sight caused Duncan's heart to flutter, prompting him to urgently call out, "All right, forget the memories. There's no need to tear your head apart, Alice." Following this, Duncan posed numerous inquiries to the doll lady before him, yet regrettably, most yielded no substantial results. As the doll lady herself articulated, she had spent the majority of her conscious existence in a state of lethargy within that coffin, oscillating between slumber and semi-consciousness. Her knowledge of the outside world was scant, derived solely from the fragmented conversations she overheard during her half-asleep state. And this meager information was insufficient for Duncan to construct a coherent image of this world. Nonetheless, Duncan did not leave the conversation with Alice entirely empty-handed. He at least gleaned a few certainties. This world harbored a power structure referred to as city-states, a term that recurrently surfaced in the doll lady's narrative, nearly encapsulating the entirety of her journey. Her original destination on this journey was a city-state known as Prand. It appears to be a flourishing place, where sailors conversed about its significant position along numerous shipping routes. Moreover, Alice bore an unusual designation, 099, which seemed to serve as some form of official title within the civilized world. As for the name Alice, aside from herself and Duncan, it appeared that no one else was privy to this knowledge. Lastly, Alice had been continuously transferred from one city-state to another, and it seemed she was not the only anomaly being subjected to such relocations. During certain journeys, she had overheard those tasked with her escort discussing other sealed entities. Duncan boldly speculated that perhaps this ongoing transfer of anomalies was, in itself, a method of sealing them, a necessary means to prevent their escape. Evidently, the team responsible for transporting Anomaly 099 had met with misfortune due to the abrupt appearance of the lost home. The puppet they were escorting had already managed to escape. However, the true nature of this peculiar cursed puppet and the extent of the destruction it could cause upon its liberation remained uncertain. After all, during her time aboard the lost home, she appeared rather harmless. Frankly, Duncan felt quite disheartened. He had hoped he had finally discovered a channel of intelligence to help him comprehend this world, only to find that the figure lying within the coffin was as bewildered as he was. Yet, as his gaze swept back to Alice, who remained quietly seated atop the wooden crate, his disappointment somewhat waned. At the very least, he now possesses a conversational partner aboard the lost homeland, albeit one that resembles a mere puppet. Though her head's dislodgement is rather unsettling, and she undoubtedly harbors further secrets, along with the occasional burst of nonsensical chatter, she is certainly a more stable presence compared to that incessantly bleating goat-headed creature. Moreover, when it comes to the bizarre and perilous, in this boundless sea, upon this ship of lost homeland, amidst the peculiarities aboard, which aspect truly appears secure? From an outsider's perspective, it seems that Captain Duncan himself may indeed be the most treacherous entity upon these vast waters. Duncan exhaled, and without realizing it, his expression softened slightly. Adopting a tone of casual conversation, he inquired, "I am curious, should I cast you overboard again, what would you do?" Alice blinked innocently. "Will there be cannonballs involved this time?" "No." "Then shall I be nailed down?" No." "How about being filled with lead?" "No." Cough. What I mean is, if I refuse to allow you to remain on the ship, then I shall row back, Alice replied gracefully, her demeanor unruffled. I have no desire to be engulfed by this vast ocean, at least on your vessel. I have a place to land. Duncan was taken aback by the puppet's composure, momentarily uncertain whether to commend her honesty or to criticize her audacity. After careful consideration, he finally ventured, "You could certainly be more tactful. Regardless, you already know the answer, do you not?" Alice smiled and said, "However, if I return, I might find a way to conceal myself in some corner of the cabin, ensuring you do not discover me. I shall no longer recklessly venture onto the deck. My awakening has only been brief, and during my previous returns, my considerations were rather lacking. Yet now, I possess the wisdom of experience." Duncan interrupted her, stating, "My awareness pervades the entirety of the ship, allowing me to discern the exact location of each wave crashing against the hull." Alice's subsequent words were abruptly stifled. "Ah," Duncan continued, maintaining his calm demeanor, "moreover, I could choose to obliterate you directly, employing a more definitive method to prevent your continued entanglement with me and the vessel, Lost Homestead." The doll-like maiden appeared genuinely unprepared for this possibility, instinctively widening her eyes, only for a soft click to resound near her neck. The headless doll clumsily caught her own head, anxiously attempting to reattach it to her neck. The atmosphere Duncan had sought to create dissipated instantly, leaving him to exhale in bemusement. Once Alice had secured her head back in place, he resumed, "Nevertheless, I suddenly perceive that having an additional crew member aboard this ship may not be a disadvantage. If you can conduct yourself properly here, I could arrange a position for you. Why didn't you say so earlier? You nearly gave me a fright." Duncan could no longer suppress a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. "So, what precisely is the situation with your neck?" Alice replied innocently, "I have no idea. I seldom have the opportunity to venture out. So how could I possibly know why my body is afflicted with such ailments?" Duncan silently observed Alice for a few moments, his expression earnest as he remarked, "It seems that prolonged bed rest is detrimental to the cervical spine." Alice remained speechless, gazing blankly. However, Duncan's spirits lifted slightly at the sight of the mute, doll-like figure before him. "Well then, to summarize, there is now a new crew member aboard the Lost Homeland, and I shall arrange for you a place to rest." Chapter 14. The harmless new crew member. The vessel, named the Lost Homeland, was remarkably vast. Astonishingly so for a sailing ship, its scale, in Duncan's eyes, nearly transcending necessity. Such enormity entailed a more expansive cargo hold, a greater number of cannons, a sturdier construction, and a steadier stance amidst the tempests, each aspect signifying its capacity to confront the most arduous challenges of long voyages. Yet, at present, Duncan harbored no intentions of embarking on any purported expedition. This extraordinarily large ghost ship only served to amplify his sense of solitude. Thus, the presence of another conversable crew member would certainly be welcomed. After all, the ship boasted an abundance of vacant cabins. The sound of footsteps shattered the silence of the corridor as Duncan descended the wooden staircase, accompanied by the Gothic figure, and arrived at the lower deck cabin situated just beneath the captain's quarters. This location, by structural design, could be deemed one of the superior living quarters aboard the grand vessel, considerably brighter and tidier compared to the lower levels, which were shrouded in darkness and exuded an eerie atmosphere. Duncan paused before a crew cabin, casually pushing open the slightly ajar wooden door. Inside lay a sparsely furnished single room. The ship contained several such solitary cabins, all long unoccupied, bearing no discernible signs of previous habitation. After initially exploring the upper regions of the lost vessel, Duncan became aware of the existence of these vacant cabins, though he did not ponder their significance at the time. Now, having taken command of this phantom ship and having uncovered its secret of solitary navigation, a question arose within him. If this ship requires no crew at all, then for whom were these crew quarters intended? The single rooms in the upper deck were evidently reserved for the first mate, second mate, and the boatswain, while the lower levels boasted communal sleeping quarters for ordinary seamen. Additionally, the presence of a dining hall, a game room, and those sails and rigging that operate without human intervention suggested that these amenities were designed for human use. Yet, this ship is entirely crewless. Duncan furrowed his brow, realizing that this ghostly vessel, now traversing the seas alone, must have had a crew at some point in its storied past. At least at the time of its construction, it was equipped with sensible accommodations for sailors. What, then, transpired to transform this ship into its current state? Where have the original crew members gone? Was the true Captain Duncan the rightful master of this vessel from the beginning? And what secrets does that enigmatic goat-headed figure hold? Captain? A voice filled with curiosity suddenly emerged from behind him. Duncan's contemplation was abruptly interrupted, startling him profoundly. It was only then that he realized the voice belonged to the doll maiden, and he momentarily forgot the presence of Alice. Over the past few days, Duncan had grown accustomed to the solitude aboard the ship, where he was the sole living soul. The incessant bleating of the goat-headed figure had become a familiar backdrop to his existence. However, with Alice's sudden arrival, he found himself somewhat disoriented. I am called Duncan, but you may refer to me as Captain Duncan. Of course, you are free to address me simply as Captain. He quickly composed his expression before turning to face the doll maiden who trailed behind him. This empty room will be yours from now on. Do step inside and have a look. Ah, certainly. Alice nodded, peering over Duncan's shoulder to survey the room's interior. Subsequently, she turned and grasped the wooden chest that had been floating closely behind her, hoisting it onto her shoulder with great care as she entered the room. Upon witnessing Alice's steadfast companion, the coffin, Duncan could not suppress a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He observed the doll maiden delicately place the coffin beside the bed, meticulously inspecting the velvet lining within it before she began to survey the room as furnishings. Finally, he could no longer contain himself and spoke. You intend to carry that chest with you at all times, do you not? Indeed, Alice responded matter-of-factly. Where else would I place it? This chest once represented your confinement. I had presumed you would be concerned about that, Duncan remarked, furrowing his brow. It appears, however, that you cannot bear to be without it. The ones who have bound me are not to blame for the box, Alice remarked, perched atop the wooden crate, gently tapping its lid. Would you care to join me inside? Duncan shook his head. No need. What do you think of this room? Ah, quite delightful, Alice responded, her expression brightening as she surveyed the modest furnishings, as if she were amidst a grand palace. Is that a wardrobe? I have no clothes to swap, so it seems unnecessary, but the cabinet is quite nice. Oh, and there's a table, which could be useful for placing items in the future. Although it appears I have nothing to put on it, perhaps it could serve as a surface for my head? That would make combing my hair more convenient. Whatever pleases you. Duncan thought it a peculiar sight to witness a Gothic doll contemplating life while seated atop a coffin, especially since her musings included some rather dubious notions. Yet, a faint smile began to emerge on his face. He then took a step back, regaining his composure. You may rest here for a while to acclimate to your surroundings. Aside from the staircase leading down, you are free to explore this level and the deck above. The layout is not complicated, and you should quickly familiarize yourself with the locations of all the rooms. I will be in the captain's quarters. Should you need anything, you may find me there. If I am absent, there is a talking goat's head on the navigation table. He is my first mate. Alice continued to nod along, but upon hearing the last two sentences, her eyes widened in surprise. A goat's head? That dark wooden carving. It seems you have noticed it. I did notice. But you say it can speak? And it is your first mate? Alice's face was filled with astonishment. I thought it was merely. How incredible. You are a talking, walking puppet. Duncan gazed at Alice with a blank expression. Do you still find a talking goat's head astonishing? Alice paused, lowering her gaze to her hands, as if just realizing the absurdity of the situation, murmuring, Ah, perhaps that is true? Duncan shook his head and turned to leave. Just so, you may rest here. Should you need anything, seek me out. From behind him came Alice's voice. Very well, Captain. After departing, Duncan did not wander elsewhere, but instead returned directly to his captain's quarters. He sat down at the expansive navigation table, where the wooden carved goat's head immediately sprang to life, creaking as it turned its head towards Duncan. Ah, the captain has returned. It appears you have settled that lady well. You see, just as I mentioned, she is a gentle and harmless woman, posing no threat to your voyage, and she can keep you company in your solitude. I gather you have decided to keep her aboard. What tasks do you intend to assign her? The lost homeland requires little manpower. The deck will clean the deck, the cannons will be polished, and the water tanks will maintain themselves. Perhaps she could be tasked with overseeing the kitchen? You seem to have consistently expressed dissatisfaction with the provisions aboard the vessel. Ah, speaking of provisions, it appears we must first replenish our supplies. Those salted meats and hard cheeses in the storeroom may have become somewhat stale. Although the rough seamen do not typically fuss over the fare at sea, the esteemed Captain Duncan undoubtedly. Duncan felt as though his brain was nearing a boil. And in that moment, he became acutely aware of one truth. With that incessantly chattering goat head around, He truly required a conversational partner as normal as Alice. "Silence," he commanded, glaring fiercely at the goat head, and only after the latter fell silent did he continue. "When Alice was present, you were quite obedient. I had thought you had finally learned to keep your mouth shut. It is imperative that the captain conducts interviews with new crew members without interruption. For that is the maritime code, even if I am your loyal first mate, second mate, and bosun." Duncan did not wait for the goat head to finish. In truth, had he not interrupted, the goat head would have never concluded these days. "Keep a close watch on that puppet's movements." "Ah, pardon? You wish to keep an eye on that lady? Are you not yet reassured by her?" "Indeed, it is essential for a captain to exercise necessary caution. She harbors many secrets, some of which she has not fully divulged, perhaps because she herself is unaware, or possibly for some ulterior motive she chooses to conceal. Regardless, she is ultimately a cursed doll, bearing the ominous title of Abnormal 099. Duncan remarked nonchalantly, noting how the individuals aboard that previous vessel employed formidable seals to prevent Alice from escaping that wooden box. Yet now, the very doll that was sealed resides aboard my ship, moving about with an air of confidence. I must take a moment to ascertain whether Alice is, indeed, a harmless doll, even if it is merely within the confines of the lost homeland. Goodness. Chapter 15. The touch of flame. Since assuming command of the lost home, Duncan has gained true mastery over the vessel, enabling him to sense any movement aboard. Nevertheless, out of an abundance of caution, he has commanded the goat head to remain vigilant regarding the movements of the cursed doll. He recognizes his limitations as a neophyte in the realm of the arcane, possessing scant knowledge of the extraordinary forces at play in this world. The existence of a walking, talking doll transcends his understanding. While Alice's demeanor may appear innocuous, the potential for unseen influences from Miss Doll could elude his perception. In this regard, the goat head surpasses him in expertise. Moreover, Duncan is acutely aware that he cannot constantly monitor the circumstances aboard the lost home. Although he has resolved to endure in this realm, there may arise a necessity to return to the world beyond the door. At such a juncture, he might not be able to perceive the happenings aboard the ship. Contemplating this eventuality, Duncan's gaze subtly shifts. Discreetly glancing at the goat head positioned at the edge of the navigation table, its obsidian-carved eyes reflecting a hollow stare. When he returns to the world beyond the door, when he finds himself back in his solitary apartment, will the goat head possess any awareness of his departure? What will the state of the ship be when he leaves the lost home? The sudden emergence of this question stirred a sense of agitation within Duncan. However, under the hollow gaze of the goat-headed figure, he displayed no outward signs of disturbance. Instead, he directed a sliver of his attention towards Alice's situation. Of course, he had no penchant for prying, even when the subject was an entity beyond human comprehension. Thus, he merely attuned himself to the circumstances beneath the deck, and through the perceptual connection with the lost home, he could ascertain Alice's current location and determine whether she attempted to sabotage anything. After all, beneath the seemingly harmless and elegantly beautiful facade of that puppet maiden lay the essence of a cursed doll, a perilous individual referred to as Anomaly 099 by the ordinary people of this world. She remained in the chamber, perhaps genuinely studying the room's furnishings and arranging her resting place. Duncan exhaled a sigh of relief when suddenly the goat-headed figure spoke. "Captain, what are your plans next? If you find yourself bored, your loyal silence." Duncan shot a glance at the goat-headed figure, then placed his hands upon the edge of the navigation table. As his thoughts shifted, the sensation of gripping the helm resurfaced in his mind, and the emerald flames once again flowed like a stream. Amidst the purifying fire, Duncan's form transformed back into an ethereal essence, the flowing flames radiating from the navigation table, spreading outward to the captain's quarters, enveloping the upper deck, ascending the mast, and climbing the rigging, causing the semi-transparent spectral sail atop the mast to swell with the wind. As the multitude of mainsails, foresails, and jibs deftly adjusted their angles in the maritime breeze, the formidable three-masted ship began to gradually accelerate across the vast expanse of the ocean. Duncan's gaze fell upon the nautical chart before him, and as anticipated, he observed a transformation in the grayish-white mist that enveloped the chart, signifying the silhouette of the lost homeland steadily advancing, while the fog surrounding it dissipated. After a moment of contemplation, he endeavored to concentrate his attention on the chart. The ethereal green flames encircling the navigation table, conveying the captain's will as if extending from Duncan's very being. In this delicate state of connection, He began to vaguely grasp the enigma that this evidently extraordinary chart held. With a flicker of thought, the silhouette representing the lost homeland on the chart enlarged momentarily before swiftly reverting to its original size. Duncan marveled at the images that unfolded during this whimsical act, which proved successful, despite the fact that only a shroud of mist was visible at the chart's edges. He was now convinced that this chart possessed the capability to record and display every inch of ocean traversed by the lost homeland, accurately and in real time reflecting the details surrounding the vessel. Under the hollow gaze of the goat-headed figure, Duncan maintained an expression of stoic calm, resembling a true captain intently scrutinizing the chart, yet a subtle thrill stirred within his heart. His gaze swept across the flames dancing upon his body, while his consciousness attuned itself to the state of the lost homeland, perceiving the alterations in the nautical chart. This peculiar green fire indeed held the key to mastering the lost homeland, as well as many of the enigmatic artifacts aboard the vessel. Perhaps this was the captain's formidable power? Duncan pondered the essence of this flame's force. He understood that to truly command this ship and to thrive in this bizarre world, he must first comprehend his own abilities. The foremost task was to fully harness this fire. As for the arrangements mentioned earlier by the goat-headed figure, Duncan observed the nautical chart before him, slowly morphing, and the wisps of white mist dispersing around the silhouette of the lost homeland. His intentions were straightforward. Given his insufficient understanding of this world, and with the map shrouded in fog, venturing forth was undoubtedly the correct course of action. After all, sailing was meant for exploration. Captain Duncan's reputation among the local populace was already that of a world boss, roaming freely in the wilderness. Remaining stationary on the lost homeland would not enhance his standing. As for the potential risks of aimlessly navigating the vast ocean, Duncan believed that prior to his assuming command, the ship had been drifting aimlessly. The lost homeland had never anchored. What additional peril could possibly arise? In contrast to the previous state of aimless drifting, the act of setting sail at least dispelled the mists upon the nautical chart, marking an end to the earlier condition of complete passivity, ensnared in obscurity. Duncan rose from the navigation table, the green flames enveloping him gradually dissipating, yet in his perception, the translucent spectral sail upon the mast of the Forsaken had not faded away. A portion of the green flames, which lingered on the mast and rigging, continued to burn, executing the captain's will. Drawing upon his prior observations while at the helm, Duncan began to grasp the situation intuitively. Although the spectral sail had been raised in the flames only after he took command, it was evident that the vast sails and the many automated functions aboard the ship did not rely upon the captain's own strength. This ghost ship possessed its own source of propulsion. While he was yet unaware of the energy that animated this vessel, it was clear that his role as captain was merely to issue commands, after which the ship would dutifully execute his directives. Duncan stepped away from the navigation table and turned his gaze towards the small door nestled at the farthest end of the captain's quarters. Behind that door lay his private chamber as captain. During the initial days of exploring the ship, he had regarded that room as a refuge for rest. Now, he sought a more tranquil environment to thoroughly contemplate what further actions he, as the captain of the Forsaken, might undertake. However, prior to that, this ship, already set to sail, required vigilant oversight. He glanced at the wooden goat's head adorning the edge of the navigation table and, with an air of utmost certainty, declared, "You shall take the helm." "Pardon?" The goat's head momentarily appeared taken aback, its tone tinged with surprise. "But Captain, I have pressing matters to attend to. Do not disturb me during this time." Duncan, seemingly oblivious to the goat's head's impending protestations, continued to issue commands with an effortless demeanor. Yet, within the depths of his perception, he could distinctly discern the myriad connections concealed within the ship's bowels as the green flames danced along the deck outside the cabin, transmitting vital information. The mast, the rigging, the sails, the rudder, the cannons, all elements were intricately intertwined, resembling a network of nerves or veins coursing through the vessel, culminating in the captain's quarters. The goat's head was subtly intertwined with all of this. Perhaps this enigmatic and uncanny goat's head embodied the very essence of the ship, the lost homeland, or was it a mechanism designed to assume control of the entire vessel in times of emergency? Duncan, not being the ship's architect, was unaware of its operational principles, yet he mused that the true Captain Duncan would undoubtedly comprehend the capabilities of the goat's head. Conversely, the goat's head, which perpetually referred to itself as the first mate, should naturally be able to take the helm in exigent circumstances. Duncan needed to embrace a modicum of risk, undertaking actions he had never previously considered. Yet as an authentic captain, he recognized the necessity of such arrangements. After all, the captain is entitled to moments of respite. A second later, the goat emitted a cheerful yet raucous sound. "Ah, esteemed captain, do not concern yourself, you loyal." Duncan paid no heed, merely gesturing dismissively with his hand as he turned and retreated into the depths of the captain's quarters, casually shutting the door behind him. Chapter 16. Walking in the spirit realm, the door behind him closed, blocking the hollow gaze of the goat-headed figure. Yet, Duncan remained acutely aware of the lost home, perceiving every subtle shift aboard the phantom vessel through a sensation akin to an extension of his own limbs. He observed a series of sails adjusting their angles delicately in the sea breeze, while the black helm at the stern turned slightly, further stabilizing the ship amidst the waves. As he had anticipated, the goat-headed figure had temporarily taken the helm, diligently fulfilling the duties of the first mate, though Duncan retained the ability to take control of the vessel at any moment. Compared to when he personally steered, the lost home exhibited diminished agility and speed. However, Duncan's primary objective was to dissipate the mists obscuring the nautical chart, and with no clear destination or course, he paid little heed to this minor impact. After confirming that the goat-headed figure posed no threat and that the Gothic puppet below deck remained obediently in its quarters, Duncan exhaled softly and surveyed the modest room. This chamber served as his private quarters as captain, the most comfortable and meticulously appointed space aboard the lost home. In addition to a plush bed, a classical wardrobe stood against the wall directly opposite the door, accompanied by a shelf adorned with various peculiar items. Positioned opposite the bed was a dark brown writing desk, devoid of any books, merely displaying a few decorative objects and tools for writing and drawing. Beside the desk stood a window that offered a direct view of the distant sea. On the wall adjacent to the window hung a few hooks, from which Duncan now bore a pirate sword and a flintlock pistol that had previously graced these very hooks. Approaching the desk, Duncan placed the sword and pistol within easy reach and opened the drawer to inspect the powder and lead balls contained within a wooden box. A small brass compass lay beside the lead balls and the powder bag. Duncan picked it up and observed the needle spinning erratically beneath the glass cover, as if ensnared by an invisible field of chaos. Inscribed at the base of the compass was a line of tiny text: "We are all wayfarers." He idly toyed with the compass in his hand, watching as the needle danced like a drunken reveler. The items here had been thoroughly examined by him on multiple occasions. During his initial exploration, he had discovered this room, and the belongings within, including that haunting inscription, were undoubtedly remnants left behind by the true Captain Duncan. After mentally reviewing the information at his disposal, Duncan exhaled deeply, placing the compass back on the desk, and raised his right hand to gently rub his fingertips together. A small cluster of green flame ignited at his fingertips, and in its glow, his hand took on an ethereal, translucent quality. Yet under conscious control, the flame did not spread as it had before. Instead, it hovered like a solitary candle flame above his fingertips. After the flames had stabilized, Duncan cautiously approached the flickering fire with his other hand to gauge its warmth. He then retrieved a quill pen from nearby, using the tip to touch the flame. The heat was imperceptible, and the quill remained unscathed, save for a faint, eerie green hue that crept along the shaft, endowing it with an otherworldly glow. Duncan, however, felt no response from the quill, a stark contrast to the sensations he experienced when interacting with the nautical charts and ship's wheel. In his mind, he quietly noted this new discovery. The ethereal fire bore no temperature and did not ignite objects. It likely only interacted with the anomalies aboard the lost homeland, providing no feedback to ordinary items. He pondered whether the flames would react to anomalies from beyond the lost homeland. A fleeting image of a certain Gothic doll, Alice, danced through his thoughts. Was she not an anomaly from outside the ship? Would she be affected by this spectral fire? Yet, he dismissed this whimsical notion almost as swiftly as it had appeared. For even if Alice was not human, even if she were a cursed anomaly 099, she remained an articulate, autonomous being with her own thoughts, and presently, she was a crew member of the lost homeland. Duncan instinctively regarded her as a person. He could not bring himself to experiment with living beings, for he remained uncertain about the profound implications this fire might have on affected anomalies and whether it could prove harmful. Subsequently, Duncan conducted several more tests, meticulously examining the nature of the flames while discerning whether any extraordinary attributes lay hidden behind the various objects in the chamber. At last, his gaze settled upon the small brass compass adorned with a message. The compass lay quietly upon the table, its needles spinning erratically beneath the glass cover. Yet, whether it was mere illusion or not, as Duncan maintained the flames and cast a watchful eye upon the needle, it appeared to momentarily freeze in place. Then, as if nothing had occurred, it resumed its chaotic dance. Duncan was taken aback. This object had undoubtedly reacted to his gaze. Initially, he harbored some trepidation towards the compass, for it bore the authentic markings of Captain Duncan, and he was apprehensive that the spirit of the long-deceased captain might have imbued this personal artifact with some form of power or trap to deter thieves. Thus, he had refrained from testing the compass with flames. However, after witnessing its reaction, he suddenly resolved to take action. Duncan extended his hand and grasped the compass, its icy touch sending a shiver through his fingertips. After a fleeting glance at the still-spinning needle, he placed the object firmly in his right hand, which was dedicated to sustaining the ethereal flame, and gradually tightened his grip. The ghostly green fire surged forth like burning oil, weaving through the gaps of his fingers. The surface of the compass ignited with a soft, eerie glow, within which countless phantoms flickered and dissipated. In the next instant, the previously erratic needle abruptly halted, resolutely pointing towards a specific direction across the vast, uncharted sea. Duncan felt a sudden stir within him. In that fleeting moment, he distinctly sensed the feedback emanating from the compass, confirming that it was indeed an extraordinary object capable of being manipulated by the ethereal flames. However, before he could delve into the intricate details of this feedback, an overwhelming force of gravity assailed him. Duncan felt a brief sway in his body, and in the next instant, his surroundings transformed into nothingness. The furnishings of the captain's quarters dissolved into oblivion, and the walls and ceiling crumbled like snowflakes, dispersing into the air. Amidst the swirling remnants of light and shadow, an overwhelming darkness enveloped his vision. Standing bewildered at the heart of this obscurity, Duncan's inner alarm bells rang fiercely. His immediate instinct was to grasp the firearm and sword that lay beside him, yet in that fleeting moment, he realized that only the brass compass remained, still firmly clutched in his hand. Blinking in astonishment, he beheld a myriad of delicate filaments of light suddenly emanating from the compass. These strands spread and intertwined in the darkness, expanding infinitely like a woven net. Amidst the interlaced glow, countless twinkling points of light emerged, some drifting aimlessly while others converged like flowing rivers, creating a resplendent tapestry reminiscent of a galaxy. Duncan gazed at the astonishing spectacle before him, a mixture of vigilance and unease coursing through him. Yet, inexplicably, he felt no sense of imminent danger. Rather, in the midst of this dim web of light and scattered stars, he experienced an unexpected sense of comfort and reassurance, a long-forgotten solace. In the next moment, an unusual sensation suddenly enveloped Duncan, drawing his gaze irresistibly towards a cluster of starlight interwoven within the luminous web. As he focused on this celestial brilliance, he felt as if the light was teetering on the brink of oblivion, poised to plunge into darkness at any instant. Instinctively, he reached out towards the shimmering stars. At that moment, an immense force surged forth, and Duncan felt as though his very soul was taking flight. He found himself propelled towards the fading radiance, while the intricate network of light woven by the compass receded rapidly from his sight. The surrounding river of starlight began to swirl and writhe with sudden intensity. In the midst of this swift passage, he instinctively glanced at his right hand, which clutched the compass, only to discover that it had vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, just as he was about to make contact with the dim star, a shadow coalesced in the periphery of his vision. This shadow seemed to manifest effortlessly, as if it had always been beside him, plummeting alongside him towards the faint glimmer. Duncan could barely discern that the shadow resembled a bird in flight. Yet before he could grasp the details, darkness enveloped him. A heavy sensation from the corporeal realm surged through his limbs, accompanied by the putrid stench of decay and the jarring clank of chains dragging across the ground. Chapter 17. The cave cold, damp, and the putrid stench of decay enveloped him, accompanied by the jarring sound of chains scraping against the ground. A myriad of strange sensations flooded Duncan's mind. Yet he found himself unable to open his eyes in that moment. He felt as if his soul had been cleaved into two parts. One lingered aboard the lost homeland, while the other was forcibly encased within an entirely alien vessel. This body, akin to a dilapidated and antiquated machine, was difficult to navigate. Chaotic and tumultuous sensations surged through his nervous system, intertwined with an inexplicable sense of dullness and numbness. He attempted to open his eyes and move his fingers, yet he felt no connection to these corresponding limbs. This disconcerting sensation persisted for several long seconds until the elusive numbness and lethargy within his nervous system gradually began to dissipate. Duncan felt as though his body was awakening from an interminable slumber, slowly regaining its capacity for movement. At last, he managed to open his eyes and perceive the surroundings. Before him lay a dim, cave-like space, with flickering torches affixed to distant stone walls. The dancing flames cast eerie shadows that revealed a horrifying tableau. Numerous figures, or rather, countless lifeless corpses, lay haphazardly strewn across the damp, waterlogged earth and rock. Most were in tattered rags, though a few still bore remnants of intact garments. Water droplets condensed from the ceiling of the cave, softly falling to the ground. In the distance, a faint sound echoed, reminiscent of a subterranean river or the murmur of wastewater flowing through drains. The clinking of iron chains seemed to emanate from the depths of a passageway connected to the cave, gradually receding into the distance. Duncan blinked, striving to comprehend the unfolding situation. He lowered his gaze to his right hand, where he beheld a completely foreign and emaciated palm, its tattered sleeve draping down his arm. The brass compass he had once clutched tightly had vanished without a trace. Looking beside him, he recalled glimpsing a shadow trailing alongside him while navigating through that tapestry of starlight. Its outline appeared akin to that of a bird. However, predictably, he found nothing in his immediate vicinity. The avian-like shadow seemed to have remained behind, not accompanying him into the realm of reality. Slowly, Duncan clenched his palm, forcibly suppressing the anxiety gnawing at him, and then attempted to rub his fingers together. A faint flicker of green flame emerged from his fingertips. Admittedly, this flame appeared far feebler than the ones Duncan was accustomed to. Nevertheless, he felt a semblance of reassurance. As the flame flickered to life, his previously disoriented mind experienced a slight revitalization, allowing him to perceive with greater clarity a certain rift and connection on a spiritual level. He became acutely aware that a part of his consciousness was not present in this place. He sensed the existence of the lost country signal, and recognized himself seated before a desk, grasping the brass compass. This sensation was undeniably extraordinary, yet Duncan immediately became vaguely aware of his current predicament. His consciousness had undergone some form of projection, or rather an extension, wherein a fragment of his mind traversed an unknown distance and now resided within another unfamiliar body. Even in this projected state, he could distinctly perceive the existence of his original self. This must be related to that brass compass. Could this be the extraordinary object's capability? A few conjectures flickered in Duncan's mind, but he refrained from allowing such musings to consume too much of his time. After assuring himself that his original form remained unscathed and his consciousness still under control, having merely entered a distant, nameless vessel temporarily, he began to regain his composure and resolved to ascertain the condition of this new body. Firstly, it was evident that the surrounding environment was certainly not aboard any ship. This was solid ground, the very land he had been unable to locate after drifting at sea for countless days. Secondly, this eerie cavern appeared far from welcoming. The scattered corpses around him did not resemble a typical burial scene. By what unfortunate circumstances had he found himself trapped in such a hellish realm within this body? Taking a deep breath, Duncan pushed himself up to sit. This body had been resting against a large stone, a position that could hardly be described as comfortable. As he inhaled deeply, Duncan suddenly sensed an overwhelming and peculiar phenomenon coursing through his body. It felt as though the air he had drawn in was expelled all at once, accompanied by an eerie emptiness emanating from his chest, which transformed the very act of rising. Astonished, Duncan glanced down and beheld a gaping void where his heart once resided. Its contents had mysteriously vanished. A chilling breeze wafted from within, mingling with the remnants of the breath he had just taken, ultimately dissipating into the damp atmosphere. From a certain angle, he could even discern the scene behind him with startling clarity. What in the world? Despite his resilient nerves and the experiences he had garnered aboard the lost homeland, a wave of cold sweat broke out upon him, and he felt goosebumps erupting in waves, every hair standing on end. Yet, in the aftermath of this jarring shock, He quickly realized that he remained firmly planted on his feet, still possessing the strength to curse. Remarkably, even with his heart vanished and a large hole in his chest, he felt no pain emanating from this corporeal vessel. Was this a corpse? Moments later, Duncan came to terms with his predicament, gaining a clearer understanding of his condition and swiftly regaining his composure. Occupying a lifeless shell and rising to move about may not be an extraordinary occurrence, after all. He possesses a spectral vessel that sails autonomously and a boisterous wooden goat, first mate. Not to mention recently encountering a cursed marionette capable of independent action and adept at navigating the boundless seas. Which of these is not more chilling than a mere corpse speaking? At least he is currently only devoid of a heart. Alice's head frequently strays from her neck. Amidst these chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, Duncan swiftly regained his composure. Confirming the functionality of his new corporeal form and gradually acclimatizing to the peculiar sensations emanating from his chest, he then proceeded toward the corpses abandoned within the cavern. Indeed, as Duncan approached the first body, he felt no surprise upon observing the horrifying void in its chest. The figure before him was a gaunt, tattered middle-aged man, resembling a beggar from the streets. He had long since departed this world, yet the fierce glare etched upon his face conveyed the struggle and despair he experienced in his final moments. Continuing his advance, Duncan encountered one heartless corpse after another, each pitifully sprawled upon the frigid stone. There were only two exceptions. Those individuals bore gruesome wounds upon their heads, as if they had met their demise from a violent impact against the rock. This prompted Duncan to ponder. Perhaps these were two souls who chose to end their lives before facing the torment of having their hearts ripped from their chests. To speak frankly, the elements within this cave are rather overwhelming for an ordinary individual. Even Duncan, after conducting a thorough inspection, found himself somewhat overwhelmed, prompting him to seek a relatively clean stone at a distance to sit down and gradually regain his composure. In the process of calming himself, he endeavored to unravel the truth behind the grim scene before him. It was evident that these were heinous murders. However, the excessively cold and uniform method of slaughter suggested that this was not merely a case of murder, but rather hinted at some malevolent, ritualistic undertone. Duncan once again summoned the ethereal flames, feeling the connection to his corporeal form. He was acutely aware that he could sever this projection at any moment and return to the safety of the lost country. Yet, he felt compelled to understand what had transpired here, if only to gather intelligence regarding the land. Taking a deep breath and sensing the unsettling draft at his chest, he rose from the stone upon which he had briefly rested. He gazed into the depths of the cave, recalling that the sound of chains scraping had emanated from that direction. This subterranean space harbored not only corpses, but also others who were active within this dreadful realm. Those capable of navigating freely in such a terrifying place should possess answers for him. While recklessly advancing to investigate the situation may not be the safest course of action, Duncan remained undeterred, feeling a sense of liberation in his current state of mind. Chapter 18. The sewers. Before departing from the temporary refuge of the cave, Duncan tore some tattered fabric from a nearby corpse to drape over himself. This was not merely a response to the chill of the cave's air, but rather an attempt to shield his exposed heart. For despite the gaping wound in his chest not compromising his survival, it felt profoundly unnatural for a man of his essence to wander about in such a frigid state. Cloaking himself offered a modicum of psychological solace and mitigated the disconcerting sensations brought on by the draft. Moreover, Duncan contemplated the possibility of unexpectedly encountering others in this subterranean realm. Logically, a gaping hole in his chest would not facilitate communication with strangers. Thus, having hastily tended to his wound, Duncan cautiously exited the damp, eerie cave and ventured into a passageway connected to it, making his way deeper into the unknown. This temporary vessel proved cumbersome. Not only did the grievous injury impede his agility, but he could also acutely perceive the frailty of his form. His emaciated limbs hindered his pace, rendering him incapable of moving swiftly, a stark contrast to the formidable physique of the ghostly captain, whose strength evidently surpassed that of any mortal. Duncan could not perceive the entirety of his current form, yet from the visible parts, he surmised that it resembled that of a youth, one weakened by prolonged and severe malnutrition. Despite the fact that a powerful ghostly captain's soul now animated this frail body, it seemed that the strength of the spirit could not transcend the physical limitations imposed by such a feeble vessel. Regrettably, he had no alternatives. Duncan could only maneuver this barely functional body slowly through the dim, winding passageway. He understood that in the current state of this temporary form, any encounter with danger would likely leave him helpless, and thus he could only hope that this shell would endure a while longer. The passage was deep, damp, and dark, yet it appeared to harbor hidden ventilation shafts, as a gentle current of air wafted past intermittently. At regular intervals, he spotted torches or oil lamps affixed to the walls, their presence indicating that the area had not been devoid of activity. After traversing a considerable distance, Duncan suddenly discovered that the path ahead opened up considerably, revealing signs of human craftsmanship. He beheld a junction at the end of the passage, where the routes branched off into corridors adorned with smooth walls and soaring semicircular arches. The brick-paved ground was dark and damp, flanked by two channels of repugnant sewage flowing along either side. Additionally, he noted openings along the walls that resembled drainage pipes, from which effluent poured forth, coursing into the channels below and vanishing into the deeper darkness. A sewer? Duncan quickly realized that he was confronted with a vast subterranean drainage system, while the earlier location concealing numerous bodies resembled a naturally occurring cavern intricately connected to the sewer. The expansive drainage network, the adjoining natural cave, and the hidden corpses conjured an array of conjectures in Duncan's mind. Simultaneously, he meticulously scrutinized the intricate details of the drainage system before him. Its grand scale and exquisite craftsmanship were evident, with the primary support seemingly constructed of reinforced concrete, potentially serving as a subterranean refuge in dire circumstances. The existence of such a monumental structure implied that the city above the sewer was of considerable size, and its technological advancements must have reached a significant level. Technology cannot exist in isolation. Each engineering marvel is invariably supported by a multitude of related industries and synchronized technologies. Even a mere drainage system could unveil insights into the construction, planning, materials, maintenance standards, and the corresponding lifestyle philosophies of its inhabitants, thereby providing Duncan, who faced a dire scarcity of intelligence, with invaluable information from a civilized world. As Duncan proceeded along the drainage path, he abruptly halted after traversing a short distance, his gaze drawn to the nearby wall. Embedded within the wall was a luminaire encased in a glass shell, further protected by what appeared to be a robust metallic cage. Compared to the torches and oil lamps of the cave he had encountered before, the lamp embedded in the wall radiated a brightness that was undeniably superior. Encased in a frosted glass shell, a vibrant flame burned steadily within, casting a luminous glow that illuminated a considerable distance within the sewer. Duncan leaned in closely, keenly observing. For him, everything beyond the confines of the lost home, particularly the creations of modern civilization, held immense allure. After some time spent scrutinizing, Duncan finally discerned the nature of this light source, a gas lamp. However, this gas lamp appeared to differ from those he had previously encountered in his studies. Beyond the distinctions in design, the most striking feature was the presence of several slender symbols etched upon the glass cover of the lamp. These symbols seemed to have been inscribed at the very inception of the lamp's creation, curving and twisting into shapes reminiscent of hieroglyphics. Although Duncan could not decipher these symbols, they immediately evoked memories of the enigmatic runes he had observed earlier on the mechanical vessel and Alice's coffin. Despite the differences in content, they all shared a similar essence. It was something sanctified, ritualistic in nature. Stepping back slightly, Duncan raised his gaze deeper into the sewer, where he noticed a gas lamp burning brightly at regular intervals along the walls. Given that this underground facility was seldom visited apart from necessary maintenance, the abundance of lighting within the sewer seemed somewhat excessive, and it was likely that each gas lamp bore similar mysterious runes upon its shell. This evoked in Duncan a sensation as though the densely clustered gas lamps were valiantly opposing something in the desolate, unvisited darkness of the underground, a silent confrontation against the civilization they symbolized. He advanced along the path illuminated by the gas lamps, his gaze simultaneously scanning the surrounding walls, floor, and vaulted ceiling for any discernible clues of value. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he perceived an anomaly. He halted between two gas lamps, in a particularly dim segment of the sewer, and tilted his head upwards, discovering something painted in a dark red hue high upon the wall, near the arch of the sewer. Narrowing his eyes, he strained to discern the image, and after a prolonged effort, he finally discerned the rough lines that depicted a scene, a multitude of hands reaching towards the sky, as if in reverent worship of some entity. Above these hands, there loomed a radiant sphere, emanating an overwhelming brilliance. Beneath this scene of adoration and congregation lay a series of jagged, erratic inscriptions, their strokes trembling with fervor and anticipation. The letters did not resemble any script from Earth, yet Duncan instinctively comprehended. The false sun shall inevitably fall, and the true solar deity shall resurrect from blood and fire. All vitality returns to the sun, all order belongs to the sun. Duncan stood silently within the depths of the sewer, gazing upward at the dimmest intersection of the gaslight. Fixating on the dark, crimson graffiti and the sun that seemed soaked in blood, radiant, yet fervently worshipped. It felt as though he were staring longingly into another realm. He remained in this trance for an extended period until a sudden clamor erupted from the depths of the sewer, and the sound of several footsteps reached his ears. He abruptly lifted his gaze towards the source of the noise, only to behold several figures cloaked in robes approaching from ahead, their faces shrouded in the shadow of their hoods, resembling ominous specters emerging from the murky recesses of the sewer. Duncan made no attempt to conceal himself. In truth, this straight passage offered little in the way of hiding places, and his cumbersome temporary form was ill-equipped for any evasive maneuvers. After a brief moment of contemplation, he boldly positioned himself at the center of the sewer, calmly observing the suspicious hooded figures advancing towards him. Since this body was destined to be a mere disposable vessel, he reasoned that it might be prudent to extract some information before the end. In the next moment, the cloaked figures emerging from the depths of the sewer became aware of Duncan's presence. Chapter 19. The underground gathering. The figures clad in robes and hoods naturally took note of Duncan, who stood resolutely in the middle of the path, unflinching and undeterred. At that moment, Duncan retained the appearance he had just emerged with from the cave, his emaciated frame draped in tattered garments. A makeshift piece of cloth covered the gaping hole in his chest, yet he stood boldly in the center of the road, seemingly startled by the sudden emergence of the hooded figures. The robed individuals were evidently taken aback as well, momentarily frozen in place. Then, the leader among them suddenly shouted, "A sacrificial offering has escaped." Immediately, Duncan observed them rushing towards him, one of them calling out as they ran, "Quick! Stop him! Don't let him get away!" Duncan merely shrugged, continuing to watch the approaching figures with an expressionless demeanor, fully aware that they bore no intentions of goodwill. After weighing the current situation, he had no desire to flee. Yet the group continued to shout, "Don't let him escape. A sacrifice is fleeing." Consequently, Duncan's steadfast stance in the middle of the path rendered the atmosphere increasingly awkward. The individuals, upon reaching a certain point, seemed to realize something was amiss, their shouts involuntarily halting, yet they had no choice but to continue their approach. Duncan could almost sense the blend of embarrassment and irritation emanating from beneath their dark hoods. Soon, these embarrassed and irate figures encircled him from all sides. At this moment, Duncan glanced around at the shadows of those surrounding him. After a brief hesitation, he remarked, "Should I have made a hasty retreat? Given the atmosphere, it seems appropriate." However, the figures clad in robes appeared to disregard Duncan's sardonic jest. They merely cast a wary glance in his direction before shifting their attention behind him. Two of them quickly leaned into converse in hushed tones, and Duncan faintly caught snippets of their dialogue. Why is one of them out here? Could it be that the hounds of the church have discovered this hideout? Yet he does not seem to have been released. In any case, we must take him back. This escaped offering is rather peculiar. It needs to be dealt with swiftly. Let the envoy make the decision. Duncan was utterly perplexed by the true nature of these individuals and remained oblivious to the significance of the envoy they mentioned. However, recalling the circumstances he had witnessed along the way and the term offering they had used, he began to glean certain unsettling truths about this situation. Uncertain of how a typical offering ought to react, and lacking any desire to play along with these individuals, he found himself in a temporary vessel outside the lost country. His concerns seemed minimal, so after a brief observation of his surroundings, he boldly inquired, "Where do you intend to take me?" The robed figures, upon hearing the calm utterance of the sacrificial offering before them, displayed evident surprise. Despite the complete concealment of their faces by the black veils of their hoods, Duncan could discern their astonishment. One of the cloaked individuals cast a menacing glance at the offering through the veil, his voice low and threatening. "You do not have the right to question. Take him away." Several hooded figures immediately advanced, but before they could act, Duncan stepped forward voluntarily. "There is no need for you to intervene. I shall accompany you willingly. The black-robed figures exchanged glances, perhaps taken aback by the peculiar demeanor of the offering. Nevertheless, the leader waved his hand dismissively. This is for the best. After all, you cannot escape. Come with us, and you may yet receive your honors with dignity. Thus, the cloaked figures encircled Duncan, sealing off all avenues of escape, and led him deeper into the bowels of the sewer. The nauseating stench of filth was overwhelming. Yet the black-robed figures seemed oblivious, strolling confidently along the moldy path. Duncan remained stoic and silent as he followed them, attentively eavesdropping on their sparse conversations. Though their exchanges were infrequent, he managed to catch glimpses of significant terms such as Plander, Regent, and Church. Is this the city-state of Plander? Duncan inquired suddenly, speaking as if engaging in casual discourse with an acquaintance. Nonsense. One of the cloaked figures instinctively replied, but then quickly realized his error, casting a bewildered glance at Duncan. You seem remarkably composed, young man. Do you have any inkling of what is to come? Duncan nodded, a smile gracing his lips. As he tentatively inquired, the true sun god, is that correct? Several cloaked figures paused momentarily, seemingly misinterpreting Duncan's unusual reaction. One whispered to his companion, wait, could he also be a follower of the master? Impossible. He is clearly an escaped offering. Another cloaked figure murmured, subsequently glancing at Duncan. You are somewhat clever, but do not presume this will spare you from sacrifice. The master has decreed your fate, and you would do well to accept it willingly. Duncan remained noncommittal, aware that his unnaturally calm demeanor had led these apparent cultists to erroneous conclusions. They likely believed he was feigning tranquility and masquerading as a follower to seek survival. Yet the truth was known only to Duncan himself. This temporary vessel struggled even to perform simple movements. The muscles in his face were rigid, as if suffering from necrosis at the extremities, leaving only a calm, expressionless faade. However, he was indifferent to the thoughts swirling in the minds of these cultists. His sole desire was to gather as much intelligence as possible during this fleeting exploratory venture. So he casually posed the question, do you believe the sun in the sky is a false sun? Do you believe it will eventually fall? The false sun will undoubtedly meet its demise. This is evidently a topic that can incite these zealots. Duncan was gratified to hear one of them respond with fervor and enthusiasm. For even the lackeys of the Holy See must concede in the annals of history that the sun in the sky is a grotesque aberration that emerged only after the great cataclysm. The true source of vitality and order in the world is the sun god. Yet our Lord has had his authority usurped by that vile counterfeit. That despicable imitation will inevitably plummet from the heavens. Soon after, Duncan heard the surrounding zealots echoing in unison. The false sun will soon fall. The true sun god is on the verge of resurrection. The excessive waters of the world will be banished back to the void by the great power of the sun god. And the earth shall return to an era of fertility and stability. As Duncan listened to the fervent proclamations of these zealots, his mind raced with contemplation. He understood that such fanatical adherents cannot be swayed by reason. Their beliefs are largely distorted and corrupted information. Nevertheless, certain fragments of intelligence they revealed merit consideration. The sun hanging in the sky is but a counterfeit. The true sun has had its dominion usurped. They firmly believe that the true sun is a fallen deity, and they are convinced that this deity will rise again from blood and fire. They also mentioned the excessive waters of the world, and spoke of an era of fertility and stability. What do these terms signify? Duncan's mind was a tumult of thoughts, while the few cultists soon regained their composure. They remembered their task, aware that they were escorting a runaway sacrifice. Thus, those closest to Duncan fell into silence, while the two at the rear whispered among themselves. Do you not find this sacrifice somewhat unsettling? He seems rather off. I feel rather uneasy. Could it be that during his escape he spent too long in the lightless underground? His mind. That is precisely why the power of the master will purify him. Duncan, eavesdropping on their conversation, particularly noted the phrase lightless underground. Just as he was about to extract more information from their discourse, the leading figure in the black robe halted. We have arrived. The cloaked cultist intoned in a voice that was low and frigid. Duncan felt a pang of disappointment, but was swiftly captivated by the scene before him. At the end of the path lay the convergence of several sewers, and within this expansive space, reminiscent of a small underground hall, there stood a gathering of black-robed cultists. Chapter 20. The sacrifice. The magnitude of this sewer system is extraordinarily vast, surpassing even Duncan's perception of its singular purpose in urban drainage. The presence of rune-embellished gas lamps and reinforced structures capable of serving as shelters provokes numerous speculations regarding the intended function of this subterranean facility. Regardless of the original intentions of its creators, one undeniable truth emerges. Deep within this expansive edifice, beyond the gaze of the world above, this dark and frigid realm has become a breeding ground for some malevolent force. A cult that ostensibly venerates the sun, yet evokes only a chilling dread. At the intersection of several corridors lies a spacious underground chamber, where robust concrete pillars support a dome constructed of bricks. A network of metallic pipes sprawls across the ceiling like a web, and radiant gas lamps illuminate the entire area, casting light upon the congregation of individuals gathered in this murky, damp locale. At first glance, one can discern at least several hundred figures clad in black robes, congregated in this tainted sanctuary. Prominently situated among them is a raised platform, upon which stands a tall figure draped in a similar black robe, clearly the most esteemed among the assembly. Unlike the others, this individual does not wear a hood. Instead, they don a peculiar golden mask, resembling a disc radiating infinite light, its surface inscribed with numerous fragmented fissures. Behind the masked individuals, there stood a peculiar totem atop a lofty pedestal, a tall wooden post crowned with a blazing orb of fire. The core of this fiery sphere seemed to be composed of some metallic substance, its surface adorned with numerous small apertures through which flames erupted in a spectacular display. When Duncan was escorted to this place, this was the scene that unfolded before him. The assembly of cloaked figures gathered in the meeting place also took notice of his presence. "We have apprehended a fleeing sacrifice on our way to the gathering," proclaimed one of the black-robed captors, stepping forward to address the leader on the pedestal with a tone laced with an air of self-importance. This sacrifice has lingered too long in the shadows, and his mind is in disarray. "We beseech you to wield your power and let the glory of our master descend upon this wretched form." The cult leader, adorned with a golden mask, turned to fix a piercing gaze upon the expressionless Duncan, his voice tinged with surprise and coldness. A fleeing sacrifice? Yet, Duncan remained unresponsive. His curiosity piqued as he surveyed the surroundings, including the golden mask of the cult leader and the blazing orb behind him. Perhaps these symbols appeared strange and bizarre to the ordinary inhabitants of this world, but he discerned at a glance that these objects were imitating the sun. Not the sun bound by torrents of flames and dual rings of runes in the heavens, but the radiant, fiercely burning sun that Duncan was well acquainted with, emanating an overwhelming brilliance. These individuals genuinely revere the sun, venerating a celestial body that seemingly fell from grace in ancient times, worshipping it as a deity. Duncan raised his gaze, his expression serene as he regarded the dark-robed priest on the elevated platform who looked down upon him. However, perhaps due to the atrophy of his facial muscles, his calm demeanor appeared to the priest as a sign of a benumbed intellect. The masked priest held Duncan's gaze for less than 2 seconds before turning away, instructing a nearby attendant, "Go inspect the holding area for the offerings. Be swift and return promptly." After issuing this command, he nodded to the black-robed figures escorting the offerings back, his tone laced with a hint of commendation. "You have performed admirably, though it may seem a trifling achievement to the Lord. It shall transform into your eternal glory when the sun once again shines upon all." Merely a bland, routine compliment, yet the black-robed figures appeared greatly invigorated, their excitement palpable as they extolled the true sun god while ushering Duncan to the forefront of the platform. It was only at this moment that the masked priest finally addressed Duncan. "Oh, wretched soul who has strayed from the path. Do you feel the profound chill amidst the lightless rocks and soil?" Duncan could not comprehend the utterances of the zealot before him and was left in silence. The priest, however, appeared utterly indifferent to any reaction from the offering at hand. His words seemed directed not at Duncan, but rather to the congregation surrounding him, and to the deity he fervently believed in. Cold and darkness are the sufferings bequeathed to this world by the false sun. Under the dominion of this false sun, the abyssal, dark ocean wreaks havoc upon the earth, leaving only fragmented patches of land for life to cling to in a desperate struggle. Yet, even upon these shattered lands, humanity finds it difficult to escape suffering. Beneath the surface lies the lurking shadows of the ancients, their ravenous minions writhing in the lightless caverns. While the ground is rife with hatred and discord, tainting the pure souls of mankind with the breath of the malevolent deity. How can we endure this protracted agony? How can we withstand the distorted and absurd world wrought by the false sun? We cannot endure. We yearn for our Lord's return, for the true sun God to descend once more upon the earth, ablaze with blood and fire, to restore order and prosperity to our realm. Under the priest's fervent and stirring rhetoric, Duncan could distinctly sense a shift in the atmosphere of the gathering. The cloaked devotees began to stir with excitement, first echoing his sentiments, which swiftly transformed into fervent cries. May the true sun God descend upon the earth once more, ablaze with blood and fire. May the true sun God descend upon the earth once more, ablaze with blood and fire. May the true sun God descend upon the earth once more, proclaimed the high priest from the altar, raising a hand to point at Duncan. Today, our Lord shall awaken further from his slumber. The blood of the lost shall soothe the scars left by the sun's shattering. Bring forth the offerings. A group of cloaked figures surged forward from the side. Yet Duncan was swifter than they. He needed no assistance, effortlessly climbing onto the sacrificial platform. Although this body was not in its prime, ascending the altar posed little challenge. Once atop, he stood before the masked priest, who maintained the imposing and enigmatic demeanor from moments prior. The sudden shift in events caught the cult leader off guard, as the unfolding was entirely beyond his previous experiences. He and Duncan exchanged a gaze, obscured by the golden mask, while an eerie silence enveloped the altar. Duncan, seemingly oblivious to the atmospheric change, felt as though he had gathered further intelligence about this world and was eager to witness more extraordinary scenes before this temporary vessel was rendered useless. With a sense of inquisitive anticipation, he rubbed his hands together and earnestly inquired, "What comes next? What is the next step?" The masked priest replied, "Did you not hear?" Duncan furrowed his brow, though the ineffectiveness of his facial muscles prevented a proper frown. "I asked, what is the next course of action?" At this moment, the priest finally reacted. Although obscured by a mask, a fleeting look of confusion flickered in his eyes. Nevertheless, he quickly suppressed his voice, which resonated with a deep timbre, and spoke. "The shadows and the darkness have indeed affected your mind. Fear not, for the most exalted sun shall put an end to your suffering. Bring the offering before the totem." Two figures clad in black robes immediately ascended the stage, seizing Duncan's arms and guiding him toward the totem crowned with a blazing fireball. Unfamiliar with this step, Duncan found himself unable to collaborate in advance. Yet he remained passive, obediently standing beneath the roaring fireball under the grip of the two black-robed figures. Despite Duncan's lack of resistance, the two captors exerted an extraordinary amount of force to restrain him, as if terrified that he might suddenly struggle and break free at the last moment. Their strength was astonishing. Duncan could even feel the bones of his temporary body beginning to crack under the pressure, prompting him to cast a bewildered glance at his captors. Soon after, the masked priest approached once more. Duncan's attention was instantly drawn to him as he observed the priest producing a uniquely shaped dagger from within his robes. The dagger twisted grotesquely, resembling a gnarled and parched knuckle, its blade a deep black, akin to obsidian, reflecting the flickering flames of the totem. It appeared exceedingly sinister. Duncan silently prepared to sever the projection of his soul, fully aware that the intelligence this temporary vessel could gather had reached its limit. The voice of the cult priest rose in fervent prayer upon the altar. "O most high and sacred sun god, I beseech you to accept this sacrifice upon the altar. I offer to you the heart of this offering. May you return it from blood and fire." Duncan immediately halted his action to sever the soul projection, gazing at the cult priest before him with an expression of incredulity. Goodness gracious. Chapter 21. Joyful Tidings. The ceremony proceeds smoothly upon hearing the content of the prayers uttered by the sinister cult priest. Duncan immediately ceased his attempt to sever the soul projection and return to the lost homestead. He gazed at the masked priest, who had just concluded a fervent invocation. As if observing a fool, the priest brandished a small dagger, seemingly carved from obsidian, held aloft in his grasp. Duncan watched as the congregation surrounding the altar became increasingly animated, chanting in unison the name of their deity, the true solar god, who, according to legends, had perished long ago. Fragmented and scattered, they intended to offer themselves as a sacrifice to the solar god, specifically presenting the heart of the victim. At that moment, Duncan finally comprehended the horrific scene he had encountered in the cave, grasping the nature of these cultists' frenzied and malevolent actions. Then, he observed the masked priest take a step toward him, the obsidian dagger now emanating an unsettling black flame. This captivating supernatural phenomenon instantly piqued Duncan's curiosity. He pondered whether the dagger was an extraordinary artifact and if the priest before him was a being capable of wielding otherworldly powers. He speculated on the existence of such exceptional individuals within the civilized society of this world and the roles they might fulfill. Simultaneously, he maintained an impassive expression as the dagger, engulfed in black flames, plunged into his chest, producing a hollow, muffled sound as it pierced through layers of tattered fabric. The flames flickered within, consuming nothing. Behind him, the totem pole erupted with a series of unsettling crackles from the blazing fireball, accompanied by a disorienting cacophony that seemed to blend with a tearing, dizzying noise. Duncan sensed an eerie essence emanating from the fireball, a chilling and frenzied touch that defied description, not merely due to the dulled senses of the body he temporarily inhabited, but because this sensation transcended any prior experience of perception. One thing was certain. In this realm where extraordinary phenomena undeniably existed, the sacrificial ritual of the priest before him was in grave peril. The aberration representing the sun on the totem pole immediately captured the attention of the nearest worshippers, and with a few suppressed gasps, the fervor of the gathering swiftly subsided. Even the two figures in black robes, who had firmly restrained Duncan's arms, appeared to be struck by some unseen force, releasing their grip in terror and kneeling before the totem pole in fear. The priest, wielding an obsidian dagger, stood frozen in place, maintaining his grip on the blade while fixating intently on the face of the sacrifice. Through the openings of the mask, Duncan discerned a pair of eyes engulfed in confusion and chaos. With great effort, Duncan managed to twitch the corners of his stiff mouth into a peculiar smile. He slowly raised his right hand and placed it atop the priest's hand, which clutched the obsidian dagger. Wisps of green flame flowed like water, permeating and gradually entwining around the blade. In almost an instant, Duncan sensed the feedback from the small blade, yet peculiarly, the sensation was faint and hollow, as though the knife were merely a shoddy imitation, its empty shell harboring but a sliver of borrowed power. However, for him, the authenticity of the knife held little significance. He curled the corners of his mouth into a smile directed at the priest and spoke leisurely. "I must convey two matters." In the next moment, the priest felt an abrupt disturbance in the connection between himself and the obsidian knife, as if the fervent energy of his unwavering faith in the sun god had collided with an impenetrable barrier, severing their bond entirely. "First, I am a person of broad-mindedness. You see, quite expansive indeed." Duncan tore away the already tattered fabric, now further rent by the blade, revealing a shocking gash through which the officiating priest could distinctly perceive the scene behind Duncan. "Second, strive to refrain from presenting expired offerings to your deity." With a gentle push, Duncan brushed aside the priest's hand. For reasons unknown, after he enveloped the obsidian knife with the green flames of his spirit, the priest appeared to lose a considerable portion of his strength, allowing Duncan, with his feeble and weakened limbs, to easily displace the towering figure of the priest. Upon being pushed aside, the priest seemed to suddenly awaken to the reality of his situation, a profound terror and wrath enveloping him. His muscles trembled as he raised a trembling finger towards Duncan, as if to restore order to the sacrificial ground through a thunderous proclamation. "Abomination of the resurrected. This is a revenant spirit. You have desecrated this sacred rite of offering. Abomination. Which audacious necromancer stands behind you? Are you not afraid of the wrath of the sun?" "I do not comprehend your words," Duncan replied, glancing at the obsidian dagger clasped in his hand, feeling its faint pulse of power. Then, raising his gaze to the priest before him, he listened to the crackling sounds emanating from the totem behind him. An audacious idea surged forth within him. "However, I am suddenly inclined to indulge my curiosity." With that, he abruptly raised the obsidian dagger high. Amidst the watchful eyes of the chaotic and terrified black-robed followers surrounding him, and proclaimed loudly to the masked priest, "O exalted and sacred sun god, please accept this offering upon the altar. I present to you the heart of this sacrifice. May you return from blood and fire." In the next moment, he beheld the obsidian dagger erupting in flames, while the chilling sensation emanating from the totem behind him suddenly converged and pointed towards the mask-clad priest not far away. Duncan observed the priest's countenance morph into one of sheer terror. It appeared he sought to flee the high altar immediately. However, the dagger's velocity surpassed his own. Launching forth from Duncan's grasp, as if drawn by an invisible force, enveloped in fierce black flames interwoven with a faint green fire. It pierced directly into the priest's chest, eliciting a harrowing scream. As the cult leader's torso was impaled, his heart turning to ashes in an instant. In the next heartbeat, the dagger returned to Duncan's hand. Yet during that fleeting exchange, the latent power it harbored seemed utterly expended. It was established that within the sacrificial radius of the cult's altar, there were two individuals, one possessed of a heart, the other devoid of one. A certain malevolent deity, today, was determined to claim a heart. The question arose as to who would be the one to lose it. Naturally, it would be the one with a heart. Yet, even if this logic held true, the efficiency of the entire affair exceeded Duncan's expectations. He was utterly astonished that his whimsical endeavor had proven effective. It was only after witnessing the priest's collapse that he glanced back at the now tranquil totem, muttering in an odd tone, "So, as long as the words are right, it matters not who gives." The fireball atop the totem pole, of course, would not provide answers to his inquiries. However, the cultists surrounding the altar had clearly begun to react. A palpable sense of chaos ensued, yet amidst this turmoil, fervent devotees erupted with a rage that eclipsed the fear instilled by the earlier manifestation of the totem. The cultists nearest to the altar were the first to respond, fervently chanting the name of the sun god as they charged towards Duncan. These boldest of followers quickly incited a throng, a veritable sea of black robes surging forth as if bereft of reason. Some even brandished concealed daggers and short swords from beneath their cloaks. Duncan had initially contemplated shouting that he would offer the hearts of all present on the altar to the sun god, testing the appetite of this enigmatic deity. However, upon noticing that some of the advancing cultists were drawing revolvers from their garments, he promptly abandoned this thought. Considering the time it would take for the sacrificial ritual to take effect and the swift accuracy of the law governing 7 paces, he simply and decisively raised his middle finger to the frenzied cultists, severing the projection of his soul. Let these lunatics continue their madness. He was intent on reclaiming the lost haven. Meanwhile, upon the vast and unending sea, a rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed on the deck of the lost haven. The elegantly clad puppet, Alice, emerged from her chamber and approached the captain's quarters. This time, the ornate wooden chest did not follow her, having been left behind in her room. The captain once stated that she could roam freely in the cabin located beneath the deck and could also walk upon the deck. If any matters were unclear, she was welcome to approach the captain's quarters directly. Alice remembered this distinctly. It's time to recommend a book. The first recommendation is from the author known as the Little Path Man, the Fishy Prince of the Ming Dynasty. Here's a brief synopsis. The grandson of the Ming Emperor Zhengde, Zhu Yijuan, the biological son of Empress Kongming, observed his proud older brother, his pragmatic second brother, and his inscrutable mother. Well, it seemed that none of this truly concerned him. Thus, the young man contentedly donned the hat of a time traveler, embarking on a life of leisure and indulgence, until a bowl of chicken soup arrived. The chicken soup has arrived. Chapter 22. The Seafarer's Code. Alice paused before the captain's quarters. The doll-like figure lifted her gaze to the somber oak door before her, taking note of the elegantly inscribed words adorning the doorframe, "The Gate of the Lost." It was hardly surprising that such an inscription would grace the entrance to the captain's quarters of the lost voyager. However, Alice instinctively furrowed her brow, her curiosity not directed towards the door itself, but rather towards the inexplicable familiarity she had with the written word. She possessed no memory of having studied language. In fact, she retained no recollections of any form of learning whatsoever, nor could she recall any experiences of engaging with others or exploring the world outside. Yet, this knowledge resided within her mind with an effortless certainty. She could decipher the letters on the doorframe of the captain's quarters and comprehend the purpose of various items within the room, skills that could not possibly have been acquired merely by lying in a wooden crate, listening to conversations beyond her reach. So from whence did this knowledge spring? Until today, Alice had never contemplated this question, but for reasons unbeknownst to her. After conversing with Captain Duncan, a spark of curiosity emerged within her otherwise placid intellect. She meticulously retraced her thoughts, noting that the shift seemed to have occurred following Duncan's inquiry about the origin of her name. In that fleeting moment, she began to question the assumptions she held about her own mind and endeavored to recall the story behind her name, leading to a subtle unraveling of certain elements within her consciousness. Alice was uncertain whether this disorientation was favorable or detrimental, yet she abhorred the perplexing sensation it instilled in her. Swiftly, she shook her head, casting aside her doubts, and adjusted her mindset at the threshold of the captain's cabin. With a gentle but determined push, she placed her hand upon the oak door's handle. The door remained immovable. Momentarily taken aback, Alice attempted to push again, only to find the wooden barrier seemingly forged from solid steel, impervious to her efforts. Just as she prepared to make another attempt, a voice unexpectedly emanated from within the cabin, raspy and low, as if it were emanating from a decaying log. "The door opens outward, madam." This was not Captain Duncan's voice, and Alice was startled, yet she quickly gathered herself, exclaiming softly as she pulled the door outward. This time, it opened with remarkable ease. It was only then that she recalled the captain had indeed pulled the door outward when he had brought her here. It appeared that the knowledge which had inexplicably surfaced in her mind was merely theoretical. Her prolonged slumber within the wooden crate had deprived her of authentic life experience. After a moment of introspection, Alice cautiously peered into the captain's cabin. The chamber was devoid of occupants, and the prominent navigation table stood quietly beneath the illumination, its surface shrouded in a delicate haze. Meanwhile, the dark wooden carving of a goat's head turned its gaze from the edge of the table, its eyes, sculpted from obsidian, hollowly fixed upon her. "Please come in, madam. The captain is quite occupied. You may wait for him here." The goat's head spoke, its politeness surpassing Alice's expectations. Moreover, do refrain from such inquisitive gestures, as they may cause certain overly sensitive individuals aboard the Lost Home to feel unwelcome. Calming them down could prove troublesome, and should your head happen to fall off, that would pose another dilemma. I lack hands to assist you in retrieving it. Is it truly speaking? Alice marveled at the wooden carving's articulation. Although Captain Duncan had previously mentioned that the goat's head would converse, hearing it chatter so animatedly still caught her off guard. After a moment's pause, she responded, "Ah, yes, but my head is not so easily dislodged. In fact, during my last installation, I specifically—" "Wait, did you say there are certain overly sensitive individuals aboard the Lost Home?" Alice suddenly grasped the implication of the goat's earlier words. A sense of surprise and anxiety washed over her as she surveyed her surroundings. In that instant, it seemed as if the captain's quarters, and indeed the entire Lost Home, began to sway in the dimness, transforming into peculiar entities akin to the enigmatic goat's head. The voice of the goat then resonated in her ears. "Is that strange? A vessel of such magnitude requires a substantial crew to operate. Did you truly believe that the illustrious Captain Duncan would personally scrub the decks?" The goat-headed figure spoke with an unexpected wisdom. Although Alice, still dazed from her recent awakening, sensed something amiss, she could only nod after pondering for a while. "That is true. Hence, there are many like you aboard the Lost Home." The captain's loyal first mate was singular. The rest were a collection of rather dim-witted individuals, and there was no need to concern yourself with communicating with them, as they lacked any interest in conversing with others. The goat-headed figure interrupted Alice before she could finish her thoughts, stating, "However, considering you are a newcomer to the ship, it is entirely normal for you to be unaware of many principles and rules. As the most faithful first mate and second mate of Captain Duncan, I must impart some essential knowledge necessary for survival on this vessel. After all, the captain would never stoop to enlighten a newcomer on such matters. My lady, are you prepared?" Alice listened, momentarily taken aback. She had forgotten her initial purpose for entering the captain's quarters. It seemed that every time the goat-headed figure spoke, a torrent of words poured forth, and after just a few exchanges, the rhythm of the conversation had completely shifted away from her grasp. Especially when the figure had suddenly rattled off an impressive array of titles, her mind buzzed with confusion. At that moment, as the figure finished speaking, she could only instinctively nod and respond. "Ah, yes, all right. Very well. Here are several rules that every crew member of the Lost Homeland must be aware of, which will aid newcomers in adapting swiftly to their surroundings and fully embracing the protection bestowed by the Lost Homeland and the esteemed Captain Duncan amidst the perilous, boundless sea." The response of the goat head to Alice was clearly one of satisfaction, as he nodded his wooden head while speaking, his tone imbued with evident pride. "Firstly, Captain Duncan is the unequivocal sovereign of the Lost Homeland. He is perpetually correct. Even if reality contradicts his words, one must always defer to his judgment. Secondly, no crew member may venture beyond the areas permitted by Captain Duncan. Any zone that has not been expressly opened by him is strictly off-limits, for such areas do not exist. Thirdly, should one inadvertently step into an unauthorized zone and, by some stroke of fortune, survive temporarily, One must remain in place and await Captain Duncan's return or resign oneself to the certainty of death. Returning independently is utterly forbidden, for the vessel one would return to is not the lost homeland. Fourthly, the lost homeland always navigates the correct course. Do not question the captain's navigational plans. If one finds the scenery surrounding the lost homeland to differ from their expectations or discovers that the vessel has descended into deeper waters, know that this is merely a facet of the normal navigational procedure. Fifth, the captain may occasionally leave the ship, but he will invariably return. During his absence, the lost home will continue to sail normally. However, all crew members are strictly prohibited from approaching the helm at the stern, as the steering system may lack a sense of security in the captain's absence. The ropes at the stern are capable of ensnaring any reckless individuals who exhibit signs of usurpation. Sixth, there are precisely 6 fundamental rules for the crew aboard the lost home. Seventh, the door to the captain's quarters opens outward. The Goathead appears to have imparted this knowledge to the new crew members on more than one occasion, articulating these rules with remarkable fluency and ease. Yet, when Alice heard the last 2 rules, she immediately sensed an inconsistency. Wait a moment, Mr. Goathead. You just mentioned the 6th rule. Sixth, there are precisely 6 fundamental rules for the crew aboard the lost home. The Goathead responded without hesitation. Alice found herself momentarily questioning whether the issue lay with her or with the first mate before her. But you just referred to a 7th rule. Seventh, the door to the captain's quarters opens outward. The Goathead replied with natural ease, staring blankly at the dark, goat-headed wooden carving on the table. Alice began to doubt her own hearing and then her own mind. However, she soon realized that she lacked any semblance of a mind, prompting her to confirm once again, these 2 rules, are they not contradictory? There is no contradiction. Listening to the goat's resolute response and gazing into the other's hollow, obsidian eyes, Alice parted her lips to speak, only to swallow all her questions back in an instant. Goodness. Chapter 23. The bird. Alice found herself perplexed by the intricacies of this world. However, she had, on countless occasions, overheard hushed conversations laced with fear and tension emanating from the crew and guards responsible for transporting anomalous entities. From them, she gleaned a rudimentary understanding of certain extraordinary phenomena. When confronted with something that is evidently irrational, yet undeniably real, the prudent course of action is to adhere strictly to established safety protocols, maintaining a safe distance before contemplating further investigation and analysis. Such is the essence of survival. Alice remained largely detached from the notion of being Anomaly 099. She was uncertain about her capabilities or the action she had taken that instilled such fear and vigilance in humanity. She did not comprehend how a sentient anomaly ought to think. In this moment, she merely pondered like any ordinary human would. Since the goat-headed figure claimed that the crew's regulations consisted of precisely 6 rules, then there were indeed 6. And since the goat-headed entity alluded to a 7th rule, she resolved to remember this 7th tenet. Yet, she could not suppress her curiosity and felt compelled to inquire. Earlier, I attempted to push open the captain's cabin door, and it clearly opens outward. Why, then, is it necessary to specifically emphasize this in the regulations? The wooden goat head gazed intently into Alice's eyes, and after an interval of 2 full seconds, it spoke with an unprecedented brevity. Sometimes, it can open inward. If you encounter a door that opens inward, under no circumstances should you enter. Only the captain possesses the authority to do so aboard the lost homestead. This was the first time since earlier that the goathead spoke with such gravity, even carrying a hint of intimidation. A stark contrast to the demeanor displayed while introducing the crew's regulations. Alice was taken aback by the unusual solemnity in his tone. Yet, almost immediately, the goathead's manner shifted to a more buoyant tone, as if the serious discussion had never transpired. Well, the essential introduction process for new crew members has concluded. Now, let us converse about something else. By the way, my dear lady, do you have a reason for visiting the captain's quarters? If you require assistance with the ship's facilities, there is no need to trouble the illustrious Captain Duncan. However, if you seek a companion for conversation, you have come to the right place. I excel in finding topics to discuss and possess an extensive knowledge of the great tales surrounding this vessel. Not interested in grand tales? Then allow me to introduce you to the most renowned dishes of the boundless sea. I possess a modicum of culinary expertise. The goathead, once he began speaking, fell into a rhythm, and Alice found herself unable to interject. By the time she realized the precariousness of the situation, It was too late. Anomaly 099, the automaton Miss Alice, faced the second greatest terror aboard the Lost Homestead, apart from Captain Duncan. Meanwhile, just a wall away in the quarters, Duncan quietly listened to the sounds emanating from the chart room. He had just awakened, his soul returning to the lost homeland from a distant vessel. Although he did not overhear the initial conversation between Goathead and Alice, he did catch snippets of the crew's peculiar regulations and discussions regarding the captain's cabin door opening outward. This was crucial information, an unexpected boon. Duncan had yet to fully process the intelligence he had gathered from the cultists when he inadvertently eavesdropped on the exchange between Goathead and Alice. Both the bizarre and eerie crew regulations and the revelations in Goathead's words held immense significance for him. Indeed, as he pushed open the captain's cabin door to return to the opposite side, Goathead was aware of his actions. For Duncan, it was akin to returning to his bachelor abode, yet for the lost homeland, it seemingly signified the captain's temporary departure. Goathead harbored no doubts about this, perceiving it as a behavior inherent to Captain Duncan himself. Thus, the original Captain Duncan had also opened the captain's cabin door to venture into some enigmatic realm, and such occurrences were not isolated incidents, having become so commonplace in Goathead's eyes that they had integrated into the very fabric of the Lost Homeland's crew regulations. This news is fortuitous for Duncan, as it signifies that upon his return to the other side, he need not harbor excessive concerns. Even with the potential addition of new crew members aboard the vessel, he can discreetly vanish from everyone's sight without trepidation that others might imitate him, follow suit, and uncover his hidden truths. Yet, on the flip side, an inescapable unease burgeons within Duncan, linked to the 61 crew regulations that the goat-headed figure deliberately mentioned. What do these regulations truly signify? What is the foundation for these seemingly bizarre, perilous, and often contradictory rules? Some entries appear to underscore the captain's authority, but the reality is evidently more complex. Those stringent behavioral limitations seem to be crafted for the survival of the crew amidst lurking dangers, allowing them to navigate invisible threats through an established framework. Duncan furrows his brow slightly, contemplating his genuine position within these regulations. Judging by their content, he seems to be the sole individual endowed with the greatest freedom and agency as captain. He need not be concerned about the unseen perils aboard, and in fact, he himself is a determiner of many of those risks. However, this is contingent upon him being the true Captain Duncan. This is precisely the aspect that warrants the most apprehension. Suddenly, he recalls his recent explorations aboard the Lost Homeland, reflecting on the fact that he had roamed the cabin with casual abandon. The goathead had never reminded himself of the crew's code. He perceived himself as the true Captain Duncan. During his movements aboard the vessel, he had encountered no peculiar dangers, and it was improbable that another captain would emerge to impose restrictions upon him. From this perspective, the dangers mentioned in the crew's code seemed to warrant no concern for Goathead. Duncan let out a soft sigh, continuing to listen intently to the sounds emanating from the chart room. Half a minute later, he cursed himself for being unable to silence his ears. The nonsense puppet engaged in a discourse with the boisterous Goathead, the latter evidently enjoying an overwhelming advantage. The cacophony of trivial chatter surged through the chart room like the relentless waves upon the boundless sea, overwhelming even Duncan, who was covertly observing from his quarters. He felt compelled to rush out and rescue the poor puppet lady. Clearly, Alice, lacking in social experience, was no match for Goathead. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, Duncan paused. He had just concluded a remarkable journey of the soul, with a wealth of intelligence to organize and insights to distill. He needed to comprehend what had transpired within him, to ascertain whether this process was controllable. At present, it appeared that this ability to project his consciousness into the distance would prove to be his most valuable asset in gathering intelligence on land in the future. Under normal circumstances, he would have been concerned that immersing himself for too long in the study of his newfound abilities might inadvertently draw unnecessary attention from the goat-headed figure. However, with Alice outside to divert that loquacious creature's gaze, it was nothing short of fortuitous. Silently apologizing to Miss Doll in his heart, Duncan cast his eyes down to his right hand, only to be momentarily stunned. The brass compass, slightly larger than a pocket watch, had vanished without a trace. He distinctly remembered clutching it tightly just moments ago. A flicker of alarm crossed Duncan's features as he realized he had been entirely oblivious to the change in his hand. This lapse in vigilance was the first of its kind since his arrival aboard this peculiar ghost ship. In the next instant, he loosely clenched his right hand, and a wisp of ethereal green flame quietly flickered between his fingers. He then rose from behind the desk, determined to utilize the connection between the spectral fire and extraordinary phenomena to investigate the dormitory for any unusual traces. Yet, just as he stood, his movement abruptly halted. A subtle connection stirred within him. Instinctively, he turned his gaze toward the source of that connection, and from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of several feathers, both real and illusory, drifting down from the air. Astonished, Duncan looked toward where the feathers descended, witnessing a phantasm swiftly materializing before him. Within mere seconds, the apparition coalesced into a snow-white dove. The missing compass hung from the chest of the dove, while a familiar obsidian dagger lay quietly at its feet. Chapter 24. A pigeon? The snow-white bird stood vacantly upon the table, a brass compass, sought after by Duncan for quite some time, dangling from its neck, while a familiar obsidian dagger lay at its feet. Duncan gazed at the pigeon with a somewhat dazed expression, and in return, the pigeon gazed back at him with equal bewilderment. Deciphering emotions from the visage of a bird is no simple task, yet for reasons unknown, Duncan felt he could comprehend the expression of this pigeon. Not only its demeanor, but even the glimmer of wisdom emanating from its slightly reddened eyes. The bird's beady green orb stared intently ahead, and as Duncan directed his gaze towards it, one of its eyes evidently shifted to acknowledge him, while the other seemed to remain transfixed on the ceiling of the captain's quarters, its gaze wavering and unfocused. A pigeon? After several moments of contemplation, Duncan finally muttered, his lips twitching involuntarily. Why a pigeon? Why had one suddenly appeared? Why was his brass compass adorning this creature? And how had that dagger come to be there? Or to encapsulate all his questions into a single inquiry, could anything normal ever transpire aboard this peculiar vessel? Meanwhile, as Duncan's mind swirled with queries, the pigeon, having been in a stupor for some time, appeared to awaken at last. It bobbed its head and took a couple of steps across the table, leaning toward Duncan and emitting a resonant cooing sound. Duncan gazed at the bird in silence, and inexplicably, a multitude of classic pirate captain images floated into his mind. He then glanced down at his own captain's uniform. Indeed, having a bird by a captain's side seemed to be standard, yet ordinarily, it should be a parrot, wouldn't it? What was the story with this pigeon? Upon hearing Duncan's words, the pigeon immediately nodded with exaggerated seriousness and emitted a somewhat peculiar, monotone female voice. Transmission complete. At that moment, Duncan's internal musings were abruptly severed, and he nearly choked on his own saliva. Staring wide-eyed at the white dove with an expression of sheer astonishment, he recalled the feelings he experienced the first time he boarded this ship, encountering a talking goat in the captain's quarters. However, this was no longer his first day aboard the Lost Land. He had grown accustomed to the peculiarities of this world. Thus, the fact that the pigeon spoke only surprised him for an instant. In the next moment, his expression turned grave, and a green ethereal flame began to flicker from one of his hands as he warily scrutinized the bird before him. Where do you come from? The pigeon tilted its head, one eye fixed intently on Duncan while the other wandered aimlessly toward the ceiling. Incorrect address. Please check the address again or contact the system administrator. Duncan. In contrast to his momentary bewilderment, his heart surged with a tempest of greater turmoil. The utterances of this pigeon seem entirely incongruous with the essence of this world, not resembling any vocabulary that could possibly emerge from the likes of a goat-headed figure, Alice, or any of those cloaked cultists. Instead, they resonate as terms far more familiar to him, Zhou Ming, as an inhabitant of Earth. Yet, the pigeon appeared blissfully oblivious to the shifts in Duncan's gaze and expression. It simply lowered its head to peck at its own wings and gently shook the brass compass that hung from its chest, before meandering leisurely across the table. After a few steps, it scampered over to the obsidian dagger, nudging it toward Duncan with its claws. Emitting that same peculiar feminine voice, seize this solar-powered battle axe and embrace the glory of combat. Duncan abruptly rose from his desk, the chair scraping against the floor with a jarring sound. He fixed an intense stare upon the pigeon, which wore an expression of innocent detachment, while an extraordinarily bizarre, yet comical emotion swelled within his mind. This pigeon could not possibly be an entity that belonged to the lost homeland, nor could it be a creature native to this world. The phrases it uttered held meanings that only Zhou Ming could comprehend. Perhaps due to the loud clatter of the furniture, even the chart room was aware of the commotion, and suddenly, Duncan heard the voice of the goat-headed figure echoing in his mind. Captain, are you all right? Duncan remained fixated on the pigeon atop the table, fully aware that the goat-headed entity would not dare to directly intrude upon the captain's quarters. Thus, he responded in a low, measured tone, as was his custom. "I am fine. Miss Alice has come to see you. Shall I attend to her first?" "Yes, Captain." Duncan exhaled softly, glancing back at the door leading to the chart room. The cacophony of the goat-headed creature's incessant chatter towards Alice continued unabated. The doll, having attempted to rise several times, was repeatedly thwarted. Duncan felt compelled to rescue the unfortunate puppet, yet at this moment, a more pressing matter demanded his attention. He decided to endure a little longer with Alice. Resuming his seat at the desk, he prepared to attempt a coherent conversation with the peculiar dove before him. It was then that he noticed an intriguing sight he had previously overlooked, a wisp of ethereal flame leaping between his fingers, extending into a fine line akin to a strand of hair, dissipating into the air after stretching several centimeters. Simultaneously, the bizarre dove was ensnared by a thread of ghostly green fire, concealed within the feathers of its wings, the other end also reaching into the atmosphere before vanishing. Duncan furrowed his brow, raising his right hand, and with a mere thought, the flame flickered, causing the dove on the table to vanish instantly. In the next moment, the dove reappeared on his shoulder, pecking at his hair with a loud coo. With a flick of his finger, the dove returned to the desk, where a brass compass gleamed on its chest, reflecting the green glow of the flames. Duncan furrowed his brow. Is this related to the brass compass? He had already discerned a certain connection between himself and this pigeon, a bond even more profound than that which he shared with the lost home. This might elucidate why the pigeon possessed knowledge from Earth that only he should know. However, he remained uncertain about the reason for the pigeon's appearance. After much contemplation, he could only direct his suspicions towards that peculiar brass compass. Since he had begun testing the ethereal flame, all anomalies had originated from this compass, be it the previous experience of soul traversal, the projection of consciousness into a lifeless body, or the recent disappearance and reappearance of the compass, now adorning the pigeon's chest. It seemed that everything traced back to this object. Duncan gazed at the pigeon for a moment and extended his hand towards the compass, wishing to remove it for further examination. The pigeon neither flinched nor obstructed him. However, Duncan's fingers failed to make contact with the surface of the brass compass, instead passing through as if it were an illusion, grazing the soft down of the pigeon's chest. The pigeon hopped twice on the spot, seemingly tickled by Duncan's presence, and opened its beak to exclaim, "Today is KFC's Crazy Thursday. Give me 50. Duncan's eyelids fluttered, and despite his disbelief, he tested once more, ultimately confirming that he could not possibly detach the brass compass from the pigeon. This peculiar object had evidently undergone a form of transformation, becoming an illusion intertwined with the pigeon, unattainable and untouchable. Or perhaps, it was the pigeon that represented the very essence of the brass compass? A multitude of speculations surged within Duncan's mind, many of which he himself was uncertain whether to believe. Yet, one thing remained unequivocal. The appearance of this pigeon was inextricably linked to his experiences of soul traversing with the brass compass, an experience that might have simultaneously altered the compass's form. This could very well be the intrinsic nature of the brass compass, a characteristic inherent to its existence as an anomaly, or perhaps a price of usage. As for why the pigeon was so peculiar, it was not due to the compass, but because of Zhou Ming, this earthling. All of this remains unprovable or disprovable for now, unless Duncan can locate the manual for the various anomalies aboard the lost homeland. For the moment, he must contemplate how to accommodate this extraordinary pigeon. After a brief reflection, he resolved to bestow a name upon it. "I must name you." He gently tapped the table with his finger and earnestly addressed the pigeon before him. "I believe you can understand my words, correct?" The pigeon tilted its head slightly, its two pea-sized eyes glancing whimsically at Duncan. Goodness. Chapter 25. Communication is challenging. The pigeon tilted its head, perhaps sensing that Duncan had not comprehended its earlier utterance. It promptly repeated itself, this time with an even louder voice. "AIE. Duncan finally grasped the essence of the creature's message. "Are you implying that your name is AIE? The pigeon nodded proudly, strutting about on the desk while cooing softly. Duncan couldn't help but rub his temples, feeling that conversing with this avian being was even more surreal than engaging with a goat-headed entity. The peculiarity lay primarily in the pigeon's elusive manner of communication. "Do you know how you came into existence? Or rather, how you arrived here?" The pigeon pondered for a moment, its eyes drifting dreamily in opposite directions. Oh dear, the page has vanished. Perhaps refreshing might help? Duncan found himself utterly perplexed, unable to decipher what thoughts swirled within the bird's mind, and he even hesitated to ascertain whether its sudden remarks bore any relevance to the ongoing dialogue. Yet, he was undeniably certain that the pigeon was indeed reflecting and was earnestly attempting to engage with him. It was evident, however, that it possessed a unique interpretation of communication. Duncan exchanged a few more words with the pigeon, who identified itself as AIE, but their discourse remained parallel, akin to two lines that never intersect. They seemed to speak past one another. While ostensibly related, the points of connection were elusive, and though the pigeon answered every inquiry, it occasionally offered responses that appeared to address Duncan's questions. The communication yielded little progress, and Duncan could only furrow his brow and mutter, "What an odd contraption this is." He sensed that it would take a considerable amount of time to establish a coherent dialogue with the bird, a process that might prove even more challenging than acclimating to the incessant clamor of the goat-headed creature. The pigeon perched innocently on the table before him, blinking its small eyes and occasionally murmuring its request for Viet 50. Duncan paid little heed to the bird's repetitive insistence. Instead, he curled his fingers and gently rubbed them together, observing the green flame dancing at his fingertips. He was at least certain that, although the brass compass had now merged with the pigeon before him, it fundamentally remained an extraordinary object under his control. The ethereal green fire surged upward, and almost simultaneously, flames flickered between the feathers of the pigeon, i.e., the brass compass affixed to its chest sprang open with a soft snap, revealing a somewhat illusory needle beneath the transparent glass cover, gradually stabilizing in accordance with Duncan's will. The dial, adorned with numerous mysterious symbols, began to fill with the flames. Ai exhibited no reaction throughout this process, simply basking in the spiritual fire as if awaiting Duncan's command. Before the brass compass was fully activated, Duncan voluntarily extinguished the flames. During the testing process, Duncan silently reflected, the compass remains functional, merely accompanied by an unusual medium. The precise impact of this pigeon remains uncertain, potentially serving as some form of assistance. The true nature of this compass remains elusive. It is prudent to refrain from a second transference until thorough preparations are in place. In future tests, one must remain vigilant regarding any alterations in the compass and the pigeon. A connection exists between the pigeon and myself, which becomes increasingly pronounced when the ethereal flame is ignited, allowing for a degree of direct influence over the pigeon's positioning. Yet, control has its limitations. AI evidently possesses its own volition, acting according to its own inclinations. Commands issued may not always be adhered to, distinguishing it from the other artifacts aboard the Lost Homeland. Capable of speech, endowed with a semblance of cognitive ability, and capable of independent judgment, compared to ordinary anomalies. This pigeon's essence appears to be more akin to that of a goat-headed figure. Duncan compiled the known intelligence in his mind, ultimately directing his gaze upon the obsidian dagger. Its blade, reminiscent of withered, twisted fingers, gleamed with an inky reflection. This was indeed the very object wielded by the dark-robed priest, adorned with a golden sun mask, who presided over the malevolent sacrificial rites in the underground assembly. By its intended use, it is undoubtedly a ceremonial blade. Duncan arrived at the gathering place, presumably located beneath the city-state of Prand, through a form of spiritual projection. Upon his return, the process was also spiritual. He had anticipated that it would be entirely on the plane of spirit or soul. However, the ceremonial dagger lay palpably before him. After a moment of contemplation, Duncan reached out to grasp the dagger. The chilling hardness of its surface was undeniably real. It was indeed a tangible object. He released a flicker of spiritual flame, allowing the fire to coil around the blade. From the hollow, void-like feedback, it became evident that the extraordinary power once contained within the dagger had completely dissipated, as he had previously surmised at the sacrificial site. This item was not truly an anomaly, but rather a byproduct of some extraordinary force, or perhaps a temporary artifact infused through artificial means. Although Duncan was uncertain of the system governing anomalies in this world, he speculated that this dagger could hardly be deemed a rare object, at the very least. It appeared to be mass-produced. "Is this what you brought back?" he inquired, raising the obsidian dagger toward Ai, who was resting on the table. "Is it meant specifically for me?" The pigeon fixed its red eyes intently on Duncan, remaining utterly motionless, showing no response to his question. Duncan, perplexed, asked again. But the pigeon remained unresponsive, as if it had suddenly transformed into a lifeless statue. The sudden and peculiar change caused Duncan to furrow his brow. Just as he was preparing to use the ethereal flames to rouse AI from her stupor, the bird sprang back to life, hopping energetically while exclaiming, "Seize this solar-powered battle axe. Seize this solar-powered battle axe, all right. I comprehend. You need not reiterate each of my inquiries," Duncan interjected, waving his hand in haste, attempting to quiet the pigeon while gathering his thoughts. "So, do you possess any knowledge of how you managed to transport this small knife here? Or rather, can you traverse dimensions while carrying physical objects? Is that the case?" The pigeon pondered for a moment before pecking at Duncan's finger, responding, "Site-wide discounts. Free shipping on every item." Duncan sighed, conceding that perhaps he would feign understanding. He rose from his desk, casting his gaze towards the chart room. The Goathead and Alice were still engaged outside, their amiable conversation continuing. Miss Doll had remained silent for quite some time, while Goathead had just begun to recount the 17th method of preparing kelp stew. Duncan felt it imperative to rescue his only crew member, who, remarkably, was the most normal among them. Moreover, he had lingered too long in his quarters, during which some unusual disturbances had occurred. He believed it necessary to make an appearance, reassuring Goathead in the process. Before departing, he hesitated for a moment, casting a glance at the pigeon, AIE, scurrying about on the table. Should he take this bird with him? How would he explain its presence? After a brief 2 seconds of contemplation, Duncan resolutely scooped up the pigeon and perched it upon his shoulder. He intended to remain aboard the Lost Homeland for an extended duration, and this pigeon would undoubtedly accompany him for the foreseeable future. Although he was yet to ascertain the bird's habits, as an anomaly endowed with cognitive and communicative abilities, it would be quite challenging to conceal it as if it were an inanimate object. The presence of an additional crew member aboard the vessel could not be hidden, and if he chose to conceal it now, any future revelation would significantly tarnish Captain Duncan's reputation. Thus, it was far more prudent to openly bring the pigeon along, presenting it as his latest trophy. There was no need for him to offer explanations to the goat-headed figure or the first mate. The first mate would surely fill in the gaps with his own imagination. As for the occasional peculiar utterances from the pigeon, undoubtedly incomprehensible to the locals in this world, no clarification was necessary. Let the goat-headed figure and Alice devise their own interpretations. With the plump pigeon resting on his shoulder, Duncan stood up, straightened his attire, and confidently strode towards the chart room. The pigeon puffed out its chest proudly, as if proclaiming, "Authentic fine herbal tea, authentic melodious voice. Welcome to the broadcast presented by." Chapter 26. The Starless Night. To be candid, Duncan found it exceedingly difficult to maintain his composure when the pigeon perched upon his shoulder commenced to speak. At that moment, he fervently wished he could embody the archetype of a conventional pirate captain, with a parrot on his shoulder or, at the very least, a monkey. Yet, having already pushed open the door to the chart room, retreat was no longer an option. Inside the chamber housing the navigation table, the Goathead was animatedly chattering about the 12th legend of fish stew. The sound of the captain's quarters door creaking open finally interrupted this boisterous creature. Its dark wooden head promptly pivoted towards Duncan with a cheerful intonation. "Ah, Captain, you have finally emerged. I must tell you, Miss Alice is indeed an exceptional conversationalist. It has been many years since I have enjoyed a dialogue so thoroughly." You see, Duncan chose to disregard the Goathead's incessant prattling and instead focused his attention on the hapless victim seated opposite the navigation table. There sat the headless mannequin, poised upright in a chair, cradling its own head while firmly pressing its ears. Nevertheless, Alice's gaze remained as vacant as if she had just completed a dozen advanced mathematics lectures, showing no sign of acknowledgement even as Duncan approached her. "Duncan." She removed her own head. The goat-headed figure began to explain without waiting for Duncan to speak, though I too was puzzled as to her motives. How astounding was the incessant chatter of the goat's head, compelling a cursed doll to detach its own head in a bid to counteract the sound waves. As Duncan grappled with his astonishment, the lively goat-head finally took notice of a certain unfamiliar individual the captain had brought along. Its wooden head turned slightly, and its dark eyes fixated intently on the pigeon perched upon Duncan's shoulder. Captain, what is this on your shoulder?" "This is Ai, and it is now my pet," Duncan replied succinctly, striving to convey his message with as few words as possible to mitigate potential vulnerabilities, while simultaneously observing the goat-head's reaction to his statement. "Your pet? The goat head appeared momentarily taken aback, and then, as if lost in its own musings, it exclaimed, "Ah, the lost homeland did indeed sense that you had temporarily departed the ship. Were you traversing the spirit realm? Is this your trophy brought back from your journey? Traversing the spirit realm?" A term previously unknown to Duncan suddenly surfaced in his mind. He recalled the brass compass resting in the captain's quarters, the writings left by the true Captain Duncan, and the extraordinary experience of the soul traversing and projecting into the distance. After a moment of contemplation, he felt he was not far from the truth and nodded nonchalantly, just taking a moment to clear my mind. Upon hearing Duncan's words, the goat head immediately began to commend him, as anticipated. "Ah, indeed, the illustrious Captain Duncan has proven himself once more. Even a mere excursion into the spirit realm yields remarkable spoils. Is that a dove? To be deemed your companion, it must possess extraordinary qualities. You have even affixed your compass to it? Might this imply? Ah, of course, your discernment is invariably impeccable. Yet, what renders this dove so exceptional? Could it be?" Duncan discerned a subtle nuance in the flattery from the goat-headed figure, his thoughts igniting as he realized that the goat-headed being evidently recognized the brass compass now adorning Ai's chest. This compass was clearly of great significance to the true Captain Duncan, important enough that it ought not to be carelessly bestowed upon a newly emerged pet. However, even as he sensed the discord, he found himself powerless, for the compass was now inseparably linked to the dove. Indeed, based on the feedback from the manipulation of the spiritual flames, it appeared that at this moment, the dove had become the very essence of the compass. Duncan's mind raced with contemplation, yet he maintained an expression free of disturbance. It was during this moment of distraction that Ai, who had been dutifully perched upon his shoulder, suddenly emitted a resounding coo, followed by a flurry of wings as she flew before the goat-headed figure. The goat-headed entity's obsidian eyes fixated on the dove, which tilted its head with an air of seriousness, pecking at the goat-headed figure's face. "Would you like to recharge your Q coins, Duncan?" A creature imbued with intelligence. The goat-headed figure was evidently taken aback, but soon regained composure, expressing profound astonishment at the revelation that this dove could indeed speak. Duncan immediately offered a gentle reminder. "You can speak too." Pigeon Ai took a few steps away from the table, muttering to herself, "Is this even reasonable?" Observing this, Duncan rubbed his fingertips, and with a sudden flicker of green flames, the wandering pigeon vanished into thin air, only to reappear on his shoulder in the next instant. Indeed, it was an anomaly imbued with intelligence, directly under my control. Duncan nodded at the goat-headed figure, asking, "Is there any issue?" The goat-head hurriedly replied, "Ah, of course not, absolutely not. Everything is entirely within the esteemed Captain Duncan's grasp." Duncan chose to disregard the goat-head, swiftly concluding the discussion and redirecting his attention to Alice, who remained in a daze, cradling her head. Perhaps the previous experience had fortified his nerves, or perhaps he had simply grown accustomed to it after witnessing it several times. At that moment, he found Alice's bewildered demeanor rather endearing. He reached out and patted Miss Puppet's shoulder. "Wake up, wake up." Alice's body jolted, as if awakening from a prolonged nightmare, and the head she held in her hands began to open and close its mouth, uttering, "Ship, ship, ship." Duncan replied, "First, attach your head." Alice finally came to her senses and hurriedly placed her head back in position. With a click, her joints closed, and her voice regained its fluidity. "Oh, Captain, you have returned? It seems something just occurred. Has Mr. Goathead finished speaking?" The goathead on the table immediately chimed in. "No, we were just discussing certain legends regarding fish stew. This topic could be revisited next time." Duncan succinctly interjected, "Silence." "Oh." At that moment, Alice visibly flinched the instant the goathead spoke, a rather startling expression gracing the face of a cursed doll. Even though the goathead obediently closed its mouth at the captain's command, she still cast a wary glance toward the navigation table. Duncan suspected that for quite a considerable time to come, this doll lady would refrain from entering the captain's quarters. With this thought in mind, he finally inquired with curiosity, "You sought me out. Is there something you wish to discuss?" "Aye." Alice's expression appeared somewhat dazed, as if the original purpose of her visit to the captain's quarters had evaporated with her conversation with the goathead. However, after a few moments, she regained her composure. "Oh, yes. I merely wanted to ask if there is a place aboard where one can bathe. My wooden box was previously inundated with seawater, and now my joints feel somewhat uncomfortable." As she spoke the last part, A hint of embarrassment crossed the doll lady's face, though it was perhaps Duncan who should feel more embarrassed, given that it was he who had thrown her box overboard, multiple times, no less. A fleeting moment of embarrassment flickered within him. Yet Duncan endeavored to maintain an expression of stoic neutrality, his tone unembellished. Is this truly the reason? Alice, seated with an air of reticence, replied softly, yes. This is indeed the reason. For many ocean-going vessels, fresh water is an exceedingly precious resource. Bathing becomes a luxury that demands restraint. Duncan began with a serious demeanor, but soon a hint of a smile broke through. However, you are fortunate. The lost homeland is no ordinary ship, and fresh water here is not a concern. Follow me. There is a bathing area in the cabin below the mid-deck, but we must first traverse the upper deck. Alice promptly rose, eager to leave the unsettling presence of the goat's head behind. Before exiting the cabin, Duncan cast a glance back at the goat's head, instructing, "You may continue to steer." Once he had conveyed his orders, he opened the captain's quarters and led Alice onto the deck. At this moment, the night had draped itself over the world. The vast expanse of the ocean was illuminated by a clear night sky, a rare sight following days of relentless clouds. This was Duncan's first encounter with the unblemished night sky of this realm. He suddenly halted, tilting his head upwards, transfixed by the dark veil above. The sky was void of stars, devoid of celestial bodies. The only sight was a faint, grayish-white fissure that appeared to tear through the very fabric of the heavens. Stretching across the horizon, its edges resembled flesh torn asunder, with intricate cracks extending outward, and a dim, grayish luminescence slowly emanated from the rift, reminiscent of blood seeping through the depths of dark waters. This pale scar stretching across the sky illuminated the boundless sea, shining more brilliantly than the moonlight remembered by Duncan. More than twice as bright. Chapter 27. Insufficient life knowledge in a certain sense, the impact of a starless and moonless sky, marred only by a single scar, upon Duncan far surpassed that of the sun imprisoned within the runic circle. For regardless of how peculiar the sun may be, it merely illuminates the realm beneath Duncan's feet. And in his understanding as a denizen of Earth, the sun is but one among countless celestial bodies. All the distortions and anomalies are confined to the light of day. Beyond that, in the vast expanse of the night sky, there exists the potential of innumerable stars. While to a being ensnared by gravity, the daylight may represent the entirety of existence, it at least allows Duncan to comprehend and accept the scale of such phenomena. Yet, in the current night sky, Duncan beheld nothing that could be deemed celestial. There were no stars, no moon, no distant galaxies. What lay before him was merely a gaping wound, manifesting in a manner of light and shadow he could not fathom, perpetually exuding a pallid luminescence. The entirety of the boundless sea was shrouded in this snow-white darkness. Beyond the sun, there stretched an abyss of distance and even greater anomalies. Duncan remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the heavens, as a myriad of questions and conjectures swirled within his mind. Where were the other planets? Did they never exist from the very beginning? Or was it possible that the world beneath his feet was a celestial body situated within the vacuum of the cosmos, so distantly removed from other stars that its night sky appeared devoid of light? What then is that pale scar stretching across the heavens? Is it a rift in the fabric of space? A tangible celestial structure? Or merely an illusion, adrift above this treacherous, boundless sea? Captain, at last, a voice roused Duncan from his silence. The automaton, Alice, gazed nervously at the ghostly captain, who had abruptly halted his steps. She noticed his expression darken, becoming even more somber than before, which startled her. Are you all right? Is a change in the heavens upon us? Is there a great storm brewing? I have heard the sailors outside the box speak of this. Nothing at all, Duncan murmured, then suddenly averted his gaze from the sky, looking at Alice with an expression devoid of emotion, as if he were answering her or perhaps reassuring himself. Nothing at all. Then Duncan took a step forward, his demeanor calm as though nothing had transpired. Let us go. I will take you to the cabin where you may wash up if you need to. This world once again revealed its bizarre and grotesque nature to the outsiders. And this strangeness seemed far from its conclusion. Duncan had come to realize that he could only wonder how many more astonishing phenomena awaited him in the future. If every occurrence elicited such astonishment, his life would likely be reduced to mere marveling. If one were to reflect on the experiences amassed over the past few decades on Earth, a singular lesson emerges as particularly invaluable. When a problem undeniably exists, one must strive to resolve it. Denial will not cause the issue to vanish. Much like the bizarre sky before him will not transform into a constellation of twinkling stars merely by his skepticism. The world presents itself in such a manner for a reason. Since all things coexist here, it is an irrefutable truth. No matter how absurd or peculiar a phenomenon may seem, it remains an objective reality that one may struggle to comprehend at times. This is a personal dilemma, not a failing of the world itself. As the captain of the lost homeland, Duncan feels he may have ample time to gradually understand this world. Alice is unaware of the reasons behind the captain's silence during their journey. She only perceives a sudden heaviness in the atmosphere surrounding Duncan. However, upon reaching the designated cabin, that oppressive sensation dissipates abruptly. Duncan escorts Miss Puppet to a bathing area, a luxurious amenity designated for the upper-tier sailors. In the context of a classic sailing vessel, such a facility is indeed a lavish indulgence, typically not afforded to ordinary seamen. In ancient times, the conditions aboard sailing vessels navigating the vast oceans were remarkably harsh. Limited fresh water, spoiled provisions, inadequate medical care, and the psychological challenges stemming from prolonged voyages plagued every adventurer daring to confront the sea. Many of these issues persisted well into the early industrial age, as noted by Duncan. It is said that early sailing ships lacked even basic sanitation facilities for the common crew members, who typically resolved their personal matters over the gunwale. Mindful of the wind's direction, bathing posed a formidable challenge, with makeshift baths fashioned from spare sails and seawater serving as the primary means of cleansing for many unfastidious sailors. In fact, numerous mariners from the age of sail chose to forego bathing for weeks or even months. After all, when weighed against the threats of scurvy, plague, and the overwhelming mental strain leading to mass hysteria, minor hygiene issues seemed trivial in comparison. Yet, in a twist of irony, aboard a vessel feared by all, known as the Ghost Ship, these dire survival challenges found resolution. The freshwater tank on the lost homeland replenished itself, and the provisions stored in the hold showed no signs of decay. The ghostly captain remained impervious to illness, and Alice's cervical issues were not maritime in origin. Apart from the occasional spike in blood pressure when interacting with the goat-headed figure, the ship was surprisingly habitable. The pipe beside the bath led directly to the freshwater tank, allowing for easy access to water, and the bath stopper was conveniently located nearby, though one must be cautious not to misplace it. Currently, the ship does not provide hot water, but this is hardly a matter of concern. Duncan introduced Alice to the amenities within the cabin. These seemingly mundane experiences were the fruits of his exploration over the past several days. A simple rinse would suffice. My joints feel quite uncomfortable after being submerged in salt water. However, Alice displayed no signs of finickiness, her curiosity and excitement evident as she observed the various items in the cabin, nodding along as she listened to Duncan's explanations. "I am merely a puppet. I have no particular desire for a hot bath," she remarked. Duncan nodded, but soon his expression turned peculiar. He glanced at Alice and, with a hint of hesitation in his tone, inquired, "By the way, do you know how to bathe? Do you possess such life experience?" Alice paused for a moment. Then, in deep contemplation, replied earnestly, "I suppose it should work. Just disassemble the joints for a rinse, and then reassemble them afterward." Duncan responded with a perplexed expression. He gazed at Alice, who looked back at him with an innocent demeanor. "Have you considered how to reassemble them on your own once they are disassembled?" Duncan realized that his casual question had struck a chord. This puppet, who had never left her box, indeed lacked experience in this regard. "I cannot assist you." Alice pondered this for a moment. "It seems you have a point, and I strongly advise against frequently disassembling your joints," Duncan cautioned earnestly, "even if your bodily structure permits such actions." Alice appeared somewhat bewildered. "Why is that?" "The more one dismantles, the more likely it is to fall apart." Duncan finally found himself at a loss. He had never anticipated that sharing a vessel with a cursed puppet would entail such a myriad of intricate issues. Such details were never mentioned in novels, films, or television dramas. "I sincerely hope that one day, while you are strolling on the deck, you do not suddenly disassemble right before my eyes. There is no one aboard capable of maintaining the joints of a puppet." Pausing for a moment, he added, "Your cervical spine issues are already quite severe." Alice envisioned that scene and instinctively recoiled. "Ah, yes, I understand. I now know what I must do." "Let us hope so," Duncan replied, casting a somewhat anxious glance at this puppet, whose life experience was rather limited, before preparing to turn away. "I have many matters to attend to. Please do not create too much trouble." "Understood," Captain. Thank you, Captain, Alice cheerfully responded. Yet just as Duncan was about to exit the cabin, she suddenly spoke up again. Oh, right, Captain. Duncan halted, tilting his head slightly. What is it now? Captain, I suddenly feel that you are not so terrifying after all, Alice remarked, contemplating her words carefully as she gazed at Duncan's retreating figure. The goat-headed one claimed you are the most fearsome captain on the boundless sea, the most elusive calamity on all routes. But what? However, I perceive that you possess a certain amiability, almost akin to a concerned parent. Duncan did not turn around. Instead, he fell into silence for 2 seconds before unexpectedly posing a question. What is your concept of family? Do you have any family? Alice hesitated momentarily, then slowly shook her head. It seems I do not. Then let us refrain from discussing matters pertaining to parents. Simply remain aboard the vessel. I shall ensure your well-being during your time here. Oh, very well, Captain. Chapter 28. Pale Night reality diverges sharply from the whimsical narratives of tales. The most significant distinction lies in the myriad of authentic and trifling details one must navigate in real life. Does the animated cursed doll require joint maintenance? Will Alice's frequent disassembly of its joints ultimately lead to its disintegration mid-stride? Are the salted meats and hard cheeses aboard the ghost ship indeed past their prime? Does the superhero, engaged in social obligations by day and battling malevolent forces by night, ever find repose? And do the villains, post-battle, ever venture to the grocery store? Such inquiries are never addressed in stories. The characters therein are perpetually clad in pristine white, gliding through existence like the wind, while cursed dolls merely need to emerge from shadowy corners to instill fear. Similarly, the ghostly captain remains unconcerned with the century-old provisions of salted meat and cheese aboard. In stark contrast, the cursed doll in reality, having been immersed in seawater, suffers from relentless itching and must contemplate how to cleanse the salt lodged within its joints. Duncan, standing outside the cabin, exhaled a sigh, acutely aware that enduring on this vessel required more than mere resolve. He found himself confronted with a plethora of practical issues, particularly those arising from the increase in crew members. It was evident to Duncan that the ghost ship was far from abundant in essential supplies. The vessel boasts an inexhaustible supply of fresh water. However, this abundance extends solely to water. The provisions in the food stores, once depleted, will not replenish automatically, and the only available sustenance consists of salted meat and hard cheese. Despite the unique nature of the lost homeland, which has preserved these items without signs of decay, Duncan reasonably suspects they have been stored for at least a century. Furthermore, the ship lacks suitable replacement clothing for Alice's size, though the cursed doll has never expressed such a need, and there are no recreational items, not even a chess set or a deck of cards. The boundless sea stretches infinitely, yet the lost homeland struggles to procure genuine supplies from this vast expanse. Appearing devoid of a reliable port for rest and repair, and lacking any channels for connection with the civilized city-states on land, Goathead seems entirely indifferent to these issues. Yet Duncan is now earnestly contemplating how to ameliorate the current scarcity of resources aboard the lost homeland. Additionally, he is pondering ways to establish contact with the city-states on land. Aimlessly drifting across the ocean is an exceedingly inefficient method of exploration. Intelligence about this world must be gleaned from the land, a profound realization Duncan has come to after traversing the spirit realm. Setting aside this matter, even for the sake of his own physical and mental well-being, he must endeavor to immerse himself more in the city-states upon the land, to engage with the civilized societies of this world. Otherwise, he genuinely fears that after a protracted drift, he may truly transform into a twisted, somber, reclusive ghost captain. Contemplating this, Duncan slightly turned his head to gaze at the pigeon, i.e., who was dutifully perched upon his shoulder, preening its feathers. His attention primarily fell upon the brass compass affixed to Ai's chest. The pigeon tilted its head, glancing at its master, and suddenly exclaimed, "Establish a base. Lay down a culture blanket. By the way, do you know how to operate it?" For a moment, Duncan fell into silence. This pigeon was often neurotic, yet its occasional utterances struck with such precision that one could not help but wonder if it possessed a wisdom that belied its apparent folly. At present, it seems that traversing the spirit realm is the only viable means to reach the city-states on land. Although this method appears to be fraught with uncertainties, and mysterious incidents akin to Ai's emergence occurred following its last use, Duncan is aware that he will soon embark on another journey through the spirit realm, not solely to gather intelligence from the land, but also to swiftly verify and master a highly useful ability. Equally significant is Ai's unique capacity to return from distant lands with a ritual dagger. If it can retrieve a dagger, could it also bring back more? What are the patterns and limitations governing this bird's capacity to carry items? Is this process subject to human manipulation? After a moment of contemplation, Duncan resolved to directly inquire of the pigeon. Do you have any notion of how you managed to bring back that small knife? The pigeon pondered briefly and replied in a solemn tone, You require more crystal ore. Duncan, taken aback, decided to temporarily abandon further communication with the pigeon, deeming it more prudent to personally experiment with such matters during the next venture into the spirit realm. Within the confines of the cabin, Alice finally managed to decipher the workings of the water extraction pipe, and she had a general understanding of how to take a bath. Given the limited amenities of the ghost ship, she could only indulge in a cold bath. However, for a mere doll, this was hardly a concern. Yet, prior to immersing herself in the tub, Alice resolved to greet every object in the cabin. She patted the enormous oak barrel, wrapped on the supporting beams of the cabin, tapped her toes against the floor beneath her, and delicately prodded the ropes and hooks that hung from the ceiling. Greetings, I am Alice. She cheerfully addressed these frigid objects. Much like she had with the previous gentleman with the goat's head, I shall be residing aboard this vessel henceforth. No entity within the cabin responded to her salutation. Yet Alice remained unconcerned. The goat-headed figure had proclaimed that the lost homeland was alive, and that many things aboard this ship possessed life. Although they appeared to lack the genuine intellect akin to that of a goat's head, and even the ability to communicate, this did not deter Alice from perceiving the entire lost home as a neighbor in need of a greeting. The lost home was a living entity, just as she was. Confident in the propriety and decorum of her salutation, Alice's spirits lifted further, and only then did she shed her resplendent gown, clumsily climbing into the oak barrel already filled with water. The first step was to detach her head for a thorough cleansing. As the joints of her neck were rather flimsy by nature, Miss Dahl deemed her plan most reasonable. The city of Prander finally concluded a day of bustling activity under the pale luminescence of the nighttime sky, gradually succumbing to slumber. Yet, in the tranquil darkness, vigilant sentinels observed the city as it drifted into dreams. Atop the grand clock tower, the tallest edifice in Prander, a young lady with long, silver-white hair and an imposing stature gazed down upon the urban expanse from her window. Her features were strikingly beautiful, yet a prominent scar traversing her left eye instilled a sense of trepidation. Towering even above most men, she donned silver-gray light armor and a battle skirt, clearly a testament to her rigorous training, her limbs muscular and well-defined. Within arm's reach lay a colossal sword radiating a faint silver glow, its hilt adorned with runes symbolizing ocean waves, while the blade shimmered with an ethereal luminescence reminiscent of rippling water. Behind the lady, the rhythmic clattering of machinery echoed as the clock tower's intricate mechanism operated smoothly under the power of steam. A complex network of gears and linkages traversed the ceiling and floor, driving the four faces of the clock above, as well as the hidden astrolabe deep within the structure. The sounds indicated that this grand and precise machine was functioning optimally, untouched by any malevolent force that might threaten its sacred steam core. Yet, within the heart of Judge Vanna lingered a sense of unease, an ominous premonition that something was about to transpire, or perhaps had already occurred, leaving her feeling helpless and agitated. Footsteps approached from the staircase, and the silver-haired woman turned from the window to see a priest clad in the robes of a sea priest ascend the stairs. In his hand, he held a bronze censer, from which pure smoke swirled gracefully around him. The priest advanced to the central pillar of the mechanism, removing the old censer that had previously hung from the railing and replacing it with a new one. He observed the smoke escaping from the censer, ensuring it floated unobstructed around the moving gears and linkages before softly invoking the name of the storm goddess. Turning his gaze towards the silver-haired lady by the window, he inquired, Your Excellency, are you once again keeping vigil? I have been haunted by a sense of foreboding lately, especially tonight. What kind of premonition troubles you? Has the goddess bestowed an omen upon you? The information was rather vague. The young female judge shook her head and remarked, I can only faintly sense that something is approaching this city. Chapter 29. The guardians of the city. In the foundation of this world dwells a deity of unparalleled power, whose transcendent gaze observes the intricate workings of existence. Devout adherents, through their sacred connection with the divine, gain glimpses into the potential trajectories of reality and the subtle shifts occurring in the obscure corners of the world. This perception is unbound by the constraints of time and space, yet it bears the latent danger of being tainted by the encroachment of subspace. For those steadfast in their faith, this perilous force becomes their most formidable ally in safeguarding the fragile flames of civilization amidst the vast ocean. For several consecutive days, the pious adjudicator has been haunted by a recurring vision. In a state between slumber and wakefulness, she beheld the boundless ocean shrouded in a layer of ink, followed by a thunderous roar emanating from the depths. The sea split asunder, revealing a terrifying trench that reached the ocean floor, from which a colossal burning vessel ascended, rising slowly like an airship. Behind it trailed an intangible giant, cloaked in starlight, advancing step by step towards the city of Prand. In Vanna's life thus far, such ominous portents of monumental scale have manifested only twice. The first occurrence was in her childhood, when she awoke from a nightmare drenched in blood, only to lose her parents in an attack by cultists, a trauma that left an indelible scar upon her visage. The second occurrence transpired 4 years ago, when she envisioned a dark sun rising from beneath the city, thereby eradicating the insidious stronghold of the sun god cult that had infiltrated the metropolis. To this day, the malevolent remnants of those cultists continue to lurk within the vast, intricate, and ancient tunnel system of Prand, engaging in feudal entanglements with the church's guardians. This marks the third instance. She beheld a vessel returning from the deep sea, bringing forth an indescribable giant into this realm. She deceived the priest before her, claiming that the portent she had witnessed was, in fact, exceedingly vivid, so clear that it had caused her, a judge, several sleepless nights. The priest, gazing into the quiet, grayish-white eyes of the lady, hesitated for a considerable time before speaking. But your prayers to the divine seem to have yielded no ill tidings? The goddess does not necessarily reveal every danger. Sometimes, tribulations are merely tests, Vanna replied calmly. Let us set that aside. What news from the Explorers Association? The priest promptly nodded. The liaison from the association has just reported that the relics remaining at the headquarters have sensed the vessel's presence in the southwestern waters. However, it appears that the ship's telegraphic apparatus has encountered issues and is currently incommunicado. We can only ascertain that the vessel is approaching Prand's coastal waters at a normal speed and course. Once vanishing from the perception of the relic, it suddenly reappeared upon a distant stretch of sea, far from its intended course. Communication was currently impossible as it sailed straight towards the city-state. Prior to its disappearance, it had been tasked with escorting an anomalous entity. The judge's brow furrowed slowly, her instincts, honed from years of dealing with the bizarre, igniting a sense of unease within her. I recall that vessel was named the White Oak, correct? Indeed, the White Oak, captained by Lawrence Creed, a seasoned member of the Explorers Guild, had reported its unusual cargo to the church before departing from the city-state of Lunsa. The priest murmured as he reminisced, "Oh yes. The accompanying cleric aboard that ship was a registered minister of the Deep Sea Church, a fellow of the church. I hope the circumstances are not dire." Vanna spoke with a grave tone. Regardless, there was something awry with that vessel. The entire route from Lunsa to Plan lies within the stabilized zone controlled by the Explorers Guild. Yet that ship had vanished from the relic's perception. I suspect the White Oak may have briefly departed from the realm of reality. Perhaps even ventured to places it ought not to have gone. Inform the guardians at the port to closely monitor the White Oak upon its arrival. No one or nothing is to leave that vessel until all inspections are complete. Has there been any response from the security forces? Rest assured, your uncle, the esteemed governor, has commanded the constables to secure the vicinity of the port and has elevated the alert level. Henceforth, until the warning is lifted, all vessels entering and departing from Prand will temporarily dock at the auxiliary port on the western side. It is characteristic of my uncle to exercise such prudence. The tension in Vanna's expression began to ease, as long as he keeps the ordinary members of the security forces from becoming involved in this matter. The priest, observing Vanna's pale gray eyes, carefully chose his words before speaking. Do you believe that the ship has already been contaminated? It is still uncertain. But a vessel that has briefly departed from reality seldom returns entirely unscathed. It is possible that certain items aboard have unknowingly transformed into anomalies. Perhaps the latent psychological afflictions of the crew have surfaced, or it could involve extra sailors and a replaced captain. It is wise to remain ever vigilant towards ships that have exhibited unusual phenomena. Alas, may that ship and its crew be safe. The priest could not help but place his hand across his chest, invoking the name of the storm goddess, hoping that she would protect those brave souls who dare to challenge the sea. May they be well. Vanna too lowered her eyelids, softly uttering a blessing, and then, as if to remind the priest before her, added, "But if they are unfortunately not well, we must also be prepared." "Yes, I understand." Vanna nodded slightly. But just as she was about to redirect her attention to the urban landscape outside the window, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed from the staircase. In the next moment, a young guardian, clad in a dark uniform adorned with silver edges and emblazoned with an emblem of waves and a dagger upon his chest, rushed up the stairs. "Your Excellency," he gasped, catching his breath, "we have uncovered a cultist stronghold dedicated to the worship of the sun god in the sewers. And we apprehended a group of devotees." Vanna's expression turned gravely serious. "Those wretched cultists of the Dark Sun? Wait, did you say you discovered a place of worship? Not a hiding spot. Do they dare to conduct rituals once more? Indeed, it is a site of sacrificial rites. We have found evidence of recent ceremonies." The guardian replied hastily, "And not far from the ritual site, we uncovered a crypt filled with numerous sacrifices, most of whom had their hearts offered up." He hesitated, however. The situation at the site of the ritual seems rather unusual. Detecting a blend of absurdity and confusion in the young guardian's expression, Vanna seized the weighty sword blessed by the goddess of storms from beside her, slinging it across her back as she strode swiftly toward the staircase. "Lead the way. I shall go to the site myself." "Yes." The weighty blessed greatsword clashed with the metallic shoulder armor, producing a crisp sound that echoed through the air. Hastening footfalls traversed the long staircase within the bell tower. As Vanna arrived at the small square before it, where several members of the Guardians had already assembled, poised for action, two steam-powered walkers stood at the edge of the square, their spider-like mechanical bodies emitting a rhythmic clicking sound. Without pausing, Vanna signaled the Guardians to commence and proceeded directly towards one of the towering machines, which loomed as large as two horse-drawn carriages. Resembling a mechanical spider sprawled upon the ground. Its iron limbs were equipped with wheels for smooth gliding across flat surfaces and steel hooks designed to navigate challenging environments. On either side of the upper shell of the walker, gun turrets were affixed, ready to unleash firepower. While purely technological creations struggle to exert sufficient influence over anomalies or phenomena, their overwhelming firepower proved effective against the heretical cultists who lurked in the shadows, manipulating the aberrations. Admittedly, this contraption would be less formidable in the confines of a sewer, yet it served excellently to barricade pathways. The sacred 8mm bullets would rain down, swiftly sending a multitude of fleeing heretics into the subspace to serve their dark master. The silver-haired, gray-eyed judge ascended directly onto the shell of the walking machine, steadfastly standing in the night, a longsword resting upon his back. Meanwhile, two guardians skillfully climbed into the firing cockpits on either side of the shell. Following a series of hissing sounds from the pressurizing and depressurizing cylinders and compressed pipes, white steam erupted from the joints of the walking machine's limbs. The colossal mechanical spider then rose, leaping onto the nearest main road and swiftly gliding towards the closest entrance to the sewer. Chapter 30. The Traces of Devastation. The colossal, cumbersome mechanical spider retracted its elongated limbs to its abdomen, gliding swiftly along the smooth road with the wheel structures on the exterior of its appendages. Standing resolutely upon the shell of this mechanical marvel was the adjudicator, Vanna, as if cast in its very form. The night breeze, tinged with the scent of the sea, swept through the streets, invigorating her mind with its chill. The cultists who worshipped the sun god posed a grave threat to modern civilization. Regrettably, such menaces were not singular. Malicious gazes perpetually emanated from the depths of the subspace, while foolish mortals persistently sought to meddle in those ominous forces. Amidst the collusion of ancient deities and mortals, there lurked twisted remnants of a bygone era, forbidden progeny, and echoes of corruption, all lying in wait within the bowels of the city-state, eager to disrupt the societal order. Among these myriad threats, the followers of the sun god were the most alarming and vexatious to the guardians of the city of Prand. They were not merely zealots. Rather, they were the byproducts of a lost history from a previous world. Unlike the majority of mindless cults, the most perilous aspect of these heretics, who revered the dark sun, lay in their possession of a fervent, albeit twisted, belief. Despite the chaotic mix of their lower ranks, a core conviction, unchanged for centuries. undeniably resided among the upper echelons of this abhorrent sect. This belief revolves around the era of order illuminated by the ancient sun, possessing not only a coherent system of its own, but also a corresponding, unacknowledged true solar calendar. They firmly believe themselves to be descendants of a long-lost ancient civilization and are convinced that this magnificent civilization shall surely be revived. As the inquisitor of the deep-sea church, Vanna finds little interest in the heretical doctrines of those cultists. However, she understands that it is precisely the existence of these distorted beliefs that grants the followers of the sun god an unparalleled unity and obstinacy, enabling them to endure and thrive in the shadows of numerous city-states despite repeated setbacks. Yet, their resurgence in Plan takes Vanna somewhat by surprise. Following an unprecedented crackdown 4 years ago, the devotees of the sun god within the city-state of Plan were severely weakened. According to several investigative reports, these heretics should have relocated their principal members to the nearby Lensa, Moko, or even the distant Cold Harbor city-state. What remains in Plan consists mainly of a few stubborn and misled lackeys who lack the stature to accompany the episcopate in their retreat. These minions hide in the sewers, relying solely on their knowledge of the underworld and the distorted blessings bestowed upon them by the Black Sun to evade the pursuers. Over the course of 4 years, their numbers have dwindled, leaving them with little more than a desperate struggle for survival. Yet, on this day, for years hence, they have inexplicably gathered once more, daring to risk exposure by conducting a sacrificial ceremony within the assembly grounds. What emboldens them? Or rather, what monumental event is poised to transpire within this city-state? There must exist a compelling reason that drives that band of cultists to draw the gaze of the Black Sun upon Prand. The mechanical spider beneath her vibrates with the relentless whir of its steam core, while a delicate fragrance wafts forth from the steam release pipe, carried on the night breeze. Vanna momentarily suppresses her turbulent thoughts and gazes upwards at the sky. The creation of the world hangs high, casting a pale luminescence that illuminates the uneven rooftops, chimneys, and towers of Prand. The action team is now traversing the outskirts of the industrial district, where colossal steam and thermal pipes stretch across the sky like the veins of a giant. Vanna faintly recalls the past, conjuring memories of that fateful night, the most vivid and terrifying of her recollections. In that blood-soaked midnight, her uncle had carried her to safety from the inferno. While the streets teemed with the shambling husks of those caught in a collective hallucination, their flesh twisting grotesquely, they fled through the factory's pipes, the stench of blood mingling with the nauseating chemical grease seeping from the tubes. Suddenly, the mechanical spider beneath her shudders, jolting Vanna from her reverie. The flat road reached its terminus, giving way to the desolate outskirts of the city, where the surface was riddled with potholes and undulating terrain. 2 mechanical spiders ceased their gliding mode, unfurling their elongated limbs to traverse the uneven ground with remarkable speed. In a short while, the squad arrived at an abandoned sewer entrance. Another team of 8 had already been stationed there, securing the vicinity to prevent unauthorized personnel from approaching the entrance. Vanna exchanged greetings with the subordinates present and then followed the site commander deep into the bowels of the sewer. Navigating through the shadowy corridors and filthy pathways, Vanna ultimately arrived at the clandestine gathering site. Here, she observed a greater number of sentinel warriors and a cleric of the church conducting a purification ritual. A makeshift altar stood at the center of the assembly, its wooden structure appearing as though it had been scorched by flames. Upon the altar, remnants of a blasphemous totem erected by the followers of the sun god were visible, having been consumed by fire, yet its fundamental form remained intact. Surrounding the altar were dozens of cultists, bound and crouched upon the ground, most trembling uncontrollably, while a few muttered silently, their lips moving in the cadence of their sacrilegious prayers. However, under the watchful gaze of the storm goddess, following the destruction of the ritual site, these heretical invocations bore no weight whatsoever. Not far from the sacrificial altar lie the remains of the victims unearthed from nearby caves. These tragic souls are laid upon linen adorned with runes, while the hastily arrived embalmers scrutinize the condition of each body. Several clergy members wander around the altar, their copper chains gently swaying, the incense burners at their ends releasing plumes of pure white smoke. As this smoke touches the ground near the altar, it is immediately tainted by an ominous shadow of black, while more of the pristine smoke gradually purges the miasma left by the accursed Black Sun. Your Honor, please come this way. This is where we have discovered something amiss. a young guardian gestured towards several bodies beside the altar. Be cautious, the ground here is rather unclean. Vanna approached the bodies directly, and upon observing one in particular, her brow instinctively furrowed. It was a cultist adorned with a golden mask. Undoubtedly one of the priests responsible for the sacrificial rites in this blasphemous sanctuary. A ghastly void gaped from his chest. What has transpired here? Vanna mused, her brow knitting in confusion. Did this fervent heretic, in a fit of zeal, offer himself as a sacrifice during the ritual? I have not heard of such a custom among those who worship the Black Sun. This is precisely the enigmatic and bizarre aspect. The guardian who escorted Vanna immediately shook his head, his expression slightly peculiar as he spoke. According to the descriptions provided by the cultists apprehended at the scene, their messenger was sacrificed by a victim. Sacrificed by a victim? Vanna raised an eyebrow, perplexed by such nonsensical claims. Indeed, it bore the hallmarks of madness, the guardian lamented, raising his hands in resignation. In truth, by the time we arrived, most of the cultists had already slipped into a semi-mad state. Semi-mad state? Yes. It was evident that their sacrificial ceremony had gone awry, leading many to succumb to madness. A considerable number had even begun to attack one another, perceiving each other as monsters possessed by some terrifying entity. It was precisely their frenzied escape from the gathering that alerted the patrolling constables nearby, ultimately exposing the situation. By the time we reached the scene, only a handful remained coherent enough to respond to questions, and of those few, the ones able to articulate themselves insisted that it was the victim who had sacrificed the messenger. Driven to madness? Engaging in mutual slaughter? And believing others to be possessed creatures? Vanna's expression grew grave. Had there been any examinations conducted? Was this a result of the Black Sun's corruption? No traces of external contamination could be found. Rather, it seemed as though a spontaneous madness had taken root within their own mental realms. The guardian spoke, gesturing towards a young lady clad in a flowing black gown, meandering among the cultists. Miss Heidi had arrived. If it is confirmed that these cultists are not tainted by the Black Sun, we shall have no recourse but to explore solutions through the art of hypnosis. Chapter 31. Residual. Vanna lifted her gaze towards the woman in a black dress, who was inspecting the mental states of certain cultists. Noticing Vanna's glance, the woman returned the gesture with a slight nod. She appeared to be in her early 20s, yet possessed a composure that belied her age. Her long black hair elegantly coiled at the back of her head. The pale blue crystal earrings she wore swayed gently, reflecting the flickering light of a nearby gas lamp. Heidi has also arrived. Was she sent by the town hall? Vanna inquired of the young guardian beside her. No, when the incident occurred, Miss Heidi happened to be in the vicinity. Upon hearing the news, she came directly here. Is there anything amiss with that? No, nothing at all. Though Heidi is employed by the town hall, she has long maintained a cooperative relationship with the church. She can simply complete a site report upon her return. Vanna shook her head and soon refocused her attention on the matter at hand, examining the cult priest who had succumbed to madness. Casually, she asked what the remaining communicative cultists had said. What exactly transpired at that moment? Their language was rather convoluted. Among them, 2 individuals recounted that the customary sacrificial ceremony had concluded, yet unexpectedly, someone captured a fleeing offering near the assembly. Consequently, the envoy resolved to dedicate this offering to the sun god. The guardian reminisced, stating that those 2 cultists were positioned far from the altar and could not discern the specific events occurring there. They merely claimed that the offering was pierced through the heart, yet remained unscathed, audaciously proclaiming the name of the sun god, directly designating the envoy as the offering. Ultimately, the envoy was sacrificed, a person chosen as an offering, who fervently invoked the name of the malevolent deity, directly led to the sacrifice of the officiant. Vanna felt as though she had encountered some fantastical tale, her mind reeling at the absurdity of it all. However, these words emanated from a meticulously trained, loyal, and reliable guardian of the church, compelling her to confront the gravity of the statement. This rendered her expression peculiar. How could such an outrageous occurrence be plausible? If this were indeed the case, how many sacrificial victims at the hands of cultists could swiftly retaliate against those heretical priests simply by raising their voices? Who could argue otherwise? Even the most inept priest occupies an unequivocal position of authority during the ceremony. How could a frail, ordinary individual so effortlessly disrupt the proceedings? Moreover, we have examined this priest, and indeed, he bears the unmistakable marks of having been tainted by projections from the world's depths. He is a genuine baptized one, Furthermore, according to the descriptions provided by the cultists present, he was wielding a ceremonial dagger imbued with blessings at that moment. The young guardian shook his head as he spoke, then approached another lifeless body nearby. But, take a look at this. This is the sacrifice that reversed the fate of the priest. Vanna cast a glance at the guardian before her gaze fell upon the utterly lifeless corpse. In the next moment, her eyes sharpened. It was a frail young man, so emaciated that his physique resembled that of a boy, and the most striking anomaly about him was the gaping void in his chest. He has already been sacrificed. Indeed, this is a victim that has undergone sacrifice. Considering the traces at the scene and the testimonies from the cultists, it is evident that this sacrifice had likely lost his heart before being thrust onto the altar. The guardian spoke with grave seriousness. Therefore, the true situation at that time was that a walking corpse, before the gaze of all, ascended to the stage and murdered the officiating priest as if he were a mere offering. A trick of the necromancer? Vanna pondered aloud. No. The power of the Black Sun exerts a formidable restraint over necromancers. The undead they command cannot brazenly approach the totem of the Black Sun. Could it be an aberrantly controlled reanimator? Have you inspected the lights in this vicinity? She suddenly lifted her gaze toward the guardian beside her. Is there a completely lightless underground space within a 500-meter radius? We have conducted an inspection. There are no lightless caverns. Even cultists are aware of the dangers of such places. They leave torches and oil lamps in the caves where they discard corpses, exercising great caution in this regard. For a moment, Vanna remained silent, her brow furrowed in deep contemplation as she bent down before the body of a young man. She meticulously examined the sacrifice that had, in plain sight, led to the chaotic unraveling of a ritual by offering an extraordinary being. As she extended her hand to lift the stiff eyelid, she sought traces of any heretical power that might linger. Suddenly, from the corner of her eye, a faint glimmer caught her attention. It appeared as though the young man's corpse had slightly opened its eyes. A ghostly green flame flickered within the hollow orbs, and a delicate spark erupted at the tip of her extended right index finger, only to be carried away by the wind moments later. Vanna's expression hardened. In an instant, she withdrew a dagger from her waist with her left hand and decisively severed her right index finger without hesitation. Following this, she reversed the dagger and drove it into the forehead of the corpse. The priest's dagger, inscribed with runes, erupted in a fierce blaze, engulfing the body entirely. She completed the entire act in less than a second. The moment the corpse was engulfed in flames, she had already straightened up and stepped back 2 paces. Swiftly, she retrieved the blessed holy oil from her waist, biting off the cork with her teeth before pouring the viscous liquid onto her right hand, which was gushing blood. As the holy oil made contact with flesh and blood, it instantly produced a billowing cloud of white smoke. A piercing pain surged through her, yet the expression on Vanna's face remained unchanged. She observed as the guardian who had been by her side swiftly drew his steel sword and severed the head of the blazing sacrifice. Following this, he hurled a concoction mixed with seaweed extract and silver powder into the flames, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds and flames that shot skyward, almost licking the ceiling. The mutated corpse transformed into ashes in the blink of an eye. Remarkably, the ferocious blaze did not extend to the other nearby corpses. The surrounding guardians quickly regained their composure. Half of them unsheathed their rune-etched swords, forming a protective circle around Vanna, while the other half brandished large-caliber revolvers, establishing a perimeter. The 2 priests present also drew their concealed revolvers from beneath their robes, blessing the barrels with incense burners while chanting the name of the storm goddess, Garmona, continuously aiming their weapons at the frenzied cultists who were agitated by the sudden shift in their environment. "Your Honor," called the young guardian, clutching his steel sword as he finally approached Vanna. "How do you fare?" Just now, a peculiar force lingered within the sacrifice, circumventing all the protections bestowed upon me by the goddess, even evading my psychic vigilance. Vanna gestured with her hand, her gaze fixed upon her right hand. The goddess's blessing was manifesting as the severed index finger, cleaved by a dagger, twitched and began to heal ever so slightly. Yet, despite the gradual alleviation of excruciating pain, her heart remained unsettled. Something was amiss. This place harbored not only the Black Sun, but perhaps another formidable force had also graced this sacrificial ceremony. And this power had not fully departed. It harbored ulterior motives. The adjudicator swiftly assessed the situation, ordering the immediate relocation of all witnesses and evidence to the church for stringent oversight. Subsequently, All examinations and interrogations were to be conducted within the church, as the site required thorough purification. Were there others elsewhere? A nearby guardian promptly replied, "Yes, we previously rescued a group of imprisoned designated sacrifices from another cave nearby. They are currently being temporarily housed in an adjacent utility room. Take them as well to the church," Vanna stated urgently. Though they are victims, they too must undergo rigorous scrutiny before being allowed to return home. It was then that she seemed to suddenly recall something. What of Miss Heidi? Is she unharmed? "I am here," a composed voice emerged from nearby. The spiritual physician, clad in a black dress and employed by the municipal hall, approached at a leisurely pace. Nodding to Vanna, "There is no need for concern. I was momentarily taken aback and did not fully grasp what transpired. As recounted in numerous classic tales, the cultists have provoked forces far more sinister than themselves." Vanna cast a glance at the psychiatrist and advised, "I strongly recommend that you exercise additional precautions when examining these cultists and subjecting them to hypnosis. There are powers present here that should not exist, and remnants linger." Chapter 32. Breakfast on the Lost Home. As the night faded away, the pale scar that dominated the sky gradually dissipated, and Duncan stood at the stern of the ship, gazing upwards, capturing every detail of this fleeting moment of daybreak. He observed the scar transforming, akin to a dream slowly awakening, becoming increasingly transparent and ethereal. The surrounding mist of grayish-white light first melded with the sky, followed closely by the scar itself, all while maintaining its position throughout this entire process. Duncan blinked, and a subtle conjecture began to stir within him. The fact that the mark in the sky had not shifted its location, did it imply that it was not some distant astronomical structure? Did it suggest that it was merely an illusion imprinted against the backdrop of the atmosphere, moving in synchrony with the boundless sea? Or could it be that the celestial body beneath the vast ocean, if indeed this was a planet, was in perfect synchrony with the scar? Alternatively, was it possible that the scar was indeed in motion, but the brief observation was insufficient for the naked eye to detect it? Countless hypotheses surged through his mind. Yet Duncan was acutely aware that until ample evidence and reliable experimental validation were presented, these speculations remain mere conjectures. The possible explanations behind a natural phenomenon are manifold, yet without theoretical and empirical support, all discussions were but empty rhetoric. At that moment, the sun began to rise. Initially, a golden radiance emerged from the horizon, soon followed by a colossal luminescent structure abruptly surfacing from the depths of the sea, accompanied by a splendid and resplendent glow. A spherical entity, secured by a dual runic framework, materialized within Duncan's line of sight. As the runic structure operated in a languid manner, the sun rose majestically, and this imposing spectacle seemed to resonate with a certain sound, an echoing, deep, powerful, and gradual rumble that reverberated mysteriously within Duncan's mind. Yet, when he earnestly concentrated to listen, the sound vanished abruptly. He furrowed his brow, somewhat doubting whether he had merely experienced an auditory hallucination. However, the memory evoked by that sound was so vivid that he could not bring himself to dismiss it. Was it a proclamation from the sun as it ascended, announcing itself to this world? Or perhaps merely one of the myriad illusions conjured by the boundless sea? No one could unravel Duncan's perplexity. The vast, infinite ocean remained steadfast in guarding all its secrets. Pigeon AI lounged comfortably upon Duncan's shoulder. Then, quite unexpectedly, it stood up, flapping its wings vigorously while casting its gaze upon the ocean, exclaiming loudly, "Fish and chips! Fish and chips!" Duncan couldn't help but chuckle at this peculiar bird. He glanced at AI and suddenly felt that having such a whimsical creature around was not so bad. The bird's sporadic outbursts always evoked a sense of familiarity reminiscent of his hometown. Unfortunately, there were no fish and chips aboard the vessel. He playfully nudged the pigeon's beak and turned toward the captain's quarters, muttering to himself that indeed, it was time to procure some sustenance. Moments later, the captain of the lost homestead prepared a traditional ghost ship breakfast in his quarters. Duncan transformed the navigation table into a dining table, placing several plates alongside the nautical charts. Today's breakfast, like every meal he had consumed yesterday, lunch and dinner alike, consisted of jerky, cheese, and plain water. Sitting at the navigation table, Duncan meticulously laid a napkin for himself, while a goat's head silently observed him from across the table. To his left was the cursed doll, Alice, who had come to greet him early in the morning, and perched on his right was the peculiar pigeon. Suddenly, Duncan felt that this scene began to embody his persona as a ghost captain. The goat wood carving symbolizing demonic presence, the inescapable cursed doll, the loquacious bird possessing knowledge of otherworldly realms, and himself, the ghostly captain occupying the central seat. This tableau could easily serve as a film poster without the need for any edits. Yet, the culinary situation aboard the Lost Homestead was a reality only he truly understood. With a sigh, Duncan lowered his gaze to the contents of his plate, the cinematic opening of this scene fading to reveal the stark reality of life aboard the ship. He grasped the knife and forcefully sliced into the cheese, producing a cacophony of creaks and groans as the hard material yielded to his efforts. He then prodded the jerky with his fork, the collision of jerky and plate resonating with a crisp clang. Alice, observing with curiosity, could no longer suppress her inquiry. "Captain, is today's meal the same as yesterday's? Tomorrow's will be the same as well," Duncan replied, glancing at the cursed doll. "Would you care to try?" Alice contemplated for a moment before seizing a piece of jerky with her hand and thrusting it into her mouth, chewing with vigor only to spit it out shortly after, exclaiming, "It's utterly unpalatable. If it were delicious, you wouldn't be able to consume it. Do you even possess a stomach?" Duncan remarked, taking the remaining half of the jerky from Alice's grasp, bemused by her willingness to try it. He then cast a worried glance at the meager assortment of food on the plate. The provisions available aboard the ship were limited to these items. The jerky had a texture reminiscent of thick cardboard imbued with salt, while the cheese bore the consistency of coarse, sandy wood. Regardless of the method employed, be it boiling, roasting, or pan-frying, the peculiar taste remained stubbornly unchanged. The silver lining was that these foodstuffs were, at the very least, not putrid and would not poison a person. However, the inexorable passage of time had transformed these once edible substances into an exceedingly undesirable state. Duncan had ample reason to suspect that the cheese was significantly older than himself, and if the jerky had somehow retained its vitality, it had undoubtedly witnessed a century's worth of tumultuous events. While the captain of the lost homeland need not fret over scurvy, Duncan still yearned for a more wholesome diet, ideally. He wished for the food on the plate to be younger than himself, perhaps even of the same age. The supply replenishment strategy for the lost homeland, alongside the terrestrial exploration plan he had contemplated the previous day, resurfaced in his mind, though he recognized that these aspirations could not be realized in the immediate future. Duncan sighed, continuing to slice the firewood on his plate with a vengeful demeanor. Meanwhile, Ai, who had been tilting its head and observing from a nearby table for quite some time, approached out of curiosity. The bird first glanced at its master, and then at the contents of the plate. A dearth of crystalline mineral reserves? Duncan cast a sidelong glance at the pigeon and casually tossed it some fallen cheese crumbs. Ai pecked at them twice, but suddenly froze, as if it had encountered a system crash. The bird remained motionless for a solid 3 to 4 seconds before abruptly resuming its movement. It flapped its wings and flew to a nearby shelf, emitting an exasperated sound. "I would rather starve to death out here, jump off this place, than eat." Duncan felt a twinge of offense, while the goat head across the table, which had finally enjoyed a moment of silence, could no longer restrain itself and began to produce creaking sounds reminiscent of wood rubbing against wood. Before this creature could commence its own fire-making endeavors, Duncan finally nodded. "Speak your mind." "Indeed, Captain." The goat head had finally seized the opportunity to voice its thoughts, chattering away. "I have been meaning to ask since yesterday. The one you brought with you. Is it called Ai? Why is it that I can never comprehend what it says? I pondered all night. What does recharge Q coins truly signify?" Duncan raised an eyebrow, truly surprised that the goat head had managed to hold back its inquiry until now. He had underestimated this creature's self-restraint. "You need not concern yourself. This bird possesses an eccentric mindset." Duncan did not cease his woodworking endeavors. Instead, he continued to create sounds akin to chiseling and sawing with the utensils in his hands while casually uttering an excuse he had long contemplated. It seemed to communicate using a language comprehensible only to itself, and with enough exposure, one could glean its meaning. "Is that so?" The goat-headed figure pondered. Yet I sensed that there was an underlying logic veiled within its utterances, as if that language concealed a complete and coherent body of knowledge. "Did you encounter Ai during your wanderings in the spiritual realm? Might it be a projection from the profound depths? As you are aware, the deeper one ventures, the more likely one is to encounter information from dislocated timelines manifesting as projections, including fragments of lost epochs we have yet to comprehend, or even glimpses of the future." Perhaps IE speaks of events from another temporal plane? Duncan's cutting work momentarily faltered to an imperceptible degree, then resumed as normal, while he blandly remarked, "I wish you success in deciphering the logic behind IE's language." The goat-headed figure's musings may have been mere conjecture, yet the revelations contained therein undeniably stirred turbulent waves within Duncan's consciousness. During his traversals of the spiritual realm, had his soul ventured closer to the deeper layers of this world? In the more profound depths, do projections from dislocated timelines indeed manifest? Could these projections potentially unveil scenes from divergent timelines? While Duncan did not witness the varied landscapes of alternate timelines during his journey through the spiritual realm, the goat-headed figure did not err in declaring that AI indeed hails from another dimension. Thus, one must ponder, was this dove brought to this world by a human named Zhou Ming, or does it truly originate from the deeper layers of this very world, as asserted by the goat-headed entity? Chapter 33. Fish. This breakfast was as tasteless as chewing wax, with a texture even worse than that of wax. After concluding a rather unsatisfactory meal, Duncan's spirits did not lift with the filling of his stomach. Rather, they were further exacerbated by a series of disconcerting speculations triggered by a few bits of information inadvertently mentioned by Goathead. He cast a glance at the pigeon AIE, leisurely strolling on a nearby shelf, and felt his errant thoughts spiraling into absurdity. He had always believed that this loquacious pigeon, brimming with earthly vernacular, was birthed from the essence of an earthling soul, his own. He theorized that during his spiritual wanderings, the individual known as Zhou Ming resonated with the brass compass, giving rise to this peculiar avian creature. Yet, what if the reality diverged from this notion? What if, as Goat had suggested, this pigeon was merely an apparition that had emerged from a deeper realm, fortuitously coalescing in his vicinity? In that case, AIE's sporadic utterances of earthly language would bear no connection to Zhou Ming's memories, but instead represent a projection of some historical fragment recorded by this world itself. The potential implications of this notion left Duncan in a state of agitation. Alice rose from her seat, her voice slicing through Duncan's tumultuous thoughts. "Do you need me to wash the dishes?" Duncan cast a surprised glance at Miss Puppet, who awkwardly scratched her head. "I thought, since I am already aboard, I ought to find something to occupy myself with. Otherwise, I would merely be a freeloader." "But you don't actually eat," Duncan reminded her. "Nonetheless, your willingness is commendable. Perhaps you could take the dishes to the water room and have a word with the sink. If it bears no objections, you may wash them." Having uttered this, he stood up without waiting for Alice's response and casually mentioned as he made his way to the captain's quarters, "I shall inspect the deck. Do not disturb me unless necessary." At that moment, the pigeon, which had been strolling on the shelf, flapped its wings and flew onto Duncan's shoulder, following him out of the room, leaving Alice in a silent standoff with the goat-headed figure at the navigation table. "Is the captain in a rather foul mood?" Alice cautiously inquired after a brief pause. The goat-headed entity replied in a solemn tone, "The captain's mood is akin to the weather of the boundless sea. Do not speculate, simply accept." Before the goat-headed figure could continue, Alice quickly interjected, "By the way, the captain mentioned I should consult with the sink. How does one do that?" "Simple. You wash the dishes, and if you end up splashed with water, it indicates that the sink does not favor you. By the way, do you know how to wash dishes? If not, I possess some theoretical knowledge." Before the goat-headed figure could finish, Alice hastily gathered the tableware and dashed toward the door, exclaiming, "No need. I will learn. Thank you, Mr. Goathead. Farewell." Silence abruptly enveloped the captain's quarters, leaving behind only the dark, unyielding goat's head resting upon the table, its hollow gaze fixated on the direction from which all had departed. After a prolonged moment, a sigh escaped from the navigation table. How splendid it would be to possess legs. Its gaze then returned to the nautical chart. The fog surrounding the lost homeland continued to dissipate leisurely, and the helming task left by the captain still required diligent execution. With precise control, this colossal, sentient ghost ship deftly adjusted the angles of its sails, resuming its voyage across the boundless sea, while the goat's head began to hum a sea shanty, its coarse and hoarse tones echoing in the captain's quarters. "Hoist the sails, hoist the sails, the seafarers venture forth, amidst the winds and the tumult. We are but a plank away from death. Furl the foresails, unfurl the main, cast off the lines, hold fast to the rail. We have arrived in the midst of the ocean. Keep your distance from the fish, keep your distance from the fish. The sailors must traverse those routes beset by progeny. Keep your distance from the fish, keep your distance from the fish. We shall safely dock, with spirits and hearth awaiting just ahead. Duncan wandered through the storeroom where supplies were kept, then made his way through the galley, ultimately returning to the mid-deck of the lost homeland. No matter how many times he searched, he could find nothing aboard this vessel more palatable than jerky and cheese. The silver lining was that he did not have to endure the maggot-ridden biscuits that the sailors of the bygone age of sail had to contend with on Earth. The unfortunate truth, however, was that this ship lacked even those wretched, infested biscuits. He temporarily cast aside his previous wild thoughts and, accompanied by the quietly serene AI, approached the edge of the deck. Gazing out at the boundless ocean, his mind was consumed with calculations. No matter what, he must find a way to replenish the essential supplies aboard the lost homeland. Although one cannot be overly particular about the quality of life on a ghost ship, he could not truly live like a specter. Perhaps Alice needed fresh clothing, for there were no suitable dresses for her on this vessel. It was imperative to establish contact with the city-states on land as soon as possible. The lost homeland had drifted at sea for far too long. The city-states on land might have developed to an extent that even the goat-headed figure could not foresee. From what he had observed in that sewer, it was clear that Planned was a prosperous and advanced city, and the revolvers carried by those cultists indicated the advancement of human technology. The ancient ghost ship might not be as invincible in the face of a civilization that had evolved over a century. While the remnants of the lost homeland still held some power, it would be troublesome if only its vestiges remained. Duncan glanced at AI perched on his shoulder. Perhaps today was a day to gather strength and attempt another journey into the spirit realm. Coo. AI tilted her head, finally producing a sound befitting a normal pigeon. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Duncan's attention was suddenly drawn to a glimmer on the nearby ocean surface out of the corner of his eye. He was drawn to the commotion, instinctively glancing over the ship's railing a few more times, and soon noticed something beneath the nearby surface of the water seemingly moving. After a moment's hesitation, Duncan suddenly slapped his forehead. My reaction. This is the sea. Aren't there fish in the ocean? The sudden possibility uplifted Duncan's spirits. He realized that establishing a connection with the land and stabilizing the supply for the lost homeland was not a task to be accomplished overnight. Yet, could not the vast and boundless sea lend a hand? The ocean harbored fish, and he had grown weary of the jerky and cheese aboard the ghost ship. Duncan's enthusiasm surged as he recalled a heavy fishing rod stowed away in one of the cabins below deck, with a spot on the edge of the deck to secure it. As for bait, he wondered if the jerky and cheese could serve that purpose. Thus, while the cursed puppet washed dishes in the galley and the talking goat focused on steering the ship, the captain of the lost homeland busied himself between the deck and the cabin. Before long, Duncan found what he sought. He hoisted 3 heavy fishing rods and some bait back onto the deck and, rather clumsily, secured them to the edge of the ship. After baiting and casting his lines, he then procured an empty bucket from nearby to serve as a seat while he waited. Duncan, in truth, lacked experience in ocean fishing. His entire repertoire of angling skills was confined to ponds and a small river back home. He was uncertain whether this whimsical endeavor would yield any fish. Yet idleness beckoned him, and perhaps fortune might smile upon him. He regarded this venture as a means of rejuvenation before embarking on his next ethereal journey, while simultaneously nurturing a glimmer of hope for an enhanced future sustenance. Settling himself amidst several fishing rods, Duncan gradually found solace in the prolonged stillness. The sea conditions today were relatively calm, with a scattering of clouds adorning the sky, devoid of any ominous storm signals. Perched upon a wooden barrel, his back leaned against a winch used for securing the mooring lines. He squinted slightly as the vessel swayed gently. At some point, he slipped into a state of semi-consciousness. In this reverie, he envisioned himself barefoot upon the tranquil surface of the sea, the water a deep azure, and the sun radiating warmth. The familiar, benign sun hung high in the sky, illuminating yet not scorching. Suddenly, he was roused by the sound of splashing water, drawn by the commotion. He beheld fish leaping from the placid waters nearby. A school of golden fish, no larger than the palm of his hand, danced in the air, exhaling bubbles as they flicked their tails, mimicking their aquatic movements while circling around Duncan in a slow procession. These airborne fish approached him gradually, and he gazed at them with curiosity, observing their plump eyes, the delicate scales that adorned their bodies, the rhythmic opening and closing of their mouths, and the faint ripples trailing behind them, reminiscent of gentle waves. Zhou Ming suddenly found these fish to be remarkably beautiful and moreover, they must be exceedingly fragrant. Chapter 34. The Harvest. A sudden cacophony of crashing waves jolted Duncan from his slumber. He abruptly opened his eyes, the fleeting phantoms of his half-dreams dissolving into mere wisps of shadow. He recalled a vision of fish gliding through the air, their forms tantalizingly exquisite. Yet the details of their appearance eluded him. Fish, can they truly swim in the air? Duncan blinked, a disorienting sensation of reality and dream intertwining momentarily befuddling him. He glanced at the 3 fishing rods secured to the holder, finding no indication of a catch. Meanwhile, the distant sea began to undulate, waves crashing rhythmically against the hull of the lost homestead. Suddenly, the waves swelled, visibly intensifying, each surge more forceful than the last. As ceaseless torrents rolled in from afar, the massive vessel rocked amidst the tempest, the sound of tumultuous waters filling his ears. Duncan lifted his gaze to the sky, noting that the weather remained fair, though the winds had picked up, suggesting that a significant storm was unlikely. Perhaps this was not the ideal day for fishing. He murmured to himself, contemplating whether he should reel in his lines. Just then, however, his peripheral vision caught sight of one rod's tip bending sharply downward. The robust fishing line, specially designed for deep-sea angling, suddenly tensed, as the stout and resilient rod seemed to have ensnared a formidable creature. The front half of the rod bent dramatically like a bow, accompanied by a cacophony of grating sounds. The rod holder, strained under the immense force, creaked with the sound of wood against wood. All of this conveyed a singular message to Duncan: a fish. A big one. He instantly dismissed any thoughts of reeling in and taking a break, his passion for fishing igniting fervently within him. He swiftly approached the rod that had signaled a catch, gripping it tightly to prevent it from slipping from its holder, while his other hand meticulously adjusted the tension of the line. I knew it. How could I possibly be empty-handed? Duncan exclaimed excitedly to himself, as he began to engage in a fierce struggle with the colossal entity on the other end of the line. This was a formidable contest, as the creature at the end of the line showed no intention of yielding. A tremendous force tugged at the rod, and despite Duncan's strength combined with the support of the rod holder, the standoff appeared precarious. The winds and waves surrounding the lost homeland grew increasingly tumultuous, yet to Duncan, this slight disturbance was of little consequence. He was merely incensed by the tenacious prey and concerned that this hard-won opportunity for a better meal might slip away. The line had reached its critical point, and the great fish threatened to break free from his grasp. After an indeterminate duration of struggle, Duncan finally steeled himself. A surge of emerald flames suddenly emanated from his hand gripping the rod. The green flames blazed fiercely, spreading like water, swiftly coursing along the fishing rod and line. The spectral fire burned along the fishing line, creating a fiery path that plunged directly into the depths of the sea. In the next moment, a spectral outline of ethereal green flames abruptly emerged from the depths surrounding the lost homeland. Illuminated by the ghostly green fire, a massive shadow materialized beneath the waves. This shadow resembled a pulsating mass of flesh, nearly enveloping the entire surface of the sea within a radius of several hundred meters around the lost homeland. Its edges gave rise to numerous shifting, burgeoning dark entities, writhing and flailing like countless arms within the ocean, stirring the waters surrounding the lost homeland and manipulating the invisible wave surges. Duncan heard unusual disturbances from the sea, and while maintaining his stalemate with the prey, he curiously peered outside. He saw nothing but the undulating waves, which appeared largely unchanged from before. Moreover, he distinctly felt the resistance from the fishing rod diminish slightly. The prey's strength was waning, a realization that brought a radiant smile to his face. He began to tighten the fishing line with determination, gradually dragging his quarry from the depths of the sea. Alice was startled by the roaring and howling emanating from outside the cabin. The violent shaking beneath her feet caused the furnishings within the cabin to clash together, producing a cacophony of sounds. Quick to react, she grasped a nearby railing to prevent herself from falling, her face betraying a look of bewilderment. What was happening? The lost home was swaying as if a tremendous storm were raging outside, and from the depths of this ancient ghost ship emanated a low, oppressive sound, akin to a furious roar, battling against the terrors of the deep sea and confronting some colossal beast attempting to devour it. Various objects within the cabin clattered chaotically. Initially, Alice assumed these sounds were merely the result of the ship's tumultuous movements. However, she soon discerned that many of the noise-making items were engaged in a clamor of their own, communicating in a language that only the lost home could comprehend. She understood only that something might be amiss outside. Determined, the doll-like lady resolved to venture onto the deck. She stumbled out of the cabin, steadying herself against the nearby walls to prevent falling, and made her way toward the deck. After nearly tripping over flailing ropes and careening barrels several times, she finally reached the end of the staircase. She pushed open the wooden door that swayed precariously in the storm, revealing astonishingly towering waves rising from the boundless sea. The sky was as dark as ink, with ominous clouds coalescing into heavy masses, pressing down toward the ocean's surface. Towering waves, like castle walls, surged and roiled beneath the ominous clouds, undulating around the lost home. It was Alice's first encounter with such a spectacle. She was unsure whether this was the norm at sea, but she knew she must find the captain at once. She scanned the deck and, with little effort, spotted Captain Duncan standing at the edge, surveying the tumultuous waters. The tumultuous winds and waves surrounding him were somewhat bothersome, yet for Duncan, on the brink of success, these disturbances were trifles of little consequence. With the dual feedback from the fishing line and the green flame, he could distinctly sense that his quarry had ceased its struggle. The massive creature was gradually being drawn from the depths. "Come on up," he joyfully exclaimed, exerting one final vigorous tug on his fishing rod. A colossal fish leapt from the sea, truly immense, nearly half his size. In that fleeting moment, Duncan locked eyes with the airborne creature. It was rather unsightly, a thought that struck him first. Indeed, it was an exceedingly ugly fish, its inky black body seemingly cloaked in some grotesque growth, rugged and uneven. Peculiar grayish-white patterns meandered chaotically along its sides, while a multitude of bony protrusions adorned its head. A pair of hollow, pallid eyes peered at Duncan from beneath those spines. A wave of discomfort washed over him. He felt as though the fish was regarding him with malevolent intent. However, in the next instant, he witnessed the fish convulsing violently. Its gaze, once fixed on him, inexplicably burst, blood streaming forth in an instant. The fish thudded heavily onto the deck, writhing as if electrified. Before settling into stillness mere seconds later, blood oozed from its mouth and shattered eyes, dripping steadily onto the deck. Duncan gazed in astonishment at the grotesquely ugly fish rapidly losing its vitality at his feet. He faintly recalled knowledge gleaned from books. Indeed, most deep-sea fish are strikingly unattractive, and due to their prolonged existence under immense water pressure, they often succumb to ruptured blood vessels and swift demise upon being drawn to the surface. Is it true that the fish of this world are similar? Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden cacophony of sounds echoed around him. Curiosity piqued. Duncan turned to the source, only to see several smaller, peculiar fish landing onto the deck. Their appearance was akin to that of the half-human-sized monstrosity, yet they measured merely half a meter. Like their larger counterpart, they were already gushing blood profusely by the time Duncan caught sight of them, and soon they were on the brink of death. Duncan stood in a daze for a moment before realizing. Could it be that the scenario resembled a whimsical tale of the Calabash brothers saving their grandfather, one after another? Meanwhile, Alice clutched the railing nearby, her eyes fixed anxiously on the savage spectacle of combat not far away, a scene that could drive an ordinary person to madness. She observed Captain Duncan standing at the edge of the deck, enveloped in towering emerald flames, confronting the sea like a colossal figure ablaze. With 3 grappling hooks extending from the deck beneath him, one of which was engulfed in terrifying fire. She beheld a colossal shadow abruptly materializing amidst the boundless sea, followed by a tentacle, nearly as thick as the main mast of the lost homeland, emerging from the depths of the water. The surface of the tentacle was adorned with countless malevolent eyes, while innumerable sharp teeth ground and gnawed between them, as if poised to rend the entire vessel into fragments in the next instant. Alice nearly gasped aloud. She yearned to alert the captain to evade, to rush forward and assist. Yet before she could act, the tentacle descended upon the captain with ferocious intent. She observed Captain Duncan lifting his gaze, and beneath the blazing flames, an expression of bountiful joy graced his visage as he regarded the multitude of eyes upon the tentacle, which in turn fixated upon him. In the next heartbeat, all the eyes upon that tentacle exploded in a violent cascade, while hundreds of sharp teeth emitted a piercing and anguished shriek. Following this, the tentacle abruptly severed, as though some immense entity concealed beneath the ocean's surface had deliberately severed its connection, discarding the grievously wounded end of the tentacle onto the deck. With a resounding thud, the severed appendage landed, and the foul, Viscous blood and flesh that spilled from the gaping wound plummeted to the ground, splattering at the captain's feet. Chapter 35. Calm and normal. The sea had settled into a tranquil state. Alice observed a severed tentacle lying on the deck, accompanied by fragments of flesh imbued with formidable power that fell at the captain's feet. Life swiftly ebbed from these remnants, while simultaneously, a colossal creature lurking beneath the waters surrounding the lost homeland began its rapid descent. Having relinquished a tentacle as the price for its retreat from the vicinity of the ship, resembling a frantic escape. As this immense shadow submerged back into the depths, the ocean astonishingly regained its serenity, and the dense, inky clouds above dissipated entirely. Perhaps they were never clouds at all. Alice lifted her gaze to the sky, recalling the previous form of the ominous clouds. She recollected the silhouette that emerged as the clouds dispersed, gradually associating it with the shadow that had loomed beneath the vessel. The thick canopy above appeared as a shadow, cast by some gigantic entity lurking in the depths of the sea. The crackling sound of flames licking at the edges of the deck interrupted Alice's reverie. She quickly turned her attention towards the captain, who had resumed his customary demeanor. This tall man wore a cheerful smile, having noticed Alice standing a short distance away, and he waved her over. Upon approaching him, Duncan kicked at a large fish on the deck, his tone slightly elevated. "Look, I've caught a big fish." "A big fish?" Alice's expression was somewhat vacant as she gazed at the grotesque entity at Duncan's feet. Amidst the contorted and writhing flesh, countless eyes, burst and bloodied, remained half open, staring vacantly at the sky, while jagged, metallic teeth glimmered ominously between the eyeballs. With a kick from Duncan, one half of the eyes on the severed appendage suddenly blinked, only to close again immediately after. "Indeed, a big catch," Duncan remarked cheerfully. "You see, it took quite a bit of effort to haul this thing up." Although it was merely a puppet, Alice felt a peculiar twitch at the corner of her eye in that fleeting moment. She opened her mouth to speak, yet found herself at a loss for words to redirect the conversation. Her gaze shifted to the fish at Duncan's feet. A grotesque, large fish lay there, its dark, mottled skin marred by peculiar grayish-white patterns, with bony spines protruding from its head and a pair of lifeless eyes meeting her stare. Scattered around were numerous smaller fish, strewn across the deck. In an instant, Alice was stripped of all expression and speech. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she surveyed the scene before her. Observing the fish lifelessly sprawled on the deck, remnants of what had been living beings only moments prior. The inexperienced puppet mistress did not yet grasp the concept of existential doubt, yet at that moment, she found herself engulfed in uncertainty about everything. She even questioned whether she was trapped in a dream. Where had that appendage gone? What of the mangled remnants of flesh? Perhaps her momentary daze was too conspicuous, for Duncan immediately sensed Alice's peculiar demeanor. He raised an eyebrow, gazing at the doll-like figure before him. "What troubles you? Is something amiss?" Alice parted her lips, but just as she was about to articulate her thoughts, the rules imparted to her by the goat-headed figure surged to the forefront of her mind. On the lost homeland, Captain Duncan was the unequivocal authority. His words constituted absolute truth. If the reality diverged from Captain Duncan's assertions, then the captain's judgment prevailed. "Everything is fine," Alice abruptly responded, her voice hurried as if to mask the tension laced within her tone. She swiftly shifted the subject. "By the way, Captain, that storm we just encountered was truly frightening." "Storm? You refer to that wave?" Duncan gazed at the lady doll in bewilderment. Indeed, the wave was considerable, yet it hardly warranted the title of a storm. "Nevertheless, I suppose you have not witnessed a genuine tempest." Alice replied, "You are correct. If Captain Duncan deemed the nearly all-encompassing tempest as merely a wave, then it was indeed a wave. If he considered the catch aboard his vessel to be fish, then those entities were fish." "I sense a hint of anxiety in your voice. Are you truly all right?" Duncan, however, remained attuned to the peculiarity in Alice's tone. With genuine concern, he regarded his first mate. "Could it be that you suffer from seasickness? Are you prone to it?" "I am well." Though the ship was swaying quite violently just now, Alice gazed at the captain, whose face was etched with concern, uncertain whether to feel reassured or even more apprehensive. She awkwardly shifted the subject, asking, "By the way, what do you intend to do with these fish?" Was there any need to inquire? Duncan chuckled heartily. "Of course, to eat." Alice's expression momentarily froze. "Eat? What else? Have you not noticed the rather monotonous provisions aboard the lost homeland?" Duncan's spirits were evidently high. "I plan to dissect this large one." stewing part of it while roasting another section, and for these smaller ones, I shall salt them to create dried fish. He delightfully articulated his culinary plans. Yet, despite his confidence, he was quite uncertain about his actual capabilities. His culinary skills were merely average, and he had never dealt with such a colossal sea creature. Furthermore, his knowledge of the drying process was purely theoretical, with no practical experience to speak of. But how would he know without attempting? The only concern was not to upset his stomach. Amidst the joy of a bountiful catch, Duncan retained a semblance of rationality, cautiously observing the large fish at his feet, pondering whether this gift from nature might harbor toxins. The most prudent approach would be to find an unfortunate soul to sample at first. He initially thought of the goat's head in the captain's quarters, but quickly dismissed that option. Next, he glanced at the cursed doll opposite him, which was also unviable. Alice possessed no appetite whatsoever. Finally, his gaze fell upon the pigeon perched upon his shoulder. The pigeon gazed at him with a tilted head, i.e. appeared to be anything but a normal creature. Yet if one were to seek a living being with flesh and blood aboard the ship, this pigeon seemed to be the sole candidate. Moments later, Duncan departed the deck, carrying his bounty, as the lunch hour approached. He was eager to enhance the culinary offerings aboard the Lost Homeland. Meanwhile, Alice stood in place, lost in thought, before making her way to the captain's quarters. Initially, she had no intention of seeking out the goat head, after witnessing the first mate's incessant chatter during their last encounter. She had developed a profound sense of reverence for the captain's cabin. Whenever possible, she preferred to avoid stepping through its threshold. However, the peculiar events of the day compelled her to consult the seasoned Mr. Goathead to ascertain whether such occurrences were typical aboard the Lost Homeland. She felt that in merely inquiring about the situation, she would not be breaching any crew regulations. After a hesitation of several seconds, Alice mustered her courage and opened the door to the captain's quarters. To her astonishment, she found the goat head already facing the entrance, intently staring in her direction as though he had been anticipating her arrival. What transpired outside? He inquired, unusually succinct, sensing an unusual tension in his demeanor. Alice quickly retreated to close the door behind her and approached the navigation table, where she recounted all that she had witnessed. After her words fell silent, the goat-headed figure lapsed into an exceedingly unusual quietude, remaining mute for an entire minute. The wooden visage of the goat could not convey expressions, yet Alice could distinctly sense that matters seemed to transcend the judgment of this first officer. A wave of anxiety washed over her, causing her to instinctively lean forward. Could this truly be an occurrence that would transpire aboard the Lost Homeland? Did the captain truly? The Lost Homeland was operating without a hitch, and the goat head finally roused from its stupor, responding with remarkable alacrity, as if to preemptively seal some burgeoning breach in the discourse. Listen, the Lost Homeland is entirely normal, eternally so, and the esteemed Captain Duncan remains steadfast, as ever. Well, I merely sought to gauge your reaction. The situation has somewhat exceeded my expectations, but this is merely a reflection of my limited imagination and understanding. The goat head's words began to flow rapidly and smoothly, as it appeared to gradually recover from its astonishment. Soon thereafter, its disposition visibly brightened, and its tone grew fervent and excited. Indeed, the illustrious Captain Duncan ought to be even greater and more formidable. There is nothing amiss, Miss Alice. Heed my words. All is as it should be aboard the Lost Homeland. Allow the captain to pursue what he deems right, and let us not linger on this topic any further. Just remember this fact from today onward. There are fish in the kitchen of the Lost Homeland, and fish are a delectable delicacy. Chapter 36. The time of day and night transition, transforming such a colossal fish into a delightful luncheon, is no trivial endeavor. It requires not only skill, but also considerable physical exertion. Fortunately, Duncan is propelled by a dual motivation, a profound sense of duty as a fisherman and an ardent desire to enhance the culinary offerings aboard. This fervor empowers him to tackle the formidable creature he has caught that day with unwavering zeal. In the kitchen, he toils for an extended period, successfully removing the grotesque bony protrusions from the fish's head and clumsily segmenting its plump body into several portions. The fish's head, lacking in substantial flesh, is temporarily cast aside, while the belly and back yield some exquisite cuts, ideal for the provisions aboard the Lost Homeland. It seems rather peculiar for the esteemed captain to be so engrossed in culinary tasks, yet Duncan revels in the experience. He cannot help but ponder how the ordinary folk, who regard the Lost Homeland with trepidation, might react to this scene. Would they be astonished to witness the fearsome ghost captain displaying such a down-to-earth and relatable side? Or would they first marvel at Duncan's remarkable fishing prowess? As he contemplates this question during the process of filleting the fish, a smile graces his face, buoyed by the thought that perhaps one day he might graciously invite some guests aboard. The lost homeland need not forever symbolize disaster. He has no intention of remaining a heartless specter. With a deeper understanding of the world, he naturally aspires to connect with contemporary civilization. When that time arrives, he shall serve his guests a delectable fish feast aboard the ship. After completing a simple segmentation, Duncan temporarily placed the majority of the fish fillets into a wooden barrel lined with sea salt. He then pushed the heavy barrel deep into the storeroom of the kitchen. The smaller fish he intended to process later, planning to marinate and dry them on the deck. If fortune smiled upon him, they would transform into salted fish in the sea breeze. Unfortunately, he could not find any strong liquor aboard the ship. Otherwise, he could have employed additional methods for handling the fish. Having fresh fish to eat every day is undoubtedly a blessing. Yet Duncan understood that fishing is often a matter of chance. Though he had a bountiful catch today, the future remained uncertain, and he had to contemplate how best to preserve the surplus ingredients. After all, although the stock of jerky and cheese aboard the lost homeland showed no signs of spoilage, he could not ascertain whether this was a peculiarity of the ship itself or if the jerky and cheese were somehow flawed. It would be quite unfortunate for the hard-earned fish to spoil. Salted fish is certainly preferable to the salted meats of a century past, even if merely for a change of palate. Duncan reserved the most tender and seemingly finest portions of the fish, tossing them into a pot alongside the jerky, which served as a seasoning in the simmering process. This was a rather wasteful practice. Any true chef witnessing Duncan's actions would likely experience a surge in blood pressure. The most suitable preparation for such delicate fish would be to create a sashimi, followed by a gentle grilling. Duncan was well aware of this. Yet he chose this method as a precaution. The unfamiliar creature he had pulled from the sea instilled a sense of caution within him. He dared not consume it carelessly. Although, in theory, fish do not harbor parasites harmful to humans, and as a ghostly captain, he should be untroubled by ordinary toxins. The possibility of danger lingered. In contrast, simmering was the most effective means of processing unfamiliar ingredients. He resolved to proceed with this method first, and should the fish prove edible, he would contemplate alternative preparations. As the afternoon approached its zenith, his belated lunch finally reached completion. A bowl of fish soup was presented, its delectable aroma igniting Duncan's appetite. Yet, before indulging, he prudently speared a piece of fish, allowing it to cool before placing it before his pigeon, Ai. While it was well known that pigeons do not consume meat, Ai could hardly be deemed a typical pigeon. Duncan felt compelled to satiate his curiosity. Aboard the lost homeland, there were countless experiments awaiting his attention. As for the potential consequences should this peculiar pigeon ingest the fish and succumb to poisoning, Duncan had taken precautions. He had meticulously prepared the ingredient, and offering it to Ai was merely a formality. Furthermore, if Ai exhibited any adverse reactions, he could swiftly transition her into a spectral state using the green fire, an approach he had previously tested. In her spectral form, Ai would respond similarly to the feedback from the brass compass, akin to an object under the influence of spectral flames. He could even deconstruct and reassemble spectral Ai, transporting her to a designated location nearby, ensuring that any ordinary toxins would be rendered ineffective in such circumstances. Ai tilted its head, observing Duncan's actions. Upon confirming that the piece of fish was intended for itself, it first pecked at the nearby table with its beak, its eyes darting between Duncan and the ceiling, inquiring, "Is this melon ripe?" Duncan replied, "Just tell me if you want to eat it." Ai flapped its wings, mimicking Duncan's tone. "Just tell me if you want to eat it." Then it lowered its head and swiftly pecked at the now-cold fish, devouring it with astonishing speed. Despite it being food that hardly seemed suitable for a pigeon, after finishing, Ai stretched its neck vigorously and proudly strutted around the table, appearing immensely pleased. After a brief circuit, it returned to Duncan, exclaiming loudly, "So delicious! So delicious!" Duncan stared in astonishment at the pigeon, suddenly struck by the thought that this creature had transformed into a delightful amalgamation of a pigeon and a parrot, with all three essential elements present. It was nothing short of a beacon of humanity, Earth, and if one were to sketch it within a free-form grid, one might even consider it a fellow Earthling. After a while, Duncan, having confirmed that the pigeon exhibited no unusual reactions, finally felt at ease. The captain of the lost homeland and his pet thus concealed themselves in the kitchen, indulging in their feast. The fish was indeed delectable, just as Duncan had envisioned in his dreams. The setting sun gradually approached the towering walls at the city's edge, casting a gentle golden hue upon the lofty chimneys, pipes, and towers of the city-state of Prand. In the heart of the city, a resounding chime echoed from the heights where the Cathedral of the Storm resides. This was accompanied by the sharp whistle of steam escaping from the pressure relief valve, as a dense mist erupted from the apex of the cathedral's tower, enveloping the sky above the highlands like ethereal clouds, reflecting the golden rays of sunlight from the sea. This spectacle heralded the transition between day and night, a reminder that the sun's dominion was swiftly waning, making way for the creation of the world to assume its celestial authority. The terrestrial order was poised to shift from stability to uncertainty, as the profound influences from the depths of the world would intensify with the fall of night, a process that would persist until the sun's ascent the following day. In the shroud of night, the prudent would opt to remain indoors, while those compelled to venture out would seek the safety of well-lit areas, where the gas lamps blessed by the clergy could effectively dispel the malice of the darkness. Nevertheless, this was still a flourishing and stable metropolis, sheltered under the auspices of the sacred Cathedral of the Storm. Even the most profound influences from the world would be kept at bay within a secure threshold. The occasional anomalies within the city were mere trifles, and the ordinary citizens knew well how to safeguard their homes. Furthermore, the church's vigilant guardians took on the role of peacekeepers, ensuring the city's order after nightfall. Yet, even beneath the brightest street lamp, shadows invariably linger. And even under the vigilant gaze of the church's guardians, there exist foolish souls who yearn for darkness and upheaval. They both fear and despise the established order of the world, fervently anticipating a glorious era that even they have never witnessed. Fortunately, within the city-states where the forces of order hold sway, these subversives can mostly only huddle in the shadows. On the periphery of the city, deep within an abandoned sewer entrance, several figures cloaked in black are curled up in a corner of the room. This space was once a temporary refuge for the sewer maintenance workers, now forgotten due to urban redevelopment, transformed into a sanctuary for cultists fleeing in haste. A dim oil lamp hangs upon the wall, its flickering light illuminating faces marked by gloom, fear, and a tinge of rage. A man in his 30s lies atop a makeshift bed of tattered rags, his jaw clenched, pallid complexion hinting at his weak and chaotic breaths. Others sit nearby, some muttering curses. Those damned church hyenas. We have lost many brethren. The envoy perished during the ritual. Another raspy voice interjects. How could the sacred ceremony spiral out of control so suddenly? That's sacrifice. Clearly the work of an agent of heresy. Listen. One cloaked figure suddenly inclines his ear, raising a hand to gesture upwards, indicating the sounds of the evening bell and the whistle of a steam engine. As nightfall approached, the first to utter a curse was the figure clad in black, his voice deep and laden with unease. He cast a furtive glance at his compatriot, who lay on the ground in a clearly wretched state. Damn it, I hope he can endure through this night. Chapter 37. The cycle of life and death. The somber chimes of twilight and the distant wail of a horn reverberated through the damp, shadowy incline and shaft, echoing faintly in the constricted darkness of the sewer. This ominous signal of encroaching night only deepened the despondency of the cultists concealed within the forsaken lounge. Among them, one had succumbed to a grave illness of unknown origin, teetering on the brink of death in this dimly lit subterranean realm. He still clung to life. One of the cultists hesitantly murmured, casting a glance at his fallen comrade, whose eyes fluttered between open and closed, the orbs within their sockets slowly rotating. This unfortunate soul could still perceive the sounds around him, yet he lacked the strength to fully open his eyes. At least he is still alive, intoned another cultist, his voice heavy with despair. The chimes had already told. He could not perish under the protection of the room's master, who had granted him solace in the depths of darkness. The man lying on the floor twitched his fingers twice, clearly grasping the dire nature of his predicament. He did not wish to succumb in such a manner, yet death had latched onto his shadow with unyielding grip. It seemed that his beloved brethren had already begun to contemplate removing this threat from their sanctuary before the true embrace of death arrived. An oppressive silence enveloped the room, so profound that even the faintest breath of the dying man became a discernible sound. After an eternity of stillness, the cloaked figure who had previously cursed the Storm Church abruptly shattered the quietude. Let us wait a moment longer. at least. Transformation does not occur instantaneously upon one's last breath. Then let us wait a little longer, murmured the cloaked figure, his voice low and resonant. He cast a glance at the man struggling to breathe, unable to suppress his musings. But why has he suddenly fallen ill? Can you confirm that this is merely a normal ailment? I know him, interjected a nearby acolyte who had remained largely silent. He runs a nearly defunct antique shop in the lower district, filled with nothing but counterfeit wares. He was already unwell. His health has never been robust. Perhaps the prolonged exposure to the sewers, coupled with a recent fright, has exacerbated his condition. Listening to the explanation, the low-voiced cloaked figure relaxed slightly. Though he held no lofty status as a priest, he had devoted many years to the worship of the sun and had acquired considerable knowledge of the arcane. He understood well the lingering, insidious dangers that remained after a failed sacrificial rite, aware that each participant in that ceremony could potentially become a vessel for such hidden perils. The man, now suddenly engulfed in extreme weakness, could very well be one of those vessels. Had it not been for the constraints binding the followers of the sun as kin, and the presence of several empathetic acolytes nearby, he would have cast this unfortunate soul into the abyss of darkness long ago. After a prolonged silence, the cloaked figure took action, retrieving a faintly golden amulet from within his robes and placing it against the chest of the ailing man. "What are you doing?" inquired a nearby acolyte, curiosity evident in his voice. This sacred talisman was procured at great expense from the messenger, who spoke in a deep, sincere tone, hoping for the Lord's grace to protect our brethren. The rays of the sun might shield him from further erosion in the darkness. The two nearby devotees were instantly convinced, gazing at the church elder who had bestowed the talisman with admiration. They clasped their fists to their foreheads and murmured reverently, "The children of the sun are all brethren." The somber figure in the black cloak also placed a fist to his forehead, joining in the quiet chant, "The children of the sun are all brethren." As the sun sank completely below the horizon, the starless and moonless sky re-emerged before Duncan, a pale rift stretching across the heavens, casting a cold light over the boundless sea and the ship, the lost homeland, navigating its waters. Duncan stood near the stern of the deck, withdrawing his gaze from the sky with a slight sigh. No matter how many times he looked, he could never discern the stars that did not exist within that pale, frigid glow. However, compared to the last time he beheld this starless night, his spirits were considerably brighter now. On one hand, he had come to accept the peculiarities of this world and was actively adapting to his current life. On the other hand, the fish caught today were indeed quite splendid. He was an optimistic soul. Any small improvement in life brought him joy, especially when the gifts of nature exceeded his expectations. If this pace continues, even if stable communication with the land cannot be established in the short term, he can at least improve the living conditions aboard this vessel. Lost in thought, he glanced at the pigeon perched upon his shoulder and jestingly remarked, "Do you think it would be simpler for me to engage in the endeavors befitting a pirate captain? Perhaps by seeking out a bustling trade route to plunder?" The pigeon tilted its head, its eyes wandering aimlessly. "Does this make sense? Does this make sense?" "Indeed, this does not align with my character," Duncan chuckled. "Moreover, to successfully plunder, one must first locate a trade route frequented by merchant vessels." The vast expanse of the ocean felt desolate. The lost homeland had no inkling of how far it had drifted from civilization. Since the encounter with the ship transporting the unusual 099, he had not glimpsed another vessel in sight. How could one even contemplate piracy without knowing where to find victims? Just then, a voice suddenly interrupted Duncan's musings. "Captain, shall we embark on a raid?" Following the sound, he turned to see Alice seated on a high wooden plank nearby, gazing curiously in his direction. Bathed in the pale glow of the sky's ethereal scar, the Gothic figure clad in a courtly gown sat regally upon the ghostly ship, her mercury-like hair shimmering with a cool sheen in the twilight. She sat with poise, her eyes alight with curiosity, creating an image that resembled a classic and enigmatic painting. For a moment, Duncan was taken aback, after enduring a series of chaotic and trivial realities. He had almost forgotten the elegant and enigmatic impression the doll maiden had initially bestowed upon him when she lay within the wooden crate. Thus, upon witnessing Alice in her tranquil state, he found himself momentarily stunned. Unbeknownst to her, Alice was oblivious to the captain's thoughts. She merely inquired once more with curiosity, "Captain, are we going to rob?" This question somewhat tarnished her image. Duncan, bemused, cast a glance at the doll. "Do you enjoy robbing?" "No," Alice shook her head. It sounds rather dull. Yet, you were robbed onto my ship, Duncan reminded her with a smile. True. Alice pondered for a moment, nodding before asking, so, are we going to rob now? No, Duncan gestured dismissively, strolling leisurely towards his captain's quarters. I too find robbing quite uninteresting, in comparison. A leisurely stroll serves as a far more fitting post-meal activity. Upon returning to his captain's quarters, after briefly instructing the goat-headed helmsman to take the helm, he entered his sleeping chamber, securing the door behind him. He had resolved to embark on his second journey into the spirit realm that night. However, unlike the previous occasion, this time he intended to utilize Ai, the dove, to test this ability. A cluster of eerie green sparks danced at Duncan's fingertips, and in the instant the flames flickered. The dove that had been meandering on the table vanished in the blink of an eye, only to reappear, coalescing upon his shoulder. Feeling the tenuous connection between himself and Ai, Duncan gradually calmed his mind. He then recalled the sensation he experienced the last time he activated the brass compass and began to attempt to communicate with Ai using the ethereal flame in his hand. The intangible green fire coalesced into a slender thread, entwining Ai's wings. In the next moment, the white dove was suddenly engulfed in fierce flames. As the fire blazed, the dove's feathers transformed into an ephemeral form, the rising green flames seemingly reshaping its flesh and bones. Ai raised its wings amidst the flames, and the brass compass hanging from its chest opened with a snap, revealing a dial adorned with numerous mystical runes that flickered with a faint light. The central needle spun wildly before pointing straight towards the distance. The surrounding scenery disintegrated and scattered, giving way to the familiar dark space in Duncan's vision, soon followed by those recognizable streams of light and countless twinkling flames. Following the instinct within, Duncan gazed towards the starlight, seeking his next target for contact. Suddenly, one cluster of starlight captivated him. He was uncertain whether this was the intuition that the goat-headed figure frequently spoke of regarding Captain Duncan, but he resolved to follow this feeling, regardless of who lay behind that starlight. At that moment, he found a connection with Captain Duncan. In the abandoned sewers at the edge of the city-state of Pland, several sun-worshipping cultists, who had narrowly escaped the grasp of the church's guardians, sat in silence. The world above had succumbed to a profound darkness, while the underground realm was illuminated only by a faint glimmer of light sheltering the forsaken chamber. Even the most ruthless and inhumane cultists find themselves gripped by an unsettling sense of dread as the encroaching darkness looms ever closer. On the tattered map beside them, a dying man is on the verge of exhaling his final breath. Listening to the increasingly labored and deepening gasps, several pairs of eyes instinctively turn towards the dying figure. They fixate intently on their compatriot lying on the mat, fully aware that he cannot possibly survive the night. Under the watchful gaze of these eyes, the man makes one last heaving motion, releasing the final breath of his life. May the sun continue to shine upon your soul in the darkness, murmurs a deep-voiced cloaked cultist, who then gestures with a hand, only to be abruptly silenced. Before him, the corpse with closed eyes begins to breathe once more. As for the book recommendation, the title is My Anime King Story is indeed not problematic, a work by a fellow reader. The premise is hinted at by the title. Xiaoyu is an ordinary otaku who, equipped with an ACG encyclopedia system, traverses into a parallel world where ACG culture is exceedingly sparse, determined to propagate ACG culture across the globe, planting the flag of the second dimension everywhere. Beginning with Pokemon, he quickly rises to prominence, followed by the emergence of various faiths such as Touhou, Magical Girls, Kantai Collection, Love Live, Vocaloid, Gundam, and many others. A new era has dawned. Chapter 38. Offline, the corpse appeared to breathe, as if it had wandered the fringes of the realm of death only to return to the world of the living. The cloaked figures in the room stared in stunned silence, some of them unaware that the man before them had indeed succumbed to death, if only momentarily. The fleeting nature of this life-death exchange was so brief that it eluded their notice. They merely sensed the inexplicable resurgence of vitality in their dying compatriot, which left them profoundly astonished. In the next instant, the man lying on the ground opened his eyes. It seemed he had lingered in the darkness for far too long, for even the dim glow of the oil lamp in the room was blinding to him. He blinked to adjust to the light, his gaze slowly shifting to the three cloaked figures gathering around him. "Thank the Lord for his protection," exclaimed a relatively young acolyte, finally reacting with overwhelming excitement. "You made it. I thought you would wait. No. Retreat. The low-voiced figure suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, halting the other's movements as he fixed a wary gaze upon the recently awakened man. As he stepped back, he spoke in a tone laced with menace. His breathing had entirely ceased. I did not mistake it. Something is amiss. Duncan finally acclimated to his surroundings, the ringing in his ears gradually fading. He discerned the figures encircling him, and his first thought was, why is it still these people upon my awakening? Why is he still in the sewers? The traversal between realms should be random. He had chosen his destination solely based on instinct. Yet unexpectedly, both times he opened his eyes, he found himself amidst this group of cultists. What kind of fate is this? However, he soon discerned something amiss from the reactions of those around him. And in the next moment, he noticed the black robe draped around him. Duncan fell silent for a couple of seconds, his mind suddenly awakening to the truth. In the previous cycle, he had been the sacrificial victim of these cultists, and now, with a blink, he had become one of them. He truly shared a peculiar connection with these individuals. Something is decidedly off. At that moment, a low, hostile voice abruptly interrupted Duncan's bewilderment upon awakening. Following the sound, he was met with a piercing, vigilant gaze. The owner of that gaze regarded him coldly, while two other black-robed cultists, realizing the situation, instinctively stepped back, adopting defensive stances. Duncan paused, suddenly realizing that, much like last time, he had taken possession of a corpse. Here he was, rising from the dead before the very eyes of these cultists. Upon comprehending the current predicament, the tense reactions of the cultists became rather understandable. Duncan's mind raced with fervor. He sensed that the lingering numbness within this body had not yet dissipated entirely, rendering movement exceedingly cumbersome. Engaging in any mischief under the watchful eyes of several cultists appeared to be a daunting task. He could only devise a strategy to stabilize these individuals. Just as he was swiftly contemplating a way out, fragmented and indistinct memories unexpectedly resurfaced in his mind. In the fragmented haze of his memories, he suddenly recalled numerous experiences that did not belong to him. He remembered hiding in the sewers, offering the riches of his household to the emissary of the sun, and participating in those dark, frenzied, and bloody rituals to heal his afflictions, drinking the blood of innocence in exchange for the sun's blessings. At the end of this tumultuous cascade of memories, he beheld the scene of a sacrificial ceremony, where many others, clad in black robes like himself, stood beside a raised platform. A young sacrifice, with a rigid and eerie expression, was pushed onto the altar, plunging the entire ritual into chaos. He witnessed the heart of the sun's emissary being offered up, as the surrounding crowd descended into madness, with devotees turning upon one another. Torrents of flames surging forth from the sun totem, and the air filled with furious roars and hollow whispers. The original owner of his body, along with the last few remaining acolytes, fled in disarray. Duncan was uncertain how long he had been entranced. Perhaps it was merely a fleeting moment. Yet, the tumultuous and alien memories within his mind gradually settled, transforming a tragic and lamentable life into a series of pale fragments, as if laid bare for him to examine, serving as some form of sustenance. Though the memories of the original owner of this body were scant, their origins were indisputable. Duncan blinked, recognizing that this was a change that had not occurred during his last sojourn in the spirit realm. The last time, he was unable to extract any memories from the possessed corpse. The brain of that sacrifice was a mere blank slate. What has prompted this change now? Is it due to the freshness of the vessel he has now occupied? Or is it because Pigeon AI has enhanced the power of the brass compass? Duncan gradually rose from the ground, acutely aware that regardless of the reasons behind this transformation, now was not the time for contemplation. The tautly strung cultist had evidently realized that something was amiss with his resurrection. As Duncan stood, the three cultists instinctively recoiled a step backward. Then, the deep-voiced figure in the black robe broke the silence, pressing one hand against his waist. Do not move. Tell me, what is your name? Ron. Duncan reminisced briefly and naturally articulated the name he had just gleaned from his memory. Ron Strang. He is called Ron. A young cultist in black robes immediately lowered his voice to inform the deep-voiced figure, who was subtly becoming the leader of the three. However, the black-robed figure remained entirely vigilant, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Duncan, before suddenly reciting in a peculiar intonation, "In the name of the sun, may the Lord's radiance shine forth. In the name of the sun, may the Lord's blessings descend." Listening to the sudden outburst of the cultist across from him, Duncan was momentarily taken aback. Almost immediately, he felt a searing heat rising from his chest. Instinctively, he reached beneath his clothing to retrieve the source of the warmth, only to discover a golden sun amulet radiating an eerie heat from its surface. In the next instant, the amulet ignited in a fierce blaze. Flames seemingly infused with malevolence surged towards his heart. The glory of the Lord was turning against him. Upon witnessing this scene, the cultist who had been reciting prayers instantaneously reacted, drawing forth his short sword with fervor, proclaiming that his soul had been replaced. "Slay this heretical filth," he bellowed. The other two cultists, though slightly slower to respond, quickly followed suit, their earlier belief that Duncan was an ally vanishing in an instant. Without hesitation, they unsheathed their short swords and daggers, charging forward with murderous intent while shouting, "Kill him!" Duncan, clutching the now blazing sun amulet, watched as three figures lunged towards him. Suddenly, another shadow appeared at the periphery of his vision. A spectral bird, engulfed in ghostly green flames, tore through the air, its form reminiscent of a wraith. It swept across the rooftop, trailing a chilling stream of fire, emitting a strange, piercing shriek as it flapped its wings, scattering invisible ashes and fragments of feathers. Naturally, the three cultists were drawn to the apparition of the ghostly bird, instinctively glancing upward to behold Yi in her ethereal form. In the next moment, the movements of all present slowed to a crawl, as if the connection to the realm of reality had suddenly become distant and languid. The silhouettes of the three figures in black robes appeared to flicker like a stuttering animation, leaving overlapping afterimages in the air. They descended with a comically slow grace, ultimately coming to a complete halt less than 2 meters before Duncan. Their eyes were wide with profound astonishment as they observed the spectral bird circling the ceiling before alighting upon their cloaked companion across the way. They noted that the sun amulet in the man's hand continued to blaze fiercely, but in the next instant, those flames transformed into a ghostly green, mirroring the ethereal fire that enveloped the spectral bird. Duncan tightened his grip on the sun amulet, as wisps of green spiritual fire entwined delicately around its surface. The flames surging forth from the amulet encircled him before settling like a well-behaved pet, curling gently around his arm in a manner that was almost endearing. He approached the three cultists, now fully transformed and possessed by the amulet, with a leisurely pace. Meeting their astonished gazes, a tone of regret slipped into his voice. How wonderful it would be if you could feign ignorance. In the next heartbeat, the figures of the three cultists flickered violently in midair before vanishing entirely. The spectral bird, enshrouded in green flames and resembling a skeletal form, hopped a couple of times upon Duncan's shoulder. Amidst the crackling sounds of the burning fire, it emitted a sharp, raspy cry. "Oh dear, the page has vanished. Perhaps a refresh might do the trick?" Chapter 39. The captain treads upon the earth when the dove uttered these words. Its tone and content were as comically absurd and nonsensical as ever. However, it now appeared as a spectral bird, engulfed in ethereal flames, with its translucent flesh revealing bones and tendons coursing with fire. Its cries were intermingled with the crackling of explosive sounds, reminiscent of the wails of tormented souls escaping the gates of the underworld. It became evident that the line between the absurd and the sinister was often perilously thin. The spectral flames entwined around Duncan continued to blaze, as he helplessly observed three cultists vanish before his eyes, uncertain of the mechanics behind this phenomenon. He only grasped that this was the essence of Yi's power. Moments later, having confirmed that the trio of cultists would not return, he slightly turned his head to inquire of the dove perched upon his shoulder. "Where have you sent them?" Yi flapped her wings and began to preen her now semi-translucent feathers with her beak, pausing momentarily before exclaiming, "Return to the shadows." Duncan furrowed his brow. He had begun to decipher the true meanings behind Yi's words. "Do you mean you have banished them to some sort of parallel realm? Or have you rendered them into an untouchable state?" The dove lifted its head, its eyes darting about as it gazed at Duncan. Coo. It had now resumed its pretense of being an ordinary dove once more. However, Duncan believed he had grasped the truth. He pressed his finger gently against Yi's forehead, and then surveyed the dimly lit sanctuary once more. In the flickering shadows cast by the oil lamp, everything within the small chamber was laid bare. The devotees of the sun god, who once sought refuge here, had utterly vanished from this world. Now, only a ghostly captain, who had usurped the body of a cultist, and his dove remained. Yet, in a nebulous sense, Duncan felt an eerie presence. It was as if the three cultists were still nearby, trapped within this room, ensnared in a dimension that eluded all means of perception and contact. He could even sense their futile cries for help, their desperate struggles, as they yearned to reconnect with the realm of reality, yet found themselves eternally barred from it by an invisible barrier of despair. This sensation permeated the air until, at a certain moment, Duncan encountered evidence. During a particular tremor of the oil lamp, amidst a serendipitous interplay of light and shadow, he suddenly discerned a mark on the nearby wall. It appeared to be the scar left by a short sword's fierce strike, but when he glanced again, the flame flickered once more, and the mark vanished without a trace. That was the last connection the three sun devotees had with the tangible world. Duncan exhaled softly and, with the dove in tow, turned to exit the room. Outside the abandoned lounge lay a corridor, significantly narrower than the previously encountered sewer passage. This deep and elongated passage stretched endlessly to either side. One end led to a fork in the road, while the other connected to an ascending slope. Even in this forsaken area, the city's authorities evidently maintained the most rudimentary upkeep of these subterranean facilities, as gas lamps flickered along the corridor's sides. Duncan quickly assessed the passage's direction and, drawing upon fragmented memories in his mind, pieced together the route to the surface. He soon set forth towards the incline, quickening his pace. A refreshing breeze began to stir, the cool wind tousling Duncan's hair as he discerned some indistinct, distant sounds, perhaps the rumble of factory machinery operating tirelessly above, accompanied by the more remote sound of waves crashing. That was the gentle surf lapping against the coastal rocks in the evening. Duncan found himself practically jogging. On his shoulder, the once ethereal dove, i.e., flapped its wings, emitting joyful coos. The Aracals. The Aracals. Suddenly, Duncan halted, locking eyes with the dove. Do not speak so freely outside. A normal dove does not talk. I.E. pondered for a moment, then vigorously flapped its wings, replying, "Aye, Captain." Duncan was taken aback, astonished that the dove had accurately responded. Whether it was mere coincidence or something else, he quickly dismissed the thought and continued on his way. He must prepare himself to face this world. The black robe he wore was certainly inappropriate for public appearance. In the memories that engulfed him, such a dubious garment was reserved solely for the secret rituals of the sun goddess followers. In the streets of the surface city, donning this attire would undoubtedly lead to being apprehended and punished by several law enforcement officers. The city-state of Planned enforced a rather strict curfew. Wandering at night appeared to be a perilous endeavor. Ordinary citizens wishing to venture out after dark were required to possess permits and report their intentions in advance. This apparent cultist, lacking such legitimate documentation, had to evade the patrolling guards in order to navigate the city. The individuals tasked with maintaining order during the night were referred to as the Guardians, seemingly an armed force under the auspices of the Deep-Sea Church. Within the memories that flooded his mind, the original owner of this body harbored profound apprehension and animosity towards those armed clerics. Duncan hastily organized the fragmented memories in his mind. As these recollections were inherited from a lifeless body, they were predominantly chaotic and indistinct. He found it challenging to reconstruct a coherent life narrative of a member of modern civilization, nor could he compile comprehensive information about the city-state of Planned. However, even the most fundamental aspects were sufficient to provide him with a general understanding for his forthcoming endeavors. He first shed the black robe at the slope leading to the surface, revealing ordinary clothing underneath, allowing him to walk outside without attracting suspicion. He pondered briefly whether he should set the black robe ablaze, yet the flames and smoke might inadvertently attract the attention of the night watchers. Ultimately, he merely rolled the robe and concealed it in a nearby corner of the slope. The sun amulet also posed a potential risk, but it might simultaneously harbor valuable information. After much deliberation, Duncan resolved to take it with him, planning to conduct further tests upon his return to the lost homeland, to see if I could also bring it back. He could study this artifact with peace of mind aboard the lost homeland. Having meticulously concealed the evidence of the black robe and tidied his appearance to resemble an ordinary citizen rather than a beleaguered cultist hiding in the sewers, he finally set forth along the slope. The journey ahead was not lengthy. As Duncan hastened down the slope, the invigorating air filled his lungs, and he could distinctly hear the distant sounds of factories mingling with the waves. Moments later, he even beheld a cool luminescence appearing on the steps ahead. He quickened his pace, and the ethereal glow enveloped him entirely. At last, he emerged onto the surface, solid, stable ground, bathed in a pale, gentle light. Duncan's eyes widened as he beheld a city, a magnificent testament to mortal civilization standing resolutely upon the boundless sea. A colossal scar of the heavens traversed the sky above the city, illuminating the myriad rooftops, towering spires, and distant edifices. Not far ahead lay the slightly dilapidated outskirts, while in the distant highlands, he could discern numerous majestic structures, including the cathedral and town hall nestled in the upper district. Suddenly, Duncan burst into silent laughter, gasping for breath, yet making no sound. However, after a brief moment, he forcibly stifled his mirth, inhaling deeply in the chilly night breeze before striding purposefully towards a direction etched in his memory. Cultists, too, lead lives of normalcy. Aside from a handful of priests who solely thrive on inflicting suffering upon humanity, the Sun Church, much like other malevolent sects, relies on a vast number of ordinary individuals to sustain its operations. These deluded grassroots followers predominantly comprise the impoverished citizens of the lower city, neglected elders, Na'vi youths, or individuals like Duncan, who now inhabits this forsaken body, a disregarded soul, afflicted by grave illness, struggling to survive and pay taxes while running a deceptive antique shop in the lower district. The wretched life of the antique shop owner, Ron, came to an end, his debts to a malevolent deity extinguished with his last breath. Yet, he left behind a vacant space in this world, a space that Duncan found particularly appealing. Vanna awoke from a bizarre and tumultuous dream, discovering that the night outside still cloaked the world in profound darkness. The pale light of dawn casting a serene glow upon the windowsill adorned with deep-sea runes. Yet, the surreal images of her dream lingered vividly in her mind. A ship, an immense vessel ablaze with ghostly green flames, emerging from the horizon where the sea met the sky, as if it were a colossal mountain crushing the entirety of the city-state of Plander. Amidst the spectral flames, countless cries and mournful ballads roared in unison, as though attempting to upend the very fabric of existence. Concurrently with the ship's arrival, she beheld a blazing sun rising from the depths of Plander. Not the familiar celestial body known to humankind, but rather a fervent star akin to that which the ancient sun worshippers depicted, its flames melting the earth beneath it, causing the populace to flow through the streets like molten wax figures. The grand cathedral of the Deep Sea Church stood resolutely at the heart of this infernal crucible, and in her dream, she prayed towards the cathedral, seeking guidance from the goddess of storms. However, the edifice merely responded with a cacophony of meaningless bells, devoid of any divine direction. Vanna sat up in bed, donning her nightclothes as she approached the window, casting a glance at the still tranquil city and the dawn-kissed sky. Yet her inner turmoil surged ever more fervently. After a brief moment, the young judge withdrew her gaze from the city and approached the vanity near her bed. Casually, she opened a drawer, revealing a curved ceremonial dagger within. The blade shimmered with the runes of the Deep Sea Church at its base, pulsating as if resonating with an unseen force. Vanna's gaze lingered on the glimmering runes for several seconds before she pressed the blade against her palm, drawing forth a crimson line of blood. With her hand resting horizontally across her chest, she whispered the name of the storm goddess in a fervent plea for divine guidance. Yet, inexplicably, all she could hear were the illusory roars of crashing waves. The once effortlessly accessible state of spiritual attunement eluded her today, as if an invisible veil had descended around her, severing the connection between herself and the storm goddess, Gamona. Vanna's brow furrowed ever so slightly. It was exceedingly rare for the bond between a believer and their deity to be disrupted, yet not entirely inconceivable. The intricate and profound interplay between the subspace and the material world defied mortal comprehension. Even the powers of the divine could be subjected to transient fluctuations influenced by the depths of subspace, the enigmatic abyss, and the spiritual realm. Furthermore, the perpetual turmoil and disputes among the gods and between deities and ancient beings could lead to rare instances where certain followers might suddenly find themselves unable to hear their god's voice. But the storm goddess, Gamona, such a silence was unfathomable. The boundless sea envelopes mortal civilization, while the power of the storm goddess permeates all dimensions, influencing the entirety of reality. All deities risk becoming estranged from the world of the living. Even the Grim Reaper occasionally leaves loopholes akin to the Resurrector. Yet, the storm goddess is an exception. This is one of the reasons the Deep Sea Church has risen to become the most powerful congregation upon the boundless waters. Is the issue rooted within oneself? Varna naturally begins to question her condition. However, as she gazes at her palm, she observes that the wound she had just inflicted is already healing rapidly. The blessings bestowed by the goddess remain, manifesting without the slightest delay. Varna recalls the cacophonous and grotesque nightmare she experienced earlier, along with the ominous signs she had witnessed over the past several days. There must be a connection among all these events. The ghost ship engulfed in green flames. The ghost ship. Varna's mind races to recollect, juxtaposing her knowledge of the arcane, and suddenly her expression grows grave. She is not an expert in the nautical realm and seldom engages with the absurd tales circulated among superstitious sailors. Yet, even within the orthodox ecclesiastical texts, a ghost ship occupies a unique position. It is an ill-fated vessel that has returned from the subspace, captained by the horrific Duncan, who, a century ago, caused the 13 islands of Visorland to be consumed by the collapse of the border. Varna abruptly rises from her vanity, but soon remembers that it is the dead of night, and like any other library, the cathedral's archives are closed after dark. Moreover, from a safety perspective, it is advisable that she refrains from discussing matters related to the ominous dream within the hours immediately following its conclusion. If this dream indeed pertains to Captain Duncan, he may very well perceive the mortal discourse about him through the connection established by the dream. After all, he is a specter capable of traversing from the subspace. Now, the most prudent course of action is to exercise patience, awaiting the sun to reclaim its dominion over the world, allowing the ties forged by the dream to gradually dissipate. Only then should she consult the archives for pertinent information or seek counsel from the archbishop within the church regarding these foreboding omens. Regardless, if these portentous dreams truly indicate the presence of Captain Duncan, serving as a warning that the legendary ship, the Lost Homeland, is casting its predatory gaze upon Planned, she, as the guardian of the city-state, must spare no effort to prevent that dreadful ghost captain from making landfall. A tall, slender shadow swiftly traverses the deserted streets of the lower town, its elongated form casting a fleeting silhouette beneath the gas lamps. In this entirely unfamiliar city, amidst strange edifices and nebulous memories, the curfew renders the civilian quarters eerily desolate. Yet, as Duncan walks through such a squalid alley, his spirits are remarkably buoyant. He has not only succeeded in a second journey into the spirit realm, but has also adeptly commandeered a corporeal form, arriving upon the surface of Planned. He immersed himself in the civilized society of this world, observing the architecture and technology of the era with his own eyes. Furthermore, he possessed a complete body that, while neither expansive in spirit nor imaginative, appeared normal on the surface, facilitating his forthcoming actions. Frankly speaking, the health of this body was far from optimal. Even in the ethereal realm, where most bodily ailments could be disregarded, Duncan could distinctly sense the suboptimal condition of his physique. Nevertheless, he harbored no complaints, finding it almost a matter of course. After all, based on his experiences thus far, traversing the ethereal realm required the corpse of a deceased being. For a lively entity could hardly be termed a corpse. A distant bark echoed from the end of the alley, prompting Duncan to cautiously slow his pace and conceal himself within the shadows between the buildings. He was uncertain whether it was the patrol dog of the church guardians. Yet exercising caution was never a folly. Above the nearby structures, colossal pipelines spanned across the low rooftops, casting fragmented beams of light through their pale scars, while wisps of steam occasionally escaped from the valves of these conduits, forming a hazy mist in the nocturnal ambience. The barking faded into the distance. Duncan emerged from his hiding place, scanning the street for any signs of activity, and gently soothed the restless pigeon, i.e., perched upon his shoulder before making his way across the street, guided by the echoes of his memory. Amidst a row of modest 2- or 3-story buildings, there stood an antiquated door, above which hung a grimy sign. The adjacent walls bore dusty, neglected windows, revealing a shop of considerable size, yet evidently lacking in care. Its business thriving poorly. This was the very place the fragmented memories in Duncan's mind had led him to. He approached the weathered door, glancing upwards at the sign, where a series of letters were barely discernible in the shadows. Ron's Antique Shop, he murmured softly, a succinct name indeed. With that, he began to search at the entrance, his recollections insufficiently clear, and after a prolonged rummage, he finally discovered a spare key hidden on a concealed hook beneath the windowsill. The original owner of this body had not carried the key nor any item that could establish identity or lead him to this antique shop. a precaution seemingly born from the caution of a seasoned cultist. Yet for a ghostly captain capable of seizing memories, such superficial caution held little significance. Duncan unlocked the door to Ron's antique shop, swiftly stepping inside and closing the door behind him. The wooden door emitted a resounding thud. Though the sound did not carry far into the night, the sign above the door swayed slightly with the impact, and in the pale, chilly darkness, the letters began to writhe, swiftly transforming into new text: Duncan's Antique Shop. Chapter 41. Inside the antique shop. The interior of the antique shop was precisely as Duncan had surmised, rife with disarray, despondency, and a palpable sense of waning trade. Even the mere sight of the dust accumulated near the window could lead a visitor to envision the extent to which the proprietor had allowed his life to deteriorate. His gaze first fell upon the display tables situated near the walls, their low and sturdy surfaces adorned with large vases, sculptures, and enigmatic totem-like objects. Behind these tables, the wall was sectioned off, housing smaller items, while a lengthy bar counter stood directly opposite the entrance. The shelves behind the counter were similarly cloaked in dust, filled with dark-hued frames and diminutive ornaments. Beyond the counter, a staircase led to the second floor, shrouded in a dimness that obscured its structure. Below the staircase, a small door beckoned. In his memory, it should lead to a storage area in the back of the shop, half filled with miscellaneous clutter. It was difficult to fathom that the cultist whose essence he inhabited sustained himself through this seemingly abandoned establishment, and even had surplus funds to offer to the priest of the sun god. Duncan approached the deeper section of the counter, the aged wooden floor creaking beneath his weight. As he passed the staircase, he noticed a light fixture affixed to the wall. It was an electric lamp. Duncan's brow furrowed slightly at the sight. The style of the lamp is unfamiliar, its wrought iron frame and the grayish lampshade exuding an exotic aura. Nonetheless, the structure of the tungsten bulb within is unmistakably evident, indicating that its source of illumination derives from electricity. In this realm, has electricity truly become such a ubiquitous entity? Do the humble abodes of the lower districts also utilize electric lighting? Then why, previously, were the light sources in the sewers gas lamps and oil lamps, or even torches? Why do the streetlights outside rely on gas lamps as well? A profound sense of bewilderment surged within Duncan, as this appeared patently illogical to him, especially considering the presence of open flames in the sewers, where the evident hazards of using flammable gas lamps starkly contrasted with the safety and cleanliness of electric lights. Initially, he had presumed that technological limitations constrained the city's administrators to resort to gas lamps for illumination in the sewers. However, it now seemed that, at least in the city-state of planned, technology had advanced to the point where electricity had permeated the homes of ordinary citizens. A palpable dissonance enveloped Duncan's mind as he endeavored to sift through the fragmented memories within him for relevant knowledge, only to uncover that this was an obvious commonality and a feature of urban planning. It appeared that either this knowledge had not been disclosed to the populace, rendering the cultist he inhabited utterly oblivious, or the information was so rudimentary that it failed to leave a lasting impression in the mind of this cultist, resulting in the rapid fading of corresponding memories after death, leaving behind only a sense of the self-evident. With a heart weighed down by an unresolved perplexity, Duncan reached out to illuminate the lamp. With a soft click of the switch, the bright glow instantly illuminated the area near the staircase and counter. There existed another switch on the opposite wall, intended to control the lighting in other sections of the ground floor. Yet Duncan had no intention of engaging it at this moment. In the stillness of the night, the flicker of a small lamp in the already closed antique shop could be attributed to the proprietor's nocturnal movements, but an abrupt brightness might attract unwarranted attention. Taking advantage of the limited illumination near the staircase, Duncan's gaze first swept over the closest merchandise. The first object that captured his attention was a wooden totem, standing less than half a meter tall, intricately carved and adorned with peculiar face patterns in red and blue paint. Beside it stood what appeared to be a ceramic antique vase, both positioned in front of price tags that flaunted exorbitant sums. Originally priced at $420,000, it was now marked down to $360,000, a reflection of a strikingly self-destructive audacity. Duncan's gaze quickly shifted, sweeping across the entirety of the shop. Were there even a single genuine item within these walls, he would have gladly slammed the Lost Homeland sign against the walls of Prand. The fakes were utterly ridiculous. No true connoisseur would need to authenticate them, as even a person of average intellect would find it implausible that this antique shop, nestled in a downtrodden neighborhood, could possibly offer authentic relics. Surely, anyone capable of genuinely dealing in antiques would not venture into such a dilapidated market. The oldest relic in this entire shop is arguably the sign hanging at its entrance. However, Duncan is not at all surprised by the mere existence of this establishment. The owner is well aware that the items sold here are mere facsimiles, and patrons do not harbor any illusions of acquiring a millennia-old statue for their homes. Everyone is acutely aware of the reality at hand. The common folk of the lower district seek avenues to satiate their spiritual cravings. The antiquities shop sign is not merely for the proprietor's display, but rather a reflection for the customers themselves. After all, beneath the bridges of earth, there are vendors peddling jade, with bracelets priced at 98, claiming to be of ancient and pristine quality. A careless bump against a door frame might scatter shards of glass across the floor. Do the sellers and buyers remain oblivious to the truth? Duncan is not interested in the shop owner's tumultuous past. His focus lies solely on one point. This place should serve as his inaugural foothold on land as the captain of the lost homeland. It is a vantage point for comprehending the terrestrial realm and modern civilization. He has silently resolved to maintain his corporeal form for as long as the conditions permit, while using this antique shop as a cover for his activities within the city-state of Prand. Should Isla's training proceed successfully, and if she can indeed facilitate a stable transfer of tangible objects between the lost homeland and Prand, this shop shall transform into a clandestine repository for essential supplies. Duncan settled behind the counter, taking a seat as he meticulously sifted through the fragmented memories in his mind, pondering all potential risks that might arise. The original owner of this body was a devotee of the sun god, yet held merely the lowest rank within the entire ecclesiastical hierarchy. Due to the relentless crackdowns by the city-state authorities on cult activities, the space for sun god devotees in Prander City has been severely constricted. The members communicate with utmost caution. Aside from the necessity of donning full hoods and masks during any gatherings, many of the lower-ranking followers maintain contact with the upper echelons of the church through only one or two designated intermediaries. For Duncan, this arrangement is undoubtedly advantageous. It signifies that even within the cult, only that singular individual is privy to his true identity and means of contact. Should that person vanish, no one would remain to uncover his clandestine, heretical identity. He can present himself openly before the city's administrators, bearing the identity of an upstanding citizen. Furthermore, upon meticulously sifting through his memories, Duncan has confirmed that this significant threat has indeed dissipated. His intermediary is one of the 3 black-robed cultists he encountered upon awakening. Those unfortunate souls have already met their demise. A sense of relief washed over him as he settled into a more comfortable position in his chair. With the greatest peril eliminated, the only remaining concerns revolve around the other sun god devotees who participated in the sacrificial rites at the underground gathering, as well as the vast, enigmatic, and perilous sun god church that looms behind them. If memory serves me correctly, for years ago, the city-state of Prand had launched a stringent crackdown on the sun god cult that had entrenched itself within the city. Since that time, this heretical faith had languished, unable to conduct any ceremonies. Indeed, their very survival hinged upon their ability to remain concealed from the vigilant church guardians. Yet now, these exceedingly discreet cultists had embarked upon a rather ostentatious endeavor. The sacrificial ritual aimed not only to appease their deity, but also to gather strength or augment the divine's influence over the tangible world. The cultists present at the assembly, including the officiating priest, were merely the grassroots members of the sun god cult. Could such foundational members spontaneously orchestrate an undertaking of this magnitude? Duncan's fragmented memories were scant, and it was improbable for a mere grassroots cultist to access the church's core secrets. However, through a process of deduction based on the limited information at hand, he surmised that these suddenly active cultists must have been acting upon directives from a higher authority. That sect, which worshipped the true sun god, seemed intent on executing a significant undertaking in Prand, and the sacrificial ritual that had inadvertently gone awry was likely just the most trivial ripple before the onset of that grand endeavor. Duncan harbored no particular affection for the city-state of Prand, yet if he were to use this place as a springboard for his own ambitions, he would have to reckon with the potential repercussions of having a group of fanatics like the sun god cultists wreaking havoc within the city. Chapter 42. Observations from the book. In a city under curfew, the environment was hardly conducive for exploration. Duncan remained in the antique shop throughout the night. driven by an exhilarating desire to traverse the entirety of the establishment. The original owner of this body was indeed a cultist, however, alongside that identity, he was also an ordinary individual who required the comforts of a normal social existence. He depended on the conveniences provided by modern civilization to sustain his life, necessitating interaction with others and a variety of daily necessities. Engaging with the entire city was essential. All of these interactions would inevitably leave behind numerous clues, enabling Duncan to deduce, despite the haziness of his fragmented memories, the manner of living in the city-state of Plander, as well as the general technological level and the state of public life during this era. Behind the counter on the first floor, he discovered a modest amount of cash, which included a collection of scattered coins and several banknotes in varying denominations of blue and green. These served as the legal tender commonly accepted in most city-states. Certified and issued jointly by the governors of the respective city-states and the Endless Sea Merchant Association. The primary currency unit was referred to as sola, with a supplementary currency known as peso, valued at 1/10 of the primary unit. The total cash Duncan found amounted to just over 200 salas, which, according to the information retained in his memory, was approximately sufficient for a family of 3 to survive in the lower district for about a month. It seemed that even though the shop's business was lackluster and most of the estate had been donated to the church, the original owner of this body still managed to maintain a basic standard of living, indicating that the antique shop possessed a stable clientele. The entire shop occupies 2 sections on the first floor, with 2/3 of the space dedicated to the storefront located at the front of the staircase. The remaining 1/3 is a storage room situated behind a small door at the foot of the stairs. Behind the storage room, there is another door, which serves as the rear entrance to the building and is presumably meant for the delivery of goods. The layout of the second floor is somewhat more intricate. In addition to a washroom, it contains 2 rooms, a larger one and a smaller one, as well as a utility room shared with the adjacent building. The 2 rooms are positioned on either side of the staircase landing, and they appear to be reasonably clean. Furthermore, there is a diminutive kitchen on the second floor, though it seems that the last time it was utilized was at least half a month ago, as everything is covered in a layer of dust. After inspecting all the items, Duncan returned to the main bedroom on the second floor. He gazed at this room, which was even smaller than his own studio apartment, his eyes landing on a small cabinet beside the bed. There, he discovered a picture frame containing a black and white photograph. The image depicted a family of 3, a pair of simply dressed young adults, and a little girl who appeared to be around 4 or 5 years old. They stood before an obviously artificial garden backdrop, their faces adorned with gentle smiles as they gazed toward the camera. Duncan approached the frame, lifting it to scrutinize the photograph closely, constantly correlating it with the vague and disordered fragments of memory in his mind. The original owner of this body was not present in the photograph. The individuals captured in the image seemed to be relatives of this body, very close ones. As Duncan gazed upon the young couple, a faint sense of nostalgia seemed to emerge from the depths of his memory. Yet, the details surrounding the photograph remained elusive, as if the memories of them had vanished from this world with the last breath of the original owner of this body. He set the photograph down, contemplating the significance of such a black and white image among the common folk of the lower city, pondering the stage of photographic technology in this world and the principles underlying the equipment used. Simultaneously, his gaze fell upon the neatly arranged bed, stirring a gentle curiosity within him. Could a devotee thoroughly immersed in the worship of the sun have ample time to maintain such immaculate cleanliness in their room? The shops on the ground floor were evidently neglected. How was it that the bed in this bedroom was so meticulously kept? He stepped outside, making his way to the smaller room across the staircase, observing the equally tidy bed and desk. He sifted through his memories, confirming that the original owner of this body had departed the shop days ago to attend a clandestine gathering of sun worshippers. This marked his final exit. The details had grown hazy, yet there seemed to be no recollection of tidying up the room prior to leaving. This suggested there were others living with this cultist? Perhaps relatives? Duncan furrowed his brow slightly, searching for relevant clues in his mind as he approached the desk in the small room. His gaze swept over the neatly organized stationery, ultimately resting upon a particular book. This tome occupied the most prominent position on the desk, its deep blue cover adorned with intricate patterns of gears and linkages, elegantly inscribed with the title, A Universal Textbook on the Art of Steam and Gears 3. Duncan frowned, a vague awareness dawning upon him that this room likely belonged to another individual, yet he instinctively picked up the book. on the lost homeland. He found no reading material whatsoever. Neither the master bedroom nor any other part of the shop contained even a single written word to peruse. This book might indeed aid him in comprehending the intricacies of this world. Upon opening the cover, illustrated pages greeted his eyes, confirming that this was indeed a textbook on engineering techniques and the principles of steam machinery. Between the textbook's paragraphs, he discerned numerous annotations left by its previous owner, penned in delicate and beautiful script, seemingly the handiwork of a young woman. Duncan rubbed his forehead, realizing that the original owner of this body appeared to have no relatives or friends. Most of the images and impressions within his memories carried a hue of cold solitude. However, after several attempts to sift through his recollections, he finally vaguely recalled a figure, a girl with deep brown hair. She seemed to be the only person lingering in the mind of the cultist named Ron as he drew his last breath, a fleeting semblance of concern. Duncan's gaze fell upon the pages of the book. He did not strain himself to scrutinize the intricate technical jargon and diagrams. Rather, he deliberately focused on sections resembling the editor's preface and conceptual discussions. Suddenly, a line of text captured his attention, the flame, or more precisely, the specific flame released through the combustion of deep-sea lipids and nearshore mineral crystallization, serves as the cornerstone of modern society and the safeguard of our civilization. The prosperity of modern civilization and the establishment of order are founded upon fire and steam. The clean and convenient electricity cannot replace the exorcistic power of fire, nor can it sustain the stability of large machines over time. Experiments have demonstrated that steam is the most stable form of power when influenced by deep space conditions. In this chapter, we will explore 3 typical architectures at the core of steam and elucidate the mechanical principles and design philosophies therein. Duncan's eyes momentarily glazed over. He recalled the gas lamps, torches, and oil lamps that were ubiquitous in the sewers, as well as the gas streetlights illuminating the urban thoroughfares. He also reminisced about the bewilderment he felt upon seeing an electric light in a shop. So it turns out that behind these seemingly peculiar circumstances lies such a rationale. Even at the risk of certain dangers, the use of open flame lighting in the sewers, and the reliance on gas lamps for illumination on outdoor streets despite the advancement of electricity, is fundamentally due to fire's ability to ward off certain perilous and bizarre proliferations to a certain extent. A profound and ineffable sentiment stirred within Duncan as his gaze descended further, revealing intricate blueprints, densely packed annotations, and the meticulous notes left by the book's owner. Before him lay machinery that eluded his understanding entirely, a far cry from the steam engines of his previous life. The intricate gears, the extraordinarily complex cylinders, and the interconnecting pipes and valves transcended the very concept of a steam engine. They resembled devices that had leapt from the pages of a fantastical compendium, exuding an aesthetic that was both contradictory and grotesquely beautiful. This was the very heart that propelled the civilization of this world forward. In contemplation, Duncan gradually returned the book to its original place, for he found himself utterly bewildered. As a denizen of Earth, even with his experience as an educator, he was incapable of comprehending the advanced steam-powered mechanisms depicted within those pages. Yet, despite this, a vague sense of enlightenment began to emerge within him. The trajectory of civilization in this world appeared to diverge sharply from the path he had known. In a realm beset by crises, the mortal realm had manifested in a kaleidoscope of peculiarities, but no matter how bizarre the world may be, as long as it could still be deemed civilized, there must exist a rationale and logic that had guided its development thus far. The gas lamps flickering in the sewers, the electric lights illuminating the shops, and the steam mechanisms depicted in books, each whispered of a certain resilience. Chapter 43. Good morning, Mr. Duncan returned the book to its place and conducted a thorough examination of the room's furnishings, finding nothing of substantial value. The meager possessions within this small bedroom suggested it was seldom utilized. The most significant clues were the book and 2 old notebooks tucked away in the desk drawer. The notebooks were filled with writings pertaining to steam mechanisms and engineering principles, interspersed with occasional grievances about certain teachers or classmates. This allowed for an easy conclusion. The occupant of this room was a young individual of school age. Duncan slowly pieced together the fragments of memory in his mind. After restoring the room to its original state, he returned to the master bedroom. Sitting on the edge of the bed and contemplating for a moment, he rose and approached the adjacent wardrobe, instinctively pulling open the door in one of its drawers. Nestled deep within the drawer were several bottles of strong liquor and half a box of pain-relieving, nerve-soothing pills, items left behind by a cultist named Ron. He suffered from a grave illness that had deteriorated beyond the reach of any remedy. The low-quality liquor and the painkillers, which only provided temporary relief, were the usual contents of the drawer. However, it was evident that these items offered no true assistance in prolonging the life of one afflicted by such a debilitating condition. Thus, this man, who had lost all hope in life, turned to the solar cult. The missionaries informed him that the healing power of the sun god could remedy all ailments of the world and purify the body and soul of devotees. To a certain extent, the cultists indeed fulfilled their promise. They conducted gruesome and bizarre rituals, using blood as a medium to transfer the life force of innocent individuals into the bodies of afflicted followers. Duncan was oblivious to the principles underlying these rituals and uncertain whether they could genuinely cure incurable diseases. However, fragments of memory lingered, revealing that a cultist named Ron had indeed experienced an improvement in his condition following the ritual, subsequently becoming a fervent disciple of the sun, even donating a substantial portion of his wealth to the messenger. Nevertheless, Duncan was indifferent to the occurrences that transpired among the deceased cultists. He reached deeper into the drawer and successfully discovered a hidden compartment. After some manipulation, he unearthed a revolver and a box of well-maintained ammunition. The city of Prander did not prohibit its citizens from bearing arms, provided they obtained the necessary legal permits. However, a faux antique dealer residing in the lower district clearly lacked the means and identity to acquire a gun license, rendering this a weapon of illicit possession. Out of prudence, the original owner of this body had left the firearm in the room rather than bringing it to the gathering. He must have typically used it to protect his shop, but now it belonged to the captain. Duncan was acutely aware that this was merely an ordinary weapon. Comparatively, even the seemingly outdated flintlock he possessed aboard the ship might wield greater extraordinary power than this revolver. However, he was a pragmatic individual. He understood that his circumstances in the city-state of Pland were far more precarious than on the vessel. The corporeal form he inhabited was mere flesh and blood, and many areas of this city could hardly be deemed secure. After all, he could not risk every encounter being reported to the authorities by Pigeon AI. The commotion caused by AI could easily attract unwarranted attention from the church's influence within the city. At that moment, a faint sound suddenly captured Duncan's attention. He discerned the scraping of keys emanating from the direction of the store's entrance on the ground floor, followed closely by the sound of a door opening and hurried footsteps. Swiftly, Duncan concealed the revolver close to his side, only then realizing that daylight had fully broken. He had been preoccupied in this antique shop throughout the night. Pigeon AI abruptly began chattering atop his shoulder. "You have a new message." "Silence," Duncan replied sharply, casting a quick glance at AI as he approached the door. "Remain in the room until I give the signal. Furthermore, do not speak if outsiders are present." AI promptly flapped her wings and darted towards a nearby cabinet. "Aye, Captain." Duncan hastened from the room, and just as he reached the staircase, he heard the rapid footsteps ascending the stairs, followed by the voice of a young girl calling out urgently from below, "Uncle Duncan, have you returned?" In the next moment, a girl clad in a brown long dress and a white shirt entered Duncan's line of sight. She appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years of age, petite in stature, with deep brown hair that seemed to glisten with traces of morning dew. Her features were not particularly striking, yet she possessed the youthful allure typical of her age. She gazed wide-eyed at Duncan, who stood at the top of the staircase, her face a canvas of surprise and wonder. Duncan, however, remained unresponsive, silently observing her from the second floor. The sunlight streaming through a narrow window behind him cast a hazy veil over his expression, rendering it indistinct. He remained in quiet contemplation for several moments before finally breaking the silence. "What did you just call me?" "Duncan, uncle." A fleeting look of astonishment flickered across the girl's face, soon followed by a hint of anxiety. She grasped the banister of the staircase, cautiously peering as if attempting to discern the expression of the middle-aged man cloaked in shadow above her. "Is something wrong? Have you been drinking again? You haven't returned home for several days." I noticed the light on the first floor was illuminated. Her expression and voice resonated in Duncan's mind. She evidently remained unaware, or perhaps entirely oblivious, to the necessity of concealing her emotional responses. Drawing upon the memories that had engulfed him, Duncan discerned that this girl was the niece of the original inhabitant of this body, his sole remaining kin. He sensed with a quiet certainty that she did not perceive anything amiss in her words. failing to recognize that her reference to him as Uncle Duncan was fundamentally misplaced from the very outset. Where lies the issue? How is it that this girl, who theoretically should have no knowledge of his secrets, can so effortlessly utter the name Duncan? A whirlwind of perplexing conjectures swirled within his mind, while concurrently, Duncan unearthed a fragment of memory that corresponded to this girl, a child with deep brown hair. The last lingering shadow of the original owner of this body in the realm of the living. Nina. Duncan's expression remained unchanged, his tone devoid of emotion. As the tempest of thoughts raged silently within him. Did you stay at school yesterday? I have been at school these past few days. The girl replied promptly from the stairwell. I assumed you would, as before, remain outside for at least a week, so after tidying up my home, I sought refuge with a classmate. Mrs. White, who manages the dormitory, consented. Today, I suddenly realized that I left a book at home, which is why I hurried back. Are you all right? You seem strange. I am fine, merely a bit groggy, Duncan responded casually, then proceeded down to the first floor. Within him, an absurd hypothesis began to take root, one that now demanded confirmation. As he brushed past Nina, the young girl on the staircase turned her body slightly, her curiosity evident as she gazed into Duncan's eyes. Just as he was about to reach the first floor, she suddenly inquired, Uncle Duncan, will you be going out again? Do you plan to stay at home for a few more days? Duncan, considering the situation, refrained from turning back, uncertain whether his expression appeared sufficiently natural. He merely responded to his niece's inquiries in the tone that his memory dictated. I will check by the door. If all is well, I shall be at home for the next few days. Ah, all right, then I will go buy some groceries. Our supplies are running low. The girl chattered swiftly as she dashed up the stairs, her footsteps quick and her tone imbued with a certain buoyancy. Duncan, meanwhile, had reached the entrance of the shop. He inhaled gently and pushed the heavy door open. Turning around, he lifted his gaze to the sign hanging above the entrance. The old, grimy sign bore a line of letters that stood out clearly, Duncan's Antiques. The initial letters, like the subsequent ones, appeared equally weathered, showing no signs of having been hastily altered, as though it had always been thus. Furrowing his brow, Duncan slowly approached the adjacent display window. Leaning forward, he scrutinized his reflection in the grimy glass. Indeed, it was a face that felt foreign to him, not that of the formidable and brooding ghostly captain, but rather that of a weary middle-aged man, scruffy and haggard, who bore the weary visage of a cultist named Ron, one who had already succumbed in the depths of the sewer. Duncan gradually straightened his posture, perceiving the urban landscape around him coming to life. The crisp sound of bells clashing resonated from the storefronts that had just opened for the morning, as the melodic chimes of bicycle bells and the murmurs of passers-by filled the streets. A neighbor, seemingly from next door, strolled past the antique shop, and a greeting reached Duncan's ears. Good morning, Mr. Duncan. Have you seen today's newspaper? It appears that the Deep Sea Church has dismantled a significant cult hideout. This is indeed a momentous event. Chapter 44. The Breakfast of Ordinary People. A copy of the Pran News was priced at 12 pesos, equivalent to a meager breakfast, or the cost of the most inexpensive dessert newspaper available from a passing newsboy. One could also opt to take a few more steps to the newsstand at the end of another street to procure a copy. Duncan, with a handful of coins in his pocket, approached the newsstand, where the proprietor, a middle-aged man deeply engrossed in his reading, gestured for him to take the newspaper without lifting his gaze as Duncan dropped the coins into the box. Curious, Duncan leaned over to glimpse the article that had captured the man's attention, discovering it to be an analysis of a past lottery, adorned with colorful lines depicting fantastical notions detached from reality. He then lowered his eyes to the newspaper he had just acquired, and the leading headline captured his utmost interest. The esteemed church guardians, under the command of Judge Vanna Wayne, had successfully dismantled a cult gathering of the sun god, apprehending numerous followers and simultaneously rescuing several citizens. A photograph of the esteemed judge adorned the side of the article, and to Duncan's surprise, it featured a remarkably young woman, her left eye marked by a prominent scar, yet undeniably beautiful. She stood alongside her subordinates, towering over every man in the vicinity by a head's height. The judge donned a form-fitting, lightweight armor and a battle skirt, wielding a broadsword that seemed to have emerged from the era of cold weapons, reminiscent of a valiant female knight from medieval paintings. However, behind her and a cadre of ecclesiastical guardians loomed a colossal steam mechanism, its structure unmistakably reminiscent of artillery. The scene was both wondrous and uncanny. a delightful contradiction harmonizing in its peculiarity. Duncan's gaze lingered upon this image for an extended period. The news of the cult's congregation being dismantled was, to him, a welcome development. He could witness the apprehension of those nefarious individuals who engaged in live sacrifices without the anxiety of exposing his own identity. Yet, his attention was primarily captured by the myriad revelations contained within the photograph. The female judge specialized in combating cultists, the fully equipped steam-powered robotic armor, the church's armed forces, adept in both melee and ranged weaponry. Such intelligence, which was exceedingly rare aboard the Lost Homeland, could be discerned with clarity from a mere 12-peso newspaper within civilized society. As Duncan had previously surmised, while the Lost Homeland had drifted aimlessly for a century, the times had indeed transformed. Even without considering who might be the more formidable combatant, the mortal civilization represented by the Principality of Prand had evolved into a remarkably sophisticated phase. The street corner was hardly an ideal spot for perusing the news, so Duncan casually rolled up the newspaper and tucked it away. He recalled that his niece, Nina, was waiting for him at the antique shop, prompting him to turn and retrace his steps. Wandering aimlessly through the city alone pales in comparison to the invaluable insights offered by a local, who inherently possesses a trust in themselves. As for the lost home, Duncan harbored no concerns. Even in the state of traversing the spirit realm, he could still distinctly perceive the circumstances aboard the ship, aware of the condition of his other body. The goat-headed figure was at the helm, and Alice appeared to be behaving herself, allowing him the freedom to linger a while longer in this realm. After all, the ship's code of conduct did permit the captain to occasionally leave the vessel, and a captain's 2-day stroll in the spirit realm hardly constituted a significant issue. Furthermore, as his journey in the spirit realm prolonged, Duncan sensed his control over this unique mental projection becoming increasingly adept. Perhaps soon he would be able to simultaneously manage the activities of both bodies, alleviating any worries regarding the ship during his excursions. At that moment, a delightful aroma wafted by, prompting Duncan to instinctively pause and glance to the side. He spotted a street-side bakery, fresh pastries on display outside. This was the lower district of the Prandal city-state, where upscale patisseries were a rarity, yet even the most inexpensive, rudimentary confections captivated Duncan's attention. With a few coins remaining in his pocket, totaling less than 20 pesos, he found himself well equipped to indulge in a slice of cake. After a brief moment of hesitation, he approached the cake shop and paid for a modest slice of honey cake. The packaging materials used by the shop were crafted from a rather coarse and rough-textured thick paper. Holding the newspaper and the cake, Duncan made his way towards the antique store, feeling an inexplicable sense of joy. Strolling through the streets, engaging in conversations, purchasing items, and returning to his abode. Such simple activities evoked a sensation akin to being transported to another realm. He savored the experience of breathing on solid ground, viewing these mundane daily rituals as precious life experiences. Life at the Lost Homeland was not without its merits. The goats were noisy yet dependable, and Alice was an intriguing character. However, experiencing life on land was equally delightful. Before long, Duncan found himself back in front of the antique store. Prior to pushing the door open, he glanced up at the sign above, Duncan Antique Shop, with its letters still quietly imprinted, exuding a sense of antiquity that seemed untouched for over a decade. Upon entering, the chime of the bell rang out crisply, followed by the hurried sound of footsteps descending from the staircase. A young girl with brown hair rushed down, coming to an abrupt stop at the foot of the stairs. She leaned against a nearby column, her eyes wide with concern and anxiety as she stared at Duncan. "Uncle Duncan, where have you been?" She spoke rapidly, mentioning a desire to check by the door, yet in the blink of an eye, she vanished. I momentarily suspected she had darted off to the tavern or the casino once more. Duncan observed the young woman before him with a hint of surprise. He could discern her genuine anxiety and concern. She was worried about a solitary relative, her only kin in this world, despite the fact that this individual was a reckless, alcoholic gambler, consumed by despair and fury, and embroiled in the nefarious dealings of a cult. An indescribable sensation subtly surged within him, yet his expression remained unchanged. I merely stepped outside for a stroll and took the liberty of purchasing a few items. As he spoke, he approached the antique shop's counter, intending to place the newspaper and cake atop it. Nina, seemingly relieved, promptly dashed upstairs, chattering away. "Uncle, just a moment, I shall bring down breakfast. You surely haven't eaten yet, have you? I prepared a corn and beet soup." Before Duncan could utter a word, Nina's figure disappeared up the staircase. Shortly thereafter, she reappeared, carefully descending with a large tray. The tray bore a modest breakfast for two. Duncan gazed at the girl with a dazed expression as she busied herself, noting her deftness in clearing a space on the counter and arranging the food, before fetching an extra chair for herself. Her movements were remarkably nimble, radiating an inexplicable joy. Watching her, Duncan wished to lend a hand but found himself unable to intervene. He had interacted with numerous young individuals of this age, yet he had rarely encountered a child as diligent and swift as her. Placed on Earth, she would merely be of high school age, even in this context. She appeared to be a student. Duncan suddenly pondered the challenge of cohabiting with an uncle ensnared in a cult. However, this girl named Nina seemed to have wholly adapted to what could hardly be deemed a fulfilling life, managing to find elements of support within it. "Let us dine," Nina declared, having prepared everything in advance. She cast a glance at Duncan, as if to say it countless times before, and continued. "Dr. Albert has mentioned that if you maintain a regular breakfast routine and uphold a positive disposition, over time, it will prove more effective than strong liquor or pain relievers." Duncan, momentarily at a loss for words, simply gazed at Nina. Just before her expression shifted to one of discomfort and anxiety, he retrieved the cake he had previously set aside, unwrapped it, and placed it before her. Nina's eyes widened in astonishment as she stared at the object before her. Perplexed, "It's cake, purchased from around the corner," Duncan replied casually. "You're still growing, so it's essential to consume nutritious breakfast items." Nina, however, was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at the inexpensive pastry. After a prolonged silence, as if finally processing the situation, she murmured almost to herself, "Are you truly all right?" "I am perfectly fine," Duncan responded with a demeanor of complete normalcy. "I merely realized it had been quite some time since I last bought you a dessert." "Indeed, it has been over a year," Nina murmured. Yet she suddenly burst into laughter, simultaneously grasping a dinner knife. "Then let us share it equally. Dr. Albert has mentioned that you also require nourishment." Duncan felt an odd sensation, but after a moment of silence, he nodded in agreement. "Very well." Chapter 45. History. This sensation is truly extraordinary. Duncan can distinctly perceive events from afar. He senses the lost homeland drifting across the vast, boundless sea. That spectral vessel, alive yet ethereal, is charting new routes under the command of a goat-headed figure. Within the ship's hold, a cursed doll with a rather fragile mind meanders about, as if familiarizing itself with the surroundings in a quest for adventure, while the profound, dark ocean undulates gently around, concealing myriad strange wonders. However, in another aspect of his vision, he finds himself seated in an antique shop located in the lower district of the city of Prand, where the sounds of bustling streets and the clatter of vehicles filter into his ears, further accentuating the tranquility within the shop. Opposite him sits a human girl named Nina, delicately savoring the most inexpensive cake from the lower district. He is Captain Duncan, the sovereign of the lost homeland, a mobile calamity upon the boundless sea. Yet here he finds himself, like an ordinary man, enjoying his breakfast in the depths of a peaceful marketplace. Perhaps it is merely an illusion, but he feels a persistent, anxious fragment within his heart gradually settling down. It could be the long-held tension from his time aboard the ghost ship, or perhaps something else entirely. Yet he senses that this is ultimately not a negative development. As if attuned to the gaze directed at her, Nina suddenly lifts her head while indulging in her cake. Looking at Duncan with curiosity, "Uncle Duncan, aren't you going to eat?" Duncan glances at the food on her plate. "Is that sufficient for you?" "Yes. Too many sweets aren't good for you." "Indeed." Duncan nodded slightly, lifting a piece of cake to his lips. He savored the rich flavors he had not experienced for a long time, feeling the coarse sweetness gradually dissolve in his mouth. He distinctly sensed his body beginning to process the consumed food. A faint sense of reassurance enveloped him, confirming his expectations. This body was far superior to the temporary shell he had previously occupied. Its components were intact, and the time since death was brief. His soul's takeover had seamlessly rejuvenated the vitality within this form, a stark contrast to the previous, more open-hearted corpse. He now possessed the ability to breathe. Blood coursed through his veins, and his heart pulsed, albeit at a slightly slower pace, yet still within the realm of normality. The concerns of bodily decomposition were alleviated, sparing him the need for preservatives, thus making it less likely for him to reveal his true nature in front of ordinary people. However, There remained one aspect of uncertainty for Duncan. He was aware that this body bore an ailment. The memories he had absorbed conveyed a profound negativity regarding a chronic illness, overshadowing all other recollections. The discovery of the spirits and painkillers in the cabinet further substantiated this notion. He was uncertain about the specific disease this body had previously suffered from, as the timing and triggers had faded into distant memory, becoming increasingly obscure. Yet, one thing was evident. At this moment, aside from the general weakness imparted by an ordinary constitution, he did not perceive any ailments afflicting this body. Had the illness vanished? Had this body healed itself due to his passage through the spirit realm? It is still due to the limitations imposed by the projected soul that one ultimately remains oblivious to the afflictions of the body, which, in reality, may be deteriorating incessantly. Duncan pondered this while discreetly enjoying his meal, and then suddenly glanced at Nina, who was seated across from him. "Do you not have school today?" Nina resided in the lower district, where the economic conditions were far from favorable. However, it was evident that the city-state of Pran had progressed to a point where basic education was more accessible. She was currently enrolled in a school established through the collaboration of the church and the municipal hall, focusing primarily on the field of steam machinery. Such an institution could be likened to a vocational high school, aimed at supplying skilled steam artisans to factories and churches. Half of Nina's tuition was covered by her uncle, while the other half was sourced from municipal subsidies. For a city-state that had reached the industrial era, even training artisans through official sponsorship was deemed a worthwhile endeavor. Furthermore, it was undeniable that such a purpose-driven institution had at least addressed the issue of literacy among the common folk. Nina was an eager learner, according to her uncle's recollection. The girl consistently achieved commendable grades in all her subjects. "I have no classes this morning," Nina nodded, "only 2 history classes in the afternoon. Additionally, I need to inform Mrs. White this afternoon that I won't be staying in the dormitory for the next few days." Duncan abruptly halted his actions, regarding Nina with earnestness, and inquired, "Do you not consider that staying here to care for someone like me might impede your affairs considerably? You may reside at school for an extended period, which could perhaps be more beneficial for your studies." Nina was taken aback, staring somewhat vacantly at her Uncle Duncan, and then suddenly became irate. "You should not speak in such a manner. You are merely unwell. Simply adhere to the doctor's advice and take your medication. Your parents entrusted you to me." "It was your parents who entrusted you to me," Duncan corrected with utmost seriousness, as he meticulously organized his thoughts in his mind, recalling that you were only 6 years old at that time. "But I am now 17, Nina pouted, forcefully piercing the last morsel of cake with her fork. "Your ability to care for yourself is even inferior to mine. If I were to truly move out, you would likely have your room in disarray within 3 days. In fact, you could even allow me to assist in managing the store. At the very least to tidy up. The display window is so dirty it's nearly impossible to see through." Duncan listened somewhat helplessly to the girl's incessant admonitions, surprised that a mere offhand remark could elicit such a strong reaction from her. Yet gradually, he found himself smiling. He sensed a warmth emanating from this girl named Nina. A warmth akin to basking in the sun's gentle embrace. "Very well, I was merely speaking casually." He shook his head while stirring the last remnants of soup in his bowl, and continued, "This afternoon is history class. How have you been faring in history lately? Uncle Duncan, are you truly all right?" Nina's eyes widened in astonishment. "You have never, well, at least for the past 2 years, you have never inquired about my affairs at school." Duncan opened his mouth, poised to respond, but the girl before him continued unabated. "We have recently been studying ancient history. Mr. Morris has been recounting events following the Great Cataclysm. To be honest, it is quite fascinating. Ancient history appears to contain numerous elements akin to stories, far more intriguing than modern and contemporary history." Duncan pondered for a moment, his expression earnest. "It sounds like you are learning quite well. Allow me to test your knowledge. What concepts are associated with the Great Cataclysm?" Today, Uncle Duncan seemed peculiar. It was difficult to pinpoint precisely what was strange, yet he was distinctly different from usual. However, Nina, with her innocent demeanor, did not dwell on her uncle's odd behavior. Instead, she felt a wave of joy as Uncle Duncan finally appeared engaged and in good spirits. She was delighted that his inquiry pertained to the very subject she had just mastered. With a proud smile, she began to share the knowledge she had recently acquired. The Great Cataclysm occurred approximately 10,000 years ago, although, due to unknown reasons, certain ethnic groups with unique cultural heritages, such as the Elves, the Senkin, and the Jipulo, recorded inconsistent timelines in their calendars. The archaeological community widely agrees that the event transpired at the end of the Order era, around 10,000 years ago. Duncan listened calmly, yet his mind was a whirl of questions. Elves? Sinkin? Jipulo? What on earth is going on? It seems that the terrestrial realm is not solely inhabited by humanity, but also by other intelligent species, such as elves. Is this notion of elves consistent with my previous understanding? Could it be that there exist elven city-states thriving in a steam-powered industrial age amidst the boundless seas? Vivid and peculiar images began to materialize in his mind. While Nina's voice continued to resonate from across the way, the accounts of the Great Cataclysm vary among the different city-states. Yet a common thread emerges. The era of order that preceded the Cataclysm was far more prosperous, stable, and secure than the present day. During that time, vast continents flourished, and the oceans did not stretch into the infinite expanse we know today. Neither land nor sea bore the so-called real boundaries of an endpoint. The age following the Cataclysm is referred to as the era of the Deep Sea, which has persisted to this day, showing no signs of conclusion. The most prominent characteristic of the Deep Sea era is the omnipresent ocean, which envelopes nearly the entire world, leaving the remnants of the Old World as less than 1/10 of the land, fragmented into numerous islands or mists of the uncanny. Presently, many city-states have established themselves on these relatively stable islands, while various ocean-going vessels have become the means for trade and communication between them. In the early era of the Deep Sea Age, the remnants of the Old World suffered a devastating blow, with the majority of the ancient civilization laid to ruin. Rising from the ashes was the ancient kingdom of Crete, recognized as one of the earliest progenitors of civilization in the Deep Sea Age. Although this ancient kingdom endured for less than a century, it bequeathed a wealth of legacies that profoundly influenced subsequent generations. Among these were the rudimentary classifications of numerous anomalies and phenomena of the Deep Sea Age, as well as invaluable experiences essential for survival during this tumultuous period. Chapter 46. Anomalies and Visions. The Great Annihilation serves as a pivotal juncture in the annals of this world's history, marking the inception of what is now referred to as the Deep Sea Era. Through Nina's accounts, Duncan has come to grasp the monumental upheavals that once transpired in this realm, and he has come to realize that this world was not always as bizarre and perilous as it currently appears. According to historical records, the world prior to the Great Annihilation was a thriving and secure paradise. In those times, the oceans were not the boundless expanse they have become. The finite seas did not dominate over 95% of the planet's surface as they do today. Humanity dwelled upon vast and safe lands, and even within the oceans, there were no perilous anomalies such as the spirit realm, abyss, or subspace. The era of order, as chronicled in history, evokes a sense of familiarity for Duncan, reminiscent of the world he knows. While contemporary individuals may gaze back at that ancient time devoid of anomalies with wonder and incredulity, for Duncan, it is the present state of the world that feels utterly askew. The historical texts provide scant details regarding the Great Annihilation, despite the archaeological community's persistent endeavors to uncover its mysteries. Significant divergences among various city-states and peoples regarding ancient history persist, leaving the true nature of the so-called Great Annihilation shrouded in uncertainty. No one comprehends how this cataclysm transpired, nor can they ascertain the essence of the disaster itself. A vast chaos and fog envelop the events of that transformation, and beyond the mists lies the current Deep Sea Era. Unbeknownst to Nina, a ghostly captain from a foreign realm was absorbing knowledge from her words, while the remnants of civilization, survivors of a deluge that submerged over 90% of the land, established city-states and fleets on the scant islands and fragments of land that remained. The boundless sea and its mysterious mists brought forth strange entities known as anomalies and phenomena, which continue to threaten the existence of civilization. Nina believed that her uncle was merely testing her knowledge, a rare display of his good spirits that she cherished deeply, for she feared that Duncan might revert to his former self at any moment. Based on past experiences, this was nearly inevitable. Once the effects of strong liquor waned or the painkillers were consumed, her uncle would become exceedingly irritable and prone to hysteria. Thus, before Duncan succumbed to another episode, she sought to showcase her progress, hoping it might prolong his good mood for a day or two longer. Mr. Morris held a profound interest in the history of the Kingdom of Crete, being an expert in the field. He recounted that, although the ancient Kingdom of Crete lasted but a century, It was the first civilization to rise from the ruins to confront anomalies and phenomena in the wake of the Deep Sea era. The insights they gleaned over that century continue to guide the majority of the world today, most notably their classification methods for anomalies and phenomena. Have you already learned about these classification methods for anomalies and phenomena? Duncan raised an eyebrow, subtly guiding the conversation. From the moment he had been listening, he had been particularly attentive, and now he was increasingly convinced that, in the eyes of ordinary individuals in this world, the bizarre phenomena were meticulously categorized. Some were designated as anomalies, even assigned numerical identifiers, while others seemed to be distinctly referred to as manifestations, rather than being broadly classified as anomalies as he had previously assumed. He had never encountered such nuanced details from the Goathead during his time aboard the Lost Homeland. But now Nina's education at school was finally bridging the gap in his understanding of this subject. Nina nodded, recalling what she had learned in class, and said, "Mr. Morris taught us the simplest way to distinguish between anomalies and manifestations is by their scale. Generally speaking, anomalies are relatively small in scale, often confined to a single object, an animal, or even a person. Most anomalies can be artificially relocated, and their influence is often limited, with many affecting only one target at any given time. With the right methods, most anomalies can also be safely sealed or isolated. Some of the less harmful anomalies can even be utilized like tools through specific techniques. In contrast, manifestations are vastly larger in scale. The smallest manifestation can be as large as a house, while larger ones can encompass entire city-states, or even greater expanses, to an extent that defies imagination. A considerable number of phenomena are impervious to human manipulation. They either remain fixed in one location or operate according to their own volition, exerting an influence that surpasses that of anomalies. Typically, these phenomena can affect an infinite number of targets within their operational range, rendering them nearly synonymous with natural phenomena, which is why they are termed anomalies. In contrast to anomalies, almost all phenomena resist sealing or control. They exist in the world much like natural occurrences, functioning independently of external interference and naturally impacting any qualifying targets within their sphere. Given that most phenomena are perilous, the best course of action for humanity is to maintain a safe distance from these hazardous manifestations or to employ specific methods to avoid becoming a target of their effects. Fortunately, the most dangerous phenomena tend to be stationary, and the pioneers have elucidated these dangers, allowing us to safely distance ourselves from them. Nina spoke earnestly. Then, as if suddenly recalling something, she quickly added, Indeed, the old gentleman specifically mentioned that these evaluative methods and characteristics are merely generally effective. Anomalies and phenomena are inherently irrational, and thus no matter how people summarize their experiences, there will always be anomalies or phenomena that defy definition appearing unexpectedly. Sometimes, anomalies and phenomena may even interchange. And there are instances where phenomena can be subjected to human intervention and eradication. In the year 1830, within the city-state of Lunsor, an anomaly referred to as mycelium spiraled out of control. The local ecclesiastical guardians expended considerable resources to exile this aberration to a nearby island, which was later recognized in 1835 as a phenomenon, subsequently known as Fungal Isle. However, in 1844, the esteemed Saint Paladin, at the cost of his own life, contained Fungal Isle within his urn. Consequently, the phenomenon Fungal Isle was disclassified that same year, reverting to an anomaly and was thereafter termed Paladin's mushroom jar, now sealed within the sacred reliquary beneath the Grand Cathedral of Lunsor. Duncan listened intently to Nina's narrative, his mind racing while he maintained a tranquil facade to mask the turmoil within. In the span of a single breakfast, the intelligence he gathered far exceeded the sum of all he had acquired over the preceding days aboard the Lost Land. Establishing communication with the mainland and setting up an outpost in the surface city-state indeed proved to be a judicious strategy. Civilized society serves as a repository for the majority of the world's intelligence. Subconsciously, he gazed at the girl before him, who continued to speak, and felt a profound sense of enlightenment. A civilization that has progressed to an industrial stage inevitably seeks to condense and compile the foundational knowledge necessary for societal operation within its educational framework. A child immersed in this system may find it difficult to realize the treasure trove that their textbooks represent, a compendium of knowledge amassed by countless individuals over countless years, meticulously organized into structures most conducive to learning and absorption. These tomes embody the most exquisite packages of intellectual nourishment, designed to transform a blank slate into a functional component of society with minimal expenditure of time and effort. This understanding, however, eludes even Nina, who is typically passionate about learning. It is only Duncan, the outsider, who perceives the immense value and ease of assimilation of this knowledge. Nina remains oblivious to Duncan's thoughts, instead recalling something her esteemed history teacher once imparted in class. Mr. Morris stated at the end of our last lesson that humanity has deduced numerous laws while engaging with the abnormal and the anomalous. Yet there exists but one law that is eternally valid, regardless of how many laws we formulate. There will always be anomalies or phenomena that defy those very laws in the world. This principle is also referred to by scholars as the eternal Zeroth law, conventionally positioned at the forefront of all relevant literature and scholarly works. Consequently, the renowned law of permanent discrepancy and aberration has emerged, which remains unbroken to this day. Chapter 47. Before the icon, Nina felt a profound joy, for it had been a considerable time since she had dined with Uncle Duncan in such a normal manner, exchanging stories of her school experiences. It had been equally long since she had witnessed a smile grace Uncle Duncan's face. This nostalgic moment transported her back to the days before his illness, when this fatherly figure had become her sole family after losing her parents at the tender age of 6. However, for the past 4 years, an inexplicable ailment had transformed her uncle into a shadow of his former self, rendering the days they endured together, truthfully, quite arduous. Though Uncle Duncan continued to support her education and maintain the bare essentials of life, Nina could sense that the vibrancy of their future was gradually fading from the cozy little establishment they frequented, dissipating amidst the haze of strong spirits, pills, and the unsettling gatherings with his dubious acquaintances. She had long ceased to hope for a return to the life they had experienced years ago, but even a slight improvement in their circumstances would be a cause for celebration. Duncan, too, felt a sense of elation, for he had finally begun to grasp more information about the world, to touch upon the threads of its historical narrative, albeit in fragments. The utterly lost epic of prehistoric order, the cataclysmic event that reshaped the fabric of existence, the ongoing deep-sea era, and the anomalies and phenomena that pervaded the globe. These were once mysteries to him, or merely half-understood concepts, but at this moment, they began to take on clearer contours. Breakfast concluded, Nina rose to tidy up the dishes. Her movements were nimble, a clear indication that she frequently attended to such household chores. It was evident that the bedridden individual upstairs, consumed by a grave illness and a disheartened existence, devoted most of his energy and passion to a cult, would hardly engage in such tasks. Yet, observing the diligent girl before him, Duncan could not restrain himself any longer. He stood up and took the large tray from Nina's hands. "Allow me to assist you, as it seems burdensome to ascend the stairs alone," he offered. Nina gazed at Duncan in surprise. Just as she intended to voice her thoughts, he had already taken long strides toward the staircase. The girl hurriedly followed, cautioning him from behind. "Uncle, please be careful. The doctor mentioned your condition remains unstable." "The doctor? Dr. Albert?" Duncan did not turn back, ascending the stairs while sifting through fragmented memories for a corresponding image, but only fleeting glimpses surfaced. It mattered little, after all. He had yet to ascertain the cause of his ailment, with the most effective medication being mere painkillers. One should heed the doctor's advice. Nina murmured as she followed Duncan to the second floor, making her way to the kitchen while muttering about maintaining a healthy lifestyle. Suddenly, her words were interrupted by the sound of fluttering wings. Both she and Duncan turned toward the source of the noise, only to catch a glimpse of a shadow flitting through the slightly ajar door of the master bedroom. "Uncle Duncan, something just darted past in your room," Nina exclaimed in surprise, then stepped forward to grasp the doorknob. "Could it be the cat from next door?" "Oh, don't." Duncan barely managed to utter a warning before Nina had already pushed open the ajar door, revealing the pigeon that had been hiding within. He was perched atop a cabinet, one claw clutching a fry as it stuffed its beak. The sudden swing of the door rendered the bird motionless. Frozen in the act of devouring its snack, its 2 green eyes wide with astonishment, staring vacantly at Nina and then at the wall. Upon noticing Duncan, it flapped its wings twice, producing a loud sound. "Aku?" A twitch at the corner of Duncan's eye caught his attention. The window nearby was wide open, clearly marking Ai's escape route. In the distance, a sunlit dock could be faintly discerned. So this pigeon had ventured to the dock for some fries. A pigeon? Nina finally comprehended, gazing at AIE atop the cabinet. Uncle Duncan, there's a pigeon in your room. I see it, Duncan replied, his expression inscrutable. I do not recognize it. AIE promptly discarded the fry and flitted over, landing on Duncan's shoulder and bobbing its head. Well, it must have flown in this morning. Duncan sighed. It's likely a domesticated pigeon, not particularly bright. I offered it some food, and now it refuses to leave. AIE listened intently, letting out a loud coo in response. Had it not been for the presence of outsiders and Duncan's prior command, it would undoubtedly have begun to vocalize exuberantly at this moment. Nina, however, harbored no doubts regarding her uncle's assertion. She gazed with sparkling eyes at the dove, cautiously inching closer while observing its reactions and inquiring of Duncan, "So, will you keep it? May I take care of it?" The girl's thoughts were plainly written across her face. To her, the dove appeared merely as a beautiful and endearing creature. The dove, in turn, tilted its head to glance at Duncan, emitting a curious coo from its throat. Duncan was suddenly struck by the realization that the bird was perhaps more comprehensible in its silence than when it vocalized. After a brief moment of feigned hesitation, he nodded. Yes, but only if the dove wishes to stay. It may choose to fly away at any moment, so do not complain when that happens. Instantly, Nina's face lit up with joy. That's wonderful. I knew Uncle Duncan. You are truly a reasonable person. In the central prayer chamber of the Deep Sea Cathedral, Bishop Valentine of the city-state stood solemnly before the statue of the storm goddess, clad in a black robe adorned with golden patterns. He was tall and slender, his hair sparse and white, and his gaze was as tranquil as the depths of the ocean. The grand candlestick within the prayer room quietly burns, its sacred flame illuminating the space. The statue of Jamuna rises majestically upon the pedestal, her visage obscured by a black veil. A long gown adorned with myriad wave patterns cascades from her form to the edge of the platform. Despite being merely a stone effigy, the divine essence is palpably present, emanating a potent aura that envelopes the vicinity. Those who stand in proximity to the statue can distinctly sense an intangible gaze, a feeling of protection. This sensation of being observed and safeguarded is genuine, and it is under this very watchful and protective presence that Vanna, who has come to consult with the bishop, dares to recount the visions she experienced in her dreams. If what you witnessed in your dreams is indeed accurate, then it is undoubtedly the lost homeland. Bishop Valentine turned to regard the young adjudicator who had sought him out early in the morning. Although the adjudicator, wielding martial authority, and the bishop, presiding over the sacred rituals, hold equivalent ranks within the ecclesiastical hierarchy, it is entirely customary for the adjudicator to seek the bishop's counsel or guidance when addressing matters of the extraordinary. Is it truly the lost homeland? Despite having formed an answer in her mind, Vanna could not restrain her eyes from widening upon hearing the bishop's verdict. You had thought that vessel was merely a legend, akin to the various ghost ship tales spun by anxious sailors in taverns? Valentine understood what Vanna was attempting to articulate. The elderly man, with his sparse white hair, shook his head, his tone grave. The existence of the lost homeland was an acknowledged truth among all city-states and churches. It was not a mere legend, but a fact documented within ecclesiastical records. I am aware that the lost homeland indeed once existed. The city archives of Pran have even preserved partial blueprints and construction records of that vessel from over a century ago. However, all this verifiable information pertains solely to the time when the ship still traversed the real world, and when Captain Duncan was still a human being. Vanna spoke with a serious tone, her gaze directed towards the sacred icon behind the bishop, her expression growing increasingly cautious as she mentioned certain words. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the ship was explicitly recorded as having plunged into the subspace. A century ago, thousands of refugees from the 13 islands of Visserland witnessed that vessel being swallowed along with their homeland by the collapse of the border, plummeting into the shadows of subspace. In the decades that followed, although there were persistent eyewitness accounts claiming to have seen the lost homeland re-emerge in the real world, they lacked substantial evidence, leading many scholars to cast doubt on the ship's so-called return. The young adjudicator, as she spoke, glanced at the elder before her. Is it truly possible for something consumed by subspace to reappear in the realm of reality? Until now, nothing has returned from the subspace except for the lost homeland. Even in the case of the lost homeland, only eyewitness reports exist post-event, and scholars from various fields harbor doubts regarding the vessel's return. This is indeed a fact, yet it is not the crux of the matter. The old man said, suddenly fixing his gaze upon Vanna. his expression marked by an unusual severity. The essence lies, dear adjudicator, in whether you harbor any fear. Regarding future updates, I have surprisingly maintained a dual update schedule up until today. I did not anticipate this, especially since I was rather indulgent on the first day of writing, and by the third day, I was left with merely a few chapters in reserve. To elaborate on future updates, dual updates will remain the norm, but there will be 1 or 2 days a week dedicated to single updates, allowing for a recovery and adjustment period, likely on Mondays and Tuesdays. After all, having written for over a decade, I have accumulated quite a few habits, and sustaining this level of output has proven somewhat challenging. During the dawn of my writing journey, the daily output was between 3,000 to 4,000 words per chapter. Now, with 2 chapters a day, that totals 5,000 to 6,000 words. I initially thought this slight increase in difficulty would be manageable, only to realize it is indeed my limit. To put it candidly, I have come to a profound understanding that, as an elder, I cannot compete with those tentacled beings, facepalm. In summary, the future update plan is as follows: single updates on Mondays and Tuesdays, with dual updates on all other days. I shall persist for as long as I am able. Speaking of which, did you think upon seeing this title that we would revert to single updates again? 23333, Chapter 48. Vigilance before the sacred statue of the storm goddess Gamona. The blessed candlelight burned steadily, illuminated by the divine radiance cascading from the dome above, enveloping the bishop of the city-state, clad in ebony robes. In a semblance of divine grace, Bishop Valentine raised his gaze amidst this ethereal glow, quietly observing Vanna's unwavering gray eyes. His words seemed imbued with an enigmatic power. Faintly, Vanna perceived the gentle lapping of ocean waves echoing in her mind, only to be followed by a thunderous resonance. With the aid of an external force, the goddess's power shattered the veil within her heart. Suddenly, Vanna inhaled sharply, as if emerging from a state of suffocation beneath deep waters back onto solid ground. Her chest heaved violently, her heart raced, and the overwhelming weight of the divine gaze bore down upon her. In a semi-dazed state, she continued to hear Valentine's voice resonate in her ears. The existence of the lost homeland is recorded in history, and the ominous dreams you encountered are tangible realities. Given these 2 facts, your natural response should be to first assume the presence of a threat and then seek a solution. However, your subconscious questioning of whether the lost homeland truly exists indicates an avoidance of the message conveyed by the ominous dreams. Judge, your subconscious denial of the lost homeland's existence serves as evidence of its reality. It appears to be drawing nearer to the realm of civilization. Vanna felt a thin layer of sweat forming on her forehead, yet the veil that had always obscured her connection with the divine seemed to have vanished. This revelation lightened her heart considerably. The words of the bishop of the city-state further illuminated her understanding of the situation. Unbeknownst to her, she had already been affected by the lost homeland phenomenon. This characteristic is synonymous with many aberrations or anomalies that possess terrifying tendencies. They distort the perceptions of those who encounter them, engendering a subconscious neglect and denial that amplifies their influence imperceptibly. Such instinctive neglect and denial, while a natural defensive response of intelligent beings, serves as a means of evading danger. However, when in contact with anomalies, this instinct can become the source of complacency, ultimately leading one to unwittingly become a victim of these phenomena. As a judge frequently engaged with extraordinary forces, Vanna was well versed in this knowledge. Yet, she never anticipated that she too could fall into such a psychological trap, her formidable willpower proving utterly ineffective. I cannot ascertain when I began to be influenced, she stated candidly. Before the equally devout bishop, she did not shy away from admitting her vulnerability. It was entirely normal to be psychologically affected by anomalies or aberrations. Shame and concealment would be of no avail. After awakening from the prophetic dream, I came here directly, having spoken to no one and having had no contact with any tomes or relics. I believed I had remained untouched by external corruption throughout this process. However, you have indeed exhibited a deliberate avoidance of the prophetic dreams. Thus, the influence must have originated much earlier. The bishop intently scrutinized Vanna's countenance, as if vigilantly observing the fluctuations in her gaze and breath. Recently, have you encountered anything anomalous? It may be a remnant of the pollution from the lost land, which has insidiously anchored itself in your subconscious. Recently, Vanna furrowed her brow, Suddenly recalling the offering that lay prostrate at the site of the Black Sun ritual, the flicker of green flames that danced in its eyes, and the severed digit that belonged to her. She widened her eyes, suddenly fixating on the bishop. On the previous day, I led a team to cleanse the sewers of that Black Sun ritual site. Upon returning, did I report any presence of nameless pollution? Did I report the existence of a sacrifice that had been contaminated? The bishop shook his head. No, after you delivered those cultists to the church, you returned immediately. Vanna felt a chill run through her. Did any of the others who participated in the operation report anything of this nature? No reports have come forth. All records merely document matters pertaining to the Dark Sun heresy. Beneath the statue of the goddess, the bishop gazed at Vanna, who in turn fixed her gaze upon him. It seems we have pinpointed the moment when the pollution first made landfall. The bishop exhaled gently, maintaining a calm demeanor. Yet his eyes harbored a brewing tempest of formidable power. In the name of our Lord Gamona, Judge, do you still possess a clear recollection of that night? Vanna inhaled deeply and replied, in the name of our Lord Gamona, I remember every detail of that evening. The bishop nodded, turning to ignite a specially crafted incense. While placing the copper censer at the foot of the holy statue, he inquired steadily, what transpired then? Consequently, Vanna unfolded everything that occurred in the sacrificial chamber of the sewers, leaving no detail unexamined. With the aid of the sacred incense, her memories and thoughts sharpened to an unprecedented clarity. Her experiences of that night resounded within her as if relived. She vividly recalled the moment when the sacrifice's eyes suddenly opened, the green flames dancing within its eye sockets, and how those flames had alighted upon her fingers, only to be swiftly purified by her decisive action. On her journey back to the church, she silently reassured herself, the pollution has been utterly cleansed. The pollution has been utterly cleansed. The pollution has been utterly cleansed. She murmured this phrase throughout her path, and all the guardians accompanying her echoed her words. Not a single soul perceived any dissonance in this chorus. In retrospect, it was a scene both terrifying and eerie. Beneath the desolate night sky, the guardians of the church traversed the silent, deserted streets, each murmuring the same phrases to themselves until they returned to the sanctuary. Throughout this ordeal, they remained oblivious to the gravity of their actions, overseeing the recently apprehended heretics, cleansing the tainted site of worship, escorting the cultists back. The ethereal flames fell upon their souls, rendering the corporeal purification ineffective. All that remained was a deceptive semblance of solace. The proper course of action would have been to immediately ignite incense, anoint the ground with holy oil to establish a temporary sanctum, and then invoke the goddess's power through a ritual of prayer to achieve the purification of the spirit. This is my fault, Vanna spoke gravely. I should have been more vigilant, more astute. It was a misstep, but not an error, the elder replied, shaking his head. You possess formidable strength. However, as a judge, your experience is somewhat lacking. Fortunately, you have now freed yourself from the influence, indicating that the taint lingering on that offering was not overwhelmingly potent. It merely inflicted psychological interference upon you. Through the recent incense ritual, I can surmise its intensity. At this juncture, he paused, seemingly weighing his words. The guardians who accompanied you at that time should have been less affected. They merely stood in your vicinity, and their influences ought to dissipate swiftly with the prayers conducted within the church. Overall, although the pollution you experienced at that time was perilous and enigmatic, the subsequent impact is not as dreadful since the source has been severed. Based on your earlier performance and the feedback from the incense, even if you had not come today, you would have sensed something amiss in a few days. In contrast to this, our greater concern lies with the future. The future. Vanna echoed the bishop's final word, her expression gradually turning grave. Indeed, the future. This matter is far from concluded. The visions foretold by the ominous dreams suggest that the warnings from the goddess pertain to the very circumstances we are currently entangled in, and these may merely be the prelude to a tempest. The lost home has not graced the realms of civilization for many years. Many believe it has retreated into hyperspace, becoming one with the myriad shadows in the world's depths. Yet, it seems that Captain Duncan's obsession with the tangible world persists. Bishop Valentine spoke slowly, turning to gaze upon the icon of the storm goddess. A century ago, the lost home plunged into the depths of hyperspace. Although no definitive evidence exists, numerous eyewitness accounts mentioned a great storm swirling in the nearby waters at the time. The vessel's descent was influenced by the tempest to a considerable extent. The storm is the dominion of our Lord. Vanna furrowed her brow. Do you believe that Captain Duncan seeks vengeance against the divine? It is difficult to fathom that even a ghost returning from the subspace could conceive of seeking vengeance against the divine. The deities reside in their celestial realms, hidden beyond the veil of reality, and all things in this world descend from the upper echelons of existence. One has never heard of anyone embarking on a journey to ascend to the divine realm that transcends reality. However, if Captain Duncan were to seek retribution through the earthly emissaries of our Lord, the possibilities become significantly greater. The sacred storm cathedral traverses the boundless seas, serving as the divine watchtower over the world, often navigating through concealed routes, eluding all who might seek it. In contrast, the city-state of Plan serves as the greatest anchor of faith for the storm goddess in the mortal realm, apart from the storm cathedral, and it is a place accessible to all believers. From this perspective, it is only natural that the vengeful specter would choose to make landfall in Plan. Chapter 49. Two approaching clouds of darkness. The deities reside in a divine realm, distant from the tangible world, where mortals believe this extraordinary dimension serves as the cornerstone of existence. Contrary to common understanding, this cornerstone does not lie at the foundation of the world, but rather at the apex of all dimensions. The ancient kingdom of Crete, in its surviving texts, articulates its perception of the world structure. The cornerstone is positioned at the summit, safeguarded by eternal truth and order, with the divine realm nestled within it, existing perpetually. Beneath the divine realm lies the reality inhabited by all sentient beings, who bask in the residual glow of order, allowing them to thrive in a relatively stable and bountiful world. Descending further, one encounters the spiritual realm, gradually diverging from mortal comprehension. Here, the blessings of the gods have become scarce, and the twisted, grotesque forces begin to dominate. Below the spiritual realm lies the unfathomable abyss, inhospitable to life. Ruled by bizarre powers that can no longer be considered part of the material world, it resembles more a reflection of void. Beyond this profound abyss rests the lowest depths of the world, where the shadows of all things dwell within the subspace. A perilous domain inhabited by ancient gods and various malevolent entities. In the annals of the ancient kingdom of Crete, the deities established a covenant within the cornerstone, a pact that serves as the wellspring and guiding principle of all earthly laws. This order cascades downwards, delineating the operational laws of the world and permeating all terrestrial beings. However, as one descends deeper, the potency of this order begins to wane, gradually succumbing to the ascendancy of the subspace. The cornerstone inhabited by the gods and the subspace represent the two terminal points of existence, with order flowing unidirectionally between them. This ancient gift, bequeathed by a resplendent civilization that pioneered during the epoch of the deep sea a millennium ago, has been the subject of exhaustive study by countless scholars throughout the ages. Despite their diligent inquiries into this stratified structure, none have uncovered any flaws within the model, which has now been universally accepted as the standard model of the world. Within this framework, mortals are destined to plunge into deeper realms, with few ever managing to return to the shallows. While there may occasionally be one or two fortunate souls who traverse from the spiritual realm back to reality, it has never been reported that any defiant being could ascend from reality to the dimension inhabited by the gods. Consequently, the return of the lost homeland, a vessel emerging from subspace back into reality, has become the most astonishing anomaly in this world, as its voyage contradicts the collective understanding of the world's standard model. Conversely, the existence of the lost homeland aligns with the classical discourse regarding anomalies and phenomena, the law of permanent deviation of anomalies and phenomena, regardless of the circumstances. Bishop Valentine and Vanna did not believe that the ghostly captain possessed the capacity to exact vengeance upon the goddess of storms, even if such a desire existed within him. This was due to the discontinuity between the keystone and the material world, unlike the seamless descent and interconnection found between reality and the spirit realm. As well as the abyssal depths, no scholar to date has uncovered any evidence of a direct link between the keystone and the tangible world. Even deities can only exert their influence indirectly through projections or similar methods. How, then, could a ghost ship possibly retaliate against the realms of the gods? With no means to seek revenge directly from the goddess of storms, the only remaining option was to target her earthly devotees. The Storm Cathedral, as the headquarters of the Deep Sea Church, functioned as a pilgrimage ark, stealthily navigating the boundless seas, appearing and disappearing without a trace. The Pope, who presided over the Ark, wielded the divine authority to command the storms, making him a rather elusive target. Consequently, the city-state of Prand, firmly anchored in the ocean, presented a more viable option. Its populace comprised of 80% followers of the goddess of storms. Vanna had concluded that the ghostly captain had returned for vengeance, especially considering that the lost homeland had plummeted into subspace during a storm a century prior. Beyond this, she could conceive of no other rationale for the sudden reappearance of the long-vanished vessel, particularly with its focus directed at the city-state of Prand. Yet, what precisely did the ghostly captain intend to accomplish? Vanna furrowed her brow, contemplating before she slowly spoke. Bishop Valentine, do you believe there is a connection between the lost homeland and the recent movements of the sun worshippers within the city-state? After a brief pause, she added, in my dream last night, I beheld the burning sun and the lost homeland appearing together in Prand. The simultaneous arrival of these two calamities may be a portent from the goddess. However, do not forget that in the underground altar, the tainted sacrifice slain the priest of the dark sun. That was a messenger who had been baptized. The bishop shook his head, asserting that, at least at that sacrificial site, the positions of the lost homeland and the black sun appeared to be adversarial. Vanna fell silent for a moment, lost in thought due to the bishop's words. The elder across from her, after a brief silence, continued, regarding the worshippers of the dark sun, I received some intelligence this morning from the city-state of Lunsa. Vanna immediately lifted her head. Intelligence? The sun heretics are not merely reviving in Prand. They have recently exhibited movements in many city-states. A considerable number of sun heretics have recently transited through Lunsa and the Moker port, converging towards Prand, some of whom have been apprehended. The old bishop nodded, adding, during the interrogations, those heretics mentioned sun fragments. Sun fragments. Remnants that fell after the true sun god was shattered? Vanna suddenly realized. Do they believe a piece of the sun fragment is hidden in Prand? At present, this seems to be the case. It remains a mystery from whence these heretics have acquired their information. It is possible they have gleaned some form of revelation amidst their madness. In any event, they are now firmly convinced that a fragment of their master lies concealed within this city. Bishop Valentine's demeanor is composed, while they perceive this as the hope for the resurrection of the dark sun. Those lunatics, Vanna could not help but mutter under her breath. How many lives have they already sacrificed in their quest to resurrect that dark and blasphemous sun? The dark sun is our designation in their minds. The solar deity radiates brilliance, symbolizing the most authentic order. One cannot expect that band of deranged cultists, drenched in blood, possesses any sense of conscience. Valentine shook his head, asserting that they are steadfast in their belief that their words and actions embody justice. Engaging with them requires the application of two languages, one of caliber, the other of weight. Listening to the bishop's remarks, which bear the hallmark of the deep-sea church, Vanna could not suppress a slight tremor at the corner of her mouth. It seems we have much to attend to. The boundless sea is never tranquil, and the city-state exists amidst this vast ocean, Valentine remarked. The captains must contend with the tempests of the ocean, while we must face the storms wrought by worldly fools. Judge, prepare yourself. The planned city-state may soon confront a formidable challenge. Two challenges, Vanna corrected with earnestness. In addition to the followers of the Black Sun, there is also the enigmatic and terrifying ghost captain. If the lost homeland and the Black Sun are indeed not aligned, our troubles will multiply from 1 to 2. Bishop Valentine pondered for a moment. Perhaps there exists another possibility. Given the circumstances surrounding the sacrificial site in the sewer, the lost homeland might very well engage in conflict with the followers of the Black Sun. Those two troubles could merge into a single cataclysmic dilemma. Bishop Valentine, observing the elder who had clearly begun to drift in thought, considered the specter ship returning from the subspace and the cultists vying for fragments of the sun in the city of Plander. The potential for the Dark Sun's divine intervention only exacerbated the situation. I cannot conceive of a more dire predicament. With a sigh, Valentine conceded that Vanna was indeed correct. In any case, the priority should be to collaborate with the constabulary to apprehend the sun heretics infiltrating the city-state, thereby neutralizing the threat posed by the Black Sun before it escalates. This is a more attainable objective, Vanna remarked, her mind visibly invigorated after dispelling the mental interference from the lost homeland and stepping into her area of expertise. As for the Spectre ship, its forthcoming actions remain uncertain, leaving us with no immediate course of action. We can only ensure vigilant monitoring of both the spirit realm and the surrounding waters of the city-state." As she spoke, the young adjudicator shook her head, her expression one of solemnity and exasperation. "Damn it. Who could possibly predict what a ghost captain intends to do next? I would like to add some ketchup." Duncan gestured to Nina across the dining table, saying, "You can pass it to me. I'll handle it myself." Nina promptly handed over the ketchup, responding, "Of course, Uncle Duncan." It is now noon, and Duncan and Nina are enjoying lunch in the small kitchen on the second floor. The meals at the antique shop are quite simple, featuring a local delicacy from Plant, a savory pancake served with either ketchup or hot sauce, accompanied by a hearty vegetable soup. While it may not be a gourmet feast, both Duncan and Nina are relishing it with great enthusiasm. It has been quite some time since Duncan has savored such a conventional lunch, and Nina, too, has not experienced a meal in such a normal manner for a long while. Duncan finds himself beginning to develop a fondness for this place. Chapter 50. The Open Vision. After lunch, Duncan observed Nina as she tidied up the dining table. He intended to assist with the dishes, but was firmly deterred by her, citing her uncle's poor health and the doctor's advice to limit contact with cold water. Thus, he leaned against the staircase, perusing the newspaper he had purchased that morning while watching the girl busily at work in the kitchen. This scene, reminiscent of an ordinary family's daily routine, evoked a peculiar sensation within him. At that moment, Nina's voice echoed from the kitchen, "Uncle Duncan, what news does the newspaper hold?" Duncan glanced down at the paper, first noting the date, August 14th, 1900, in the New City State. He then came across the headline detailing the church's inquisitor leading the apprehension of dozens of cultists. This was undoubtedly the most significant front-page story. It reported that the inquisitor had captured numerous solar heretics, casually mentioning that this was the largest heretical gathering dismantled by the church in the past 4 years. Following this were some advisories urging citizens to remain vigilant during the night and to discern the heretical beliefs surrounding them. "Oh, I heard about that on my way here," Nina exclaimed, deftly placing the clean dishes into the cupboard. "It's terrifying. I once heard my teacher mention that those sun-worshipping cultists might even resort to sacrificing living beings to their sun god. Who could possibly be so deranged as to believe in such a cult?" Duncan found himself at a loss for words, as any utterance seemed fraught with delicacy. Should he reveal that he had recently indulged in an immersive experience of a sacrificial ritual at the altar? Or should he confess that his uncle was indeed a deranged cultist? Yet, one thing was abundantly clear from Nina's reaction. It was evident that she was blissfully unaware of her uncle's affiliation with the solar heresy. She possessed a worldview akin to that of an ordinary person, perceiving the worship of the sun god, particularly the practice of human sacrifice, as a horrifying abomination. To her, her uncle was merely a man plagued by illness, exhibiting bouts of irritability and heavy drinking, accompanied by an array of peculiar acquaintances. While the body he inhabited might have once belonged to a blood-soaked wretch, he had nonetheless managed to raise Nina to this day and had, up until now, shielded her from the tenets of the sun goddess faith. Perhaps one day, a cultist named Ron would indeed plunge into the depths of depravity, dragging his last remaining kin into an abyss of despair. However, as of today, such a fate had not yet transpired, nor would it in the foreseeable future. "Uncle, why have you suddenly fallen silent?" Nina inquired, her curiosity piqued by the stillness behind her. She turned to glance back, her gaze imbued with concern. "Are you feeling unwell again?" "No, I was merely a bit distracted," Duncan replied, shaking his head. "What you say is indeed true. It is quite a maddening affair." The newspapers have also urged citizens to remain vigilant and promptly report any heretical behavior they observe. During this period, you should refrain from wandering outside of school and home. Nina nodded, but then she gasped, her face revealing a hint of hesitation. "But I have arranged to visit the museum with my classmates in a couple of days." "The museum?" Duncan inquired casually. "Which one?" "It's the Marine Museum near our school, close to the edge of the upper city," Nina explained. "I've heard they are currently showcasing specimens of nearshore minerals. Is that permissible?" "Go ahead if you wish," Duncan contemplated for a moment before nodding. "Right now, there are church guards and city watch patrols everywhere. Those cultists are unlikely to have the audacity to make an appearance in the next few days." Nina beamed with delight. "Yes. Do you still have classes at school this afternoon?" Duncan asked again. "Yes, I have history class in the afternoon. I certainly do not want to miss Mr. Morris's lecture," Nina replied, her enthusiasm evident. "He is quite a renowned expert in the field of history." But it is indeed strange why someone of his stature would choose to teach at a public school in the lower city instead of a university in the upper city, especially considering that more than half of the students in our class dislike history. They often sleep during his lectures. Duncan shook his head nonchalantly. How would I know? A jest, but let us not speak of the esteemed Mr. Morris, the history teacher. For even the mere mention of Nina eludes him. He must wrestle with his memories for hours to recall the location of the public school she attends. Furthermore, even the original owner of this corporeal vessel, in terms of knowledge about his niece's current affairs, was scarcely more informed. When Duncan assumed control of his life, it was evident that he had become ensnared in the son's heretical beliefs for far too long. Nina had classes to attend in the afternoon, thus after lunch. She lingered not in the antique shop. Swiftly gathering her belongings and taking the textbook she had inadvertently left at home, the girl set off at a brisk pace. The journey from the antique store to the public school in the downtown area would take nearly an hour, and she was resolute in her determination to waste not a single moment, lest she risk tardiness to Mr. Morris's class. Of course, the city boasted public transportation. Even in the relatively underdeveloped downtown, steam-powered trams and trolleybuses traversed the streets. Yet, these necessitated a fare of 4 to 6 pesos. Nina cheerfully informed Duncan that a bit of running was beneficial for health. Were she to possess a bicycle, her commute to school would be considerably eased. Duncan had observed individuals traversing the streets of downtown on such contraptions. In a society that had already embraced steam machinery, bicycles, as products of industry, were not prohibitively expensive for the general populace. However, for the residents of downtown, they certainly could not be deemed affordable. The cost of the most basic bicycle might equate to the living expenses of a family of 3 for half a month to a full month, a significant burden indeed. Duncan remained uncertain about the trajectory of the identity he currently inhabited, yet as he observed Nina swiftly vanishing around the corner of the street, an instinctual feeling stirred within him. He felt a compelling urge, whenever circumstances permitted, to extend kindness towards this young woman, if only in gratitude for the previous vegetable soup and savory pancakes she had offered. Moreover, she was a diligent and eager learner. Perhaps he ought to contemplate the avenues for generating income in this civilized city-state. With a myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind, he set aside the newspaper and strolled leisurely to the end of the second-floor corridor. Upon opening the narrow window, he found himself momentarily entranced by the sunlit streets below. In this world, anomalies and phenomena had long intertwined with the march of civilization. Neither the authorities nor the church concealed the existence of the extraordinary from the populace. Even a student like Nina could glean knowledge about anomalies and phenomena directly from her textbooks. She was aware of the classification standards for anomalies and phenomena established by the ancient kingdom of Crete, which still persisted today. And she had knowledge of certain anomalies and phenomena that had been catalogued with their corresponding designations. Indeed, this body of knowledge was accessible to the public, albeit not in its entirety. The authorities of various city-states and the church acknowledge a particular list, on which the most renowned or perilous anomalies and phenomena are assigned unique designations. These identifiers are not immutable under special circumstances. Certain anomalies or phenomena may be eradicated or transformed for a multitude of reasons, leading to the potential reassignment or vacancy of their designations. However, one certainty remains. Any anomaly or phenomenon that possesses an independent identifier and name undoubtedly harbors its own unique dangers or strengths. The authorities have made a portion of this catalog public to ensure that every citizen is aware of these specific threats, thereby cultivating a collective awareness for self-preservation. Moreover, this is necessitated by the fact that certain anomalies and phenomena are inextricably woven into the fabric of everyday life. They have permeated every corner of ordinary existence and infiltrated every aspect of societal functioning, rendering them visible, and thus, there is neither concealment nor the need for such. Duncan raised his gaze, silently observing the sky. Phenomenon 001, the sun. A colossal celestial body traversing the heavens, reigning supreme during the age of the deep sea. It came into being on the morning following the collapse of the ancient kingdom of Crete. Its influence spans the globe, operating without limits, moving autonomously and impervious to human intervention, fitting the definition of a phenomenon. In the annals of history, the day of the collapse of the ancient kingdom was marked by tumultuous seas and shattered city-states. The entirety of the first dynasty met a noble demise in darkness, their blood saturating the ocean. Thus, The phenomenon known as Anomaly 001 emerged from the depths, ushering in an era of tranquility upon the boundless waters. The ancient kingdom of Crete emerged as the first city-state civilization established by survivors following the onset of the Deep Sea era. Though it lasted a mere century, it bequeathed an innumerable legacy, bestowing blessings that endure to this day. The name Crete, in ancient tongues, signifies eternal night, a darkness that lingered for 100 years. All of this is inscribed within Nina's history textbook. Chapter 51. Dual-line operations. This world has experienced astonishing historical transformations, with the Great Annihilation serving as a pivotal juncture. The entire realm underwent a cataclysmic upheaval, altering even its fundamental laws, rendering the Deep Sea era that followed the Great Annihilation almost an entirely different world compared to the Order era that preceded it. Nevertheless, there are those who steadfastly endeavor to compile the historical records that have been passed down since the Great Annihilation, attempting to piece together the authentic narrative from the fragmented and often contradictory archives of various city-states. Regrettably, whether due to the thorough severance of heritage or the chaotic contradictions in the records of each city-state, humanity has yet to unearth a reasonably complete and credible account of history prior to the Great Annihilation. No one knows for certain what the world was like during the Order era. However, fortunate is the world that succeeded the ancient kingdom of Crete, for it possesses a relatively clear historical lineage. Despite the rise and fall of city-states upon the boundless seas, their unions and separations, the continuity of civilization itself has never been extinguished. The memories of the ancient kingdom endure, preserved in scrolls, etched in monumental stones, or passed down through ancient, secretive families and societies, with many fragments lost, yet some threads remaining intact. Scholars assert that the survival of the civilization through the Deep Sea era, under extremely adverse conditions, owes more than half of its success to a miraculous phenomenon that illuminates the world, Anomaly 001, the Sun. This phenomenon, known as the most potent and far-reaching anomaly recognized by humanity to date, has sparked considerable debate among scholars regarding its true nature, whether it is an anomaly or a natural occurrence. Following the demise of the ancient kingdom of Crete, the initial chroniclers, the survivors of this bygone era, referred to it simply as Anomaly 001. This ancient designation has been preserved through the ages, remaining unchanged to this day. It is evident that not all anomalies are malevolent or dangerous. Anomaly 001 has, for half of the world's time, bestowed safety upon it. During the daylight illuminated by the sun, the pervasive pollution from the depths of the earth is largely suppressed beneath sea level. It is this stable daylight that has allowed various city-states and civilizations to flourish to their current state. According to the records left by the ancient kingdom of Crete, in the epoch of the Deep Sea, prior to the emergence of Anomaly 001, the entire world was shrouded in darkness for a full century, illuminated solely by the faint, cold glow of the primordial night. Thus, the people of the ancient kingdom referred to their realm as the Eternal Night, a term that also denoted the era in which they lived. Duncan stood pensively before the narrow window, gazing out at the world bathed in sunlight. What was the world like before the great cataclysm? Did the sun once shine upon all things before that dreadful century of eternal night descended? It is likely that there are indeed records, for regardless of the discrepancies and omissions among the ancient city-states, there exists a common thread. The Age of Order was a time of brilliance, security, and prosperity. However, that era of flourishing radiance has long since passed. The boundless sea is now illuminated by Phenomenon 001, a fact universally acknowledged, and for which humanity expresses profound gratitude for the daylight it bestows. In such a contextual backdrop, the cultists who venerate the ancient, true sun, even going so far as to assail the sun of today as heavens, labeling it a false sun, appear particularly fanatical and distorted, earning the scorn of society. Their attacks target not merely the sun above, but also the very foundation upon which human civilization has precariously survived since the age of the Deep Sea. Yet, Duncan understands that the sun worshipped by these zealots may indeed resemble the true visage of the sun that existed prior to the Great Annihilation. From a certain perspective, these cultists possess a fragment of genuine history. Regrettably, that truth has become the wellspring of their distortions in this era. Duncan does not believe that the grand aspirations of these cultists can be realized, nor does he think they could conjure a blazing fusion star through the sacrifice of living beings. The distortions of this world surpass imagination. The state of the age of the deep sea cannot simply be attributed to the loss of a star. The night sky here is devoid of even a single star. Duncan returned to his chamber, secured the door, and beckoned to Yi, who was atop the cabinet, rubbing her beak against its surface. A pigeon alighted upon his shoulder, tilting its head in curiosity. Who was calling the fleet? Duncan paid no heed to the bird. Instead, approaching the bedside where he discovered the sun insignia he had previously concealed in the corner of the bed. After a moment of contemplation, he made his way to the cabinet, opening its door to find a drawer containing spirits, from which he retrieved 2 bottles of liquor. Curiously, he noticed something affixed to the bottles. Upon rotating them, he discerned a small note in Nina's handwriting, "Drink less." The note appeared to have been there for quite some time. Each bottle bore a similar note, none of which had ever had any effect. Duncan chuckled softly, securing the drawer and cabinet, and returned to the bed with the 2 bottles and the sun insignia, gently nudging Yi to reveal to it what he had acquired. If possible, he hoped to bring them aboard the lost homeland. The pigeon immediately flapped its wings, emitting a triumphant sound. "Dear friend, free shipping." Duncan nodded, settling into a comfortable position as he began to prepare for the journey. He had been away from the lost homeland for far too long. Although the ship would remain untroubled in his absence, the captain could not confine himself to his quarters indefinitely. Nina was scheduled to attend classes that afternoon, and after her lessons, she had other commitments, which would keep her occupied until late. Duncan had already discussed with her the possibility of staying the night at the school dormitory, planning to return the following afternoon after classes. During this period, Duncan was delving into the intricate details of interdimensional traversal, while simultaneously testing his prior hypothesis, whether it was possible to simultaneously control the physical activities of 2 bodies without completely severing the projection of the soul. Based on his perceptive experiences aboard the lost homeland, this endeavor appeared feasible. As he occupied this fresh vessel, the connection between him and the essence of the lost homeland became markedly stronger and more stable, instilling him with confidence and inspiration. With his thoughts gradually settling, Duncan exhaled gently, and a flicker of emerald flame ignited upon his shoulder. In a moment of crackling brilliance, the dove, Ai, transformed into the spectral form of a revenant bird, and the brass compass embedded in its chest snapped open with a resounding click. An unfathomable darkness enveloped him, while luminous lines and twinkling starlight surged forth, evoking a familiar sensation akin to a tidal wave. The trajectory leading back to the lost homeland emerged as the most radiant course within this abyss. Duncan's consciousness swiftly traversed this pathway, and in the blink of an eye, he sensed his primary awareness awakening within the captain's quarters of the lost homeland. However, before fully extricating himself from that shadowy realm, he adeptly applied the control he possessed over the ethereal flame and his own soul to force a halt, striving to preserve the connection between himself and the antique shop. In the captain's quarters of the lost homeland, Duncan slowly opened his eyes. He glanced down at his hands, then surveyed his surroundings, taking in the familiar decor. While the comforting sound of crashing waves filled his ears, he gradually rose from the chair, yet deep within his consciousness, the sensation of another body distinctly resonated. A subtle smile began to emerge on Duncan's face as he endeavored to perceive and control the body located within the antique shop through that faint, distant connection. He made several attempts. In the city-state of Prand, the antique shop owner, who lay quietly on the bed on the 2nd floor, suddenly opened his eyes. In the next moment, this body, resting upon the bed, began to turn its head slowly with a rigid expression, observing the room like a zombie. Then, it gradually moved its limbs, as if forcefully operating a rusted machine, initiating movement. If this scene were to be witnessed by an outsider, they would likely be terrified enough to seek the nearest sheriff, claiming that someone had fallen victim to a malevolent spirit. Viewed from another perspective, such a report would not seem entirely unfounded. While pondering these peculiar thoughts in the captain's cabin of the lost homeland, Duncan awkwardly maneuvered the distant body, guiding it to slowly enact its movements. This proved to be quite challenging. Commanding a body to move solely through remote connection, without the consciousness residing within it, was far more difficult than directing a novice to manipulate a puppet with 28 joints. However, after numerous attempts, he ultimately succeeded in having the body in the city-state of Prand sit up from the bed. The next moment, the visuals transmitted to his mind suddenly began to spin wildly. The lifeless body collapsed onto the floor. Duncan sighed. Well, it seems I must practice for an extended period. Chapter 52. The captain is away as singular consciousness, simultaneously attuned to two perspectives and orchestrating two distinct bodies engaged in entirely different endeavors, presented Duncan with a remarkably novel experience, yet it also posed an exceedingly formidable challenge. He believed that he could no longer be considered an ordinary individual. Nonetheless, effortlessly multitasking to govern two corporeal forms remained a daunting task. He endeavored to familiarize himself with this dual-focus sensation, and after considerable effort, he managed only to tenuously command the body situated in the antique shop to crawl back onto the bed, resuming its inert state. However, based on the feedback emanating from the depths of his consciousness, he was confident that, in due time, he would master the art of this duality, albeit requiring an extensive period of acclimatization and training. Once he had securely settled the body within the antique shop and allocated a modicum of attention there, Duncan finally exhaled softly, feeling a sense of relief. Ensuring a connection with the remote body immediately after concluding his astral journey was of paramount importance, as it directly pertained to the sustainability of the foothold he had painstakingly established in the civilized world. With this matter resolved, his spirits lifted considerably, allowing him the mental bandwidth to contemplate other concerns. At that moment, a flurry of fluttering wings drew his attention. The dove, AIE, hastily approached Duncan, puffing out its chest with an air of palpable pride. Transmission successful, it seemed to convey. Duncan's gaze drifted beyond the bird, landing upon the surface of the table behind it, where a light golden sun emblem and two bottles of fine spirits lay quietly awaiting his attention. A smile gradually emerged on Duncan's face, soon blossoming into a radiant grin. It is indeed feasible. To have this pigeon transport goods while traversing the spiritual realm is entirely possible. Moreover, it is not restricted to extraordinary items. Even mundane objects can be conveyed. With a contented smile, he rose to collect several items from the table. First, he examined the condition of the sun emblem, confirming that a faint flow of power still coursed within this extraordinary artifact, a potency that he had fully claimed and transformed through the ethereal flame of his spirit. He then picked up a bottle of strong liquor, removing the cap and bringing it to his nose, whereupon a robust aroma wafted forth. Duncan cast a glance at AIE, who had begun to strut proudly across the table. Efficient, high quality, and with free shipping. He found himself growing fond of this quirky pigeon. The pigeon immediately sensed its owner's gaze and scurried over to Duncan's side, pecking at the table and loudly insisting, "Get some fries. Get some fries." Although there were no fries available on the ship at the moment, Duncan was confident that this would soon be resolved. He joyfully cradled the pigeon in his hands, meeting its green bean-like eyes with his own, pondering the limits of its ability to transport materials, whether it is confined to inanimate objects, and whether there might be instances of packet loss. More tests would be necessary. The pigeon contemplated for a moment, tilting its head. Packet loss? Oh dear, the page is missing. Yes, this is precisely what I fear. Your name always gives me a sense of unreliability. Duncan's thoughts began to meander as the successful delivery of various items by the pigeon to the lost homestead invigorated him. This realization sparked a cascade of actionable ideas beyond merely transporting supplies to the ship. However, the erratic intelligence and unreliable logic of the bird left him with an underlying sense of unease. After much contemplation, he concluded that it was prudent to conduct several more tests before establishing a reliable supply line between the lost homestead and the mainland. With a tentative plan forming in his mind, Duncan finally rose from his chair and approached the door leading to the chart room. Yet, after taking just 2 steps, he paused. He took a moment to stretch his joints and extend his limbs, savoring the sensations coursing through his body. Agile, powerful, without a trace of fatigue or sluggishness, he felt as if he had merely sat at the table for a brief spell. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that he had been away from the lost homestead for over a day. While traversing the spirit realm, his physical form had remained in the captain's quarters, maintaining the posture of sitting at the table. Duncan attuned himself to every sinew and bone, and through his precise awareness of his bodily state, he was nearly certain that this body was entirely preserved in the condition it had been at the moment his consciousness departed, as if, at the instant of his awareness leaving, his body had succumbed to a peculiar stasis. Was this a manifestation of Captain Duncan's unique power? Or perhaps, because his essence was now half ghost, he experienced an unyielding vitality akin to that of a specter? His curiosity piqued, yet he found himself at a loss for answers. He has begun to delve into the history of the world, exploring the rise and fall of civilized city-states. Yet he remains unable to unravel the secrets that lie within himself. Nevertheless, this does not appear to be a misfortune. This body requires little maintenance, which implies that he can more freely allocate some of his energy to other pursuits. Duncan is a person of remarkable perspective, or rather, he excels at setting aside those enigmas that are presently unsolvable. After coming to terms with this in his heart, he approached the entrance and pushed open the door to the chart room. Captain Duncan has returned. The oak door creaked softly, shattering the tranquility of the chart room. In the next moment, the wooden sculpture of a goat's head at the edge of the navigation table suddenly emitted a series of cracking sounds as it swiftly turned towards the source of the noise. Under its hollow gaze, it slowly inquired, "Name?" "Duncan Abnomer," Duncan replied, casting a glance at the goat's head. "I have returned." "Ah, the great Captain Duncan has returned to his loyal vessel, the Lost Homeland. My apologies, Captain. Your recent journey through the spirit realm was rather prolonged, and I must verify once more. After all, this is the rule you established. How do you feel? What is your mood? How is your body? What treasures did you uncover during this lengthy journey through the spirit realm? Did you discover anything intriguing? Would you care to share the tales of your journey with your devoted first mate and the rest, as it were? Did you notice that I just used the phrase the rest, as it were? Miss Alice suggested that this might streamline the conversation, and you may prefer this more concise approach. However, Duncan cast a glance at the incessant chatter and retorted, "During my absence, has anything transpired aboard the vessel?" "Ah." Captain Duncan's sternness and humor remained unwavering. "Everything aboard is as it should be. Your loyal crew has flawlessly executed the navigation tasks you entrusted to them. Furthermore, Miss Alice has visited twice, though neither occasion was of great consequence. Once she tangled with the ropes, and another time she wrestled with the anchor line." Duncan had intended to traverse the chart room to inspect the deck, but halted abruptly at the mention of the goat-headed figure. His expression one of bewilderment. Why on earth did she engage in a tussle with the ropes and anchor line? While traversing the spirit realm, he could sense the happenings aboard the Lost Homeland, yet he had not devoted much attention to it, only vaguely perceiving Alice exploring the ship. How could it be that her time aboard was so eventful in his absence? "Ah, in truth, Miss Alice meant well," the goat-headed figure promptly responded. "She found idleness aboard the ship quite disagreeable and sought to occupy herself. Thus she endeavored to organize the ropes and maintain the winch. However, I neglected to inform her that the ropes are rather ticklish, and the anchor line requires its afternoon slumber." "Duncan, are you displeased, Captain?" Duncan's sudden silence rendered the goat head anxious, its wooden head swaying back and forth. In truth, it was not a matter of great consequence. Moreover, the integration of new members aboard a vessel typically requires a period of adjustment before they harmonize with the seasoned sailors. Now that they had entered the combat phase, it indicated that Miss Alice was assimilating into the collective rather swiftly. In fact, she was quite well liked aboard the ship, the Lost Homeland, by the majority. Just as the goat head was halfway through its statement, an urgent sound of footsteps echoed from the deck outside, followed by the abrupt opening of the captain's cabin door. Alice rushed in with haste. "Mr. Goathead, why do the cannonballs in the armory keep rolling around, preventing me from?" Duncan silently cast a glance at Alice. She too noticed Duncan standing beside the navigation table, her demeanor becoming stiff and awkward as she regarded him. Well, this marked the third occurrence. The goat head at the navigation table let out a sigh, remarking that this time she was grappling with cannonballs. "I concede that Miss Alice's adaptation process aboard the ship may have been a tad too exuberant." Alice shrank her neck slightly, perhaps to reinforce her joints. Anxiously observing Duncan's impassive expression, "Captain, you have returned." Duncan nodded, his countenance tranquil. "It seems you have been enjoying your time aboard in my absence?" "Alice." During my time away from the Lost Homeland, Alice's lively presence on the ship had somewhat exceeded Duncan's expectations. He has always perceived this Gothic doll as an elegant and poised young lady. Although she may engage in antics such as turning her back, surfing, and indulging in banter, she typically embodies grace and tranquility, exercising caution in her actions aboard the ship. In unfamiliar surroundings, she remains honest and unassuming, often lying quietly in her box like an ordinary doll, projecting an aura of harmlessness. Yet, it appears that she only adopts this serene demeanor in his presence. The sudden somber atmosphere in the room caused Alice to feel a twinge of anxiety, prompting her to cautiously glance at the impassive Duncan. "Captain, are you upset?" "I can explain. I realize you were trying to assist, but it didn't quite go as planned. Duncan cast a weary glance at the doll lady, his tone tinged with resignation. However, since you are aware that many things aboard this ship are alive, could you please consult me or my first mate next time you wish to act? Alice promptly nodded vigorously, responding with enthusiasm. Of course, Captain. No problem at all. She then swiftly turned to the goat-headed figure, murmuring softly, "Is there even a term for failed assistance?" The goat-headed figure succinctly replied, "There is now." "Very well, if you truly wish to assist. Please check the dried fish hanging on the deck or tidy up the storeroom in the kitchen, making some space for the potential replenishment of provisions aboard the lost homeland." Duncan sighed, gazing at Alice, and cautioned her not to meddle with the cannons and ammunition below deck. They do not possess the complete intellect of a goat's head. Those perilous items react solely to external stimuli, and should the ammunition store perceive itself as compromised or invaded, I would be left to rescue you with nothing but a broom and dustpan. Upon hearing this, Alice instinctively recoiled, promptly agreeing and turning to leave the captain's quarters. However, observing her departure, a faint smile crept across Duncan's face. Indeed, she is quite an amusing individual. A minor chaos is inconsequential. And this desolate ghost ship has indeed come to life through her antics. "It seems you are in good spirits, Captain," the voice of the goat head chimed in nearby. "Ah, you are holding something. What is it? Is it a treasure from your recent journey into the spirit realm, akin to that small dagger from before?" Duncan glanced at the solar emblem in his hand. He had left the strong liquor in his quarters and had taken the emblem instead, intending to study it during moments of tedium. "It is a trophy," he nodded, "akin to the ceremonial dagger from our last ritual." "Oh, truly worthy of the esteemed Captain Duncan. You always return laden with extraordinary treasures that possess an astonishing power. Wait, is that a sun talisman? Are you familiar with this object?" Duncan raised an eyebrow. "Indeed, a sun talisman. A few audacious cultists insisted on bestowing this upon me, and I felt obliged to accept it. I do know a little about it." The goat head seemed to scrutinize the emblem intently, his voice laced with hesitation. "The fervent worshippers of the ancient true sun regard this item as a sacred relic. They believe that by casting it in metal to resemble the true sun and tempering it with human blood, they can infuse the talisman with solar power. This method allows for the mass production of artifacts imbued with diminished prowess. Such a talisman serves as a symbol of status among the sun's followers and acts as a means to identify kin, distinguishing believers from heretics." "Distinguishing believers from heretics. Indeed, it possesses that function," Duncan acknowledged, "though personally, I find such a capability rather futile." "What ultimately became of those audacious cultists?" As Goathead spoke, he appeared to hesitate momentarily. They were predominantly deluded fanatics. Even the most unscrupulous pirates shunned interactions with these seekers of ancient relics. Should they have dared to offend? "They are no longer in this world," Duncan remarked, carefully observing the shifts in Goathead's tone while maintaining his own expression. "It seems you harbor little fondness for those who call themselves sun worshippers." After engaging with the Goathead for such an extended period, Duncan had gradually deciphered the enigmatic nature of this peculiar first mate. He was now reasonably certain that as long as he, Captain Duncan, maintained a firm grip on the vessel, the Goathead would not exhibit any erratic behavior. Based on this understanding, his confidence in conversing with the entity steadily increased. Presently, he felt sufficiently bold to cautiously inquire about certain intelligence. Who would fancy the zealots that pursue the ancient, true sun? The light and order they yearn for have long ceased to be embraced by this world. The Goathead responded to Duncan's queries with its usual demeanor, stating that even the lost home was basking in the sunlight of this era. Even the malevolent spirits that lurk in the abyss would not favor the sun of the pre-deep sea age. Only those cultists would consider the resurrection of the true sun a fortuitous event. At this juncture, the Goathead paused, and with a hint of wistfulness, remarked, "Yet, to be fair, 99% of those cultists are merely a group of brainwashed fools. They are utterly oblivious to the nature of the entity they follow and worship. They revere the so-called children of the sun as prophets and saviors, and they idolize the ancient world described by these children as a paradise. However, in my view, the children of the sun do not regard those fervent devotees as their subjects. They are fundamentally no different from the progeny of the deep sea." Children of the sun? What does that signify? And what is this notion of deep sea progeny? What on earth is that? Duncan felt a stir within, as an entirely novel and unfamiliar term sprang to his mind, bringing forth a fresh wave of perplexity. He nonchalantly fiddled with the sun emblem in his hand, casually inquiring. Sons of the Sun? I have yet to encounter them. It is rather commonplace. For the Sons of the Sun dare not make their presence known in the realm of civilization, even when they disguise themselves as humans. The hounds of the Holy See can swiftly detect the foul scent of heresy lurking in their shadows. After all, they are indeed a kind of offspring, remnants of ancient beings that ought to remain dutifully ensconced in the annals of history. Alas, among all varieties of offspring, only they have the audacity to engage in such affairs. Duncan suddenly realized that the goat-headed entity's incessant prattle, often filled with trivialities, could actually prove beneficial. Although 9,000 out of every 10,000 words it uttered were mere nonsense, fortune favored the prepared. It could still yield valuable intelligence when luck aligned. Due to his incomplete understanding of the intricacies surrounding the goat head, Duncan's inquiries could only be subtle and indirect, as he dared not ask too openly. Yet, even through such circumspect questioning, he swiftly gathered numerous clues that had eluded him in the city-state of Prand. The term progeny emerged as a seemingly significant piece of intelligence. This world is inhabited by beings referred to as progeny, all of whom are invariably rejected by the civilized world. The goat head derogatorily labels them as remnants of ancient entities. Although the adherents of the true sun god are numerous, the vast majority appear to be insignificant pawns, ignorant, blind, and brainwashed zealots. Within their ecclesiastical hierarchy exist those of higher status, the genuine ruling class known as the solar progeny. These solar progeny seldom reveal themselves in the civilized realm. They seem to possess a hidden sanctuary unknown to the masses and influence the sun god cults from afar, covertly gathering offerings and energy. Lastly, and of utmost importance to Duncan at present, is the goat head's profound disdain for these cultists and the solar progeny who stand behind them. This indicates that the lost homeland, or rather the true Captain Duncan, does not align with these so-called progeny, but rather ought to be regarded as belonging to an opposing faction. It appears that confiding in the goat head about his dealings with the sun cultists during this journey through the spirit realm was indeed a prudent decision. Otherwise, such valuable intelligence might have remained elusive for an indeterminate period. This arcane knowledge certainly would not be inscribed within Nina's textbooks. Duncan departed from the captain's quarters, holding the sun amulet, and ambled contemplatively along the deck of the lost homeland. Offspring take many forms, and according to the revelations from the goat head, these progeny are but remnants of ancient artifacts. Coupled with the fact that the sun followers are devoted to the primordial, authentic sun that existed before the Great Annihilation, he had justifiable grounds to suspect that these so-called offspring could very well be products of the Great Annihilation, their origins potentially traceable to the epoch of order that preceded such cataclysm. On the surface of the sea, there are the offspring of the sun, while in the depths lurk the progeny of the abyss. Unbeknownst to him, Duncan found himself by the ship's railing. He leaned over to gaze into the profound azure depths, curiosity stirring within him. The sea. It seems it holds more than just fish, does it not? Chapter 54. The Underground Sanctuary in the End. Duncan remained perplexed about the true nature of the progeny. The goat-headed entity spoke vaguely on the subject, seemingly unaware of the essence of these ancient beings that linger at the fringes of civilization. Duncan could only deduce a limited understanding from the scant clues available. The progeny were remnants of a bygone era, harboring a deep-seated animosity towards the modern world. They possessed enigmatic and perilous powers, lurking discreetly in the shadows. Except for the progeny of the sun, the others seldom manifested within civilized society, instead posing threats to the safety of explorers in the periphery. Among all this intelligence, one particular detail stood out. The progeny of the sun appeared capable of masquerading as humans, and only the extraordinary members of the church could distinguish these disguised entities from ordinary folk. Duncan recalled the recent transformations within the city-state of Prand. Considering the sudden resurgence of those sun worshippers who had remained inconspicuous for years, was the ostentatious activity of these cultists orchestrated by the progeny? What were these ancient and enigmatic beings scheming against the city-state of Prand? Standing at the edge of the deck of the lost homeland, Duncan gazed intently at the tumultuous waves below. In the depths of the ocean resided progeny as well, distinct from their sunlit counterparts, posing threats to the safety of seafaring fleets among the various city-states. Duncan felt a mixture of wariness and curiosity towards these creatures of the deep. He believes that, despite having never encountered such entities, as long as the lost home remains adrift upon the ocean, It is only a matter of time before he inevitably crosses paths with these bizarre phenomena. Thus, it is prudent to prepare in advance, whether by gathering intelligence, further mastering his own powers, or uncovering the potential of the lost home. All these endeavors serve to secure a favorable future. Of course, he does not cower before the lurking dangers of the deep sea, for he has been drifting upon this vessel for quite some time, and he can somewhat surmise the myriad of strange entities that inhabit the abyss. The offspring are merely one among countless peculiar threats. As the saying goes, the more lice, the less one itches, and the more debts, the less one frets. As captain of the lost home, he has much to be vigilant about. After pondering on the deck for an extended period, he realized that his foremost concern was whether the hard-won supply channels would be adversely affected. Would those deep-sea offspring interfere with his fishing endeavors? Although Pigeon IE possesses the capability to transport goods, its carrying capacity and reliability remain uncertain at this juncture. Moreover, the city-state of Prander is an orderly place, and the supplies delivered to the ship must be purchased, rendering this supply line uncertain in its utility. Coupled with the bountiful catch from his last fishing expedition still vivid in his mind, Duncan is acutely aware that the improved living conditions aboard the lost home ultimately depend on the bounties of nature. Yet now, those offspring have become a potential threat, possibly jeopardizing nature's generous offerings. Duncan felt a tinge of worry, wishing only that the sinister entities lurking in the sea would not disrupt his fishing endeavors. The luminous gas lamps cast a glow, dispelling the shadows within the subterranean chambers of the church. The deep-sea runes etched along the lengthy corridor emanated a reassuring power, their symbols of waves and coastal lines intertwining, as if sketching an invisible net that enveloped the entire underground structure in a sacred and serene atmosphere. Vanna walked through the hallowed sanctum beneath the church, this sacred and tranquil space gradually soothing her previously restless spirit. The goddess of storms, wielding the mightiest force over the boundless sea, embodies not only the ferocity of tempests, but also the tranquility and sealing power of silence. Just as the ocean exists as a duality, with calm and storm ever intertwined, so too does the goddess's dominion manifest in the cathedral's underbelly, symbolizing the reflection of the tempest. Many deities in this world possess such dual natures or characteristics. The god of death concurrently governs life, while the deity of wisdom holds the power to both grant insight and induce madness. Ordinary mortals may lack understanding in this regard, yet as a high-ranking cleric, Vanna possesses profound knowledge on the subject. She was acutely aware that the dualistic nature of many deities had given rise to certain highly contentious, even heretical, ideologies. Some scholars even posited that the entire world exists in a duality within some dimension, suggesting the existence of a desolate realm where an ocean and land are perfect reflections of one another, a vast expanse of parched earth, interspersed with exceedingly rare rivers and oases amidst the aridity. In this barren land, there purportedly thrived a civilization of wisdom eerily akin to that of the real world, their existence mirroring all that is found in reality. Such absurd conjectures, entirely grounded in fanciful imagination, were, of course, met with skepticism. Even the renownedly enlightened Bishop Valentine of the city-state of Prand, upon encountering these assertions, scoffed dismissively. To quote the venerable elder, "The subspace beneath this world is already enough to baffle the mind. Must some folk theologians insist on dangling even more beneath it?" Suddenly, Vanna shook her head, reining in her uncontrollable thoughts once more. Within the tranquil subterranean cathedral, the human mind finds it all too easy to wander aimlessly, as the mirrored storms evoke an overly serene psychological suggestion. The sense of security bestowed by the goddess's sanctuary can significantly diminish the mental barriers of mortals. This effect is both intangible and formidable, rendering even a rigorously trained judge like her susceptible. However, from another perspective, this unique environment possesses its own peculiar utility, such as compelling certain fervent and deranged cultists to speak. Vanna halted at the end of the corridor within the subterranean sanctum, where several doors led to various interrogation chambers. Between these doors stood a statue of the storm goddess, silently poised in the antechamber. Unlike the statue of the goddess above ground, which displayed arms outstretched as if welcoming the devout with an aura of boundless majesty, the underground effigy featured hands clasped before her chest, exuding a tranquil gentleness reminiscent of a maiden listening intently. Regardless of their differences, both statues were veiled in a delicate gauze, symbolizing the ineffability of the divine. This statue, with its hands gracefully folded, represented another facet of the storm goddess, the serene maiden of the tranquil sea. She subdued the waters beneath the surface, safeguarding the tranquility of the city's subterranean realm. Vanna bowed before the statue of the serene maiden and then turned to push open the door to a nearby interrogation room. The creaking of the door hinges shattered the stillness of the underground facility. As the door swung open, a spacious yet dimly lit room unfolded before Vanna. In the center stood a large table, at which Lady Heidi, clad in a flowing black gown, was rising from her seat. Opposite her was a chair bound with restraining chains, where a solar heretic sat quietly. The heretic's gaze was vacant, slumped against the armrest, as if both reason and strength had been drained from their body, leaving only a residue of chaos. The room still lingered with a potent scent of incense, and Madame Heidi's medical kit lay upon the table, revealing an emptied large syringe, writhing thorny vines, and a golden cone that appeared to be stained with remnants of blood. "Ah, Lady Vanna, your timing is impeccable," exclaimed Madame Heidi as she turned to greet her upon hearing the door creak open. "I have just completed a treatment." Vanna's gaze swept over Heidi's medical kit, her expression remaining unchanged. "Honestly, I find it quite difficult to associate your equipment with a treatment. These are standard tools of a psychiatrist." "Well, I must admit that my frequency of use may indeed surpass that of an ordinary physician," Madame Heidi replied with a shrug. "But who can blame me for being employed by the town hall and frequently assisting the church as a hypnotist? The patients I encounter are hardly typical, especially cultists like these. The swaying crystals and low-frequency pendulums are no match for a triple dosage of midnight elixir. I highly suspect that the reason you administer a triple dose to cultists is that your large syringe can only accommodate such a quantity," Vanna quipped at her acquaintance. But she quickly shook her head, dismissing the thought. "Nevertheless, what matters is that you can pry these individuals' lips open. So, tell me, what have you gleaned?" "Indeed, the situation is rather peculiar, and I have garnered quite a bit of insight," Miss Heidi promptly replied. "I have conducted profound hypnosis on several cultists, employing certain specialized techniques. It is now reasonably certain that these individuals who participated in the sacrificial rite were likely not driven to madness only after the ritual went awry. Not driven to madness only after the ritual went awry." Vanna immediately furrowed her brow. Although her conversation with Bishop Valentine had already indicated that the intricacies of this matter would exceed her expectations, Heidi's assertion still caught her off guard. What could this possibly mean? I delved into their memories and discovered that the cognitive processes of these individuals, or rather, their cognitive logic, had already been compromised prior to the commencement of the last failed sacrificial rite. To be more precise, it appears that these cultists were subjected to some form of cognitive filter even before the ritual began, resulting in their memories being, Your Excellency Vanna, you seem rather unsurprised." Chapter 55. The soup for dinner. The expression of indifference on Vanna's face did not escape Heidi's notice. The spiritual healer, who frequently collaborated with the church, immediately deduced the gravity of the situation from the judge's reaction. After a moment of hesitation, she cautiously inquired, "It seems that this incident is underpinned by significant issues?" Vanna nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, the issues are substantial." Heidi pondered for a moment, her hands swiftly organizing her medical kit as she remarked, "I have a day off tomorrow. I might be unavailable for a while." "Miss Heidi, you may have already established a connection to this matter," Vanna interjected, casting a sympathetic glance at Heidi. "I regret to inform you that all of us who were present at the scene, myself included, were subjected to some form of cognitive contamination. The psychological issues you have observed in those cultists were, in fact, experienced by each one of us. Fortunately, by the grace of the divine, our exposure was not profound, allowing us to awaken at this juncture. Damn it, I knew that working in this field would eventually lead to such occurrences." Heidi finally ceased her task of packing the medical kit, pressing her forehead in contemplation. "I should have heeded my father's counsel to inherit his profession as an antique appraiser, or at the very least, followed my mother's suggestion to teach history at the public school on Cross Street. That would have been far safer than dealing with cultists. Do try to be more optimistic. At least your current position allows you to maintain a respectable life in the upper town." Vanna shook her head. In the presence of Heidi, who was of similar age and with whom she had shared many years, her demeanor was notably more approachable than it was before her subordinates. "Do share your findings. They may assist the church and the town hall in grasping the situation." "It's quite simple, really," Heidi sighed. recounting the clues she had unearthed from the subconscious of those cultists. On the night of the sacrificial ritual, one offering lost control before the sun totem and inadvertently sacrificed the officiating priest. According to the evidence we uncovered at the scene, that offering which caused the disturbance was, in fact, a corpse that had already been sacrificed. It rose from the dead and ascended the platform, correct? Vanna nodded. Of course, I remember vividly. But this raises a question. Given that this offering had already been sacrificed once, why did none of the cultists present at the scene recognize it? It is one thing for ordinary cultists to overlook it, but why did even the priest himself fail to recognize the offering he had personally sacrificed not long ago? Vanna's brow furrowed slowly. The cultists stood there, staring at the offering that had been sacrificed previously, yet none perceived anything unusual. Their memories must have been altered, their cognitions distorted. Even we failed to notice this glaring inconsistency at the time, did we not? Heidi smiled wryly as she spread her hands. In truth, even until an hour ago, I had been oblivious to this seemingly obvious fact, and it was only now that I learned from your lips that my own psyche had been affected. For a moment, Vanna remained silent, turning to face the cultist who was still in a dazed stupor. The cultist, under the dual influence of a potent neurotoxin and a strong incense-induced hypnosis, merely swayed their heads slightly, gazing vacantly at the towering woman before them. Vanna suddenly inquired, did these cultists turn on one another in a frenzy after the ritual spiraled out of control due to cognitive disarray? Indeed, Heidi replied, I have seen flickering images within their memories. These visions seem to have left an indelible mark upon them, instilling a profound belief that the others present at the ritual were possessed by malevolent spirits or similar entities. They do not perceive themselves as slaughtering their brethren. Rather, they believe they are expelling the evil spirits from within their fellow cultists. It is likely that their souls instinctively warn them that the cultists are also devotees, as there exists a dark sun bestowing blessings upon these individuals. When immense and bizarre dangers manifest, these blessed followers may have sensed something amiss, Vanna analyzed based on her experience. Their frenzied hallucinations, to some extent, reveal a semblance of truth. Regrettably, these untrained ordinary individuals are utterly incapable of discerning the significance of these warnings, instead succumbing to a state of collective madness. Heidi gazed at the solemn-faced Vanna, hesitating several times before finally speaking with caution. So, what exactly lies behind this matter? Is it more sinister than that ancient sun? Vanna pondered for a moment and gently shook her head. It is best not to inquire further, Heidi. Your connection to this issue is not yet profound. But should you delve deeper, certain inextricable ties may indeed form. Very well, since even you, the adjudicator, say so, I shall prioritize the preservation of my own life. Heidi remarked as she picked up the neatly packed medical kit. I truly need to take a break. Rest assured, it is not an escape. In a couple of days, there will be an exhibition at the Ocean Museum, which I find quite intriguing. Vanna nodded. Visiting the Ocean Museum is an excellent way to unwind, and the goddess's blessings are abundant among those exhibits. Heidi smiled, carrying the medical kit towards the door. But just as she was about to push it open, she suddenly halted and turned back, casting a worried glance at Vanna. I wonder, has the pollution truly receded? Fear not. It has undoubtedly diminished, Vanna replied with a helpless shrug. We merely encountered some residual effects. Having spent such a long time in this tranquil subterranean sanctuary, the goddess's blessings have long since cleansed you of any lingering influences. In that case, I shall rest easy. Heidi exhaled in relief, pushing open the grand door. Until we meet again, Judge Vanna. Vanna watched as Ms. Heidi departed the room. Beside her, the sun worshipper, ensnared by potent incense and neurochemical agents, languidly opened his eyes, gazing vacantly at Vanna. The modern elixirs, the ancient fragrances passed down through the ages, the serene ambience of the sanctuary, and the deeply rooted blessings of the sun intertwined in a chaotic tapestry, exerting a subtle influence within the cultist. In the depths of his eyes, Vanna's hazy silhouette was reflected. He observed the adjudicator standing resolutely before him, her posture both elegant and unwavering. A nebulous specter loomed behind Vanna, an almost transparent apparition engulfed in flickering emerald flames. This towering figure remained expressionless, standing sentinel at Vanna's rear. Meanwhile, Duncan sat impassively in the chart room, watching as the automaton Alice busied herself before him. She approached with a grand tray, adorned with gleaming cutlery and a steaming bowl of soup. The aroma suggested it might be fish soup. Clearly, after becoming further acquainted with the environment aboard the Lost Homeland. This automaton had conceived a new idea to contribute to the captain in her own unique manner. Dinner? Duncan observed Alice with curiosity as she arranged the utensils and soup before him, pondering how she suddenly thought to prepare this. Having tidied up the pantry and the kitchen, I stumbled upon a bucket of fish. Alice, with a beaming smile and an air of pride, expressed that while she may not be of much assistance with the myriad tasks aboard the ship, she could certainly prepare meals for us from now on. It is commendable to possess such a willingness, and Duncan found himself at a loss for words regarding this peculiar puppet. However, faced with Alice's genuine smile, it was difficult for anyone to decline her offer. He felt a tinge of curiosity, pondering, as a puppet, could you truly cook? I can learn. It seems rather simple. Alice replied with an air of certainty. For the basics, I can inquire with Mr. Goathead. He has shared countless culinary insights with me before. Duncan glanced expressionlessly at Mr. Goathead beside him, then back at Alice. Here stood a wooden carving and an enigmatic puppet, neither capable of forming a digestive system. Yet they were united in their quest to explore the art of cooking, one daring to teach and the other audacious enough to listen. Unsure of how to feel, he merely stirred the fish soup with a ladle, remarking to himself that, at the very least, it smelled quite right. Yet, in the next moment, his actions froze. After a brief silence, he fished out a long strand of silvery hair from the ladle. Your hair has fallen in, Duncan stated flatly. Oh no, I didn't drop my hair in there, Alice exclaimed, waving her hands. My head fell in instead. But don't worry, I pulled it out right away. All by myself. Duncan. Chapter 56. The lower deck. This matter was indeed exceedingly bizarre. Thus Duncan ultimately could not bring himself to consume the bowl of fish soup. After all, the mere thought of Miss Doll's head bobbing in the pot sent shivers down his spine, and he felt as though this dinner was hurtling towards the realms of horror and death. Although Alice's true demeanor was rather comical, the incident of her head falling into the pot was somewhat too chilling. Miss Doll appeared somewhat disheartened, gazing at the meal that Duncan had set aside, her hands clutching the lace trim of her garment. Captain, are you upset with me? Duncan, fatigued in both body and spirit, cast a glance at the doll. If there is anything troubling you aboard the ship, feel free to tell me directly. Huh, I'm not, she replied. Then please refrain from entering the kitchen in the future, Duncan said casually, but soon he noticed Alice's increasingly despondent expression. With a resigned shake of his head, he shifted his tone. Well, your intentions are good, and I am genuinely pleased. However, when it comes to cooking, a lack of experience may lead to unforeseen mishaps. You'll improve with time. Alice perked up immediately. So, can I give it another try in the future? Duncan held back for a moment, finally nodding. Just be careful. He had given this matter considerable thought. The cursed doll was evidently quite discontent with her current existence aboard the Lost Homeland. Perhaps there was an innate quality within her that compelled her to engage in activities on this vessel to find peace, and being a sentient and independent individual, Duncan felt he could not perpetually resort to punitive measures against her. In comparison, assigning Alice to assist in the kitchen seemed far more favorable than allowing her to continue grappling with ropes, anchors, and cannonballs. At least the cookware aboard the Lost Homeland possessed a relatively milder temperament. He glanced down at the fish soup set beside him. To be fair, its taste was quite ordinary. Despite the limited spices available on the ship, the cooking was impeccable. As a doll devoid of taste and a digestive system, Alice's ability to achieve such a result, relying solely on a few theoretical snippets gleaned from a goat's head, also not a consumer of human fare, was indeed remarkable. Two beings that do not partake in human cuisine managed to concoct an edible meal. What more could one ask for? Duncan believed that as long as the doll exercised caution, she would be capable of fulfilling her duties in the kitchen, thus sparing him, the captain, from the obligation of cooking in the future. So, Captain, would you like me to prepare something else for you? At that moment, Alice's voice drifted from the side, interrupting Duncan's musings. I also learned how to prepare grilled fish and fried fish fillets from Mr. Goathead. There are ingredients in the kitchen. Not now. I'm not hungry, Duncan replied, shaking his head. His body had little demand for food. Maintaining the habit of 3 meals a day was merely a human custom. The bowl of Alice's exquisite soup had already quelled his appetite for half the day, so he decided to rise from the table. I shall take a stroll in the cabin. You're going to the cabin? Alice paused, her expression shifting to one of slight anxiety, as if a thought had just struck her. Could you perhaps check below? Below? Duncan furrowed his brow. The deeper chambers that I'm not allowed to enter, Alice explained. I always hear creaking sounds from down there. And sometimes it seems as if someone is murmuring beneath the floor. Perhaps you should investigate, to see if something is amiss? Observing the hint of tension on the doll-like maiden's face, Duncan felt a slow, rising apprehension in his heart. The depths of the lost homeland were uncharted territory for him. The sensations emanating from that deepest part were undeniably eerie and perilous. At that time, he had neither the helm nor the mastery of the ethereal flame, which had previously limited his explorations to the threshold of the deeper chambers. Certainly, he had plans for further exploration in the future, but it was clear that circumstances had shifted dramatically. At that moment, the voice of the goat-headed figure unexpectedly resonated from the side. "Ah, it seems there's some restlessness in the hold. Captain, would you care to investigate?" Before Duncan could respond, the goat-head had already begun its incessant rambling. Upon reflection, "It appears you have indeed neglected to inspect down there for quite some time. The hold seems to require the captain's reassurance. After all, it has been submerged in the vast ocean for an extended period. Will you take along your lantern? It's still in its usual place, just behind the door. You've been preoccupied in the upper deck lately, while the rascals below have been quite boisterous. You can't imagine how bothersome they can be. Alas, I am a creature of tranquility and cannot abide the creaking sounds that echo in the dead of night." Duncan cast a silent glance at the goat-head, which immediately fell silent. To be frank, after hearing some of the goat-head's musings, he felt a heightened aversion towards the eerie hold. It was evidently influenced by the deeper reaches of the boundless sea, having transformed into a structure that could be deemed peculiar even aboard the lost homestead. However, this sense of aversion lingered in his mind for scarcely a second. Eventually, he would have to delve deeper into the other structures of the lost homestead, and it would be wiser to address it sooner rather than later. Rationality urged him that the sooner this matter was attended to, the better. The lost homeland is an imposing vessel, not only remarkable for its extraordinary length, but also for its intricate multi-layered depths. Currently, Duncan's understanding is confined to the upper structure of the ship, encompassing the deck area, the upper hold beneath the deck, the armory, and the artillery zone, followed by the lower hold, freshwater tank, and a portion of the crew quarters. Based on prior explorations, he can vividly envision the colossal structures lurking in the abyss below these areas. These structures lie beneath the waterline, entirely submerged in the boundless sea. The deeper one ventures, the more eerie and sinister the environment becomes within the lost homeland, with darkness echoing hollow winds and eerie howls. Duncan realizes that such ignorance regarding his own ship cannot persist indefinitely. As the captain, the lost homeland serves as both his sanctuary and his operational base in this world. To endure in a realm rife with anomalies and phenomena, he must thoroughly comprehend the vessel's potential and its inherent dangers. Who knows what crises may arise tomorrow, or whether the lost homeland might soon collide with the progeny of the deep or the crumbling borders of reality. Moreover, the mention by Goathead of the need for the captain's reassurance for the hold weighs heavily on his mind. It has been far too long since he last descended into the lower chambers. Continuing in this manner seems destined to invite misfortune. With determination, Duncan rose to retrieve the lantern that Goathead had referenced. This is a rather antiquated lantern, with a copper framework shaped like a hexagonal prism, wider at the top and narrower at the bottom. The glass lampshade, embedded within the copper frame, appears somewhat hazy, and within that lampshade, Duncan could discern no structure resembling a wick. He exhibited no curiosity, nor did he inquire of the goat-headed figure. After a brief and composed contemplation, he endeavored to activate the ethereal green flame and infuse this power into the lantern. Instantly, a vibrant green flame leaped and flickered within the lampshade, causing the ancient lantern to emanate a steady glow. In the light cast by the lantern, a chilling atmosphere inexplicably enveloped the space. However, standing within this radiance, Duncan experienced an unexpected sense of tranquility and control, as if he could faintly perceive his power expanding alongside the light. The details of all things illuminated by the glow were vividly reflected in his mind. Suddenly, a dove named AI flitted over and perched upon Duncan's shoulder. It had transformed into a spectral avian form, despite Duncan not having actively invoked this transformation. Under the lantern's illumination, it passively completed the metamorphosis. Duncan glanced down at the lantern in his hand, considering it a potentially valuable asset. It seemed capable of diffusing its power into the surrounding environment with minimal loss, maintaining a field that possessed capabilities of detection, warning, and even control. This characteristic appeared exceptionally suited for prolonged exploration in unfamiliar, or perilous territories. "Captain, may I accompany you?" Duncan turned around to find Alice standing behind him, her curious gaze fixed upon the lantern, her expression brimming with eager anticipation. "I have yet to explore the lower deck. Mr. Goathead mentioned that I cannot descend without your permission." After a moment's contemplation, Duncan nodded slightly. "Very well." Although he remained uncertain about what lay below the cabin, he reasoned that it was still a part of the lost home, and, having successfully taken command, the hold likely posed no significant danger. Perhaps bringing along this companion would prove advantageous. The Goathead, left upon the navigation table, offered no dissent. From its perspective, the captain's inspection of the lost home, accompanied by an aide, seemed entirely reasonable. Outside the cabin, twilight gradually enveloped the surroundings, casting a chill radiance across the sea, illuminating the desolate deck of the ghost ship. The semi-transparent sails billowed in the air, adjusting their angles without any visible guidance. Lantern in hand, armed with his sword and flintlock pistol, Duncan traversed the empty deck alongside Alice, passing through the upper 2 levels of the cabin and descending the wooden staircase into the depths of the lost home's hold. The staircase at the end of the sailors' quarters marked the limit of Duncan's previous explorations. A peculiar dimness lingered around the sloping staircase, where only the faint outlines of supporting pillars and wall structures could be discerned in the gloom. The darkness below was profound as Alice stood at the top of the staircase, her heart fluttering with unease as she gazed into the dimly lit abyss. Was there no light down there? Everywhere else was illuminated by the eternal glow of oil lamps. No, there was illumination. Duncan held a lantern, and as he began to speak, the aura emanating from it allowed him to discern the conditions of the cabin below with greater clarity than before. However, the light down there was of an inky hue. Alice was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the notion of black light. Duncan, for a brief moment, offered no response, merely descending slowly with the lantern in hand. It was only when Alice joined him that he spoke softly. "After all, we have descended beneath the surface of the boundless sea." Chapter 57. The timid Alice. The captain's words flowed like the chill of a night breeze, weaving through the increasingly dim staircase. Instinctively, Alice wrapped her arms around herself, trailing closely behind Duncan. As they descended further, she finally comprehended the captain's cryptic reference to the black light. Indeed, within the lower cabin, there existed illumination, at least in terms of structure and layout. The chambers mirrored those above, adorned with the same supportive pillars. Upon these pillars hung oil lamps that burned relentlessly, yet, paradoxically, the flames cast shadows that rendered the vicinity around the lamps even darker than the distant corners. Yes, the closer one approached the oil lamps, the dimmer the light became. The lamps themselves appeared almost engulfed in a shroud of shadow, their outlines barely discernible, while in areas slightly farther away, the luminosity intensified. At the cabin's most remote corner, the brightness nearly rivaled that of the upper deck. Previously, while observing from the staircase, the gloom below had struck her as particularly oppressive, a perception amplified by the 2 lamps flanking the stairs. Visually, it seemed as though these lights actively emitted darkness, neutralizing and obliterating the inherent brightness within the cabin. Alice gazed intently at the overall somber ambience of the cabin, and after a prolonged silence, she murmured, "Is this reasonable? You, a figure of absurdity, dare to speak of rationality?" Duncan cast a glance at the evidently anxious Alice, and beneath the boundless expanse of the sea, the very essence of reason itself was the most unreasonable aspect of all. His expression was rather nonchalant as he spoke, as if this peculiar situation were merely a minor disturbance he had long since grown accustomed to. Yet, internally, his reaction mirrored Alice's. Even the spectral pigeon perched upon his shoulder suddenly flapped its wings, voicing its discontent. "Is this acceptable? Is this acceptable? Is this acceptable?" Duncan chose to disregard the pigeoness clamor, instead meticulously scrutinizing the cabin he had never before entered, while adjusting the angle of the lantern in his hand, attempting to discern the environment through the interplay of light and shadow. Below the waterline of the lost homeland, the illumination within the cabin appeared inverted. The fixtures seemed not to emit light, but rather absorb the ambient luminescence, resembling a certain mirror of existence. However, the ethereal glow emanating from Duncan's lantern adhered to the conventional principles of illumination. It was bright near the lantern and grew dimmer with distance. What could be the underlying principle of this phenomenon? Was it merely the influence of the boundless sea? Or was it intertwined with the inherent characteristics of the lost homeland itself? Was the brightness within the cabin genuine? If those light-absorbing oil lamps were extinguished, would this space transform into a luminous realm? For a fleeting moment, a bold thought indeed surfaced in Duncan's mind. He pondered the consequences of extinguishing the oil lamps in this layer. Yet, in the next instant, he forcibly suppressed this evidently misguided notion. He could not extinguish the lights here, even if they appeared to cast a pall over the entire chamber. Their presence was undoubtedly purposeful. A sudden thought struck him. In the city-state of Prand, the intelligence he had received indicated that the burning flame could dispel the eerie dangers. In this statement, it is the flame itself that holds the power, rather than the light it emits. Does this imply that under certain circumstances, the dichotomy of light and darkness in this world can reverse, and in such inverted conditions, the only entity worthy of trust is the flame itself? Does this also indirectly elucidate why the illumination from electric lamps lacks the ability to exorcise, for it is merely light, devoid of the essence of flame? Captain? Alice's voice suddenly emerged from beside him, her tone imbued with tension and concern. Is there something amiss here? There is nothing unusual, Duncan replied, his expression unchanged. As he gradually stepped forward, the oil lamps, which absorbed the light, burned quietly upon the supporting pillars on either side, with some scattered ropes heaped around the columns. As Duncan walked past them, the lamps hanging from the pillars emitted a faint crackling sound, while the ropes on the ground slowly writhed backward, clearing the path for the captain. For some inexplicable reason, a phrase arose in Duncan's mind. Shadows are the illusions brought forth by the deep sea, beneath the unreliable horizon. Only the flame itself steadfastly guards the treasures of the lost homeland. He gazed at the flickering lights, giving a slight nod, as if to convey his acknowledgement and gratitude. In the next moment, all the oil lamps within the cabin flared with a visible intensity, flames dancing energetically beneath each glass shade. The entire cabin grew dimmer. Duncan felt a twinge of regret for having prematurely ignited the lamps. Perhaps he should have waited until he was ready to return before rousing these lights. Alice followed closely, her doll-like form cautiously surveying the surroundings. She noticed the large wooden barrels stacked in the corner of the cabin, along with several crates, some closed-off rooms, and corridors leading to unknown destinations. She whispered, "This appears to be a storage area. Could it have once been a cargo ship? If it were a cargo vessel, goods would not be stored so deeply, as there exists a concept known as transportation costs." Duncan shook his head and replied casually, "These are supplies for long voyages, meant to sustain the lost homeland during its extensive journeys." Alice blinked in surprise. Supplies for long voyages? Duncan remained silent, moving closer to inspect the cargo nearest to him. One portion of the barrels contained a viscous, dark brown substance, lacking a strong odor. It might be some form of fuel, yet it clearly had been stored here for an extended period. Duncan even suspected that this fuel predates the ship's transformation into a ghost vessel. Originally, it may have been intended for illumination or warding off evil. But after the ship's metamorphosis, many items in the hold had become obsolete. In another set of barrels, Duncan recognized something familiar. The cheese, aged beyond his years, and the salt pork capable of cleaving mountains, were silently sealed once more by Duncan. In this layer, the majority of the space was occupied by a stockpile of provisions. Although a significant portion appeared to be rendered useless on this ghost ship, it sufficiently substantiated his previous assessment of the lost homeland. This vessel, at least in its initial construction, was intended for some grand maritime exploration. It could carry a substantial amount of supplies, with stringent safety measures between the various storage compartments to prevent the spread of fire or the ravages of pests and vermin. Coupled with the considerable array of cannons and an impressive arsenal above deck, he could almost envision the ambitious exploration dreams this ship once harbored, journeys along the most distant routes, through perilous waters, confronting the fiercest environments and the most sinister foes. Such an expedition would require an entire crew of loyal, skilled sailors and a steadfast captain to realize it. Yet now, the potential exploration plans had faded into oblivion. The once aspiring lost homeland had transformed into a harrowing disaster upon the boundless sea, with the sailors vanished without a trace, leaving only a ghostly captain to command this aimless specter of a ship. He and Alice continued onward, traversing several independent cargo holds before entering a corridor. If the structure of this layer mirrored that of the upper deck, the staircase leading to the depths below should lie at the end of the corridor. "I feel increasingly eerie," the doll lady, cradling her arms, cautiously surveyed her surroundings and whispered, "Do you hear the sound of the wind?" "How could there be wind in the cabin?" "I heard it. There's no need to be anxious. It's quite normal," Duncan replied casually, casting a sidelong glance at the doll. "Why are you so timid? You bear the title of Anomaly 099, do you not?" As he spoke, he recalled the information he had previously gathered from Nina. In this world, there exists a catalog of numerous anomalies and phenomena that is accessible to the public, aiding individuals in avoiding potential dangers or promptly recognizing signs of anomalies spiraling out of control. However, this catalog is far from comprehensive. It only includes those anomalies and phenomena that pose a controlled threat or possess unique qualities, thus remaining relatively close to the general populace. Anomalies and phenomena that ordinary people are unlikely to encounter in their daily lives are evidently absent from this list. He had attempted to inquire about Anomaly 099 from Nina, but the girl had never come across this designation in her textbooks. This suggests that Alice, the cursed doll, either harbors a special secret, leading the authorities and church to suppress information about her, or she is simply too perilous, kept under strict isolation from civilized society, thereby never interacting with ordinary individuals. Whichever the case, it certainly imbued this doll lady with an air of mystery in Duncan's eyes. However, upon hearing Duncan's words, this enigmatic puppet merely recoiled slightly, displaying a visage of anxiety. Having a number does not equate to bravery. "I am Anomaly 099, not Courage 099. Duncan sighed, pondering whether this individual might indeed be the most humiliating anomaly in existence. It is truly remarkable that the sailors who previously escorted her were able to become so agitated. Chapter 58. The whole Duncan had long harbored an insatiable curiosity regarding the peculiar and perilous nature of the Gothic doll that identified itself as Alice. What could possibly render her so extraordinary and hazardous that the sailors escorting her exhibited such palpable anxiety? In a world rife with bizarre and dangerous entities, her classification as an anomaly of the highest order was indeed perplexing. It is true that a sentient doll capable of independent movement is inherently unsettling. The unsettling images of her frantically running about or splitting off in different directions are truly chilling. Yet, in Duncan's estimation, such eerie qualities hardly suffice to warrant the prestigious designation she holds. A straightforward comparison can be drawn from the information he gleaned from Nina regarding another anomaly, Anomaly 196, a perilous entity confined within the subterranean sanctum of the planned cathedral. Its essence comprises a volume of blood equivalent to that of an adult male, endowed with a semblance of cognitive traits. This anomaly exhibits the ability to flow and spread autonomously, actively seeking to replace the blood of nearby suitable hosts to escape its confines. To thwart its movement and proliferation, it must be stored in 22 blood vials, maintained in a frozen state. However, if anyone within a 10-meter radius of the storage site suffers a hemorrhage, the seal is rendered ineffective. Anomaly 196 will replace the blood of the bleeding individual, thereby usurping their rationality. This anomaly disregards any countermeasures below that of a saint and will unconditionally terminate any host that meets its criteria. As one of the most perilous anomalies managed by the city-state of Prander, information pertaining to Anomaly 196, known as blood, is consistently accessible to the public. This transparency ensures that should this anomaly breach the urban confines, the authorities can promptly locate and address the situation. Duncan was unaware of the concept of a saint, but the name alone suggested it likely referred to a being of considerable power, perhaps akin to the Judge Vanna, who had appeared in the newspapers. How many such individuals capable of confronting Anomaly 196 could possibly exist within the entirety of Prander? This was merely Anomaly 196. Alice's designation, ranked nearly 200, was Anomaly 099, within the top 100. Although Nina indicated that there was some ambiguity in the numbering of anomalies and phenomena, and that a clear comparison of strength between different anomalies and phenomena was not always feasible, it is generally observed that those anomalies and phenomena ranked higher tend to possess greater danger or exhibit more bizarre and uncontrollable characteristics. Alternatively, they may have caused remarkable destruction or facilitated significant historical events, thus securing their unique high-ranking designations in the annals of history. Regardless, the numbers within 100 signify an exceedingly intricate and perilous enigma for the civilized world, either hinting at a remarkable historical event or embodying a peculiar danger. This cursed doll named Alice. Duncan cast a glance back at Alice, who was dutifully trailing behind him. Upon noticing the captain's gaze, she promptly lifted her head and offered a harmless yet somewhat timid smile. Hee. It seems implausible to expect her to comprehend her own peril. He would ultimately need to delve into the historical archives of the city-state of Pran for insights. Yet, how could an antiquities dealer, muddling through life in the lower districts, gain access to such confidential intelligence? The connections left by that cultist Ron within the antiquities industry were evidently insufficient, as the majority of the items in that shop bore histories no older than the previous week. Duncan pondered quietly, his steps unwavering. The eerie green flames of the spiritual lantern he held flickered gently, gradually permeating deeper into the cabin. The strange environmental light, distorted by the peculiar conditions of the hold, mingled with the lantern's glow, producing an unsettlingly dizzying and hallucinatory interplay of shadows. To an outsider, this scene might appear exceedingly bizarre and hauntingly ominous. However, Duncan's heart felt a subtle tranquility, his strength permeating the light of the lantern, seeping gradually like a gentle stream into the depths of the vessel's hold, which had remained shrouded in mystery for countless years. The previously unknown structure of the hold was slowly crystallizing in his mind, accompanied by delicate sensations. The last remaining area of the lost home, untouched by the captain's control, was returning to its rightful course. Duncan could increasingly sense that, with his exploration, the underlying restlessness of the various objects within the hold was gradually subsiding. Indeed, as the Caprine Oracle had stated, the hold of the lost home exhibited some peculiarities due to prolonged immersion in the boundless sea. Yet, once the captain personally descended to soothe the situation, order aboard would steadily be restored. You truly fear the depths of the ocean. Even merely descending into a cabin beneath the surface instills such dread in you. Duncan suddenly remarked to Alice, who had been following him. Then why do you insist on accompanying me? I didn't think of all that at the time, Alice replied, forcing her composure. I thought that no matter how we moved, we were still on the ship. I had no concept of a hold below the waterline. I'm merely a puppet. You have no digestive system, yet you ponder over cooking. Do not use being a puppet as an excuse, Duncan retorted casually. You will need to thoroughly educate yourself about ship knowledge. Alice sighed in frustration, while Duncan, after a brief pause, curiously inquired, why do you harbor such fear of the deep sea? Or rather, why are you so terrified of the notion of being submerged in the ocean? I am aware that the depths of the ocean can be perilous, and many harbor a fear of the abyss. You have previously articulated this rationale. However, it now appears that your anxiety is far more acute than I had anticipated, reaching a level where even merely standing in a cabin submerged beneath the waterline triggers a heightened state of agitation at the mere thought of the ocean beyond. Please refrain from tugging at the delicate lace of your garment. The Lost Homestead offers no replacement attire, and mending it yourself would be futile. Oh, Alice hastily relaxed her grip momentarily, only to subconsciously grasp her button again. I had never contemplated this issue. I am simply afraid. What is wrong with that? Listening to the nervous tone of Miss Dahl, Duncan remained noncommittal. His gaze drifted to the end of the corridor, where a staircase slanted downward into view. This led to a deeper realm, potentially reaching the very bottom of the vessel, the point of its most profound contact with the boundless sea. Duncan and Alice stood at the staircase's threshold, peering down. Illuminated by the flickering light of the spirit lantern, they failed to discern the structure of the cabin below. Instead, a door loomed in the depths of darkness. Upon sighting that door, Duncan could not help but furrow his brow. The architectural layout here seemed rather peculiar. Firstly, the route to the ship's bottom appeared excessively convoluted. The staircases between the upper cabins were interconnected, allowing for swift access to various levels. Yet on this floor, the staircase leading deeper was positioned at the corridor's end, necessitating a traverse through nearly the entire warehouse area, a design that undoubtedly impedes the vessel's internal flow. Furthermore, there was an additional door beneath the staircase. Duncan hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately grasped the lantern and descended slowly. Alice, filled with trepidation, followed suit. Realizing that returning to the upper deck was out of the question, trailing behind the captain provided her with a modicum of security. Soon, Duncan arrived before the door, raising the lantern to illuminate the surroundings, attempting to discern any inscriptions nearby. It was then that a line of letters appeared on the doorframe. As anticipated, the last door of the hold. What could this mean? Alice stared curiously at the letters on the frame, pondering why a sign would not specify the room's purpose. Clearly a warning. Duncan, lost in thought, withdrew his gaze from the doorframe, and placed a hand on the doorknob. Before pushing the door open, he cautioned the automaton beside him not to touch any other doors should they encounter them inside. Alice nodded nervously, and then witnessed Duncan forcefully push open the last door of the hold. A peculiar, pale light greeted them. They stepped forward into an expansive area. Upon realizing the situation across from the door, Alice's eyes widened in disbelief. This. After a moment of stammering, she finally managed to exclaim, "Captain, the bottom of the ship is shattered. It's broken," she shouted, but Duncan remained momentarily silent, equally astonished by the scene that surrounded them. At the deepest depths of the lost homeland, the hull structure, immersed in the boundless sea, lies in a state of disarray. Before one's eyes is a cabin that is utterly fragmented, displaying countless vast fissures and faintly glowing voids. Hundreds of debris pieces from the cabin float scattered throughout the space. Yet they maintain a semblance of shattered order, preserving the contours and structure of the hull's bottom. As Duncan navigates through the immense cracks between the myriad fragments, he can distinctly perceive the scene beyond the hull. It is not the deep, dark expanse of the ocean he had envisioned, but rather a pallid, obscure void, filled with countless shadowy forms darting swiftly through the emptiness, their illumination dim and indistinct. Chapter 59. This door leads to the Lost Haven. Duncan and Alice stood at the end of the staircase leading to the ship's hold, confronted by a scene both bizarre and terrifying. The entire hull of the Lost Haven was in a state of disarray, and beyond the shattered compartments lay an abyss shrouded in an endless, dim luminescence. Was this truly the fundamental structure of the Lost Haven? And what lay beyond this fragmented vessel? Could such a sight exist beneath the surface of the boundless sea? Cautiously, Duncan took 2 steps forward, entering the wrecked compartment. He stood upon the largest piece of splintered wood and glanced back towards the direction from whence he came. The final door still stood silently in place, anchored to a floating plank, behind which a dark staircase inclined upward. Yet, around the door, there were no walls to be seen, only an expanse of emptiness. This door floated solitary in the void. Duncan carefully circled to the back of the door, discovering that there was nothing there. Through the gaping entrance, he could directly observe the shattered state of the opposite compartment. "Captain!" Alice's anxious voice reached him, her doll-like features reflecting fear as she surveyed her surroundings, ultimately resting her gaze upon Duncan. "Is this normal, right?" In truth, Duncan felt far less assured than the doll did. After all, she could still harbor some blind faith in her captain. Where, he pondered, could he possibly find the confidence that eluded him at this moment? However, observing Alice's anxious demeanor and recalling the maritime regulations once articulated by the goat-headed figure, Duncan resolutely stifled his own unease, maintaining his usual serious and composed facade. "There's no need for concern," he remarked nonchalantly. "The lost home is a vessel beyond your imagination. Indeed, truly beyond imagination." Alice exclaimed, clearly reassured, albeit slightly, by Duncan's calmness. Her curiosity piqued. She began to scrutinize the fragmented hulls and the chaotic light patterns outside. "Captain, this exterior. It doesn't resemble a body of water, does it?" Duncan pondered for a moment, then turned to Alice with newfound curiosity. "Do you suppose that what lies beyond is the surface of an endless sea?" Alice paused, taken aback. "Huh, why do you ask me?" Duncan replied with an air of indifference. "Because you possess experience." Alice instinctively began to respond. "Well, that's because you..." But she abruptly swallowed her words and answered sincerely, "I don't believe so. Surely, there must be water beneath the surface of the endless sea, no matter how peculiar it may seem. Yet, this outside appears as if, a void filled with chaotic streams of light," Duncan murmured, shaking his head as he slowly advanced. He approached the edge of the wooden debris beneath his feet and gazed down at the flowing light patterns outside the cabin. The bottom of the lost home was not situated within the endless sea. Alice blinked in surprise. "Huh, then where exactly are we?" Duncan remained silent, his inscrutable demeanor masking the truth that he, too, was unaware. Yet he harbored a vague conjecture. Perhaps this vessel was simultaneously traversing multiple dimensions. On the surface, the lost homeland appeared to sail across the boundless seas of the material world, yet in truth, its various segments belonged to disparate realms. This could elucidate why the deeper one ventured into the lost homeland, the more bizarre and eerie the surrounding chambers appeared. Perhaps the eeriness did not stem from the cabins themselves. If the shadowy, chaotic expanse outside the ship's quarters is not the infinite ocean, Then what could it possibly be? It bore no resemblance to the spirit realm, nor did it resemble the dark void encountered during interdimensional travel. Could it be something deeper? More profound? A subspace? With an array of speculations and hypotheses swirling in his mind, Duncan cautiously withdrew the pirate sword from his waist. One hand grasped the lantern, while the other held the long blade. As he slowly approached the edge of the fragment beneath his feet, he was exceedingly careful. Although the gaps between these fragments appeared to be easily traversable, he refrained from leaping across. Instead, he opted to probe with his sword first. Heaven knew what might suddenly emerge from those crevices, ready to engulf any foolhardy enough to cross them. In the next moment, astonishment widened his eyes. He observed that the tip of his sword had vanished, and on the opposite edge of the fissure, a blade tip abruptly materialized. Frowning, Duncan tested in various directions, only to encounter similar phenomena once more. Gradually, the realization dawned upon him. These seemingly fractured areas were, in fact, spatially continuous. The seemingly fragmented structure of the hull, in truth, retains its integrity. He straightened, surveying the fissures and the flowing interplay of light and shadow beyond them. A realization dawning within him. These ruptured vistas were merely optical illusions, devoid of any impact on spatial continuity. The vessel, the lost homeland, remained unbroken in this locale. Yet for reasons unknown, the imagery from outside the hull manifested within its confines. But what could be the cause? Was it an overlap of dimensions? Or perhaps an erroneous projection from a higher dimension to a lower one? Duncan instinctively summoned all the reliable and unreliable knowledge from his mind, attempting to elucidate this peculiar phenomenon, while Alice, perplexed, observed the captain's odd behavior at the edges of the fissures, one moment illuminating with a lantern, the next prodding with a longsword. After a prolonged silence, she could no longer contain herself. "Captain, are you performing a special soothing ritual too?" "Calm the cabin." Duncan, with his back to Alice, discreetly sheathed his longsword, steeling himself. "Yes." "Oh, how impressive." Alice's eyes sparkled. "Will you perform a soothing ritual for all the fragments here?" "That will suffice," Duncan replied, maintaining a stern countenance. He then hastily redirected her inquisitive nature before she could speak further. "Let us proceed forward." As he spoke, he cautiously advanced with a lantern in hand. Every muscle and nerve in his body taut with anticipation of any unforeseen mishap as he approached the chasm. Yet, to his surprise, nothing occurred. Just as he had previously tested with his longsword, he effortlessly bypassed the daunting gap, traversing the space as if he were merely strolling within the confines of a conventional cabin, stepping directly onto the fragments on the opposite side. Alice gazed in astonishment at the captain, who navigated the perilous fissure with such ease, seemingly oblivious to the void beneath him. Inspired by his confidence, she emulated his actions, but, upon reaching the chasm, felt a surge of anxiety and, unable to contain herself, leaped forward, only to inevitably collide headfirst into Duncan. Duncan felt a sudden rush of wind behind him, followed by a solid impact against his back. Instinctively, he turned sharply and waved his hand. The next moment, he found himself expressionlessly observing the headless puppet behind him, which was flailing about in a frenzy. Alice's head, rolling several meters away, stammered, "Why, yes, yes. No. Just stay here, I'll retrieve you." With a sigh, Duncan reflected on why he had brought this useless puppet along as he hurried to catch up with Alice's head, which was gradually rolling farther away, and deftly picked it up. "Have you considered affixing a screw to your neck?" Yet Alice's head seemed oblivious to Duncan's latter remark. Her eyes suddenly widened as she gazed intently in a certain direction. There's a D door." Duncan furrowed his brow and turned to follow the direction Alice's head was desperately indicating. There, at the end of the debris, stood a dark wooden door, silently awaiting discovery. A door. Indeed, there was another door. When he had first seen the hint regarding the door at the top of the stairs, Duncan had wondered if such a classic scenario would unfold. Yet, upon witnessing this additional door in the chamber, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Just then, Alice's body stumbled over, and as Duncan returned her head, he gazed at the door and asked, "Was there really such a door over there?" Alice placed her head back onto her shoulders with a soft pop, stretching her neck while casting a glance in that direction. "It seems it wasn't there before. It must have appeared after we arrived." Duncan responded with a non-committal hum, cautiously advancing toward the door while holding the lantern. In this peculiar cabin, the lantern was rendered unnecessary. The dim, chaotic light seeping through the cracks sufficed to maintain a basic illumination throughout the space. Nevertheless, he chose to keep the lantern alight, a measure of prudence he deemed essential. Although the goat-headed figure had not explicitly advised him on this matter, Duncan resolved that as long as he remained in the submerged chamber, he would never extinguish this light. The newly appeared door appeared unremarkable, its dark surface resembling the last door at the end of the staircase, akin to most doors found in the lost homeland. Duncan raised his gaze and noticed a line of letters above the doorframe, seemingly cast in bronze. This door leads to the lost homeland.